spinning at the same rate. Just fucking bizarre.
John, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
It can help. Let's see. Is there any visual evidence of this that you could show him, or is it just more of a thing that hang on, more of a thing that he has to trust?
Anything called museum should just die.
Well, he can go to a museum. Of course, there are Foucault pendulums, as other people have said.
No, John, wait. Hang on, don't treat me like that. In the museums, they're used a magnet, aren't they? So they keep getting pushed, and you don't actually get to see the procession. You just read about it on the thing. So I'm wondering, is there a visual for this? Someone like Slitsy could ever see or not?
Yeah, you go to a museum and you watch the pendulum process. It knocks over little blocks.
You're being ignorant.
I don't know what you want.
Right.
There are
videos. A visual for a flat earther that isn't relying on trust and theory of the museum.
I don't know what you're asking.
Look at it like this, Don.
Doing it.
It'd be really silly. I mean, I'm not even saying it's Earth rotation. I'm not saying anything like that. But I'm just saying it would be really silly for them to put this forward as evidence, or an observation. Let's just call it an observation, right? And anyone can do this. You could build it in your garage. People have done that. They've built it in the garage on YouTube.
Could you cite that?
Yeah,
the people have done it.
Yeah, well, I'm asking for Slitsy because he doesn't trust many things, does he? So maybe
Andy,
if he sees
what they're trying to prove is it's Carrotolus pushing it around.
Andy's already there, mate. I'm asking for some of these guys to help you, Slitsy.
Carrotolus.
Right? Understand it a bit more. Have a bit more trust that people are doing it and it's not just a museum set piece.
Well, I don't know what you're asking for, and I don't think you can build
John's
one.
Completely lost. Doesn't understand epistemology or how people.
I don't know what
you offering nonsense. You ain't going to be able to digest that.
So as somebody said, I don't think you can build one in your garage. But I think they're not that difficult to build if you really are insistent upon disproving the whole point of the Foucault pendulum, then yes, you should go build one yourself.
I don't think he is. Yeah. Dartmouth on YouTube built one 15 years ago on YouTube. Like you can watch the video of someone else making
Dartmouth.
Their own. Yeah. Dartmouth.
Oh, Dartmouth.
It took like It took like 5 seconds to check if someone else has done it outside of a museum, dude.
Yes, but I'm not asking you to check and then you to tell me that you believe it without watching it. I'm asking
you come around my fucking house, bring your pendulum and fucking show me.
No, I don't mean that either. I mean, give Slitsy a video and say, look, this is what they look for. It might look like this. After they measure it again and again and again, this thing will go over there. Why didn't he just
find that video himself? They're all over the web.
No, but the point is you're trying to convince him, and he doesn't trust you. It's like you don't get it.
What am I supposed to do other than to tell him stuff that he can check himself?
Try to convince him as a man and an adult, not just say, this is true, you should believe it.
I'm not saying, I'm saying if he believes that all of science is a fraud, then he should just fucking go out and build a Foucault pendulum. He should just go out and build a Foucault pendulum. Stop, I'm talking. He should just go out and build a Foucault pendulum and see for himself. It's not that difficult.
You don't understand how to convince someone of something that you want to convince them of.
Apparently not.
If you're on a ball, John, if you're on a ball, how do you make that spin equal everywhere you are in the world? How does that work?
That is beautiful. How do you make a ball spin at one rate and not have different rates of spin depending on where you are on the ball? I love that. That's classic. Thank you, Schlitzy.
I just would have thought like the ball would be spinning in the middle. You know, like when you right, look, if I had a ball and I span it and I put like a hose pipe on the top of the ball, I'm sure all the water would just spin off in the middle. it would go down to the bottom, but predominantly you'd see the spin of the water coming from the middle because, like, I'm sure that's rotating.
Yeah.
So you think a ball could rotate?
Possible. I don't know. I might be fucking wrong.
One place it could
Sure, now
rotate
you're gonna
once
tell
every
me.
24 hours. At another place it could rotate once every 36 hours. And how wouldn't that kind of like mess up the shapes of the continents when you have like South America moving at a different rate around the Earth that North America
I know
is?
why you say that. I know why you say
You know why
it.
I say that? Yeah, I say that because it's fucking obvious.
No, it's to fit your fucking
Okay.
maths, you clown. I
So
don't
let's
need a
see.
PhD to fucking work that one out, John. That's why I fucking asked you. I want it coming out of your fucking mouth.
So what we notice when we spin things on the Earth is that the Earth is affecting
Everything
the thing
has
on
to
it.
go around at the same rate. I know, because
No,
it's
no,
just
no,
a
no.
fucking illusion what you fucking appeal to.
The thing is, right, you got a basketball and you spin it. There's air around it that will slow it over time, and then that little pivot point on the ground. So in order for that thing to keep on spinning, it can't be resting upon anything else. So if you're trying to use model balls on like another huge object, you've got to understand that like it's very difficult to remove that friction unless you just go like the Earth can't be resting upon another surface. So when
You sound like you're
pour,
describing a porn star rather than a Earth.
yeah, but because the people who understand the globe don't say that if we pour water on top of the Earth, it falls onto something else.
No, it's just a comparison to say, you know, like I just thought, you know, if you stood at the top of the ball and it was spinning around, you wouldn't feel, I don't know.
Yeah, it's 0.0006
It would feel slower.
RPM. That restaurant that you're talking about was 0.02 RPM. Like it's almost like 60 times slower than the restaurant that you felt.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
What's the rotation? One rotation.
Well, for when who was giving the testimony of his restaurant, that restaurant rotates once every 70 minutes. The Earth does it once per day.
Yeah, but I think the rate at which it goes is, say like the world is 1,000 in your book. I think it's around 800 and something.
What are you talking about?
Right.
1,000 what?
1,000 revs per minute. I don't know.
It's not 1,000 revs per minute.
Whatever your rate is.
Yeah,
I thought that was about in comparison to size. When you extrapolate or whatever, I think it was about 800, 900. So it's not that much different.
It's 1,000 gummy bears, all right?
You're chatting pure bullshit, Sitzy.
No, how do you know what the village idiot is coming out? Oh, you don't know.
Yeah, because
no one takes anyone from where you come from. No one takes anyone serious.
None of your sentence
So get back on your tractor.
Disgusting.
Yeah, get back on your tractor.
What the other Australian was saying, like he went to the restaurant, it went round once in about 70 minutes or 2 hours, right? But the Earth goes round once in 24 hours. Which one rotated faster?
No. Don't forget, you have to do the comparison. You can't do, look, I'm in a tiny little restaurant, so you have to compare them as like, the restaurant is now as big as the world, or the world is as big as the restaurant. You've got to do one or the other to make the comparison. Otherwise, it's just like saying, I've got a big truck and you've got a little truck. My truck's bigger than your little truck.
Okay. You've got a same hypothetical clone Earth. One is going round once every 70 hours, and the other's going around once every day. I think we all know.
Hold on.
Got,
I'm gonna actually let me ask something which can just do the calculation.
Right. So if I've got a broom extended out from my hand and I spin round once per minute, does the length of the broom change that rotation? I can control it and make my complete rotation like once in a minute. I just hold the end of the broom out and move round once per minute. Now, I let go of the broom. I'm not holding anything. I put my arms close to my body and I rotate once per minute. What's the difference?
You reckon you can make a video to do that?
Yeah.
You need a video to imagine that?
Yeah, if you make a video, I'd be super impressed.
You're trying to convince him actually. It's not about imagining it, is it? Because he's a skeptic.
Okay. Slitsy, put your arm out in front of you and rotate.
No. You're not.
And then put your arm close to you and rotate once in the same
that's
amount
more
of time.
imagination.
But no, he can literally do it.
No, you've got no clue what convincing or science means.
Don, I wish you would come right out and explain what it is that you look for in an explanation.
I don't know. I don't know what will convince Slitsy. What do you think?
That's very clear. That's very, very clear.
You think he wants to be convinced?
No, but he's playing as if he does. So they should at least try to.
And what's the point? I feel like that would be a waste of time. If you're saying,
sure, but I've addressed literally wasting time before. These two guys are not getting it. So they're not using the waste of time LARP to actually try and convince. They're just saying, this is what I think, over and over again.
Well, I think they're talking to him like...
What would you do differently? What would you... Okay,
I would get up videos I'd get up videos of the Foucault pendulum and show them this is what they measure, this exact thing, where this processes to here, and show them pictures of it. Not just say there's one in a museum.
The videos
would be of the ones in the museums, like more than likely.
Yeah, and can you see them process on that video or not?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you show them?
All right, let's go to the 15-year-old video that
the fact
we're
you don't
doing
want
history.
The fact you don't want to suggests that maybe there isn't any data there at all, and you just believe.
I mean, these have been posted in the chat all day. We've been talking about this for quite a while. I mean, I've
been witnessing it for half an hour, and there's no evidence. It's just them two saying this happens.
Right. Fair enough.
He doesn't even really know what you mean by procession.
Yeah, so let's see. It took me about 5 seconds to look for a video. Would you like to do the same? And let's look at the evidence together.
Yeah, but screen share. I'm so lazy. Lazy.
No. You have your own internet connection. You can watch a video, I believe.
I'm on Wind Up. I'm
afraid I've got to cut back in. These are 2-second videos of a pendulum that's self-powered, admitted self-powered, hitting a ball. So how is that data or proof that Earth is processing?
What do you mean self-powered?
The ones in the museums like this have got a copper magnet that pushes it.
Simply to keep it oscillating.
It doesn't push it.
And so the suggestion from a conspiracy theorist is maybe they're pushing it round as well.
Yeah, well, they aren't, and
maybe
if they
they're
want to check it
creating
out,
a procession to prove Earth's rotating.
And if they really, really want to show for themselves, then they can just go out and build one. It's not that difficult. The fact that they will never do anything themselves tells you something that you should understand.
Yeah, but I'm not.
If the argument is going to be
Right,
this
John.
video is fake, then there's no point whatsoever. Then the whole exercise is a waste of time. That's invincible skepticism. There's no amount of evidence you can prove that they won't just say, "Oh, this is fake for this reason. This is not valid for another."
I guess
Like I don't understand why I have to provide a video when he can just extend his hand and rotate and withdraw his hand and rotate, and notice that if he takes the same amount of time, whether he extends his hand or
that's
not.
theory. That you can't prove the Earth's
That's
rotating
theory.
because someone
That's
can move
just
their arm.
theory.
You're not listening.
Even I'm laughing.
Your epistemology is totally broken.
You can believe that, but you haven't demonstrated how.
Because you think someone spinning their arm and trusting a glober in Discord is proof Earth rotates.
It's hilarious.
It's ridiculous.
That's not what I've made a claim. That's not my claim.
That's what you said
I'm
he could
saying-
do.
I'm
I'm
not
confused.
saying
You're all fighting each other. What's that?
you're
mean?
claiming I'm doing things that I'm not, and that's just really a bit of a clown show on your behalf.
I could give up on you two and ask Slitzy, and he won't have made any progress.
This is all for you,
Interesting
Schlitzy.
analysis, Vaughn,
Mommy and Daddy are
but-
fighting because of you.
Oh,
But-
I feel like a damsel who wasn't in distress, and you're fighting over me, guys.
And
Guys,
now I'm making my own point is
guys,
that
stop
unless you
fighting.
do this,
You're making me
just-
blush.
You're trusting there's a procession because of Earth spin. And maybe someone's tricked you online with a trick setup. I know Andy said they wouldn't do that. And I think that's good logic, but try and hold your feet to the fire. You haven't really got that good evidence.
It's not that they wouldn't do it.
That-
It's like they've
that-
been
that
saying, well, you can
rotation
do this
doesn't-
yourself.
You're saying I can't tell if rotation exists over time.
Not by watching a YouTube video about Foucault pendulums.
That was your idea.
Right. So he doesn't believe the
I
Foucault's
wanted to-
pendulum
I wanted to
Oh,
show.
Blake.
based on a
measurement.
misunderstanding of what rotation is.
Oh, Blake,
when I-
are you
we're going
standing
to
up? Are you
When I say
standing up?
show someone a visual, I do not mean a 10-second YouTube short with the action point. I mean the whole thing.
Oh, Blake, are you standing up?
Yeah.
You got something on your heel. Have a look.
Right.
Okay, here's one that describes the theory.
Oh, hello.
But then you're going to say, oh, it's a 3D animation.
It sounds like
Yeah,
let's
that's
see.
terrible.
You
That's all that is a
You-
theory. Freemasonic theory.
you can just say words, but that doesn't make them true because
Is it?
if
That's
I-
magic.
if-
though.
Exactly.
if I myself can rotate round one in 1 minute and I myself can rotate round once in 2 minutes, that's a difference that I'm fully capable of
Yeah, so you're
recognizing.
saying
But
pendulums
how
might
fat are
process.
you?
They might
How fat
process
are
if
you?
Earth rotates, but you haven't actually seen that yourself.
How fat are you?
Yeah, so you want to say that I've never seen a Foucault's pendulum. Okay, that's claims on you.
You've never done the data measurement, so you trust that they do swing if Earth's rotating, and some swing cause Earth's rotating.
Process, not swing. They all swing.
That's your theory.
That's the fallacy of like, I must do it, therefore it's true. There's plenty of things that you haven't
Sorry,
done.
when I say
that
swing,
other
I mean
people have
process.
done.
I mean process, I always forget, because it's flat earthers that say it's swinging because the globe's spinning.
You're not fighting again, are you? Don't fight. Be nice to each other.
No, I'm just trying to say this evidence is more based on trust and theory. It's not an actual sort of
like,
real thing
I'm not
that you
being.
can see.
What does it prove? It don't even prove anything. It just fucking some
Yeah, I know.
nonsense. It's some
It could have
parlor trick.
another reason, like a magnetic toroid.
Yeah, it could be like some fucking
Nobody's saying that it's improved.
in
They're saying it's
magnetic
evidence.
ants walking around underneath the pendulum just by chance. We can't
So,
rule it out
Dawn,
because we can't be 100%.
if you're not basing your trust on any other person, why do you believe, or like, on what basis do you think the Earth is a globe and is rotating?
Because
And what
Dawn's
sort-
been
You're not getting it,
lobotomized.
man.
You don't
I
know
trust
that.
I trust this Foucault pendulum shit, but I also think it's possible they could set it up to trick someone if it wasn't real. So I'm going with
Which is more likely, though?
literally skepticism, and you're trying to convince them just by saying, I think it's true.
Yeah. Thank you,
like,
Dawn. That's kind of
because I can tell the difference between one rotation in 1 minute versus one rotation in 24
That's
hours.
nothing to do with proving it happened because of Earth.
there's no correlation. It's just some parlor trick, and then you're going, yeah, but it's this and it's that, and you've got some maths to go with it, and it's kind of you blinded me by the science.
That kind of
Regardless of whether it's a
on
parlor
me.
trick, there is a correlation. You can't
So
just say
that
there's not.
basically puts it.
It's like you're cupping my balls
I
and
know, that's
telling me
madness.
it's
Yeah, that means every single
I'm just
person in
holding
the
it.
world has to build their own Foucault pendulum. So they themselves can verify that there isn't some secret magnet in there.
I don't think there is a secret magnet, but it's just
there
not.
literally is in all of the big ones to show people.
Oh yeah, the ones that are in the museums are definitely just they're nonsense. It's just a gimmick to show something.
Yeah, but I'm saying if it's real, they could do actual measurements and show people the precession with a time lapse and data.
Yeah, but come on, they're never going to do that. It's a gimmick. Who's going to come up and goes, you know what? That fucking pendulum was just fucking bollocks. I'm never going there again. Bollocks. You ain't going to pay the money.
I actually think you've got a logical position on this.
I don't.
Well,
I think
you
it's
don't,
just some
because you're a globot. You're a globot.
Yeah. But if they do
I don't need to
provide
be
data, that's a
You're a
level of
globot
trust in the
polisher.
data, right?
Not when you pretend to misunderstand it, Slitzy. Just when you claim it's a parlor trick. That's logical.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's a part. Look, regardless, even I don't know. I just can't see how all the maths works for some nonsense, which is more trickery than anything science, because there's just that amount of time lapse, and they've just come up, they've conjured up. That's what they've done. 300 years later, some smart, clever arsehole has conjured up something.
The reason, Don, that his position is not logical is that he starts with the premise that it's all a parlor trick and it's all trickery. That's why it's not logical.
You're a globot, and you're just polishing the maths on globalism. It's just ridiculous.
So, okay, then you're proposing a world that requires 8 billion Foucault pendulums that each individual makes themselves to verify there's no shadowy figure in the background.
Who wants to do that? That's nonsense. Why would you waste your time on replicating a parlor trick?
It's not a parlor trick.
I
You
think
yourself
really what I think should happen, I think you should admit this from the global book of tricks and just say fuck that pendulum. Shit.
I mean, no flat earthers believe that the pendulum isn't.
I'm not a
right?
flat earther. I'm a globo, and I can't believe you're even.
I'm just saying in general, both sides believe that the pendulum is doing what it's doing. No one's disagreeing with that. We just have different conclusions for what it means.
No, we just literally went through how it could be a parlor trick completely.
Well, the trick is what it's saying. It's saying it proves something.
Well,
yeah, they got a claim with it, yeah.
I didn't say it
proves
proves
does
anything.
usually misunderstand the claim on purpose. That is true.
I actually said,
if you really want to confirm or deny whether it's a parlor trick, let's build one together and test if it's a parlor trick or not. We can remove all
you must
magnets.
have some fucking long old arms if you can help me build something.
Well, it's the Jaronism of pendulum experiments. You won't believe it until you do it. Jaron Campanella, dude.
Dressing weirdo.
Like, he changed his mind about the globe because he had to literally do something himself.
Didn't he
He
cross
didn't do
over
anything
or
himself,
something?
dude.
Someone
What
said
are
he
you
was
talking about,
cross-dressing.
dude? He's a fake.
He's a fig.
Yeah, even if you think he's a fake, like, he went
I
and
don't
did
know
something
him. I don't know
himself.
the guy. Someone said he was cross-dressing. I don't believe that. I don't know.
Did Austin
Right.
flip?
So if the hyper-skepticism requires you to do it yourself, so you can verify that there's no funny business going
Look,
on,
we
then
could
do it yourself.
we could build 30 fucking Vulcan pendulums. I don't think it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, they've already been built. You're free to visit all of them at your own expense.
No, they're just they're little toys in the museum to get the punters through the door. We've established
Prove
that.
it.
I think we
Prove
found
that.
a new fallacy, the appeal to Jaren fallacy. Whatever Jaren believes. So I guess we have to believe the moon landings didn't occur because Jaren doesn't believe that.
That's just a ridiculous conclusion. So what you're doing, again, is just avoiding the evidence that shows what the globe is, because you have to resort to
What
saying,
evidence?
I'm the
What
only one
evidence?
that can... Yeah,
You're saying
you have to
evidence. I'm still
pretend-
saying
you have
what
to
fucking
pretend-
evidence? Show me the evidence.
you have to pretend there's things
Yeah,
happening in the
exactly.
background.
We have to pretend that we're on some magical ball, and you're coming out with some magical mathematics. Mathematics doesn't
At the moment, you're doubting the
display reality.
validity. At the moment, you're doubting the validity of the Foucault pendulum, and there's some sort of magnet that's affecting the results, and you're not trusting the results.
No, yes, you're absolutely wrong there. The ones in the museum are mechanized to fucking give the illusion that this, but they don't give. They're not pretending, because if you ask the guy, he will tell you.
And investigated the mechanism. Why do you make the claim that the mechanism does something when you haven't been there to investigate the mechanism?
Did no, mate? It's just like, you're not listening, are you? I told
don't
you.
think you fully investigated the mechanism, and
The one in London, they will tell you it's on a mechanism which continually keeps that in motion. Nothing to do with anything. And I think, why would they use a mechanism? Why would they use a mechanism?
What kind of mechanism? How does it work?
There's a guy who just walks around the museum. Oh, what's the time? Oh yeah, push time. Boom. Give it a little nudge. I don't understand that.
No. Actually, see. What does the mechanism keep in motion? Does it keep the swing in motion or the precession?
I don't know. I didn't really go into it. It just says it's on a mechanism to keep it in motion.
Seem to be making a claim.
I don't know. Why don't you go there and ask?
Stand behind the claim, or don't make the claim to begin with.
Oh, is this on blueprint?
Yeah,
you're not going to burst your blood vessel, are you?
Shit. Clearly, the implication there is that the mechanism is meant to fake the precession. Not
why don't you? I'll give you the number.
I think he does get
London.
that.
I'll give you the number of London. You phone him up and ask him yourself. How about that?
I don't need to.
Dawn, confirm to this creature that they're on a mechanism in the museum.
You're drilling home the fact that it could be fake, but they thought you misunderstood it again.
No, he's drilling home the fact that it could be fake, and then he hides back and denies that's his claim. He's not being honest.
That blueprint.
You're talking about the mechanism.
Yesterday.
So you talk to a guy in a museum, and he says it operates by a mechanism. What kind of mechanism?
I don't fucking know. I don't think he fucking knew. He's just a fucking geezer.
So how can you then leap to the
phone the
conclusion
motherfuckers up? I'll give you the number.
that
Phone them up.
they're-
Do it live stream. You can fucking ask him. How about that?
You can too. You can too. You can go to the museum again. Like
You've got all the gear. I've got no idea. You've got all the gear.
there's plenty of museums near you that you can visit, and you can ask, how does the mechanism really work? Does the mechanism affect the precession? Does the mechanism just pull it back and forth? Like you didn't ask about the mechanism, and then you.
So I'm going to ask him in Spanish, and you're going to understand the response in Spanish.
I don't need to have the conversation about the mechanism in the pendulum, because we can investigate what the mechanism is.
Well, you're not. Well, I tell you what, right? You're a shit investigator if you're asking me to relay the mechanism of the thing that you want to investigate. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you
Nobody on
claimed
this has the conversation.
I didn't claim anything. I'm just telling you what the fucking guy said to me. Is that a claim? No. I'm the messenger. I'm telling you the message.
We're telling you.
And now you're trying to say I'm making a claim. You're making the claim. You're making the claim.
Oh my god.
Oh,
if you are
Duflon.
Clearing this up, giving you advice on how to move forward and getting more information. Those on this side of the conversation aren't in any doubt about how that mechanism operates.
Look, it's a bit like your paper. Very fucking biased, yeah?
I mean, I don't know if these people want to talk about it. I'm happy to if you want to.
Oh, no, I can't be bothered. I told you. I read it for you.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I read it for you, didn't I? I read it, like I said.
You were told that there's a mechanism, and then jumped to the conclusion that the mechanism causes the precession.
Exactly. I told you this 10 minutes ago. Of course he thinks that. That's the conspiracy theory that we think could be. But he's going with it definitely is. All fake.
And to be clear, he didn't.
I think the ones in the museum.
You can teach him again the theory that it could still process.
Can we settle on this? The ones in the museum are Faco Baco, yeah, from Waco. They're Faco, yeah. If you want to believe they're real, then obviously you've slurped on the Kool-Aid, and that's the way you want to go. But so, if you want to say in reality there's this experiment, I still don't. I get it. It does this thing, yeah, but I don't think that proves that.
You get it.
So that you leave yourself with the only option of building one yourself, because you can't trust anyone else's.
But why would I waste my time on some fucking parlor trick?
Exactly.
Because
it's not going to prove. If I build something,
it can't be a parlor trick if you do it yourself. There won't be a magnet.
I'm not saying that it don't do something, but I don't think it's doing what you pretend it's doing.
That's where you're stuck. You're not sure.
You're not sure
if it's real.
Nor are you.
All fake.
Are you 100% sure it's doing what you think it's doing?
About as confident in my ability to rotate.
You can't be a glober if you're 100% sure.
They're 100%.
Huh?
They're 100% sure. It definitely processes.
They're not true. You can't be a glober if you're 100% sure. You can't be.
Fair enough. They don't see any nuance in it.
You can't be 100% sure, because you can't be 100% sure about anything.
Sure, we can. I can. I'll bite that bullet.
What can you be 100% sure about?
They mean
everything that happens to my nervous
system. 3 people spoke all at the same time. I didn't hear one.
So, my confidence level in the pendulum is about as confident as my ability to rotate my body from straight ahead slowly to rotating to the left. That's the confidence level. Like, if I'm going to doubt that,
Are you fat?
No.
Okay.
That's the confidence level of which I
Usually
place.
fat people are not very confident. That's why I asked.
There's no logic to run from one to the other.
I know, but fat people ain't very confident. That's why I asked. So you can be
No,
the
not what
first
you.
confident
That was
fat person
definitely
I've ever
irrelevant.
met.
So,
Like, the confidence is in the amount of evidence supporting it.
yeah, but that's nothing to do with turning your own body.
Yeah.
I have a lot of evidence that I can do this. Do you doubt the evidence that I can do this?
Yeah, of course
Would
things
you-
spin. Things spin, but
Yeah,
that
yeah.
doesn't give you any
If I
evidence.
stuck you on a
Pendulum
rotisserie, you'd be
process.
turning.
It's not just the confidence in this thing being what they say it is. It's also in the corollary not being true, which is the conspiracy. Like, for that to be true would take an enormous amount of, I wouldn't even call it faith. It's just incredulity that I don't think is warranted in the least.
If there is a conspiracy in every single museum, then the only possible scenario is that I make one myself to
Not a conspiracy.
ensure.
No one in the museum knows it's a conspiracy. They're all fooled like you guys. It's people full. It's a museum full of people like you guys that believe you guys beg the question of what the pendulum is proving.
Yes.
They don't have to be part of it, but the conspiracy does have to exist.
Yeah, but it's very high up. It's not anyone in the museum.
It's free.
So who or what is conspiring that if and when I let go of that pendulum, that as it goes back and forth, what is conspiring to cause the precession?
That's you. You haven't done that. You haven't got your own pendulum to process because of Earth. So that's not a conspiracy. That's just you with a pendulum.
The conspiracy is telling you guys that the Earth is spinning versus the sky's, ether flow.
Oh, look, this is what it is. Look, I fucking
that's the
Googled it and
possible
found out
conspiracy.
exactly what it is. Do you want to hear it?
Only took you 3 hours.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I only just Googled it just fucking now, so it didn't take me 3 hours, did it?
It took you 3 hours to start to Google it. But go ahead. Tell us what it is. Educate us.
In London, like many others around the world, the one at the Science Museum or at Greenwich, is kept in motion by a hidden electromagnetic drive mechanism.
What direction is that motion?
I don't fucking know. We're in the northern hemisphere. I would imagine it's fucking clockwise. I don't know. I don't really care. There's one at Greenwich.
We should definitely move on if you don't care.
In the museum.
Like I said, if you're going to doubt the mechanism and you don't want to misrepresent the mechanism, the only choice there is that you'd have to build the device yourself.
But he's not gonna. Because what's the point? Because it's already fake.
Oh, come on. I said to you, look, you used, in your paper, what I read, you used SunCalc. That's kind of biased in itself when you're pretending to be unbiased in your findings. And I said, look, wouldn't it be better if we done real-time observations and got people, globe, flat people, other kind of people, to make those observations, and we could do it all at different times and submit the information, even if you've got you've got your calculations which you got from that thing, and we could put the real ones, if we could get people in the places where you said and get them real-time observations and see the comparison between the both. Wouldn't that be great?
Sure. Yeah, they did that. That's in the paper. Slice Barcane did that in what 20? I don't remember.
But that you're just
you're
relating
that's
something.
not enough anyway.
You're relating
Either way, the
something.
reason that I use SunCalc is that it's accessible to anyone. You can test it. You can test the validity
who gives a
of
fuck about
itself.
SunCalc? SunCalc's
There
assuming
we
you're on a
go.
testicle, and we're not.
That's the
You
point.
haven't established that.
Right.
This is the
I
fucking
have
difference.
actually. I tested it myself.
You
I tested it
haven't.
myself. It is an experiment I built into it. The mechanism.
You're
for
trying to prove
falsifiability.
something.
Easy for
You're trying to
anybody
prove
to do it on their own.
something. Look, you're trying to
Right.
prove something with something that already proves what you're trying to prove. It doesn't make no sense.
Disprove it.
Show me that if there's a conspiracy,
reality, and
oh
you
my
disprove my entire thing.
I'm sorry,
Let's
but
see.
you're not doing magic trick.
I agree, it's not a matter of
If there is a hypothetical conspiracy with dateandtime.com, his measurements would point that out and go, look, my measurements, which I've tried to do very carefully, debunk date and time. But he tried and tried to do the best measurements he can, and what happened?
They were spot on. I got someone in the US to do the same. Theirs were spot on as well.
Can I just
Can
say,
you walk us through it if that's okay? If it doesn't take too much time, or Don, did you have something? Sorry.
quick? I just want to say quickly. They
Get
finally
yourself a pillow. Get yourself a pillow.
see. Listen,
It's gonna be long.
they finally posted it. You can see the pendulum with a pen on it, going backwards and forwards, and it slowly squiggles one way to the other way. So that's the
Where's
evidence.
it?
And then you can
Where's
decide. You can decide why it does that. And
Where's it?
you could also call him a trickster, but this is one guy on YouTube, and it looks kind of like it could be real.
15 past the hour.
So I'm just saying that's the evidence, and then you can decide why it would do that.
Thank you, Don. Do they have to start the motion, or does the motion start on its own?
It stops on its own, apparently. No, not really.
You always
No,
start it.
That's what I'm saying. This is bullshit.
It goes for an hour
Watch
to
the
48
video.
hours, but if you want it to keep going, then you have to keep pushing it with a magnet, tiny bit.
Push it with a magnet.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a swing set. That doesn't change the direction. It just,
Hopefully.
yeah, hopefully, yeah. But
I mean,
yeah, you could do this cement bucket by a string and just weight it out and just carefully pull back the weight and then let it go and measure and observe what's happening.
What one did you post, Dawn? 6 past the hour.
No, I didn't, but because I complained, Juru ended up posting a good
Oh,
one.
Juru. Who's
I think
this guy, anyway?
That's the best one. But people
This is the best one.
People have said this is fake too.
He's
This
got a
is somebody-
fucking globe on a wire. Are you taking the piss?
No, just watch it, and then when you get to that music bit, you see the pen,
Fucking
and
got a globe.
you'll see the curved line. If he's a trickster, yeah, then that means he's learned to do this special museum trick from some group, and then made his own trick in his garage, and that's when it becomes.
Look, I'm not being funny. He's in his pajamas now. He's got a stopwatch out.
I know some people do tricks in their shed, but some people do real things in their shed.
And if you doubt this, you're free to do it yourself. Make sure there's no wind. Make sure there's no twist in your rope. Get a
Make sure there's no electromagnets affecting the.
Oh my god, who dug this motherfucker up? He's got brown eyes. It looks like he's been punched in the face 20 times.
Does that change what the bucket is doing?
No, but you can't take this clown serious. Look, this motherfucker ain't been out of the house in, I don't know, 10 years. His skin is magnolia. He's got brown eyes, so he obviously just I don't know.
That makes sense
Hasn't
that he'd
slept
be an
very
expert
well.
in swinging things in the basement.
Yeah, all
Makes sense.
Globers, all Globers have that complexion and stay inside all day.
He's definitely very vampirical looking.
So to challenge
And he's
that,
very sweaty as
would a
well.
flat
Have you
earther
noticed
like
how
to
sweaty
volunteer
he is?
to do this experiment also? Would a flat earther or globe skeptic like to do this experiment? Because every experiment they're showing you, you doubt. So the only option is for you to do it yourself.
How do you know what experiments I doubt?
He's got brown eyes. You can't take him seriously. Come on, dude.
And Bill, the next step would be they do it themselves and then they claim it's electromagnetism, like Kurt said. And then how would you convince them it's spinning instead?
Wait, so where's the electromagnet that they put in their own experiment?
You're not supposed to put it, dude.
Around in the sky and something in the earth, plus or minus, something like that.
Yeah, isn't your priest Einstein, head priest? He said you can't measure like Earth's rotation with an optical experiment, which means anything you look at that you set up on Earth.
I suppose if you want to quote Einstein, you can do that, but that doesn't
Okay, well,
tell
he
you
says
anything
you guys are
about
begging the question with the precession thing. So
right. So
Einstein was
while you're skeptic of like how electromagnetism works, like how are you going to remove electromagnetism from your experiment area?
Why don't
you can't do that
on the floor?
That's why Glover's always claim you can remove all electrostatic. You can't do that.
Don't stop.
Right. So what kind of material would you use to make sure that there's as little influence on the substance as possible?
You just lowering it doesn't remove it completely. Everything is charged. Everything has is being tugged by the ether flow. So that's why all your experiments just are faulty because you claim
there's no evidence of ether flow.
There isn't really. You never looked up at the sky.
What's happening in the sky doesn't affect what's happening in the sky.
There's literally a vortex above us at all times, and you're saying there's no evidence of it. There's a vortex above us at all times, spinning around the North Pole, which is the magnetic north, the center of the toroid, and you're saying there's no evidence of ether flow.
Yeah, because magnetic north isn't the same as geographic north. That's measurably true.
It's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that at the center of the magnetic field in both models is the center of this rotation above us.
No, it's actually different. The center of the magnetic pole is different from the rotation pole.
Yeah, but that's just in your model, though.
No, it's measurable by compass.
It can't be different
they've taken
because you said
compasses through the North
It's measurable
Pole,
when
and
you cross check it with globe maps.
Even flat ones, like the North magnetic pole isn't the North geographic pole.
Yeah, but you guys, we don't go to the North Pole, right? So you're cross checking that with your belief in the model and what they tell you where everything is.
No, incorrect. People at the North Pole were navigating to Polaris. They found out where exactly on Earth they can be directly underneath Polaris on that world, right?
But flat earthers don't trust people that are allowed at the North Pole.
Then the flat earthers can't trust Polaris and can't trust their own maps.
That's not about the angle to Polaris. It's about people in the North Pole.
Yeah, Polaris exists whether your globe is or not.
Right. So the Polaris star has to be directly above a particular location on Earth. So when you've got many observers in Europe, Russia, China, and in the seas in the North Pole, they all will face a North Pole. that seems to be at a location in the sky, right? That location in the sky must be above a location on the ground. So
Yeah, we agree.
circles of latitude are measurable on the ground. So when you are measuring portions of Europe and measuring portions of Africa, you can notice what the measurements are doing as they as you measure east to west. You notice that the angle between 0 degrees east and 10 degrees east is smaller, and at the equator, 0 degrees east to 10 degrees east is larger. And when you go down into the southern oceans, it's smaller again, 0 degrees to 10 degrees. So again, we're back to the latitudes and longitudes measurements, which in Australia, like where I am, the distance between 140 and 150 is 10 degrees, but it's only about 700 to 800 kilometers. At the equator, it's 1,000, and up in a similar latitude up north, it is measurably also 7 to 800. So there's a very big problem when lines of latitude go smaller, larger, smaller. That doesn't happen on flat surfaces.
So you're just changing the subject though, because you're not refuting what I said about us not being able to prove if there's a difference between the North Pole and the geographic north. You're just changing the subject, right? So before we move on, you're just not.
Yeah. So because we know of that coordinate system, we compare that North Star to where our magnets are pointing. And that's why, even on a flat map, you'll need to make a declination correction. You'll need to make, if your particular part of the world has a map that says to find true north, you will have to move your compass 10 degrees. And if you keep on following...
What do you think that proves? I'm not sure what you're trying to prove right now with what you're saying.
Yeah, so the map is saying that the magnetic north is this way, and it's saying true north is 10 degrees the other way. By very definition, the magnetic pole is separated by 10 degrees from your location to the difference of true north and
have you been to North Pole?
magnetic.
I haven't been to North Pole. I haven't checked what happens once you get to the North Pole if it starts to if the declination goes down as you get closer. Maybe it still ends up at the same place. Like you don't know if there's an actual difference because you've never been there.
And all the places that people navigate in the north, they have a declination angle that indicates the difference between true north and magnetic north.
Yeah, but they, for the most part, don't go to...
You can observe that.
So what they did was compared what Polaris showed them to what the magnet showed them. And that's the declination difference between magnetic north and true north.
Yeah, but we don't know if the magnetic field could just be pulling in a non-linear path to that same location. You've never gone to that location, so you don't know where exactly it takes you.
So are you saying Polaris is true north?
The location of Earth.
No
matter your location on
Polaris
Earth,
true north?
Currently, we would navigate towards Polaris currently. Like people in the north navigate, like people in Russia, China, Europe, and all that. They're comparing their navigation to that star to the navigation to the magnetic point, and it's
so is
really
that true
difficult.
north? Is that I'll ask the question again. Is that true north, Polaris?
Polaris?
Would they use that star to find true north?
It's close.
Huh?
Hmm?
Can't hear you. Hello?
I think he's hot, Mike.
It's close enough to being useful to find out where true north is on the ground. Yeah.
Did you Google that?
Well, that's how they mapped the northern hemisphere.
So the whole
It's too
the
easy.
whole map is based on the sky. Now we agree. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, that doesn't work with the lines of latitude, which are also mapped on the sky, which have been measurably shown that the northern radius is small, the equatorial radius is large, and the southern radius is small.
But it's based
Welcome to
it's based
Globe
on the
Earth.
sky. It's based on the sky, though.
Horrible fucking little pun.
It's also based on the ground, but for navigational purposes, we have a south celestial pole and a north celestial pole. That's not a plausible explanation on a flat Earth. You can't. Polaris and
Well,
Stellar Octantis
what if the sky?
aren't the same star.
Yeah. What if the sky isn't like a perfectly what's it called? It's not, everything isn't perfectly linear like in the sky, and you guys are just kind of taking it as like a forget the word.
Like it's not linear. There's a celestial sphere.
Okay, so how would you use that to figure out what the shape of the map is, the ground?
So instead of Polaris in the southern hemisphere, we can't see Polaris. So we're using the south celestial pole. So that's close enough to Stellar Octantis. And from that, we have a celestial south pole, and likewise we have lines of latitude, and you can use half a degree, a full degree, 10 degrees. These are all just lines of latitude that people like the people who discovered Australia, people who discovered that Tasmania was separated from the land by sailing through Bass Strait. And so this celestial navigation was useful for defining and seeing that lines of latitude work from the south celestial pole and increase to the equator, and from the north pole increasing to the equator. So the equator being halfway, which is why it's called equal, means one side is decreasing to its south side and one side is decreasing to its north side. So that's really just describing a globe right there.
Sorry I was hot, Martin.
What if there's areas in the south that people aren't allowed to navigate in, which is just the case? So how would you know if there isn't just missing pieces of the south? So you guys kind of tighten up the map down there, and it's actually way wider. You just are only giving like a smaller degree of information on it.
Yeah, so let's consider that like the width of Australia. It crosses about 4 time zones. 240 nautical miles east to west. So what we can measure is like, what is 240 nautical miles here? What is 240 miles at the equator? And a similar line of latitude up north. And again, you've got a length, like from that radial circle that is described from the North Star to 45 degrees north, that same star to the equator. We've all got that mapped out, and doing the same from the south, it increases to the equator. So from the equator, you notice that the biggest lengths are at the equator, and if you diverge north, they shrink, and as you diverge south, they shrink. This is over a distance of like 240 nautical miles. And people have measured this in South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, Samoan Islands, and the Cape of Good Hope, the Cape Horn Peninsula. Like, they've been sailing for the last 300 years using these systems. They're really effective at like understanding that not only is it practical, reality wouldn't be able to be navigated another way, because if reality was different, we'd have a totally different navigation system.
How would you know if like there was just way more ocean in the south and the magnetic field causes the sky to appear to get smaller in the south, and then you guys just treat it as if the ground is somehow correlated with that change in the sky's rotation or however it's set up? You know, we don't see the God view of this whole system. You guys are just giving a map and a way to navigate it, and you think, oh, because it works, then what we're told about it is true, which is just why Globers have such a hard time with waking up from the globe, because they're given a model that works. So let that sink in before you auto response.
I don't know. Maybe you want to think about that a little more. I mean, you're asking. We have a model that works. How are we so confident?
Isn't that what you guys always ask us for, a model? Like, you just want a replacement. You want us to be your new daddy if you're gonna leave your current daddy. You want your stepdaddy to have like better explanations.
So we've gone
open-minded. We just want the truth. We can't tell you what we don't know.
Many humans have gone before us. We're sitting on the shoulders of giants who've done measurements from at least 1799, if not longer beforehand. And so when we're measuring parts of the South, and I would agree that like 80% or more navigation is helpful to the people in the North, because that's where the bulk of the population is. But now that the population has spread over to this Southland, we've been able to navigate throughout this Southland. As I said, South Africa, New Zealand, like the bottom of Chile. These are all really fruitful places that humanity has been able to navigate to. So when these people were sailing to either to that South Celestial Pole or the Northern Celestial Pole, there was no real difference between, like, you're at the equator, it starts going to night, you look north, and the stars appear to be rotating to you in a sort of clock or anti-clockwise direction, and you go, okay, it's going that direction. And then they head south, and it's the opposite direction. And so at night, while at the equator, they just watch the stars go east to west, right above their heads at the equinox. And so nothing about the sky indicates that it's being distorted in different ways at all, because it's symmetric even in the sky at night above the equator. It's symmetric.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's why I said that, but that still doesn't prove like what the ground is. You guys are just giving a correlation of like this, matches like this.
So there's the strength of the coordinate system. So if we're talking about how we're measuring the land, we can go to reciprocal zenith angles using survey methods. And the benefit of that is, like, we can do distances of like 27 miles, where we can set up something plumb at one place and set up something plumb at another place, and we can compare the two. And as we do this, we go, okay, there's air in between. Is that affecting the result? And we investigate the what the air is doing as best we can. We were looking at prisms and how light shines through different substances at different rates. And we figured out over time that, like, generally speaking, the air above us can only bend light so much. And there's a bit of a ballpark figure, but on average, we can go, the light only bends so much. But if we want to check it, we can check by the temperature and the atmospheric pressure and compare the two and go, this is what it is at A, this is what it is in between, and this is what it is at the end result. So there's definitely ways to, like, integrate what the atmosphere is doing between position A and position B. And after doing that survey, the reciprocal zenith angles show us that if there was flatness, my survey device would be 90 degrees and your survey point would be 90 degrees. So over that 27 miles, we noticed there's a measurable mismatch, and these two locations are subtly leaning away from each other. That's not possible on a flat surface.
If I can just quickly respond to what sounded like something of an accusation. The reason I asked for models is not because I need some replacement sky daddy or whatever the fuck you call it. Simply because my experience, every time a flat earther gives me a model that shows some flat earth phenomenon, it immediately breaks down when you try to plug in any other flat earth phenomenon. So it's just a way to show people that their worldview is somewhat contradictory.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're talking about exactly, but I didn't say I have a model that works. I said we're not going to stitch together like a random model just so you guys have a replacement. But I was just looking, just researching for a little bit, if there's, all the places you can't sail. And for some reason, there's more places in the south that you can't sail than in the north. So I don't know. It's like a coincidence, I guess, that goes along with my theory. But it's just a coincidence.
What do you mean they can't sail there? These are international waters. Like, they're the same as international waters everywhere else.
Yeah, they're just
to
more.
Say you can't sail there, like, there's less land in the south. Like, it's a little bit riskier to sail these vast distances because there's not as much land to go between. But to say you can't sail there, I want to see you try and back up that claim.
Yeah, I'm looking into it, but just from a cursory search, it says that there's more places in the south than the north. And also, we know about the Antarctic Treaty, so we're just not even allowed past 60th degree. So who knows, how much wider it gets.
That's demonstrably false because the tourism industry for Antarctica
it's owned by like one family. It's like three, all the commercial, the whole industry is owned. It's like completely, cornered by one family. We've already done that research. So to say that, we're
yeah. Okay, but where are they flying you to if it's not below the 60th degree?
Yeah, it could be below outside the 60th degree, but we still don't know how that isn't how those areas are in relation to what we think the map is, because they kind of they tell us where we're going. They handle all the travel there. We're not doing it independently to see how how to navigate there. They're just telling us where we're going, and they tell you where it's on the map.
So it is quite tricky. So in Australia, we've got a guy named Captain James Cook. He was navigating around Australia, Tasmania, New Zealand, right? And so as he was sailing his journeys and mapping the entire coastline of New Zealand, he went back, he came and sailed again, and he sailed as far as he could to Antarctica, but couldn't go any further because there was ice there. And what he was searching for were lands that were between Australia proper and whatever was below, and all he could find was this ice coastline. And the same happened when other people went south from South America. They went and found the coastline. And likewise with these lines of latitude, we found that there's this coastline of ice. And so as people like were landing on this ice coastline over time, you have these scatterings of like real locations in these southern latitudes that people can go to. And because like it's a bit more publicly available now, these flights are really going to those southern locations, in addition to locations that are about 700 miles inland from that coastline. Including the few tourists who go to the geographic South Pole, or as close as they can get to it, within a margin of error. And that's often happening in December. So just like you can only go so far north, you can't keep on continually going south, because that's like saying I can't go any further closer to the equator without going south, or from the north the other way. I can go north up to the, or northerly to the equator, but once I'm there, like south is behind me. Like there's a certain, it's like going, like what's the middle of the ruler? I can only go so close to the center before I'm going to the other side. So there's a lot of symmetry to the Earth, and that's been both measured in the sky to do those lines of latitude, and on the ground, understanding that a railroad track that is like 50 to 100 kilometers long is covering a certain angle, and if you do that same length of railway at the equator, it doesn't get to, say, like that 4 to 5 degree angle of Earth. Like it just doesn't. You can't just stretch railway to conform. Like one 60 mile or 60 kilometer length, and say, yeah, that covers 10 degrees here, but it only covers less at the equator, but it covers more in the north. So it's
I'm not sure what if you're trying to refute anything I said. I'm just saying there might be, the oceans might be bigger than they say, and then they restrict areas in the ocean that we can't travel in and find out. So, everyone just assumes the map is the size they say. You guys correlate it with the sky with the model, and then you think it's just true because the correlation, mathematical. But yeah, real quick, I just looked up, like you asked me to prove that there's places in the south that we can't travel. Got a list here. First one is, Antarctica, obviously, Southern Ocean. Why? Blah, blah, blah. Penguins. Second, Australian marine protected areas, Great Barrier Reef, zones, prohibited, blah, blah, blah. New Zealand, subantarctic islands, French southern Antarctic lands.
Does it say
Brazilian environmental protection zone?
Does it say? Yeah, environmental protection zones don't.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, but we don't. Yeah, flat earthers don't look at the why they say. We just we assume they're lying about why. Naval and military zones: South Africa, Australia, Chile, Brazil, blah blah.
I have environmental protection zones
exclusive
on land.
Economic zones with permits. There's a lot of places we can't.
Rainforests exist so they can not be turned into cities and stuff like that. I don't think the goal of Antarctica is to open it up to the world so it can just be a natural resource that has.
They poison everywhere in the north, but they care a lot about
correlating correlating environmental protection to you can't go there is like a false equivalence. People do go there, people have been there, and they've come back. Every year for the last 20 years, marathon runners have been flown 700 miles inland, and just for the pure, like, personal joy as a tourist, they want to claim, I've run on every continent on Earth. They go to Africa, they do a marathon there. And so they are willing to pay a company to fly them to that southerly location, and they use those lines of latitude to get the to location. So there's no real reason to claim that the oceans are larger than they think they are, especially when.
How could you prove if they aren't just by going to a certain location? How does that prove that? I don't understand how you think that proves anything.
So
if we can't fully explore the entire South to map it ourselves. We have to trust what your daddies are telling us, and we don't trust them.
No, nobody needs to trust anyone. Anybody can go anywhere in Antarctica.
You
can't. That's completely false.
No,
it might be risky, but you can do it. So let's have a look at
They plan your route with you, and you can't take any kind of fuel. You can't travel with any kind of means that would be, make you able to actually freely explore. They plan your route.
There's
who is they? Who is they? You just
the
said
people
they
that
plan your
coordinate
route.
this, people that coordinate this stuff with you when you try to do stuff like this, they literally plan it all
They're
out with you.
private
You're not just allowed to
companies.
fucking take a fucking. You can't just take like ATVs
They're
and
private
100
companies.
tons of.
So who is telling the private companies where they can go?
Yeah, it's a family. It's a family that owns all the tourism companies that go to.
Nope, there's not one family that owns every single way to get to Antarctica.
It's a couple different companies. It's one family.
There's one company. They're all owned by. There's a few companies all owned by the same person. That's a fact.
Okay, let's say it's a private company then. So there has to
well,
be
then
somebody telling them what to do.
You're saying no, it ain't. Now you've been proven wrong.
Fine, it's a private company. Who tells the private company what to do?
Okay, we don't know who this family interacts with, but they obviously are people that are involved with the Antarctic Treaty and what the limits they want.
No, well, you've obviously never read the Antarctic Treaty then, because it never says that nobody can go there. It doesn't say any of the claims.
Yeah, but it has lots of ways to regulate who can go there, obviously. So you understand that they're not just be like, you're not allowed to.
Who regulates it?
Do you want me to? I can post it if you want.
Do you regulate who comes into your own backyard? Do you regulate who comes into your own backyard?
How's it their backyard?
Not if they're creepers.
Exactly. So you yourself don't want creepers on a particular part of land. And if you're a government of like your own country, you say like, I've got people who are currently here. If you want to visit, just let us know who you are and how long you'd like to stay. If you'd like to become a citizen, here are the procedures to like join us and build our country to make it better. So
what exactly about the ice?
Oh, there's two.
What exactly about the? What about the ice is so important to keep like safe, like to keep without any chemicals or human litter? Why is it more important than the areas that we live in and where we grow our food and everything? Why does the penguins matter more than us to them?
We don't want it to be a dumping ground.
We don't want it to be. Why? But why don't we? Why do we care about that not being a dumping ground? But everything here is literally a dumping ground.
Because the rest of the world are countries that can decide what they want to do. Antarctica is not.
In country.
Yeah, Antarctica is basically a shared resource, like an international
But it's not a resource.
ocean.
They don't apparently take resources from it. So why are they so worried about the penguin's habitat, which doesn't really require not having poisons?
I use the
fish in the water.
Yeah, just like international waters, like there are certain rules that you can do things or not do things in international waters, because we're all trying to cooperate as humans to go like, can you fish here? Can you hunt here? are we going to take care of whales and dolphins and all these species? And then we have to think about, okay, there's been this
so if there's
land
whales and
there.
penguins, if there's whales like in other places of the sea that we can travel to that they don't care about, why do they care about the penguins? Like us not leaving, like bothering the penguins if people are
it's not just about the
sailing around
penguins,
the whales' habitats.
right? So we've only, as humans, we've basically only been exploring Antarctica since the 1700s. For the
According to
rest
who?
of
The history books?
well, if someone was there before that time, they haven't let us know.
Or maybe they just burnt the books, which we know they did, right? The Inquisitions. Have you heard of the
Maybe that's
Inquisition? You want
possible.
to look it up?
But as far as I can tell, like before 1600, people weren't really either able or interested in navigating to that location.
According to who? The people that wrote the books after the Inquisitions?
Okay, so when we're dealing with a worldwide population, we'd expect travel from one location that is populated to another. So when Americans are going to India and vice versa, they come to a land and find people there. They develop trade towards those nations who have people. And so as those populations interact with each other, we notice that the navigation is all due to what the human activity is. And we have gone to Australia as recent as like 1770 and discovered, yes, there are people there. We weren't interacting with them before. And so, like,
let's kill them and steal their
that's
land.
where trade. That's when trade increased with Australia. Australia had its own national developments, whether they were good or bad, because people were there and people were able to live there. And so,
what was the trade-off?
And so, as these population groups were navigating the world and interacting with people, they then went to Antarctica to navigate. They had a look at that landscape and they explored as much as they could, and they didn't find any other people. Like, the place is very difficult to live in. There didn't seem to be any coastal towns. There didn't seem to be. It was just animals. And we thought, well, we can either use this as a hunting ground for whales and whatever creatures may live there, but it was unpopulated. So the usefulness of trade was like not a factor, so we don't really have to travel there much for trade. So all of our farming and all of our trade and all of our commerce is largely based on population. And since there's basically only now a tiny population on the Antarctic stations, our trade is usually exclusive to the people who have decided to live there temporarily. So as nations who have populated the rest of the known world, we farm and trade with the larger populaces, and when we go south, we can only trade with the small amount of people who've decided, yeah, this previously unpopulated place, as far as we know, there's been no trade happening as far as we know before 1700, but once we put a handful of people there, it costs a lot to get food and medication and whatever to those people. And so the sheer amount of travel and food and commerce is more for the populated areas than the unpopulated areas.
Well, I have a question. So you're assuming everything they tell us is true, right? So like if it wasn't true that all these areas like Australia, America were just covered in, or like South America too, we're all just, continents with just native people and nothing, no kind of like cities or advanced,
Yeah, and like
commerce. Bro, you just talked for like 10 minutes, bro. I'm not even done to my
right.
So so you're saying that the history is true, and then we're told the history and that there's just natives in all these areas. But so if we were trying to figure out if the history wasn't true, would we maybe look at these areas for signs of established, cities
Yeah,
like uh,
yeah.
buildings, all kinds of things that couldn't that like very very wide, very fully built out cities in America potentially that during the 1700s or 1600s when they said they were just establishing it, that there was already like fully built out cities like San Francisco. Like, would you maybe, like, you guys just kind of spout like history like it's true, but maybe
Yeah.
if you're interested, like,
So
you should like
as a
research like
person,
what these cities look like back when they said they were
yeah,
just being established, and
as a
then
person who's been living in Australia and noticing like how little cities or technologies the people who were before um, us, um, all indications of their technology seem to be based in the hunter-gatherer kind of mindset. Their boats weren't.
but then they have to say that they're hunting and gathering and then building pyramids as a side job, which is pretty laughable. So how do you make sense of that? Because
We have
the
to.
history they tell us doesn't make sense. So they have to say that they just
The
did
history.
megalithic,
Yeah.
things
Well,
for
if there is or was a pyramid in Australia, like they haven't found it. Like the kind of things that the Australian Aboriginals seem to be interested in is sailing to the local islands, Papua New Guinea maybe,
So
but it seems to be largely coastline related where all the fruitful land is. The desert's inhospitable, and the scattered humans that were around the coastline were using smaller boats, maybe bows,
so you're
arrows,
saying there's
spears.
no so you're saying in Australia there's no advanced large megalithic civilization that was ever there. You're saying I won't find that if I look.
You're welcome to try. People are still looking through outback Australia. I mean, we've discovered like Ayers Rock. It
Okay, well,
looks like a
I have a very
natural. Yeah.
I have a very easy time doing this. It's not going to look like fully built out. It might be covered still. There might just be parts showing. They might look like caves, but the thing is, like, so Australia, I haven't really done it. I haven't really looked. I just assume it's there, and I know I'll find it if I look. And if you're interested,
Yeah.
I could do that for you, and then show you
Yeah.
what is left in Australia of the relics of the previous civilization that was everywhere.
I like people who are like better experts than me are like able to look at evidence like in like much better capacity. Like
Well,
these
are you gonna
the
be back on? Are you gonna be on here like tonight? Or like right now it's like early for me, like 1 p.m. So I'll
yeah,
be back on later. Like,
it's like 3 o'clock in the morning for me. I'm gonna have a
okay,
short
well,
sleep and I'll probably be back. Like I really shouldn't be up this late. So um more than likely in the future I won't be around at this time because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. But like yeah, the hypothetical advanced technology of the past like is questionable, and we do acknowledge that people were capable of building pyramids. The Incans were building some kind of ziggurats, and they had their own reasons to do so. But it seems like they were very good at building pyramids, but they weren't necessarily navigating to Antarctica as far as we can tell. But even if they found it, the place seems like unlivable. Like on the coastline, you might be able to be like an Inuit kind of Alaskan Eskimo, maybe, but it's unrelenting.
yeah, I'm not
It,
saying it's hospitable.
Yeah, it's a very difficult place to live in. In addition, the further south you go, the longer the days are. And you get to a certain point where, like, 4 months of the year, it's basically dark. It's basically winter there. Then you get about 4 months of spring, and then about 4 months of summer, and then it's just very difficult to live there, because if you come from a nation that goes day by day, the further south you go, it's just that the day lengths become just very difficult for any kind of living. Like, you're thinking about a people who went 700 miles inland, and for like 4 to 6 months of the year, it's nighttime at like -40, -50 degrees. Like, this place is not fit for humans unless they've got shelter. And as far as I can tell, only modern humans after 1800 and so on have bothered to put in houses that let them live there longer than like 6 months. And it's problematic because, like, the dimensions have not of the seas haven't contradicted the dimensions of any other navigation that has gone before it. Like, every time somebody tries to, like, invalidate the dimensions, like, they sail and take ships from Cape Horn to Antarctica. They take ships from New Zealand to Antarctica. They take it from the southern tip of Chile, Tierra del Fuego and such, to Antarctica. And they all meet at the coastline of the same place, and then go inward to a place that is now built called Amundsen Scott Research Station at the South Pole. And there's nothing more south than that. And they've checked. You can go there if you really want to. Independently, hypothetically, I wouldn't recommend it, because it's like a bus driver. Like, you walk on there and he'll take you to the place because the route is known and it's very reliable. It might cost you a bit of money to get on the bus and use that bus, but the same is for all kinds of travel.
Is it more than £3.50?
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, £7.90 return.
You can imagine it. Do you want to roll for
So,
return?
Yeah, and because it's not as populated, there's a good reason why the price is more. Like, these things are less frequent, so flights from Sydney to Melbourne or flights from Sydney to Perth, they happen very regularly because lots of people do these things. For Antarctica, there's just less flights, so they just cost more.
So before you said about like how long it, the continued darkness in Antarctica. So I thought I'd check if there was more dark in the Antarctic than in the North during
Within the Arctic Circle, because parts of Antarctica are not inside that Antarctic Circle, and places like Union Glacier are at 80 or 79 degrees south. So it's only 11 degrees of Earth away from the south geographic pole.
I just looked up if there's more dark in the Antarctic than the Arctic, and it says yes. There's the Antarctic regions experience more continued darkness than the Arctic over the course of a year, but both regions have about equal total amounts of daylight. Because your model, I guess, would suggest so, but it doesn't seem like the light is reflecting that.
What do you mean? It's a very general question with a very general answer. So how about you ask, like, does the equator get more daylight in summer than Antarctica gets in summer?
What uses
While
that
the total number of dark hours over a full year is about the same for both poles, Antarctica can seem darker longer. Interesting. They're gonna make excuses, I guess. Topography and elevation, worse weather, latitude spread.
Okay, so you're comparing a year to a season, which is a bit of a fallacy here.
No, I didn't do that. I don't know why you're assuming I did that.
Yeah, but it's because, like,
it just says it can feel darker overall due to climate elevation. That's a very strange excuse it's making.
So towards the North Pole, what we notice is that the daylight hours are getting longer. It's like I feel that it's winter here, so it makes sense that the nights are longer and longer the further they go south. There is probably at Union Glacier right now 24 hours of night for the next week, if not month.
True. No, it's like 2 months.
Yeah. So when people say 24-hour sun or 24-hour night, that just keeps on happening day after day after day for like months. And that's what we mean by like it's darker for longer. You just can't average a billion years and say there was more light than dark, because it
what
leads
are you talking about?
He's analyzing a year versus analyzing a day or.
Why are you assuming that? Why are you assuming? Why you keep saying that? I wasn't listening, but I don't know why you keep saying that.
Because what you asked Google indicates that you're analyzing darkness over a year.
I just said Antarctic versus Arctic, bro. I didn't say darkness of a year versus a day. What the fuck?
To all intents and purposes, they're symmetrical, but 6 months apart. That's basically it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The model is symmetrical, and yeah, you've got more darkness in the Antarctic. Welcome to flat Earth.
Well, why is that? What do you mean? Why does that make it flat Earth? If they're virtually symmetrical,
the sun doesn't symmetrically travel around the South Pole like it does around the North Pole.
No. Virtually symmetrical, but there's a slight nuance difference. And you're saying welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, it's not slightly. It's a lot of a difference. And the
what magnitude is it?
explanation is
What's the
climate
magnitude
and topology.
Right. And what's wrong with that?
It's ad hoc.
Do you know what that means? Wait, do you know what that means? What is ad hoc?
Means ad hoc to it.
Yeah,
So you don't know. Why are you using words you don't know?
I don't know. Let's go into semantics right now instead of addressing.
I'm asking you for the word that you used.
Yeah, it's just a band-aid because you're just making up things. Like
so you were just saying words that you don't
because
know.
It's obviously
Oh Lord.
So here's the big question then, Q up. How many more days of night is there in Antarctic versus Arctic? Because it sounded like you said it seems darker in Antarctica, and that's because of topology. Seems darker versus there are fewer days of light is different.
I posted it 184 South Antarctica, 190 the North Pole.
Right. Okay. But clearly you just can't, because there's a slight difference in the length of them. But there is 24-hour darkness and 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Saying welcome to flat Earth is a bit cheeky.
I never, dude. I think there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, bro? Are you kidding me?
Well, there is.
I literally debated McToon on here, and he didn't retort
I want
any
you
of
to
my
thoroughly obliterated over and over again, but you're not understanding how both things work.
Camera. He didn't even argue any of my points, bro.
That's completely incorrect. And we can go get the video and watch you get beaten up over and over again if you want to.
Yeah, it was funny.
Do you think the final experiment was a hoax?
No. I think it's real. I'm a Glover right now. Yeah.
Okay. So there is 24-hour sun. So where they went, there was 24-hour sun. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Because I didn't totally debunk, the fact that it's not the same sun. I mean, yeah, from the same time.
Oh, you've debunked it.
Not the same.
Yeah.
So
it's not the same sun.
You do realize that both McKeegan and Critical Think time-lapsed filmed their view of their flights from Punta Arenas to.
Yeah, I don't care. That doesn't prove what the sun's doing. A movie about him going on a plane. What?
Are you like right? So in that video,
it's just the sky that in the CFP, the sky is what's altered. So they went somewhere that had a ground.
In that footage of going from Punta Arenas to Antarctica, the sun wasn't setting. The flight took like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, cool.
It's the same.
Have you seen a Hollywood movie? You know how they could show you things that aren't real?
Yeah. This is it, isn't it? Whatever's presented to you is rubbish because it doesn't fly.
There's a repeating cloud in Dave McKeegan's footage, which Micktoon says is a lens flare, but I proved that the camera is at a different angle at the beginning than at the end, and if it's a lens flare, it'd have to be the exact same angle at the very least to repeat such a strange-looking lens flare. But unfortunately, since the angle of the camera has been tilted,
Inspector Gadget's cracked it.
Cannot be the same lens flare.
Yeah, that's it. Then it's all over. It's a complete hoax, isn't it?
Yeah,
all of it's a complete hoax.
Just listen to what I'm saying.
They finally proved that the Earth is flat. Damn.
Yeah, he's done it. He's just done it.
Thank you.
Pack up, lads.
Well, I guess I'm not getting my paycheck from now.
What would it take? And I'm just curious. What would it take to prove to you that was a lens flare?
It wasn't a lens flare, it was a cloud. But even if it was a lens flare, it couldn't repeat if the angle was at all changed. I had to literally shift the image, so the orientation of the image so much because how much the camera had literally slanted from probably being on snow or some fake snow or melted in the studio, and it's not lined up. That means the angle of the light going into the lens would appear at a different part in the video and wouldn't be the same lens flare.
That's not what I asked. I'm asking you what would show you that it was a lens flare.
Before we do that, I think we should ask Quap if he's actually a flat earther.
It's a good question, actually, I think.
No, I'd be offended if people think I'm a Glover, bro. What kind of question?
But can you answer the question?
That's not what I asked. I asked
what
if you're
would
a
it
flat
take to
earther.
prove that it was just a lens flare?
It's not a lens flare. It's a cloud, but either way, it doesn't
It's
work.
not a question.
But before we do that, I wonder, Quap, are you a flat earther?
They can't do questions, can they?
Yeah.
So what would prove to
No, can you answer the question? 2 people have asked you now.
Quap, are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
You are? Okay.
No, I'm a flat earther.
So the real problem is all the evidence.
No, please. Can you let him answer the question? Don't let him off the hook here.
He said he's a flat earther with 2 oblate spheroids.
Even before they got to Antarctica, they were at the southern coast of Chile, in the Tierra del Fuego. Okay, so when looking east to west at the sun that we all know exists, the sun was setting southwest.
Yeah. I don't know how the map is oriented. The Punta Arenas area could be closer inside the Tropic of Capricorn than we think, than we're shown in the 80 miles. Why is that funny, bro? Science having questions
why is that funny? Because you think that we don't know how long the continent of South America is. Is that a serious proposition?
How long it is. It's
we
about
we don't even need to go to Antarctica. We can finish the debate right here at Punta Arenas. Yep. Antarctica is a non-issue because it's just an escape hatch for you, not recognizing what the real sun that everyone sees throughout South America, because there are places directly underneath the Tropic of Capricorn, just like in Australia. There are places that are directly underneath. It's called Rockhampton. I've been there. I live south of there. So no, you can't escape the south-southwest sunset or the south-southeast sunrise.
Yeah, I don't know how that.
First of all,
You don't think? So you don't think there's been accurate surveys of South Argentina or Chile, and you don't think there's accurate surveys of say
You can't take a survey
the African
you can't
Peninsula?
take a survey of where the sun's going, bro.
Well, the survey
Yeah,
of how you were saying, wow, Punta Arenas might not be as far south as you think it is. Do you think they've got the distances wrong then?
I don't know. I don't do that. So I haven't done the maps. I don't assume where the sun is going. I'm not going to make a model. So I'm just saying there could be discrepancies on what we're given.
So
here's the
I
benefit.
think there's
Here's the
two.
benefit.
There's two questions. The first one I do want to go back to. What if it back to the lens flare question? I'm just curious. What would show you, like I said, if it was a lens flare? Like how would you know it's a lens flare versus a fake thing?
Lens flares they look like lens flares. They're geometric. They don't look like dissipating clouds which blow in the wind, and they don't repeat if the camera tripod has shifted. 24 hours later, the sun is in relatively the same position. The light coming in is gonna make a lens flare in a different place if the tripod is shifted, which it has. And McToon had to say that the 360 camera adjusts and straightens it, but then I wouldn't have had to orient the fucking image at the end to match the.
Okay, so we have the answer to that question. The second question was, like you said, from Punta Arenas, the sun was in a south-southwest direction from there. What is your model of the Earth like, showing what the sun should be doing? I'm just curious.
About what? I don't believe the TFE footage was real sky.
None of it. None of it was real.
None of that matters for the populations of people who live underneath that Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah, but
near
that's a
Rockhampton.
different problem, bro. That's a different. We
No,
can't have
it's
two
not.
debates at the same
It's
time.
a huge problem for you when the real
I'm not
sun.
gonna debate you
the
guys all
real
day
sun,
on like any random
it
shit.
is a
I'm
problem
actually
for
fucking
you.
goose.
It's a real problem for you when the same
I
sun
don't
that
have any
I
problems,
see.
dude. I don't have beliefs. I don't have a model, dude. No problems.
It doesn't. If you don't have a model, so you don't have a model, so you don't have anything to hold your assertions up against. Then
Yeah, because I want to know the truth. I'm not just gonna assume the model and then.
Well, how can you? How can you?
Come up with theories why
Why don't you build a model that represents your truth?
No, I don't want to build. I don't have a model.
But why don't you have a model?
Because I don't guess. It's not science.
Yes. So, go on, and you carry on. Yeah, go on. Carry on
So-
talking really slowly.
Okay, so when we're looking at the sun going above us, especially when you're below the Tropic of Capricorn, directly above Rockhampton, it doesn't go any more south. So just like any other map that you've seen, it will go between the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn and no further. That's as far as the sun goes. So all the people underneath the tropics, and there is a Tropic of Capricorn in Africa somewhere. I don't live there, but you could probably talk to someone. But I definitely know here in Australia, there's a Tropic of Capricorn directly more or less above Rockhampton, and people south of there, especially in Tasmania, will see a sunset in the south-southeast. Now that's a problem if the sun is allegedly orbiting the Tropic of Capricorn in a circle to the north of those Tasmanians, north of those New Zealanders, north of those people in South America, and north of those people in Punta Arenas, Chile. So when the flat Earth model says the sun is circling north of you, but these populations full of people are going, hey, look at that sunset south-southeast, you just go, oh.
Well, he doesn't have a model, so.
Yeah, so you're wasting your time saying this to him. He's not going to think about North Seas and circles and orbits and tropics. He doesn't care about any of that.
I'm trying
So
to find.
the footage of TFE is irrelevant when you have like literal populations of people living day by day. Sometimes
You're
just
say again, aren't you?
Yeah.
I don't think he's here now, actually.
Because I think he's just scared of the evidence that like a population of people can provide from real locations on the real ground, understanding what and where the Tropic of Capricorn is in relation to them.
I just want to know,
difficult.
do any flat Earth proponents like here right now, do you guys have a model that you like to use, like the Gleason map or anything like that?
Great.
Okay, there we go. I mean, our model works, so I don't know.
And that's the difficulty when you actually go out there and measure reality and you have real people on the ground going, this is where the sunset is. This is evidence. And that's the power of like the truth.
How do you know they aren't planted?
Yeah, that's right. They're all actors, aren't they? You sound like Pete Shea.
You forgot NASA has an unlimited budget.
What?
It does.
Oh, that was a joke. It's like
unlimited budget.
Well, it has an unlimited budget in the CGI department now.
That also includes the guards at the ice wall too.
Are those Spagmans? No.
What? Where are the guns, Nathan? Where are the guns?
I just posted a photo of the penguins at the ice wall. No pressure.
It's a Canadian flag.
Thank you. Gotta love AI.
Taking back Effie, do you have a specific flat Earth model that you prescribe to, or?
Yes, but I don't have a land layout at all. Actually, that's something I'm trying to work on. I was talking about starting a corporation with the other guys at EA, and then our focus would try to maybe work with globers just to see if we can get a flat map. We'll presume the Earth is a globe, but we can see if we can get a projection on a flat map that would work. But I do have a physical crude model. I'm sure you guys have seen it, the quantum locking. It's very crude, but yeah. We'll need your patience. Thank you, guys.
No, that's fine. I just, like I said, the Gleason model is just.
Yeah, I think it's been wrecked.
All I can say.
If the Earth's no curvature level flat, the continent layout would be something akin to this.
Thank you, Concave. Let's
It'll
see.
be the pieces will be around where it is, perhaps not the right size, obviously, but that's where it'll be. There will be no ice wall around the world. Antarctica will be a real thing. There is a real northern North Pole and a real South Pole, and
Right, so map the tropics of that and then map what the sun does between the tropics.
you'll have two poles for the stars counter rotating, corresponding to the two poles below. I don't think anyone can find a better flat Earth setup than this. So
I guess we've checked flight times on that layout, Concave, or is that something I need to do?
there's a lot of things to check out when it comes to the general placement of things, where distances between, say, you pick 3 points on that first map I sent. those 3 points, the lines between them will be more proportional than any other flat setup you could have. More proportional to distance. So, for example, this map here is called a Chamberlain trimetric projection. For a flat, assuming a flat setup, I don't see how you could get a better layout than this. The nature of a sphere of a sphere of a ball is it's a magical shape. There is no edges to it. If you put your finger on a globe and pretend and just go a circle, you could just keep going circles around everywhere. You'll just keep ending back where you were. You just keep ending back where you were. You could change the direction. You're always ending back where you are. On a sphere, there is no like hidden lands. It's everything's charted. Everything's charted for it. There could be lands that we've missed within that sphere, but there is no lands beyond.
Yeah, and
if you were to take that, what is it?
Oh, I was going to say, with your dipole map, he's quite right to question flight times and boat travel, say from China to America over that northern arc, or that upper 12 o'clock position. Yeah.
Do you have a better flat Earth setup than this one right here?
It does answer to poles. It does answer to celestial positions. So what matters again is the distances and the times to travel from A to B, like from China to America, from that 11 o'clock.
Okay. As opposed to what? As opposed to what? You're speaking contentiously. What's your contention? As opposed to what?
Any of the currently known flight times that people do between China and America.
As opposed to what model? We're only assuming flat here.
Just the globe model.
Listen, Bud, let me keep talking about this map here.
Like if that map is flat, flying from China to America, you could go in a straight line. You wouldn't have to navigate over the top of the sea. There wouldn't need to be a great...
Is this your first time seeing this projection here? Is this your first time seeing this projection here?
Yeah, it is.
You're speaking contentiously against something you have no idea about. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not promoting flat Earth.
Yeah, so
I'm literally operating at an octave above you.
You can pretend that, but you're refusing to listen. So if that...
Hey, Eden, take notes. He's explaining why... take notes, Eden. Go ahead.
So when you consider this as a flatness, you can draw a straight line from China to America. There are lines on that map that go not in the 12 o'clock, like 11, 12, and 1 o'clock positions that would create an arc. So if you were to travel that arc, it would take you longer. So if that is flatness and it is reality, a flight would be tracked going from America to China along the straight line, not the curved longer line.
You're not saying anything, though. You're a fucking bot NPC in this topic. We're assuming a flat Earth. Are you assuming flat Earth? Are you putting your belief system to the side, Glober, and assuming a stationary level plane and working with the information we have in our reality to try to make it work on a stationary level plane? You're not bot. You're operating at under 80 IQ. That's why I tried to stop you 2 minutes ago. You've wasted our fucking time. You've said fuck all.
Actually, I have, and you think you're operating...
Actually, you haven't. Are you going to waste 2 more minutes of your time? Yeah, I think you will. Go ahead, bot.
your superiority complex is not relevant to me. So a straight line from China to America would be a straight line, and there'd be no necessary travel to deviate very significantly along that line to match the grid upon that map which you see. So the lines of latitude and longitude wouldn't dictate travel, just straight line travel from A to B. The lines of latitude in that map wouldn't dictate travel, just the simple pick up the plane and go like a ruler from A to B. Those lines of latitude and lines of longitude
Listen to
are
the
not
bot. He
useful.
doesn't know how to speak directly. We're still waiting for him to get to the point.
No, and the shortest line from A to B.
Do you have a
would
better
be...
flat Earth model than this one here? Do you or do you not? I'm not interested in your bullshit. Do you have another better flat Earth model? Do you have a better way of representing our continents and our oceans than this? Assuming a level stationary plane. I'm not asking you, Jack. I'm asking the loudmouth over there, Oblate. Do you have it or not? This is your last time I'm asking you.
I don't have a model of flat levelness.
That's what we're talking about, you moron. Do you get why you're a moron now?
Because level isn't flat. We've measured this.
Look at this guy. Ladies and gentlemen, here we've got a moron literally incapable of stepping outside of his belief system just for fun to consider options and possibilities.
Right. So
what?
If it is level and flat, the shortest point would be from A to B in a straight line. There'd be no need to be.
Show it to me. Do you have a better? Show it to me. I've already asked you the question 3 times. I'm not going to ask it again. Show it.
I don't have a better flat model.
Let me know when you do. I mean, until then, my flat Earth setup is the best flat Earth setup. Until you show me a better one. How's that? I agree. Let's move forward.
And does that flat setup match reality though? No.
Yeah, it's got some problems, but it's surely better than the Gleason model that most of them believe in. So,
well, what I mean, I guess the question was on a flat plane, if A to B, shortest point from A to B is a straight line, and we all know that's not how that works on this planet, right?
But if we step outside and say, like, there's 2 poles, there's lines of latitude, there's clockwise and counterclockwise. I'm not sure how the cyclone system would work. Yeah, and there'd need to have mechanisms for this flat Earth model that allow the cyclone, like, how. That's a really good question. How does Coriolis work on this? Yeah,
Coriolis effect. Yeah.
It's Pushiolus. It's caused by the dielectric torque in the rotation of the ether.
I guess my real question here is, if you have a really good, let's say this is the best flat model, a gatebreaker that's around, it's the best one, but it does have these other issues that we're talking about. Yeah. Why not just use a globe model?
That question is, again, under 80 IQ retarded.
Yeah, so looking at this flat map, there must be explanatory forces, measurable forces that show what Coriolis is. And
listen. I'm not going to engage someone operating at an octave below where I am, which is what you guys are doing here. This is how we're going to play it, okay? I'm not going to engage you in trying to prove flat Earth. I will engage you if you have a better flat Earth model than this. I am not a flat earther. I don't think the Earth is flat.
No one has a better.
And it's because you're under 80 IQ that I have to fucking mention it. I am not interested in answering these questions you have.
I understand.
Your flat Earth model doesn't have Coriolis. Improve your model.
Does your flat Earth model have it? You don't have a flat Earth model. You just want to talk.
I don't know why you're offended. I think that you did this. If you're not a flat earther, then don't worry about it. It's not that big a deal.
Because the point of the conversation, I prefaced it before starting, was assuming, I literally said it, if Earth had to be level and stationary. That was your cue to leave the wherever we're sitting right now. You don't qualify. You're incapable.
I would argue that this one couldn't be the best representation, though, because if we were to assume that, we would have to assume that the distance between lines of latitude would necessarily change.
Show me a better one.
Glory, I'm just trying to get to
if hypothetically, if there was no Coriolis effect, his maps of the dipole would be possibly one of the better ones that I've seen.
It actually wouldn't be because
what he's going for.
your lines of longitude would be different distances. So not only would you'd have different distances between lines of longitude and different distances between lines of latitude. So you would wind up with not fixing either problem because on a globe Earth or versus the Gleason at least is able to keep the distance between lines of latitude consistent. And on a globe, it also keeps consistent. But then you get the issue of the distance between lines of latitude. Because on a Gleason versus a globe versus this.
Yeah, and so like we were talking about earlier, the train track lengths that go over certain portions of Australia, like the mapping of New Zealand, if it was flat, the coastline would have been mapped like what that map looks like. And so, when we're considering like.
This is precisely why I don't talk to globers about concave Earth, is because globers are truly incapable of like putting their belief system to the side and just entertaining something. Just like you guys right now are incapable of putting your belief system to the side and evaluating a level stationary plane. You literally can't do it. You literally can't do it.
Evaluating it
The same exact way you won't be able to do it for concave Earth. That's why I don't talk to globers about concave Earth. It's just simple as that.
It's simple as building a train track, fella. The train track would be on that stationary Earth. And so when we are building supplies for that train track and it's at a different part of that circle or ellipsoid of latitude, like we could tell that like my train length here doesn't match the map that's showing us how big our own land is. That is a land observation. That's a surveying issue.
Eden, are you hearing this, Eden?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Bro, these guys are true. It's like I'm in the Matrix bot world right now. We get it. You're a glober. The globe works fine.
No, I'm talking about flat surveys compared to this particular flat Earth map. If we're mapping,
can you look at it? Just putting that to the side. Just understand there's issues. Assuming those issues, if you had to model your world incorrectly, showing distortions, showing falsehoods, but the best that you could on a level plane. Do you have the IQ to entertain that idea?
I would argue the AE map would still be better than this.
That's on you. You can have it. I don't have the energy to perpetuate this any longer. Good luck, you guys.
The distances don't match the projection. The projection distorts the distances. this is just basic like projection 101, like with literal physical survey distances. Like, it's not plausible to make Australia look different and stretched because a different projection exists.
Here, let me help turn your gears another way, okay? That map that I posted, or any variant of it, there's a lot of variants where the puzzle pieces are there, but they're a little bigger or smaller or whatever. That map variant with 2 poles, or the one Dr. Brian Peck just said he would probably choose, which is the Gleason model with the ice ring around it and the North Pole in the center. Which one would you say is better represents sizes and distances and all that shit compared to the globe?
It's not just a matter of the size and distances of the continents that's the issue.
I have visuals to help you out.
That other map, Glory, runs into the huge problem that you have a different distance between all the lines.
They both have problems.
Latitude.
They both have huge problems.
Yes, I get that, but you're preventing people from actually discussing a problem that would make one a better flat Earth model than the other, which is the fact that there's differences now between the distances between the lines of latitude and the lines of longitude.
You're just saying there's differences. There's differences. Yeah, you're running your mouth saying nothing, Dr. Peck. Back to you, was it Oblate? Do you see that image I just posted? You see it? I'll explain it for you real quick, in as few words as possible. You see that image I just posted? You just say yes. Yeah, just say yes. I'll do the speaking. I don't need you to speak. Just say you see it.
Yeah, I see it.
All right. This is a globe Earth, which is our golden model here. We're not countering the globe. It is our golden model. This globe Earth represents the aggregation of all of humanity's fucking measurements. Boats, planes, to and fro. This is our model, and we are using this. Okay, you could call it reifying. This is our fucking model. This is the golden standard for what is reality. Distances and everything else is this sphere. Okay. Now we're playing this game where we have to assume a level plane just in this game here. If you had to represent this sphere, which shows true measurements, and lay it out on a level plane, how would you do it? Now there's millions of ways to lay out a sphere. Here before you are two simple versions. Okay, one of them splits apart Antarctica at the seams at the bottom of the globe and stretches that motherfucker out. That's the Gleason map. Okay. The other one, as you can see, I don't have the perfect words to explain it for you, but it somehow splits the sphere where both the North Pole and South Pole have these circles around them that seem to be somewhat equal compared to each other. You see what I'm saying? So 2 different ways of having this sphere flattened out. And they're not equal. They're not the same. They're not interchangeable. One of them says Antarctica is an ice wall around the motherfucker. The other one says Antarctica is this little thing over there. It's that dot at the bottom.
Yeah, and now, there's a third option.
There's a million options. There's a million options. We have 2 before us. Okay? This is a thought exercise. No one's gonna get punished for thinking here, okay? We're playing hypotheticals. We've got the globe as the ultimate golden thing in the air. Which one of these? And okay, so there is the map version of it to the side. So we've got the grid lines, and then the map version. If you had to choose one of these to represent your flat world, which one would you choose? I'll start first. I'll choose the one with 2 poles because seeing it as is, distances and scale seems to be more closer akin to the globe. On the globe, if you have the North Pole dot at the top of the ball and the South Pole dot at the bottom of the ball, if you start making circles all the way down to the equator, these circles get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
I would
Okay.
also
So with those two options, the one that is like laying horizontal has one more accurate depiction of the northern pole, but the other one has two accurate depictions of the North Pole. Everything beyond that is inaccurate, but because it has twice as much accuracy as a single point of reference, the double point of reference is, by logical definition, twice as good as the other one.
Sure. Let me know which one you would pick. I'm gonna post some other pictures too.
Yeah,
and that's basically the game. Right now, flat Earth, 99.9999% of flat Earthers, they would claim the Gleason model, the one with the North Pole in the center. It is my experience in the past 3 years in these communities, all of them, flat Earthers don't even want to, they don't want to talk about a model. In the past 3 years, I tried to just talk about this other flat Earth model. Very openly, no games, just like I'm doing now, no games. Very transparent. Flat Earthers don't like talking about a model. Most of them, they don't like evaluating a model. When you talk about it, the conversation shuts down. That's the best. So
I also wanted to give my opinion, and if I was a flat earther, I would also choose the one with 2 poles, because in the sky we observe 2 points of rotation, and this map would at least be able to account for that.
And while it does that, though, you run into enormous contradictions on where the light of the sun will be as you approach equinox, because on the equinox, say we're doing the equinox in the summer months for the northern hemisphere. What is the path that the sun has to take on that bipolar model?
We can answer it. We can answer it, but first, this is a game. The only way you can play is if you claim which one of these flat Earth models you support. No one's gonna heckle. I mean, Embo's not a flat earther. He's not suggesting this. No one's gonna heckle until you step into this game. So, which one of those do you defend?
So for the purpose of this, the AE model would still be superior because it has less contradictions. Just having two.
We could play that game. We could play it if you're interested. Okay, keep going. I won't speak over you. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so if I was going to advocate, I'd go for the 2 poles for the same reasons. There's at least a plausible reason why maybe there's the reasons to graph like latitudes circling closer at the south and closer at the north, and the longest line is that equator. There are questions after that, but because it has an equator, one north side is equal to the other, the symmetry of it all is a bit more helpful for me.
Except that the symmetry that you're talking about is lost in so many other ways. The path of the sun can't be made sense of because, like I said, the equinox for the northern hemisphere southern months would require the longest possible circle to go around just above that equator, go to the very top above that North Pole, and yet still you would have equal daylight despite the fact that the sun is going to be above the North Pole in there, illuminating areas between the tropics for the same amount of time throughout the day. And and it's just not going to work. And somehow, the way that would work further on that path is as you got closer to the solstice, the path of the sun would actually be tighter around the north.
You're just revealing details. Have you been made aware of this dual pole flat Earth compared to your non-working?
Yes, I'm very aware of it. That's why I'm examining the details of it to say that it still makes less sense than the AE map. I'm familiar with it. If I weren't discussing the details,
don't take so long just pointing out the issue. That's 50%. The other 50% of your statement needs to be comparing it to the Gleason and how the Gleason is superior.
And I would be done by now if you would shut your fucking mouth.
Don't do it then.
Fuck. And so you have the largest possible circle during the equinox, where the sun is actually getting farther away than it would be from the southern tropic. as during what would be considered the normal, let's say the normal time for night. That circle is actually shrinking down as you approach the winter solstice for the northern hemisphere, and yet it's actually it's making its way to where it's
Bro,
going
no
to
one's
illuminate
following
less,
you. You're
even though-
giving way too much
Shut
fucking
the fuck
details.
up.
Hurry up and finish. Oh, by the
So-
way, since you're defending the Gleason, this isn't just a game of fucking nuh-uh. Are you actually suggesting that the measurement of Antarctica as shown in that fucking map as an ice ring around the fucking world? Are you really gonna defend that? You think that's why would you say that?
At the moment, I'm performing a polemic against the other model, and I would still be done a third time if you would shut up.
Bro, no one followed you. You used way too many fucking words. You didn't tell us what we're supposed to look at. No visuals, no nothing.
You know what? Somebody in your
Maybe
you
you're
actually
just an object
be
guy.
honest. Be honest. When you initially chose to
I'm turning you down to zero.
chose to
I'm
pick the
gonna talk to the other
Gleason,
guy.
when you initially chose to pick the Gleason, did you decide that Antarctica is no longer what we expect?
All right, I
it to
can't
be?
hear him anymore. Who was
All
the
right, it is
person
what
I
it
was
is.
talking to? All right, to the person I was talking to because I can no longer hear. Yeah,
Yeah.
Wait, now that I can't hear the interrupting cunt, he actually put a picture to where he's got the circles around the circles that would show the path of the sun. During the solstice, it has the tightest possible ring around the North Pole. Versus during the equinox, where it has the furthest possible ring. Somehow, even though during the solstice, the southern continents have less light, the sun is still closer to them. That's a huge mark against why that bipolar model couldn't be more correct than the AE. Not even and then you have to get into the fact that there's no preservation of the distance between lines of latitude.
Yeah, I think winter is a problem for that model for similar. It's hard to tell because if the sun is changing like altitude hypothetically, like we don't know if the sun is increasing or decreasing altitude in that model, and the
Do you have a reason
problem
to assume that it would?
Yeah, and the problem I have is like the reason, like we look at the sun, we study the sun, and we notice its angular size. We can't model that angular size on this map. So both are equally invalid as each other for that purpose. And so, yeah, I think. Yeah, it's inverse modeling. It's using an idea to get a reality instead of going, this is reality, let's map it.
I do appreciate that. Glory got the as soon as Glory couldn't be heard, he deafened himself because he couldn't interrupt and be a little dickhead.
Yeah, like that's the main problem I have with the modeling argument is that if you think of a shape and then go to reality, that's the opposite way that humans have been doing it, like since, as far as I know, 600 BC. And so when we're navigating the world, looking at like angular sizes of the sun and such, we try and model that. We're using the reality to make the like the map or like a horse. You sculpt your hand over its back and then you sculpt the model. And like, does it have a heart? Yeah, that's a different issue. But for just basic shape, you would take the shape of the thing and map that out. Like if you had a triangle in front of you, you'd hold it, you'd measure it, and you'd draw a little diagram of the triangle. So we're using the real thing to map or model the results. So the model is a result of measurement, not the cause of measurement. Like it's not like we're sculpting our own fighter jet and then building that fighter jet. We have something around us and going, here's that thing. What does that thing look like? And let's map that thing out. So it's not like sculpture. It's finding a thing in reality and corresponding the measurements of that thing to the model of it. Yeah.
I get you. It's kind of a fool's errand, and the person that wanted to try to direct this conversation's gone. I think we both can agree that neither model is satisfactory to actually give a realistic description of anything.
Yeah, and that's the problem with just modeling ideas in just graphs and game theory is like it's reverse engineering this hypothetical idea of concave or flatness or globe. We didn't start off with the globe. We just had an environment that we said, okay, let's go explore it. What's Africa like? What's Europe like? What's China like? And up until 1770, what's Australia and New Zealand like? And they kept on finding populations, what I was talking about earlier, and they'll just measuring the place that we live and modeled that on a map. And like globes have been around like since the 1600s. Like it's not a scary council of fear and betrayal. It's like, yeah, here's it. It's like the horse. We found it. We took a measurement of it and put that on and described that as a model. We found another measurement, made a model of that. And so the more and more complete our measurements were, the more complete the sculpture or model of that measurement is.
Yeah, Oblate, I have a question for you. Let's say we just rewind time and we're about to embark on these measurements. What project team would you want to spearhead? Would you want to be aerial? Would you want to be ground-based? Maybe like boat, or maybe...
I think both is appropriate because yeah, you can have a few guesswork of like what. Okay, let's start with land. I'd probably start with land because I'm not sure exactly what the stars are doing. So I'd probably go back to like looking at like what surveying is doing. Like I drop a plumb line on one piece of land, I drop a plumb line on another. What's happening in between there? Okay, there's a bit of air. What's the air doing? And have a look at like, does air affect my vision? Or does the land affect my vision? And just compare over land what's happening with surveying. And if other people wanted to do the star stuff simultaneously, that's fine. But if you
I
wanted
wasn't
to
thinking
just
star. Oh, sorry
yeah,
to interrupt. I was thinking more of, let's say you had a grid pattern and you would just maybe fly an airplane or a drone across the grid to maybe track and photo the land below to get a bird's eye view. That's what I was thinking. Would you prefer to?
yeah, because if I was just working alone or with somebody else, I'd probably just stake a point in the ground and like just carve a circle in it. So that would be like an origin point. And then I could just figure out like if I walk in that direction, I'll find another place. And then you can start making Euclidean geometry. However, that's a problem if I do the survey from one stake circle to another staked circle that's 15 miles away on a lake. And when I measure those surveys, the lake that's near me is like 1 degree different than the lake far away from me. And so I'd have to go, okay, I might have thought the water was flat, but it looks like this water curves at least 1 degree. What's causing that? Is it the shape of the land, how water behaves, how light behaves, and just keep on looking at like what's causing that bend to happen over the water.
Okay, anyone? Thank you. Anyone else have thoughts? How would you best? Let's say if we rewound time and you were put in charge, you were spearheading the measurement of America. What is your favorite? What would be your method? Let's say you want to calculate the area, the land area.
You could do a ground survey of it using triangulation.
Yeah, sounds like a good one.
Use a compass, use some theodolites and sights. Establish a matrix of points on the ground. We know the relationship, the angular relationship between them, and then draw them on a flat surface. Keep doing that. Keep escalating and propagating out from that, which is what the Ordnance Survey did in post-Victorian times for Britain when they surveyed all of India up to the Himalayas. Didn't rely on GPS, didn't rely on anything else. Got an accurate proportional map of all of India. You know where all the railways are in India, you know how long they are, distances between all the towns and villages and cities. Just do that again.
Yeah, sounds like probably the most accurate.
Well, it gives you independent of the stars. It gives you you could use eastings and northings, which is what they use for a lot of localized planar mapping, and create yourself a grid array of all the different areas in the region. Keep going down in resolution. That's what basically things like the various ordinances around the world do that every day. They go and reevaluate roads, buildings, using those mechanisms.
Yeah. I was actually thinking that would be a pretty great, in my opinion, like elementary or high school or even college sort of thing for the students to take a part of. Imagine that verifying the distances and the measurements of your local state or city. Could be educational, but
I mean, you can you can trivially verify the distances across North America with a car, can't you? The compass, taking readings of your direction every intervals.
And I agree. If I were just to put a stake in the ground and draw a circle, I would have to say, like, considering that circle, this is the point that I call 0, and if there's a sunset every day and that changes, I go, oh, I don't know if I could use that point. But if the stars looked like they were rotating by a central point and that seemed like it wasn't moving for like generations, I would say, yep, that's good enough to call 0, and we can start going left or right a certain amount around that circle. So with surveying, I would say, like, can we use a common reference point and start from there? So I think they are intertwined. You both need the ground, but you need to say to everyone, we're going to refer to this at least one point that's reliable, and go from there.
Well, that's what they did in the past.
Yep.
The Greenwich Meridian is that context in a longitudinal mechanism. So you can an ordnance survey when they're ordnance of ground. They've got eastings and northings. You can put your 0 line. Doesn't matter. Extrapolate out from that.
I think the hubris of saying I'm operating an octave above you just comes to me as like the model is dictating reality instead of reality dictating the model. Like, seriously, if I was putting dividers on a horse and making a model of it, that's different than sculpting my own imaginary jet and then going and building a bigger version of that. Like, the two are not the same.
But all the maps we have got, all the units we have got, is a fastidious measuring of what's in reality.
Yeah, exactly.
And when you stitch them all together as maps at a larger scale, they don't all marry up on a flat surface. You'd be going to you'd be arguing going to the same route as ancient cartographers, trying to work out how to do local grid-based ordnance, and making presumptions that locally it's flat, and then trying to stitch it all together into some wider domain, and still get it proportionally correct and topologically correct, which you can't really do. Start adding distortions to that grid.
How about this? Let's say you were, let's rewind time and you were in the royal family. You were the king. Would you release the accurate maps to, let's say, those below you? Maybe, I don't know. I don't like referring to people as peasants, but I'm sure people were referred to as serfs and whatnot. Or I'm not going to do that. Would you release it to the world, or would you maybe put false maps out there?
You'd make real maps, because the whole entire point is like of going from my bread store to my clay shop or to my blacksmith, or even before that. Like, I want to go from my farm to your farm, like, and I'd tell you, you know, head along this road and you'll be good. Because that road is basically east to west or something, or that road is facing, you know, I put my stake in the ground, drawn the circle, looked at that star that seems to like not move, and I go, yeah, this line is in alignment with that star, and I'm guiding you in truth, because I've done it myself, and it's not worth giving you misdirection at all.
So you'd be a good king. Thank you.
Yeah.
What about to your enemies? Would you give your map of your layout to your enemies, or would you give them a false map?
I think my enemies would be able to make their own maps and navigate their way to me. I think they'd have the capacity to go, here's my circle. I'm going to put it in the ground. Let's look around and go, yep, let's follow that line. Oh, look, there's another town. I don't like that town. Like, the fact that enemies exist doesn't change the locations that exist.
Great point. But there's this one supposed story of Christopher Columbus. Maybe you're familiar once I tell a little bit more. So supposedly him and his crew were stranded in, was it Jamaica? And they ran out of supplies, right? And the local population, they weren't very pleased. I guess they didn't really have a cordial relationship at the time. Are you familiar with what happened?
Yeah, they've sailed away past New Guinea and all that, and they were in hot pursuit for like, a long time. They really wanted to.
And I think there was one more. I'm so sorry, Oblate. I should have added one more clue to it. I think it was they were really low on supply, so what they did have was the almanac, and I think it was the moon that they used against the population. So the local, I guess the Jamaican locals there, they didn't have that almanac. So the story goes is Christopher Columbus used that knowledge. So they told the population that if you don't supply us with food and whatnot, our God is going to eat up your moon. And I think they were probably skeptical until it actually happened. And the story goes that they did capitulate, or they did end up offering supplies and whatnot, because they saw what was happening and they believed what was being told. So potentially this could be an example of the knowledge of our heavenly bodies used against the population. I know Earth is probably not comparable, but it's just an example.
Right. So he knew an eclipse was going to happen, and used their superstition of the moon being eaten. Yeah, that's a bit weird, because I'm surprised that like another nation who's been living in Jamaica before hasn't been like looking at the moon. It's possible that they were just going, oh, that nice moon's here, but it seems like the moon's in different phases very often. So like even the new moon, it's like every 28 days. So the concept of a missing moon, I don't think was that unfamiliar to the people. it happens every like lunar month. Like it's 13 times a year. So
Yeah,
no.
but I'm a little bit skeptical of the story as well, but it was outlined in the book called 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene. He uses that as an example. But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm a little
and
skeptical of it.
I would say though, an eclipse is very different from a new moon. So they'd be familiar with the moon not being around every lunar month, but I'm not sure of how familiar that particular group at the time was of eclipses. And it is unfortunate that he used their lack of knowledge or their superstition to get an advantage, and that's not a thing that I would recommend. However, he wasn't lying about like the shape of Earth. He was just saying the god is going to eat the moon, and just saying, instead of just saying like the moon is going to be eclipsed by Earth. So yeah, he was not being truthful, because he was telling his enemies that a lunar eclipse is more like their superstitious thought. But I don't even know if the story is true, because
Same here. Yeah.
Lunar eclipses, I'm not so sure of the culture, but like,
You know what? I'll
yeah,
try to find the source of this story, the citation, and I'll post it if I can find it. See if there's any validity to it. But
yeah, it just seems weird. But I do know that, like, it seems weird to say, like, because an enemy was chasing me, that, you know, the supply of like enemies can do their own research and find out where you are, and you can find out where your enemies are using the same methods, or even slightly different methods, like the Polynesians were doing to navigate around the Pacific region, which is just a huge amount of ocean. Like you talk about 18th century navigation. These guys were like going from Tonga, Fiji, and all the way to Honolulu. It's just like that. That's
for sure. So yeah, absolutely. So I found the details. So it actually took place on February 29th, 1504. It was a lunar eclipse.
Yeah.
So they did have the, I guess, a almanac by Johannes Mueller. Pretty interesting. But yeah, it could still be a story, but they do have details.
Yeah. So they just explained that the lunar eclipse was going to be this alleged god eating your moon. So they lied about like the cause, but that doesn't change like how lunar eclipses happen.
Yeah, that's fair.
And what's really difficult with those two projections, even if you have two poles, like, where is the moon coming from? Where is the moon going?
Listen.
How come, like, there's like at least 24, maybe more hours of moon visible within the Arctic Circle at one particular time? Like, it's very difficult to reconcile reality to the flatness, when that flatness has pretty much always been a projection of what we're doing to something flat. It just comes to what humans prefer writing on. We prefer writing on stone and flat surfaces. So it makes sense that, like, you know, humans like grab an ink and they put out this find a surface and like maybe like yeah, the invention of paper itself, I think, lends itself to like why writing was done on a surface, like finding clay and putting words on it. You know how difficult like that is to just grab a lump of clay and say, here, read this rock, and they just like made their writing style accommodate what's a bit more better for reading. And from that basis, I think this is why they wanted to do their maps on flat things, is because for thousands of years, like, we're using paper and other similar like flat-ish surfaces to do language or even primitive cave drawings. You see them around everywhere around the world. You know, here's a hunter stabbing the cow or buffalo or whatever it is. It's just a surface where they put a bull and a person onto that surface, but that doesn't mean the bull or the person was themselves flat. So they tried to model or map the situation onto the surface that they were using to write and draw and describe things. But they were also sometimes sculpting. So yes, they would have had sculptures of horses, and they would have used the real horse to sculpt its saddle. So both the cave drawing of the horse and the sculpture of the horse existed, but they all were like just using a particular surface to use reality and model that on the surface they were happy to use it for. And that's what's so cool about finding these people who did make globes back in the 1600s. Is like, yeah, you can model things like humans as a sculpture, or you can paint them flat. That doesn't mean the human is flat. And I'd say that's the same for reality.
Okay.
If you
I have a
want to
question, if that's
surface,
okay. When you're
yeah,
done, sorry.
yeah. I think you got you picked up what I'm laying down.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Just a quick question. Let's say we all meet God one day, and we find out He did make the flat Earth. Would you think the flat Earth then is superior, or would you think that the globe would have been superior?
Well, I'd ask God, like, how how every time that we've looked at your creation, that you've given us these stars, you've given us water level, you've given us the ability to do surveys. When we've measured that, and we've measured over land from about 27 miles, how come when we did reciprocal zenith angles, flatness didn't match the reality, and how that was possible?
Okay. Well, I'm not sure. I'll have to double check with Jesse, but he was going back and forth with Alan, and supposedly there was. Well, actually, I'll have to look into it a little bit further. But from what they were saying or trying to express is there was 30 plus observations pointing to a flat Earth, where there was only one pointing to a globe potentially. I'll have to ask Jesse.
Well, we get millions of globe observations every single hour. I don't understand your problem.
Yeah, Himawari.
And the one above,
Starlink, GPS, GLONASS, Baidu, Galileo, HBO, Netflix, Comcast. Yeah.
The length of internet cables over the floor. Like, Tony's gone through this, man. Like, the measurements work everywhere.
You see what he just did right there? He threw in that Nat Geo. You see, that's exactly the point. We have millions and millions of globe observations, and he has Nat Geo. So now we're like a million to one. And then Nat Geo, we already know, was a fucked up piece of editing. Yeah, for storytelling on TV. But for some reason, Eden thinks that is like, he's going to plant his flag, goes, I pronounce all of globe is a lie because of Nat Geo and PBS. We're done. Forget orbiting satellites, forget navigation, forget civilization's advancement by navigation, forget air travel, forget all the advancements of technology. He's got Nat Geo. There you
Well,
go.
think of it like this. Imagine you're investigating a crime, right? There's a suspect. You've got 99 piece of exhibits that point directly to them. You got fingerprints on the weapon, blood at the weapon, maybe everything, the motive, everything pointing to him, right? But then you find out you have a piece of evidence that shows him that he's on the other side of the flat Earth. Of course, he's not going to be found guilty, right? Because he wasn't there. So there's sometimes one piece of evidence that will throw out all the other.
Okay, let's look at that piece of evidence. Let's look at that one piece of evidence. The one is going to completely vindicate against all that other evidence. Oh, it's a piece of edited bad video?
No,
yeah, inadmissible. So you are hanging your hat on something which is obviously flawed. And you're saying, see, I got an obviously flawed thing here, and I'm calling that evidence. That's how gullible you are.
I wouldn't present that as the globe defeater, per se. Right? That's just an indication of the globe team. Something's going on there, something fishy. Because it wasn't just Nat Geo, it was PBS as well. But I
I mentioned Nat Geo at PBS. Now we have millions of satellites, we have millions of airline flights, we have millions of cargo ships, we have millions of surveys, we have millions of square miles of maps, and you have Nat Geo PBS. My point.
And we've got over 101 Foucault pendulums working, which you can visit. So you don't have the excuse of going, like, okay, let's say hypothetically God tells me it was flat. I'm like, how did we come up with wrong measurements when you've provided a creation that almost every single time we've tried to look at it and test it and look at it and test it. There's nothing wrong with testing. Like, if I make an airplane, feel free to test it, because I wouldn't want you flying on a faulty plane. So there's a lot of questions if you're going to propose a God who's supplied an Earth that is so reliable, measurable, visible, testable, and go, have free reign, test the absolute fuck out of it.
Yeah, if God said I really made a flat Earth, I'd have to say, well, you lying fucking piece of shit. Why did you lead us down all the wrong path? Why did you do all this stuff? It is a globe, and you know it's a globe. You made a globe, we measured it. Now, God, fuck off.
Hold on, I'd like to respond.
That would be the demiurge. He said that to the demiurge. Go ahead.
I would respond by this. He didn't lie because he provided a book that actually told us. He revealed it to the prophet, so he didn't lie at all.
Then why did he give us instruments and the ability to measure it? Why did he give us a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Why did he give us sunrise, sunset, eclipses, tides? Why did he give us star trails?
All that works on a flat Earth.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's the point, Eden. You can't just say it just works by the waving of a wand.
And to the same point, you can't just say it doesn't work, repeat it, and think it doesn't work, because maybe there is a way for it to work.
Okay, maybe there is a way. I'll wait. We have all our working technology. You have all your what if maybes. I'll go with working technology. I'll go with the millions of observations every single hour of every single day.
Okay, but what about to my rebuttal? Would you then still call him a liar, even though he gave us his revelation? Because then he's going to say,
I would say, you have, God, why did you pull off the biggest fraud of anything? You must be, that's not really God. That must be Satan.
He warned us of Satan and his deception. And his
these childish. What if God did this? What if you had to elect a flat earther or a glober? What if you're in a room and you got a videotape and a bloody handgun? What if you got? It's like, what is wrong with you? What if we go to a specific latitude and observe the occultation of stars against the moon and predict it? What if we go to a specific location and photograph the ISS transiting the sun during an eclipse? What if we did that?
So you
Here's a
disagree
what
with
if
the
for
findings
you,
of Dr. Hefner?
Eden, what if you read the Bible wrong? What if you didn't have the Holy Spirit of discernment? What if, like, you were wrong about how you read the Bible?
And I had apologized to all of you in advance, and I hope you can consider my sincere apologies. But as of now, and according to the Bible and confirmed by some of the top experts and scholars in the world, it is what it is.
So
but if I'm
what
wrong, I
if,
apologize.
what,
Hope you guys
what
can
if those ancient cultures were given a description, like here is God above the circle of the earth? Is that the orbit? Is that the equator? Is that the Antarctic Circle? Which circle is that? It's completely ambiguous. So you have to pretend you know what God was saying to ancient Israelites, translated from ancient text, which we don't have the original copies of. You don't know if you have the correct interpretation because we have transmission error. So I would beg God to give you, pray tonight that you get a really good, valid, Holy Spirit driven revelation of like how reciprocal zenith angles and focal pendulums and all these things, and the heavens declare that this world is measurably a globe, and be thankful.
No, not necessarily. But yes, I have prayed about it, and it's been confirmed by others who prayed about it. My friend Holly, who is a survivor of satanic ritual abuse, she prayed about it. I used to go to her YouTube channel and just chat with her, and I told her about flat Earth. Months later, she found me, and she told me that she prayed, and the Holy Spirit came to her and told her it is flat. So we have that. We have the Bible. So
and then we have a conflicts of spirits. Then I don't see how the measurements of like believers and non-believers can be different. Like you
I'll tell you why.
using
I'll tell you why. Are you familiar with the Ash conformity experiment?
yeah, so when two people of two different beliefs are using these instruments, they usually find the same results. There's no sort of demon on their back saying, you know what, when you look through that theodolite, you're going to see that
If
there's a
there's a flaw
reciprocal.
in the if there's a flaw in the formula, would that explain it?
How big is the flaw?
What's the formula?
Great question. The devil's always in the details. But remember, okay, so think of it like this. I don't expect you, the non-believers here, to accept it, but from a believer, Christian, biblical point of view, right, whether you're Jewish, Muslim, a lot of these ancient texts point to what it was because it was revealed to the prophets. Now, I believe from the Christian worldview, the creator would do that because he anticipates man and potentially Satan to use the creation against you. So that's why he has it on record. And if there is such a creator, despite the efforts of Satan and man to hide the Bible and what it actually says and even pervert it, I believe God's powerful enough to keep the word true and long enough for people to receive the message. Thank you.
What
Yeah,
formula
like
are
I
you
said,
talking about?
if there was any ancient revelation, I'm not that ancient receiving that revelation. I'm not entirely sure what the circle of Earth means. And if the sky is like beaten copper, I look out a sunset and I see the beautiful array of copper colors and I go, wow, the sky looks like copper. That's an amazing description, but it's not telling me like it's not a measurement. It's has no refinement to it, and like it's just completely like what if ism to like to insinuate like people of all religions are able to sail. They're all able to use their satellites. They're all available to build railway networks. They're like this is something that reality allows you to do, and you're proposing a reality that we've done everything we've been able to do under a false paradigm.
Okay, let's test your reality. I asked you about the Ash conformity experiment. So in this experiment that's been replicated, right? They took people in, individuals one at a time. They surrounded them with paid actors lying, right? They showed the individuals 3 different lengths of line, obviously different, and asked the individual to pick out the longest or the shortest. 3 out of 4 literally went against their own God-given eyes. They couldn't measure either for whatever reason because they wanted to conform. Only 1 out of the 4 were brave enough to stick to obvious reality. I believe, and others believe, that's exactly what's happening now. But it's on a worse scale because not only are we paid by actors lying, there's a lot more to it in cult techniques. There's manipulation. There's even threats of violence or public shaming, etc. So thank you. But I'm gonna enjoy some lunch and maybe join my friends in another room. I'll be back later, guys. If you have any comments, I'll be here for another minute or so.
Can you just
psychological experiments on people isn't evident?
I used to be a flat earther for 4 years. After you get done watching the videos and get
Psychological
introduced to it,
experiments of what things look like don't
Oh, hi, Stacey.
include rule. Don't
Sorry,
include. Don't
sorry.
include.
Kaven was speaking. I don't know
Listen,
if you
buddy.
turned him down.
Listen.
no, it's okay.
Listen.
Let him go. Fuck it.
Like psychological experiments of what things look like isn't a ruler. Like this thing looks like it's longer is different from saying this thing measures differently than the other thing.
I do want to hear what you have to say, Gatebreaker. Go ahead.
I used to be a flat earther for 4 years, so I kind of know what it's like. Anything that maybe I'll speak for myself, but I see this in a lot of flat earthers, but I'm not claiming it on anyone in here. When you reach a point where you decide I actually do believe Earth is flat, you basically there's like this ego that's built thanks to learning all that info, because part of the flat earth curriculum is to explain alternative understandings of anything to do with the globe. An explanation. For example, if the globe asks why. So when you're engaging a flat earther and you ask them anything, you're asking the ego that has information related to flat earth, and that ego has been taught to think in a particular way different from the mainstream. And when you're asking that ego that question, that ego doesn't take that question and actually ask themselves that question. That ego takes that question and tries to basically help you understand what they know. And it's this constant tension back and forth.
Do you think that for real though? Because that ego kind of makes you go, I'm being lied to.
The word ego has a lot of bad connotations. I just don't know any other way to use it.
No, I get you. I do.
So like when a glober like Oblate poses something,
okay,
the flat earther doesn't take that as an invitation to question the reality. That flat earther is in the position because they actually believe the world's flat, the world's misrepresented. They take what the glober tells them, which they should themselves consider, and throws it back at the glober for the glober to learn. So that's why Oblate sat there and for 5 minutes, I forgot what he said, but he said a bunch of shit about models and modeling and this and that. And the moment he finished, a second later, Eden threw him back a question.
Okay. But isn't that what I don't want to make it a debate, but isn't that where we kind of go back and forth, where you go, I want to question what your reasoning is or your logic in this exact moment. It's not about ego for me. Maybe for others it might be sometimes. Sometimes it might be, or sometimes it might be, guys. I might have an ego. I'm agree. We all have an ego, and it pops out. But it's more of, you've been lied to. The system's lying to you.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know, Gate. I know. So you're like, I'm not listening to that. I want reasoning. A flat earther, if you're a real flat earther, doesn't just fall for, actually, you shouldn't fall for the model, right? You shouldn't fall for a map. You go, I don't know, and you don't have an ego. But we still do. We all have one. And you want to pop off on truth, but people are popping off on what? Okay. Do you know?
This is the ego that I'm talking about.
I agree with you, Stacy, for sure. Thankfully, there's a lot of flat earthers that do try to help and try to answer the questions the Globers ask. I try to answer as many questions as possible.
This ego will persist until you guys realize you don't know anything we don't know. Let me speak for myself. You guys don't know anything I don't know. When I say when the words flat when the words flat earth doesn't work comes out of my mouth, you have a natural reaction from that ego that's been built. It just bounces off of you. There's no effect.
No, but wait. Doesn't an ego? Okay, we all have an ego, but if you know you've already researched enough and you've done the facts, there can't be anything.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right?
So,
you settle with, I'm not going to accept anything else unless you give me some good ass reasoning, right?
You don't get it. You don't get it. Listen.
I get it, Stace.
This is why all of flat earthers' arguments boils down to like logic and philosophy. Because when it comes to the shape of the world, science, measurements, not flapping of the lips, flat doesn't work.
Can I say something real quick? You broke up, you said philosophy, and I'll let Flat Earth Silly speak too. Philosophy is where science started, though.
Flat Earth doesn't work. Listen, there is no working flat Earth map or model.
No, she wanted to let me speak.
Okay, go ahead. Fuck it. I'm trying, but it is what it is. Sorry, go ahead.
Gatebreaker, you know, observable measurements such as the reciprocal zenith angle disproves the concave Earth.
We're not talking about concave Earth, are we?
Right. We're talking about people not accepting scientific evidence because of their ego.
I don't have a problem with the globe.
Why?
And I'm not a flat earther.
No,
you're assuming that I'm a concave earther. This is my belief. I'm a globe denier. I'm not. Yeah. So fuck you.
Oh, you're not a concave earther?
No, I'm not.
Come on, Gatebreaker, breathe. Gatebreaker, can you at least breathe and not say F you? But I want Flat Earth to talk to you.
I didn't know it was just a meme.
What are you? Well, I thought you were a glober. Flat earthers are silly with that name, but what are you? You're an end stage flat earther. You're like flat earth inverse. Flat earth is a joke to you now. You don't look at it, you don't evaluate it. Your name is flat earthers are silly.
Let's stop projecting.
Anything but question flat earth. You would change your name to flat earthers are silly rather than show me a working map.
Well, you're concave, which is negative curvature, and globers are convex.
Show me a working map. You guys don't have anything. Flat Earth is dead. You guys are fish flopping out of fucking water right now. No map, no model. All you've got, you're like a parasite. You're like a parasite. You only operate when there's a host to latch onto.
We have the elliptical, and we have GNSS.
You don't have anything. You don't have a map. You don't know how big Antarctica is. You don't have anything.
So
all you've got is denial of the globe.
No, I believe in the globe.
Represent yourself properly. Change your name to something better. So someone like me doesn't engage thinking I'm talking to a glober.
Please, and then I'll let Alex or whoever wants to speak to. But you're saying we don't know.
This is what you're dealing with. You're not here to explain things to them. That's not their issue.
Okay, I'll let you speak. I'll let you get it out. I feel you because sometimes I need my moment to get it out too, right? But I feel you. I'm not coming at you as a concave earther as others might be right now. Okay, you're expressing your feelings, and I hear you. But you say flat earthers have nothing. Where's your model? Where's your map? Okay, but you're going back to
let me know when you got a map. I don't want to hear what you have to say. Let me know when you got a map and you got a model. Hold hands. Let me know when you got a map and you got a model. You're a waste of my fucking time.
Okay, then just leave the room.
No, let me know when you got a map or a model. I'm gonna go on mute, but Stacy, do not address me until you've got a working map.
Okay, could I speak one more time? And I'll let everybody else speak. And I'll let you. Okay, yes, honey. God bless you. Okay. It's all good. It's all good, Gay. It's all good. I promise you.
I'm an incredibly blessed person. I'm an incredibly blessed person.
I know you are. Listen, I'm not saying
In
it like that.
more
I
ways
just
you could imagine.
Breaker, I'm saying it because I'm saying God bless you instead of saying something negative because that's what I do in
No,
life.
let me know when you have a map or a model.
Out of respect, can you let me talk,
There's
please?
nothing left for you to say. You need a map and a
Yes,
model.
there is, because I'm a fucking human being. And I have a right to speak whether you think so or not.
All right,
Do you
well,
understand that?
I predict you're going to try to speak
guy's
to
still
me
yapping.
after I told you not to.
Concave
So
yapper.
I'm going to mute you. You're now muted. I'm going to go.
Go ahead. Thank you, whoever it is.
He has a point. Flat Earth is just
For
semantics
the
now.
heaven's sake to God.
Okay, go for it, Stace. Thank you.
I just want to say one thing. You're expecting me to have an actual model, a map, after whether you want to believe or not, honey, doesn't work in reality. I don't care what you want to take right now. Think, I said. Not say, think. But when you're sitting here being representing the shit that doesn't work in our reality that we see and represent, then I don't want a fake model. I'm not going to give you a fake model because I cannot give you a model that I cannot show you because I'm an individual. And I'm sorry we haven't had another flat earthers to put it all together for you on an actual proven thing. But
You got a globe in the room? You got a globe in the room? That's a working model. That's a working map. You got a globe in the room?
Not a working model. It's
Do you have a better map than the globe map? Listen,
Your
listen.
GPS
all
works every
all
day.
of
It is a
humanity is
working
using
model.
the globe map to get around everywhere, and we're doing it just fine. You don't
Not
have
the
a map,
military.
but you're denying humanity's golden standard of measurement.
Gate
This
Breaker,
is
your
flat
point
Earth, ladies
would
and
come
gentlemen.
across
Oh,
much
Blake, this is
clearer
why
and better if you
explaining
weren't
things.
yelling,
There is a
okay?
wall. There is an ego that
Gate,
needs to be
take
broken
a breath,
down.
man. Gate, take a breath, man. Take a breath. Take a breath. Deep breath. Box breathing. 4 in, hold 4, 4 out, hold 4. Do it for me. All right.
There's a huge problem when people go out of their way to lay internet cables for you, and they know how much they want to lay down. If it needs to be 1,200 nautical miles, it's getting from Australia over to America. If there's something like that, like these things real people make so that real people can communicate. There is nothing underground about like wanting to share communication, wanting to share food, wanting to share resources, how to trade, how to have holidays. Like this is all for each other's benefits. And to say like everything that we're providing for each other's benefit is a deception is very toxic for the people who both appreciate the validity of something like surveying methods, because like a room full of people guessing what a piece of string is vastly different than something like reciprocal zenith angles via survey, which show measurably that there is a bit of optical bend, but also there is measurable water and ground bend. So from those conclusions alone, we can know that level isn't flat measurably.
The cable network you were talking about is called the Southern Cross Cable Network, and it definitely does exist.
And that's the real issue. Like there's a couple of Australians who are flat earthers, and it's just like we have a Southern Cross, we don't have a Polaris. Like we have our cities and our state borders are defined by these lines of longitude, and they're converging. Like northern South Australia and southern South Australia, like they are measurably shrinking towards these lines of latitude. Like it's so difficult to fake when you're on a train for like 12 hours and you're like, oh, what am I going to do? Maybe I'll just have a sleep. Maybe I'll enjoy the scenery. Maybe I'll see Ayers Rock. And we measurably do this so that people can explore the land, see the beauty, look into the wondrous skies, examine the ancient cultures that were here before us. It is poetic, it's marvelous, and we want to share it with you. But to say all this sharing is a deception, it stabs us in the heart.
Can I ask a question about your state boundaries? First of all, is
Yeah,
state
sure.
the right term?
Yeah, state boundaries. So, so going north to south, you'd have the Western Australian border. That's pretty much on a line of longitude. East to west between Northern Territory and South Australia is a line of longitude. Interrupting that is the borders of Queensland, and there's a corner. It's at 141, -29. You can have a look at that yourself, and we posted it in the chat, Cameron's Corner. Like, these are historical places that were measured in like 1888. Like, we were doing this to figure out like how big Australia is, where to put our state borders. There were political issues, and we're just defining ourselves as a nation. And measuring reality helped us go, yeah, we're going to call this place Queensland. We're going to call this other place South Australia. And just let's deal with the reality of population concentration.
So my question is, are your borders actually straight here in the United States? Because we also have the oblate problem. They're not straight. They kind of stair step. And I was just wondering which way Australia did it.
We don't have as many states. And the surveying was done on the latitude longitude system. If there are complexities to the state border, it's usually by river systems and mountains.
I think
Sure,
what he's sort of talking about is like in Colorado, when they did the state borders, they weren't correcting for the curvature of the earth, so they had to constantly correct for their longitude, and that's why it has like an actual zigzag pattern to the border of the state. It looks straight on a map, but if you actually zoom in, it's a zigzag.
Well, the zigzagging about is in the public land survey system, which is the section layout. Now, the state borders that are longitudes, they have to be very close to a true longitude, except for instrument error and the difficulties of working in mountain terrain. So there's two different, the stair stepping. So the section system goes along, they had an ambiguity in their instructions to be on longitudes and remain 36 miles apart. And then every so often they have to step in. So yeah, the shape of the earth definitely shows up in surveying of public lands and state borders and international borders. And the
Yeah, sure, but you're talking about like actual sections. I'm talking about the actual state line on, I think it's on the western boundary, especially of Colorado. They weren't correcting, like, they were correcting for Earth's curvature, but not like while they were doing the measurements. So they kept having to go east again to stay on the correct longitude. So if you zoom in on the western border of the state of Colorado, the whole state, there's a bunch of zigzags back east.
Can you define Earth's curvature? I'm just listening in.
Yeah, so Earth's curvature is 360 degrees around.
Okay, so like a circle? Right.
So there's 360 degrees around the equator, and there's 360 degrees around North and South Pole.
Yeah. The circumference of the Earth, which is the equator, the circle around the equator, right? And then you got the Polaris. That's what you're telling me. The great circle that connects the North and South celestial poles, and then you got the circumference of the Earth, which is the circle of the equator.
Yeah. So we have as many lines of longitude as you can possibly imagine, and one equator. And the human convention is that the 0 point, the 0 degree latitude starts with Greenwich. That's where the time zones start as well. And just over history, we've just said this position is where we're going to start 0 at, and we go from there.
Well, I think where we differ, right, is that all the lines of longitude that connects to the North celestial pole, right? To us, we look in the sky, we see the Polaris, but like you would be claiming to be walking over that.
I can't see Polaris. Like, it's 5 minutes to 5 where I am, and I'm going to get ready to go to work. And like Polaris is just not here. I've got a Southern Cross. I've got Sigma Octantis. I've got the Mensa like constellation. It's only like 2 stars, and it's difficult to see in Brisbane. But like the stars that you're referring to are then just blocked. They're just blocked by the physical nature of like what Earth is.
So here, Oblate. Yeah, I have a question for you. So, what would you define as the South Celestial Pole? Would you say it's where we connect the lines from the the Southern Crux or the Southern Cross?
No, it's close to Sigma Octantis. So, when you guys are up north and looking at Polaris, it rotates in the sky because it's like 89.4 degrees off being perfectly 90 degrees. It's really close, and you're lucky to have such a bright star. Sigma Octantis is a bit fainter, and it's about, I don't know, 88 degrees. So we're 2 to 3 degrees off having a bright, shiny star. Just ours isn't as bright and isn't quite as close as the center. So it's technically for both of us not based on the star. It's just that yours is brighter and a lot closer. Ours is dimmer and just a little bit further away. That's the only difference. Neither of us have a star that's exactly 90 degrees.
When it comes down to it, do latitude and longitude give you ground positions or sky positions?
Both.
Again, they don't give you sky positions.
Talk to a astronomer.
Latitude and longitude become right ascension and declination. But
Thank
it's
you.
the same system.
I wasn't sure of the terms. I didn't want to speak out of lack of experience, but I knew there was terminology. Thank you.
Who was speaking earlier? Was it AIX and Stace?
Oh yeah, that's me. What's up?
Yeah. So, what was your question about the Sigma Octantis, the southern, call it the Southern Polaris?
Okay. Well, I was talking about more of the Southern Cross, right? With the cross, we connect them in a certain way where the middle, right, of that cross is where we determine where south is. So I was saying, do you guys where we determine where south is? That dot where we all connect, right? Is that the South Celestial Pole?
The Southern Cross, if you draw it like it is kind of like an arrow that approximates a direction to the South Celestial Pole. The Southern Cross is not these. It's a lot brighter, but like a cross, it will give you an approximate direction to look for Sigma Octantis.
It
Right, but
points
if I'm
roughly toward the
navigating right
South
now and I want to
Celestial
go
Pole.
south, I'm looking for the Southern Cross. I'm not looking for Sigma Octantis.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. So the Southern Cross is basically 4 stars with a 5th star just it's like a kite, except one of the stars is a little bit in between one of those triangles. So there's
The other
5 in
thing
total.
about the Southern Cross is it looks different depending if you're
Okay, that's all I wanted to know was that point where these lines connect, if that was the South Celestial Pole. I know it's the direction south, but I was just asking if that's what you guys consider the South Celestial Pole.
No. That's a different constellation.
like he said, Sigma Octantis, I don't know how to say it exactly, is the closest one.
They're not terribly far apart, but
It's not the
yeah,
closest one.
have a look at any celestial map and you'll see the difference angular in the celestial sphere, how different the Southern Cross and Sigma Octantis is, and you'll find a whole bunch of other stars. Mensa is one of them, and yeah, it's worth it because like you got real people like me and Shubil, and even the flat Earth and globe skeptics who live in Australia just go, yeah, that's a real Southern Cross, and we travel down to Tasmania and we see the sunset south us east southeast, and that's very difficult when knowing like where the Tropic of Capricorn is north of us. And that's what I was saying earlier, like Antarctica evidence is very, very helpful. And if the skeptic doubts it, we've got all the population centers of South Africa, the population centers of New Zealand and Victoria, and like in the Tierra del Fuego, there's like hundreds of thousands of people witnessing day by day in summer that their sun is setting west southwest and rising east southeast. Yeah, but for the whole of December, this is like an entire month. It's something we experience like every summer. It's like it's very hard to deny your own summer, and that's where like I feel like it's very difficult when given explanations about flat Earth for how the sun circles the tropics, that we're literally on that outer rim and we see the same sun, and we can make a phone call these days and go, hey, can you take a photograph of those sunspots? And they go, yeah, sure, mate, do. And we compare them, and they're basically identical except for a rotation. And from my knowledge of optics, reflections don't rotate imagery. It's like looking yourself in the mirror and going, why is the other bloke at like a weird angle? It's just very difficult to rationalize.
Also, you have the point that flat Earth is dead as soon as you have a south celestial pole.
Yeah, and all the lines of latitude that the South Africans, the Australians, and the Chileans were observing, like show things, distances, angular distances getting smaller. Like the largest circle that we've been able to measure is the equator. And those lines of latitude define the kilometer, and in the imperial system it was the nautical mile. And like sailing is as useful as anything for getting everywhere, so it's very much worth considering.
To navigate, they'd use a map more like the azimuthal equidistant. I don't know if you know that map. You know, it's considered the quote unquote flat Earth map, but it's it's really, really practical, and it's better than a globe, right? Nobody would carry a globe in their hands.
Hold on, I want this guy to tell me about sailboat navigation. Go on. How do I do it?
Yeah, so what the islanders... Okay.
I apologize. The guy who says that there's an AE map on my boat.
Well, I mean, it depends what sky you're looking to relative to your local horizon, right? Everything has to be deduced down to, locality.
Which Antarctica is the real one? The ice ring around the world, or the small thing at the bottom of the ball? They're not
The
equal in
ice ring
size.
around the world, I think you're saying is the ice ring around the world. You're saying is the Antarctica circle, but isn't that at 66.6 degrees, right? So it spans more than that. It extends more than that.
I think I know what's happened to celestial navigation maps. So when you basically do survey, it's almost the same as flying a drone up and looking down. And what's really difficult, like for Australians and New Zealanders, like we make maps and look down at our own country, and that's azimuth. And so what's really difficult is that, like, if you make an azimuthal map of Tasmania or an azimuthal map of South Africa, it's not the same as a equidistant map centered on the North Pole, because your azimuth is above a different location.
So, who told you that the AE map is used on ships?
Well, no, it's not used on a ship, right? It gives you an accurate it gives you an accurate 2D coordinate system of I mean, where you can look at stuff. It's got the azimuthal, so it's relative to the sky. So basically, it's a 2D coordinate system that can tell you whatever you want relative to the sky. Every single line of longitude defines a celestial meridian, and you can know what's in the sky wherever you are.
Okay. Does the AE map depict the globe?
You got into
or
this.
Does the
Hold
AE,
on.
does the
Hold
AE
on, real
map
quick.
depict the globe?
Well, I
Real
mean,
quick. You got into this by
it's a more
saying
accurate
that
version of the globe.
you got into this by saying this is what they use on sailing ships. Now you're saying that this is not what they use on sailing ships? Could you clarify?
I mean, obviously, if you're on a sailing ship, it would be broken down to your position, right? What's in your zenith relative to what degree star you're looking at.
Hang on.
Whatnot.
What map
Hang on.
do you think? No, what map do you think I have on my boat?
You would have an azimuthal equidistant before, relative to wherever you are, instead of a globe, right? You wouldn't look at a globe.
You think I have an
You
AE
can
map
guarantee
on my
you do
boat?
not have a globe inside your ship. That's what I can
I
guarantee.
actually do. Yeah.
You carry a globe inside your ship?
Yes.
It's only for decoration, right? Look underneath it. It says for decoration purposes only.
No. In fact, it is accurate to sub-meter
What do you
accuracy
mean?
for all
Anybody can go
positions
buy a
on Earth.
globe right now, and if they read underneath, it says for decoration purposes.
So if you buy a decorative globe, that is correct. If you buy accurate navigation software, that is not correct.
Not software. Not software. You're getting this wrong. You said you had a globe, like a physical, artistic globe.
No. The actual globe that we use is the Navionics charts. That's what is actually being used on my boat, not an AE map, like you claimed. So,
do you understand what a globe is on?
And let's just hang on. I want to address this a point about it being more accurate or not. So, on a AE map that's flat, the AE map, can you take a string and connect it to like two cities of known distance apart, and then use that string and connect other cities to know that they're the same distance apart?
Oh my goodness! It's like, do you even know about projections? There's no projections that's 100% accurate. That's because the gratitude spacing, the gratitude spacing,
if the answer is no, just say no.
is right. Distorts the kilometers, man.
If the answer is no, just say no. Right? Are you aware that you can do
Are you
that?
aware of gratitude spacing and what it can do to a map?
Are you aware that if you take an accurate globe, which they do make accurate globe models, not the ones that are like not for educational purposes.
It could be super accurate. It'd be the size of the fucking Earth itself, dude.
If you get one of those types of globes, did you know that if you take a string, you can connect it to any two cities, and if you actually look at the distance between those two cities, they'll all be the same. That's why the globe map is more accurate than the AE map.
But let's go back to who taught you that sailing ships use
You're
AE
using a 3D model over a map, like a 2D map projection. Good job, bro.
I want to know who taught you this. Who is putting this out? Because it's so wrong, it's not even funny.
The United Nations.
The United Nations put out something about sailing.
Yeah.
Okay, can you right now? Who's talking right now? Who's talking? Who says he's like a professional, like boat pilot? Like, can you link me exactly the map you use in the chat, please? So I can decipher where you're wrong. I can't just keep guessing what you have in your mind of yours.
The system I use is the Navionics system by Goddard. The base system that most.
I'm waiting for the link because I'm
civilians
guessing you have a go-to. Right? I would do the same for you. Okay.
What was the question?
Just link, give me access to the map you're using, and I'll let you know how you're wrong.
Stace, I have a question.
It literally the program's called Navionics. Do you need a is your Google broken?
No. The problem
so
is
you're just saying around the program you don't understand.
Navionics is used by most mariners. It's pretty well known.
Right, and this guy is saying that it doesn't exist. What is your claim, buddy?
It doesn't exist until you link it to me. I do believe it exists, but it's like, are you scared of linking it? Because I'm sure it goes against your views, right? You're a globe card. You really don't have anything, bro.
Hey, AIX.
There it is. Insult from a flirt.
Yeah, I have a question for you. It doesn't matter what constellation you pick, because you were talking about celestial navigation earlier. Pick any constellation in the northern hemisphere that rises in the east, like Orion as an example, right? If you're on a flat plane that you claim the Earth is, it will always have the same orientation to the horizon no matter where you go in the northern hemisphere, right?
Well, at the end of the day, all observations are made from a horizontal coordinate system, which, like you said, it's your horizon plane of experience, right?
So if that Orion, if that constellation, I'm asking you, if that constellation, if it rotates as you travel north and south, what does that tell you?
Well, I mean, if I move 69 miles on the plane, then the sky is going to curve 1 degree or something like that.
I'm sorry, my Discord's messing up. What if you move 69 miles and you said it moves, let's say, 2 degrees? That would tell you you're not on a horizontal plane, right?
Well, no, because the sky is curving, right? Like if you look at the sun, it follows perfect curvature of a dome. You can see this every day.
In the southern hemisphere, do the stars at night go left to right, or do they just go around a single point?
Right. I've spotted horizon here 5:11 a.m. Australia, and I can kind of see Orion. It's a little bit difficult at the moment. So what would I say? It's currently west and north, east, south, north, east, south.
So while he figures that out, the Navionics program has been linked in chat. I would be really interested in somebody debunking that.
I won't debunk you, right? I'm going to tell you how you can interpret it in a way that's like ultimate reality type shit.
So is your dome that you're describing, for the sun and the stars, does it just reverse in the southern hemisphere, or what happens in the southern hemisphere?
Magic.
Right. So
back in the day where
the word gratitude is just a replacement for latitude and longitude system, which the globe already understands.
Well, the globe spreads it out in a way that it's 3D, right? But nobody uses. I mean, now we do.
Like
right?
I said earlier, you can remove a torch away from the surface of a basketball. That's a zenith. You can remove the torch away from a different place.
Yeah, that's a false equivalent.
No, it's not. It's exactly what the latitude and longitude show via measurement, because we know from measuring parts of the Tropic of Capricorn. Like, I've been to Rockhampton and I live south of it. I'm far away from where the sun should be directly above me. And yet, in December, during summer, when it's hot and that sun is roaring above Rockhampton, somehow it's setting south of east, southeast. The same with Tasmanians, the same with New Zealanders, the same with South Africans, and the same with people in Punta Arenas, Chile, on the Cape Horn Peninsula. Like, this
So-
is difficult.
I want to break in here if I can for a second. So this is AIEX. You got to understand something about him. He has a theory of reality that he either cannot or will not explain. But everything he says is based on this, and because it's inexplicable, there's almost never going to be a meeting of the minds. He thinks that there is some four-dimensional spatial geometry going on without, I think, understanding what four-dimensional spatial geometry actually would be.
Omni, can I ask you what four-dimensional that is then? Can you explain it to me, Omni?
What's that? I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
You explained that AIX is talking about four-dimensional. Can you explain it for me? Says he doesn't know what he's talking about.
So four-dimensional spatial geometry would be four spatial dimensions and presumably still one time-like dimension, meaning that we would live in a five-dimensional world. We do not, as far as we are able to tell. So what he's doing is he has this something in mind where the Earth is a sphere or something inside a sphere, which is a celestial sphere. But because he doesn't explain what that is, he has weird ideas about how gravity ought to work, which, like I said, I've never gotten a clear explanation from him as to how he thinks that should be happening.
Can I ask, Omni, before we continue, what is wrong with AIX's representation of reality? What is wrong?
So, well, first off, the celestial sphere is not a four-dimensional hypersphere around the Earth. It's all in the same three spatial dimensions. Secondly, gravity is
but the celestial bodies are what tells the time for us, right? We have a calendar for the sun. They had a calendar for the moon, and we're connected to time, right? Because we're all we say we have personalities, so we're all like one of light coming from the sky.
Is that fourth dimension?
So nobody knows what that means. I can't make head or tail of that. I'm sorry.
Omni, is that fourth dimension?
Can I try?
Omni, is that for our trade Kool-Aid? Yeah, is that four dimension?
Yes. In the same way that the each version of the nautical almanac is a snapshot of the celestial sphere at that time, so thereby is fourth dimensional, and that's why we have updates to the nautical almanac, because that changes throughout time.
This is super complicated. He thinks of it not as four dimensions and three spatial dimensions and one time-like dimension. He thinks that there are four spatial dimensions, which there's no evidence for.
Well, wait, hold on. Like even Einstein would tell you, space-time it's a 4D space-time continuum. Space and time cannot go without. And I'm telling you, the time is.
Let me tell you about the fourth dimension. It's the distance between then and now.
Right. I mean,
and we can tell then, and we can tell now, and we can tell when then is going to happen in the sky.
Einstein would it doesn't matter. So I have a clock on my desk. That doesn't make my desk, five-dimensional.
You're right.
That's only because you only see like nothing in the electromagnetic spectrum. You see basically nothing.
But you'd agree right now, like as an Australian in Brisbane, it's 5:11 a.m. I see no sunrise yet. I'm looking out in the stars. There's no Polaris. I can see a bit of the Southern Cross, maybe in the not southwest. I see a hint of Orion. It's like it
So I would say
measurably different.
I would say the fabric of space-time is curving differently around you because right now I'm in
It could be, but you're right. It could be, but what? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Either way, you're right though. Go ahead.
So,
okay, but wait. Can I ask you a question? Like you said, the sun is rising right now, right? And I believe we get sunrise time from the rotation of the globe Earth, correct?
Yeah,
rotation.
like
Oh, okay, go ahead.
like as a live witness, you could probably go to timeanddate.com for Brisbane, Australia, and like I'm not seeing sunrise yet. It could tell me where to look to experience that. Like,
Right, at the exact time. So if somebody from Flat Earth could just give me a calculation that explains when the sun comes up and the sun goes down and how you get those times, like that would be great, but I know you can't do that.
yeah, because like if the sun was really far away from me, it'd be like a tiny dot, and I'd expect it to increase in size as it comes up in the morning, but it's not doing that.
Shocking.
So just I mean, like I said, there is the theory that AIX has is not something that I think he's ever explained. And I don't honestly believe that that's a tactical position he's taking. That he just won't explain it because if he explained it, it could be falsified and he ain't there for that. I think what's going on is that he is, he believes that something he's not understanding dimensions correctly, I guess. Hard to be sure. And
can you explain why he's not talking about dimensions correctly, Omni? I'm asking you. You know I am. Please explain to me why he's not talking about dimensions correctly, Omni. Please.
Yeah, I was trying to explain. I got interrupted. Okay, so dimensions are directions you can travel, right? So 3 spatial dimensions is I can go left and right, forward and back, or up and down. That's 3 X, Y, and Z spatial dimensions. In time, we can only travel in one direction, forward, and we're always traveling forward in time. Okay? But in theory, somehow
only forward with
only
everything.
Forward.
Have you heard of retrocausality, where we're moving both forward and backwards in time?
Nope.
Because what do you mean no?
Nope.
There's no Benjamin Button here.
You can bring up if you can, if we're trying to go into retrocausality.
No, you haven't heard that. Okay, you have heard it then. Okay.
So no, there is no retrocausality that I'm aware of. So.
Oh wait! Stop. Aware of that you're aware of, or a reality
that I'm aware of.
Prove it then.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that statement, Omni. Bro, thank you.
We're aware of in reality. Yeah.
Yeah, that we're all aware of in reality. Prove it exists. Go ahead. We'll wait.
No. That you think that exists for the correlations that you're putting together, but in reality, you cannot. It's a presumption. You think. You pre-assume.
You think we live
then
in
we should probably try and break the presumption by having a counterexample.
I'm gonna continue with the explanation. So far as I know, we cannot move backwards in time. If you think differently, and I'm aware of an experiment that shows light appearing to be moving backwards in time. I don't know. I don't really buy it. Who knows? I don't know. But I do know that I can get up and walk around my apartment in 3 dimensions, but I can't walk back in time in my apartment. But that doesn't matter. It's still
Can I ask why it doesn't matter?
Because it's still a direction of movement forward in time. The fact that we
only
can't
forward, though, right? Yeah.
Yes, only forward. We can't go back. Okay.
Then why do you guys go back to the very beginning of the Big Bang? Why is that impossible? You go back and see the future.
It's clockwise, reverse is counterclockwise.
But 3 minutes ago we were currently talking, and then some time passed, and now we're talking later. Here is now. Wait a
Yeah.
little
Here is
bit.
that.
There's another
So-
now. I
so
only
we are-
went forward.
We are moving down.
job, guys.
So I'm gonna keep trying. So you can draw what's called, I think, Einstein relativity diagram, where you have an x-axis and a t-axis. What's that?
There's a much easier way to explain this. If you're going to uniquely identify an event somewhere in reality, you need to have 4 coordinate components. There is no other way to uniquely identify an event.
Okay, sure. So
Yeah, we know back
it happens at a place and at a time. There's no other way to identify when a unique event occurs.
I'm not that far away from the end of the discussion. Hopefully I can get there.
No, please do, Omni. Please do.
So we have these 4 dimensions that we live in. Einstein identified them as 3 spatial dimensions, meaning the 3 that I can walk around.
Is that all he did?
No, he probably did some other stuff too. I think he played some hoops once in a while.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, but go ahead. You're right. Keep going, honey. I'm sorry.
Einstein specifically
It's okay.
said 4D space-time continuum.
I know. So there was more, but I apologize. But go ahead, Omni. You're proving a point. Go ahead.
So these 3 dimensions were these 3 spatial dimensions and 1 time-like dimension are what is discussed in relativity. There is not, that we are aware of, a 4th spatial dimension. There is not a direction that we can walk in space into that is a direction other than backwards and forwards, up and down.
Can't turn themselves inside
What
out.
if it was written in the stars?
It's not written in the stars. We don't. There's no reason to think it is written in the stars. That is
No,
not
wait.
meaningful.
Why is it?
I'm more the rigorous way to declare it is we can move in 3 dimensions. Those 3 dimensions are orthogonal to each other. There is no 4th dimension which is orthogonal to all the other 3. We don't have that.
I'm sure that just cleared everything up for Stace. So okay.
Well, I mean, if she wants to know what orthogonal means, she can ask the question.
Well, whatever. Okay, so the point is, we don't live in a 5-dimensional world with 4 spatial dimensions and 1 time-like dimension. Outside of some hypotheticals like string theory, we don't ever detect these things. There is no 4th spatial dimension that we detect. It can't be written in the stars. It's not outside of the Earth. It's not all around us, but we're not perceiving it because of some way how our eyes work. None of that. As far as we know, there's only 3 spatial dimensions. So, that being the case, his theory is, when he tries to talk about his theory, it winds up being, incoherent for somebody. For some,
my mother-in-law fucking had to go to the hospital.
She okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. Are you hot micing or? Okay.
So
So anyway,
if there was a 4th spatial dimension that you could travel to, you could instantaneously swap positions with the person in the mirror and recognize that you did and have the experience on the other side. That's kind of what it could necessitate.
So I don't know if that's true or not, but the really important part of this is that because Alex is talking about things as though there are 4 spatial dimensions and 1 time-like dimension, it is not something that anybody who's interacting with him is going to be able to, he doesn't explain how that works. We don't understand how that works. And it's this big blind spot in the middle of the conversation that it's really hard to get around. It's really hard to have an understanding of anything. So, you know,
Omni, right? Can I ask you, because I'm kind of confused too.
Let Omni finish. Are you finished, Omni?
I'm done. I'm finished.
No, go ahead. I think Omni knows exactly what I'm about to say. Is why he's stopping. Can you explain to me how Alex says what he's missing? I'm actually wondering where he's missing then.
Okay, so what? So it's hard to be clear because I don't know what his theory is. I know that he said that water is shed off of a convex surface, which I don't understand why.
Real quick, Omni, can you make sure that we actually can hear you? Because I'm serious about this, Omni. You know I'm asking this for a reason.
Okay, well, all right. So he said that water is shed off a convex surface. I don't know what the relevance of that is. He says that we don't live on a blue marble. I don't know what he thinks is going on, but I will say this. I think what he's missing is this. The Earth is a three-dimensional object. It is a sphere. Gravitation pulls from every direction around that sphere towards the center. So if all that existed in creation was a single basketball with a gravitic center in the middle, you could walk all around that basketball and your feet would still be being pulled towards the middle of that basketball, the air-filled center point of the basketball. And when you went to the bottom, what we would call the bottom of the basketball, you would still feel like you were on the top or on the, you'd always feel like you're on the top because your feet are always being pulled towards the very inside of it. So that's how gravity works, which is why if you were to pour water around that basketball, that water would be held in a sphere of equal thickness around the outside shell of that basketball, because it would expand sideways, which for it would not be a sideways expansion like a square plane or something. It would be an expansion that wraps around the ball, because it's seeking its own level, and it's all being, every individual molecule of that water is being pulled towards the center of the ball. So it would coat the ball. And then if you wanted to put, now in this creation, we have a bunch of stars or little tiny, whatever, Christmas light type things. So we have all these little lights at some large distance around it, shining brightly. So I can look up from anywhere I am on that basketball and I will see a bunch of stars. Go ahead.
Yeah, all those stars, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Mercury, those are all analogs to the Earth. Yeah.
Can I just say?
Oh my
Go
goodness.
ahead, just join in.
Well, no, it amuses me that this many years later, Neophyte IRL, which is now named AIEX or Alex or something, now we're still treating this as a serious discussion.
I mean, you're still here, right? You treat it as a serious discussion every single day of your life.
So, in this creation, we have a basketball. We have water poured around it that has reached an equal depth from any direction around the ball. We have a bunch of little lights around it, which are the stars. So now we'll add some planets. So now there's a few other basketballs, or maybe there's like a softball and a beach ball floating around out there. When you say they're analogs of the Earth, what does that mean to you?
Well, like Venus, I mean, like Jupiter is tin, Mars is iron, the sun is the gold, moon is silver, stuff like that. Like, it's all relative.
That is nonsense. That is semantics. Flat Earth is literally just semantics. Iron and this and that. What the hell are you talking about, man?
So what
does that mean? Whatever happens in the sky has effects on Earth, bro. As above, so below. Whatever Greek philosopher, like.
So you don't believe that those are actual balls out there in space composed of normal matter in orbit with us around the sun? Is that an accurate? You do not believe that. Is that accurate?
I'm saying they're directly connected to us. Whether it's what they are or not, that information is obviously controlled because we all know about the space race. 1958, NASA was, founded, and they gave us some big narrative we all have to follow. But
The knowledge that
saying-
Earth is a flat predates.
So let me just make sure I have the position correct. So what I described, the basketball with the gravitic center of gravity in the middle that can hold water because water is all around it being pulled towards the inside along with the everything else on that basketball. I don't know if you believe that's an accurate description of our Earth or not, but that is what the globe model says.
No, the Earth is not a basketball, right? It's a little bit more complicated than that. Everything is not pulled to the center the way you think that people, like right now I'm in Canada, like people antipodal of me. I'm in Indiana. People antipodal of me are not backwards. This is just a common misconception because the 3D model is hyper simplified and you guys all believe in it.
We just traveled in 12 hours, by the way.
So what we have here, so you can't draw how you think it works. We don't know if you think the Earth is flat or if you think the Earth is hyperbolic shaped or some saddle shaped or some other shape. We have no idea what you think because you say
I'm his girlfriend. I've been with him for 8 months, and it's pretty fucking clear. It's fucking flat plane, right? Sphere above you, sphere below you. How can you not understand this? I'm sorry, guys.
Well,
you don't understand it because you are a Christian moron who thinks that from the Bible. That's why we don't understand it. What we understand is it's very smart people got on rocket ships and they went to space and they took pictures of around Earth.
Guys, hang on.
How unhinged are Globers, dude?
Let me go back and forth with Alex or Stace for a minute. All right, just without we don't need the insults. So
I got you. Sorry.
What I'm saying is that model that I'm describing, and saying it's not as simple as a basketball is aggravating to me because yes, I'm being a little bit simplistic, but I don't know what part of that you disagree with. If you're like, one second, hold on, I'm almost done. If you're holding your hands together going, the Earth isn't orange, omnivore. It's not orange. It's mostly green or blue. That is not a great approach to understanding that I'm using an analogy that I'm trying to make simple enough for us to all hold this image in our head. So I suspect that what you think is a little bit more complicated than that is that you don't agree about how gravity works. You think there's a conspiracy of some sort by NASA, and you believe in astrology. So that's how come you're saying that that like Jupiter is Mercury, is tin or whatever it was. I don't know the element that's associated with it. So I'm telling you that is what the globe model says. You can believe there's something other than the globe model, like that the Earth is flat, or that the Earth is stationary, or the Earth is the center of the solar system, or the center of the universe, or whatever else. But Alex complicates this by saying, I believe the globe model, or I believe in what science says, but what science says is being misunderstood by you guys. All right.
Yeah, he says the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and that's what causes the confusion. And remember, this has been going on for years. He's been doing it on purpose.
I just wanted to be yes. Well, there's one of two possibilities. Either one, he's just having us on because he's trolling, which is could be, or two, he has some theory of case, and I mean that as a term of art. Theory of case is a catch-all term, an umbrella term for what you believe is actually going on. You believe the case to be that the Earth is a part of a four-dimensional physical object which has a larger hypersphere around it, and those spheres are connected through some mechanism, and that mechanism is causing the apparent rotation and something ether, I don't know. But if you're not trolling, you need to explain your theory of case clearly. before anybody can productively interact with you. Because everybody's, people are trying to explain to you, a guy who does sailboat navigation, hardcore sailboat navigation, is trying to explain to you, and it's not working. You should be listening to that guy and going, "Oh, I'm wrong. This is a guy who knows what he's doing. He does it professionally." Or you could say, "I don't believe you do it professionally. I think you're lying about your resume." And then, we could try to sort that out. I having talked a little bit to Drink of Kool-Aid, I will tell you that my bullshit detector tells me he is not lying. He does know what he's talking about. All right. So you should be saying, okay, you do this professionally. I believe you. I'm getting good information from you, and I'll listen to that, and I'll reformulate my beliefs. But that can't happen because you have a theory of case that nobody knows what it is.
And it's very difficult to reconcile because, like, I'm literally in Australia with living testimony live right now of, like, it's just becoming sunrise at Brisbane, Australia. Like, I'm on my way to work. I won't be on Discord arguing with people for the next 6 hours. I've got some money to earn. So what's really difficult, like, I'm in a different time zone and the sun isn't this tiny dot. I'm going to be watching soon the sun rise up as like a circle exposing itself at the same angular size. And when you're looking at if you were going to get a solar filter on that sun, and I was able to now, I would be very, very surprised if those sunspots pictures were different in angular size and configuration.
You're expecting them to have expectations for their worldview, and that's not how this works. The observations are made, and the worldview says those are expected, even though it doesn't explain how they're expected. That's how this is working.
Oh, Blake, did you see, if you have access to the text chat, I did post a photo of the sun using a solar filter showing a difference in sizes. No, I'm
Hey,
going to...
Doofus, I found this video online. I think it's of you. So I'm going to post it and you tell me if it's you or not.
Were they on the same day? Was the sun near the horizon or not? Like, these are things, are factors that you're not taking into consideration.
No, this is from
looking
a
in the chat.
Defender.
One is close to
From
the
Jesse
horizon, and one is
Pathan Light.
more overhead.
So he used his own solar filters. This is one of the observations I'm going to try to repeat myself.
Well, anyway,
So
if
the
you don't
subtitle
wanna
is a
make
privileged
this-
white man, and you think that's me? That's funny.
If you don't want to make this,
That sounds just like you.
If you don't want to make this,
I am
a
sure
waste-
you think that, because that's what you guys do.
if you don't want to make this a waste of time for everybody, AIX, you need to be very clear about what your theory of case is for the universe.
I don't see him here anymore.
And for
who was the guy from down
that? Look,
sorry.
like,
Are you the one who said that you soon have sunrise in Australia?
yeah, Brisbane, Australia, right now.
Yeah, and here where I live, 62 degrees north, sunset today is 11:15 in the evening, in 2.5 hours. I can see the sun. You can see the sun.
That's pretty late. Yeah, thank you. The sunset around my area is, I think, at 8:45.
Like, it hasn't breached the horizon yet, but like the light coming in is up in the atmosphere. Like, it's, and what if the sun is becoming closer, it would have to appear like a small dot during the night because it can't go lower than a horizon on the flat earth. Like, standing, like we've all done mountain climber and we've all enjoyed the sunset. There's no physical way for that sun to go lower than the soil unless there's curvature of that soil.
Oblate, the other thing there is the sunlight, reflecting off the bottom of the clouds and of course airplanes.
So I don't think that this is a flat earth discussion, though. I'm not sure if we're trying to still figure out what AIEX means, I don't think that it's conventionally the flat Earth, since he claims to think that science is.
Here, I can clarify. Flat Earth is a bit of a dead end, right? So we're all in some kind of truther movement where we realize that we've been lied to. And so the truth is still out there, available for anybody. I'm not claiming I have it. I'm just saying people
What's the
misinterpret
lie?
the Flat Earth movement.
Well, what do you
that,
think? What do you
The lie
think?
is that nobody should be atheists. We don't come from monkeys, although we share 99% DNA. That doesn't mean that we're that doesn't mean that they're our predecessors. All types of stuff.
So I don't have a problem with that. But what I do think is that when you're saying, I agree with science, but you're misunderstanding it, I think you should stop saying that unless you can explain what you think science is saying that we're not understanding.
Well, science in Greek is scientia, which means knowledge. So yeah, there's different branches of knowledge, but they're all compartmentalized. And so putting the puzzle back together again is real hard. Like it's like putting Humpty Dumpty back together again, right?
Well, hold on a second.
What about the puzzle science already has?
So wait a minute. Hold on a second. AIEX, do you realize that your approach to this is insulting everybody in here?
I mean,
you may not realize.
I think they should be insulted to a certain extent.
Offensive. Okay? Do you realize that?
Yeah, I think you should feel ashamed. You should have not anger, but you should feel some willingness to want to get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
And that's why you have a survey like this.
Okay,
you want to get to the bottom.
AIEX, because I've been way too charitable to you. Okay? You don't have a theory of case. You have no idea what's going on. You just think you're smarter than everybody else, and you've decided to be an asshole about it. Well done.
I don't think that. I think you can like the theoretical physics journal is available to everyone, and no, it is all people are theorizing about it left and right, whether it be the black hole theory, whether it be.
You don't understand any of these
Hang on a minute.
theories.
Hang on a minute.
You don't understand any of this science,
No.
AIEX.
No, but hang on.
Obviously, you don't.
Do we have? Do you think astronomy has some sort of evidence and observations for black holes and what's expected?
I mean, astronomy is just the looking in the sky and seeing what sky means what. Like, we look at this one, we say, okay, we'll call this one this.
Yeah, there are predictions made how, let's say, a star close to a black hole should act. And do you think they have an observation that conforms to that hypothesis?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys because I'm about to get some heat.
All the best, Alex.
Yeah.
I think the measurement question is still valid because I don't have any instrument that I know in human history that has measured that fourth physical axis. I know length, I know width, I know height, and I know time. And every single device that I've ever seen in humanity measures those four, the three spatial and the one time. Sunrise now, catching the train to work. Have a good one, guys.
Oh, you too, Oblate. Join us again soon.
I claim this guy is simply not even honest about his position because earlier in
was
the
going
conversation,
hard in the past few hours. Good on him.
Earlier in the conversation with me in text chat, he defined the fourth dimension as time. So if he's now saying that it's a spatial dimension, clearly he's just lying about his positions. And
He just doesn't know. Wait, I would think that too, but it's clear to me he doesn't understand the difference between a time-like dimension and a spatial dimension. I mean, it's weird. I don't know why, but he doesn't.
Who's that, Omni?
What's that?
Oh, who doesn't grasp it?
AIEX.
Oh, okay.
like I said, I it's disappointing to be way too charitable, but I guess I was.
You were
Yeah,
kind.
it happens.
That's why I got upset.
Do you
Not
think
just be a jerk.
time is actually physical? Sorry, can we manipulate time in your opinion? Is time dilation evidence of that, or could it be disproven? Thank you.
Time dilation. So, what do you mean by manipulating time? We can manipulate the passing of time by time dilation.
What if that's debunked? Will we go back to time is just a dimension and not something that we can manipulate?
How do you debunk an observation?
GPS satellites have to account for the speed at which they're going. That's the evidence of time dilation.
Yeah,
So-
and the experiments using atomic clocks on the surface as well.
Yeah, I want to explain this to Eden specifically. So
yeah, because how about this? I'll explain
let me explain then, and then you can do the what about. So imagine you were running down the street and you're jogging, and then you jog slower, and then you jog slower. You can't stop, or you don't want to stop, but you can jog slower and slower and slower, or you're jogging down the street and you can sprint faster and faster. Are you manipulating speed? Yes. That's the same way we manipulate time.
I see what you're saying. How about this though? Because let's imagine we create another clock that's far more precise. We got the atomic clock oscillating at 9 billion plus.
Yeah, you've asked that before. The answer is no.
So even if we get a more accurate clock and they remain in alignment, wouldn't that debunk this idea of time dilation?
No. Well, I mean, no, it would not.
No. All it would do, it would measure it more accurately.
So I'll explain this as well.
Okay.
I think that because you don't have a good answer to time dilation, you are telling yourself, well, this is just a artifact of these clocks making a mistake, and if we had a better clock, we would be able to see that this isn't really that time isn't really dilating.
Yes, that's one induction.
But how accurate are the most modern atomic clocks?
They're
It's
super accurate, but why?
It's like 1 second in 100 billion years or something like that. It's extremely accurate.
Okay, guys, I'm going to drop soon. I have to go, but I wanted to answer Eden on this. So
thank you.
So no, it is not an inaccuracy of the clock. It just about can't be. So when the reason why we talk about time dilation isn't just because the clock changes. It's because it changes in accordance with the relativity theory, meaning that it changes by the precise amount that relativity predicts it should change, whether that's at the bottom of Pike's Peak to the top, or flying in an airplane and changing speeds, or flying in an airplane and changing altitudes. Or or having two clocks stationary, but one of them is a few meters above the other. It changes by the amount that the theory predicts. So that validates the theory. If it were an error in the clocks, we wouldn't see that.
Well, I'm just saying, what if we get a more precise instrument? What would you state when they remain in alignment? Thank you.
No, there won't be. The only thing that's going to happen is that those clocks are going to measure it even more accurately, more decimals. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
Then I would have to conclude that something deceptive was happening with the measurements that we had before, which are done by all kinds of people, including students. So either you think that a bunch of people are lying to you, which of course you do.
No, that's why I'm proposing maybe they continue to pursue greater precision measuring devices, right? I'm sure
it's not a matter of precision. It is not a matter of precision.
It could be.
No, it could not be. So why would Why would an imprecise timepiece change by a specific amount when you took it up and down?
When it was standardized for sea level, now you're changing its
environment. So of course it's not going to be tracking at the time it was standardized for.
So how so?
So how?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Sea level at the Navy base. Are you thinking it's an issue of? Are you thinking it's an issue?
I was just wanting Eden to explain what's change of the environment and how would that environment affect the timing device, the atomic clock.
Because he thinks it's air pressure.
It could be
No,
a few factors.
it's got nothing to do with air pressure at all.
Okay. Well, I have to go. Okay. So taking back Eden.
Thank you, Omni.
I'm telling you. Well, I'm telling you that this cannot be. Your reasons for this are. You're not batshit insane, but what you're talking about an area that you clearly know absolutely nothing about. Okay,
I know a little bit enough to talk about it, but not enough to be an expert. Yes, you're right. But at least we can chat about it. I hope you have a beautiful day. Maybe we can continue when you get back.
Yeah.
Or another time.
Well,
Maybe we can do an event, and I'll dismantle in front of everybody for you guys.
You haven't dismantled anything ever. You don't understand this. This is all you do. You go,
Someone's on mute. I can only hear whispering.
We won. Yay, we won. You haven't dismantled anything. Here's what you'll do. Ready? Eat it. I got an easy thing for you, okay? You ready? You said you're going to make a map for us, right? So here's what I want you to do. I want you to make a map and then give me the calculation that explains sunrise and sunset everywhere on the planet.
Everybody. Put it on a silver spoon for Bjorn.
No, just do it.
Yeah.
Make your flat Earth model
George's never done any
and
research
show
in his
me
life.
how you can
Let's get him a
calculate
bed and a
sunrise and
spoon. We
sunset
can
on a
spoon
dirt
feed him.
pizza.
Bro,
No,
you
just do it.
can't-
Yeah, talk over me.
You can't
Yeah.
do anything without a conception of where the pieces are. All you could do is just keep reifying that you're seeing flat everywhere.
That's right, Kate.
You should go into doing research without preconceived notions if that's the very thing that you're testing.
That's
You should
exactly
just
what
go
you're
ahead.
doing.
You should
You're
just go
doing
ahead
that.
and measure. You can just go ahead and measure, let's say, distances and angles between the distances. No presuppositions whatsoever. Go ahead, measure it, look at the data, and then try to figure out which model it fits best. It's quite simple, isn't it?
They always accuse people of doing exactly what they're doing. They go into it with the preconceived notion of the Bible says it's a flat plane, and then everything has to fit around that. That's your problem. You cannot
give me
come
an
into this
example of
stuff with
experiment?
the preconceived notion that the Bible says it's flat, because we don't even know what the Bible said when it was written.
Seriously, bro. What's your experiment,
That's true,
Bjorn,
though.
that we
Isn't
can
it?
do?
There's
Don't
a
white
lot of
knight.
truth in that.
Don't white knight for Bjorn.
Yo, let's keep it one-on-one. Let's keep it one-on-one.
I mean, there's a lot of truth in that statement that people
What
who
experiment
base their flat Earth belief on the Bible.
Yeah, y'all are all
have
white
a-
knighting.
We're not doing meta. Jorn wants
No,
to debate.
it was just a point.
What's white knighting for Bjorn? Since y'all all white knight for each other, since we get accused.
I don't need anybody to white knight for me, little girl. Quiet down. Shush. Shush, little girl.
Does a man
Shush.
need to be white knight?
Oh, here comes Eden white knighting for Taylor like he does all the time.
What's your experiment, Bjorn?
A derp. Bible says it's flat. A derp.
He's conceding. He has nothing. He
question?
won't even respond to my question.
I
No,
believe
but
you.
could I ask
away.
a question
Yo,
regarding
Taylor,
this?
when he's
And you guys
spiraling, you
friends
guys don't have to join him. Let him finish. And then we
Could
can
I
continue.
ask a question when it comes to this?
And you guys are all
some-
white
some
knighting
of-
for him.
Yeah, Tyler and others who base their faith and belief on the Bible, you do start with a presupposition that your interpretation of the Bible is correct. Yes.
No, because atheists. Well, but yeah, maybe Taylor does. Maybe I do. But there are atheists who went out and tried to verify the Bible. Devout atheists.
No. That's not. Don't deflect. The question is
I'm
quite
not going to
simple.
answer your question until Bjorn answers mine.
I can ask you afterwards, but
I didn't hear your
you
question.
have
Go
to
ahead.
agree-
Let her tell.
yeah,
Let her
but
ask it
you
again.
have- Yeah, you have. Do you base, or do you have a presupposition which is based on your interpretation of the Bible, like the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
Bjorn, what's your experiment again?
What are you talking about? What experiment?
What experiment should we go do?
Oh, I said Eden claims he's going to make a flat Earth model to give to schools. So I want him to tell me how you can calculate sunrise and sunset everywhere in the world. Because
so you
when
want
we
me to go all
do
the way
that, we
around
use
the
the
world.
rotation of a globular Earth.
What
That's
tools
how
would
that
you use
works.
to do that? What
You're gonna just
instrumentation do you need to buy?
I don't know. I just know that
Oh,
they
you
do
don't
it.
even know.
I don't have to know
Didn't think so.
exactly how it's done because I trust science, and I don't think that NASA is Satanist just because that kid from The Exorcist was possessed
This
back
is
in
your
the
guy,
day.
bro. This is y'all's guy, Gober.
It's not
Here's
God.
a bit of
Actually,
a-
I believe in God. I'm a Christian. I
Blake,
think
we
you
can
people
handle
are a
this.
disgrace to this religion.
This is your guy,
Okay.
Govers. Don't forget that.
Coming in live from Sunrise in Australia. Here we go. Brisbane, Queensland. How are you guys going? Right, here on the globe Earth. Here's the kind of thing I would expect on flatness. A very small, tiny sun increasing in size from the perspective what's actually happening. A nice, firm, big, thick, like globe of light coming toward me. Like, why is that light so big and bright? And for the last 12 hours, it's been underneath the dirt. It is literally rising from a place that is under land and under sea if Earth is flat.
Another thing is that I think if me and you now at the same time use the solar filter and measure the angular size of the sun, we could both see it. The sun sets 11:15 in the evening where I live, way up north, and you can see it down in Australia. How does that work on a flat Earth?
Well, they don't have a model, so we can't making assumptions on a model that doesn't exist.
Keep in mind, the sun is not above the equator anymore. It's not even near the Tropic of Cancer. It's coming into your summertime. It's circling around the Tropic of Cancer. And yet, from Australia, which is far, far away from that tropic, south of Rockhampton, beyond, far, far away from the North Pole, towards your supposed rim, I see the very real sun that every other real
Oblate.
person has seen all their life.
The flat earther in here that I know, Eden, has said and admitted that the Gleason model kind of doesn't work anymore. So they need a new model, right, to explain that what you're describing, because right now they don't have one. So there's no real disagreement there between us. I think they all agree that the sun does things that happens on a globe.
What is he describing again?
That the sun is go ahead, say that again, Blade, about the sun
yeah,
in
you
the
don't
south
even
of
know.
Capricorn. The Tropic
I'm
of
just
Capricorn.
frame shaking, guys. Sorry for the noise. So Rockhampton during summer is pretty much directly underneath the Tropic of Capricorn. Give or take a couple of kilometers. Brisbane, Australia is south by, I don't know, many kilometers. And even people south of me in Tasmania would be able to testify the same thing.
So if it's there, and then you go to Scotland, the other dude who's in Scotland, right?
In Norway, even further north.
Oh, excuse me, Norway. That's
62 degrees north.
And you see the sun.
Yeah, it's another 2 hours before it sets.
Yeah, and we can confirm that with sunspots. You both see the same sun. It's just a different position of the sunspot. Anyway, what we're getting at here, I guess, is that on a globe model that makes sense. We're trying to understand how it makes sense on a flat Earth model.
And even if you take concave's math with the dual dye, even if you concave provided a double pole map, and you have to consider someone in Australia sees the same sun as someone in Scotland. So there's even two flat Earth models. One provided by concave and the typical azimuthal versus the reality that I think I'm observing right now with the sunrise in Brisbane, Queensland.
Can you send me that data, please?
Good afternoon on this beautiful flat Earth. We're here at OmniTalk Discord, talking about flat Earth and other topics. How are you doing today?
I guess the question was open to Taylor and anyone else about the sun being visible in Scotland at the same, or sorry, Norway, and at the same time being visible south of the Tropic of Capricorn in, let's say, Tasmania, Australia. How does that work on a flat model?
So nobody's gonna answer who's done these measurements of the sun throughout the day.
They're right now. They're telling us. Like right now, Oblate said it's there, and then the dude in Norway said it's there.
Okay. So Norway and where?
I've posted in chat just in the last couple of minutes my sunrise from my position in
South
Queensland.
Australia,
Evidence.
like think Tasmania.
Yes. Oh, I'm not sure what Tasmanians are seeing, but I know that I'm south of Rockhampton and south of the Tropic of Capricorn.
Okay, so you're basically saying that's too wide of a stretch to happen on the flat Earth model?
Yes, for the model that I've seen. Like I said, if you have a different flat Earth model that shows that it is possible, I'd love to see it.
Oh, I mean, I've just seen basic depictions of the sun rotating around the face of the Earth. Not saying that that's accurate, but I don't see why that wouldn't be able to work on this for the purpose of this question.
So if you have a flat plane, right, like your desk, let's just say as an example, and you have your hand above it is the sun doing a circle around the flat plane, right? You understand how if it's visible on one side in Australia, on the right side of your desk, it would be way far away and, you know, not to the people in Norway, in Europe, let's say.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really see an issue with that.
So that's the new argument is I don't see an issue. It works. How? Show us how. How is the sun the same size? Just please.
Taylor, I haven't done this yet, but I gotta
if you
contact
do
all
it,
the
Eden,
Ivy
I'll
Leagues.
join your religion even.
I'm gonna try to contact all the Ivy League schools, Harvard, Yale, and see if they can actually get a rocket even further. Maybe they can get the first uncut video from Earth to far enough away, and we can see what Ivy League school actually does it.
Who in here is in Tasmania?
He's not in Tasmania. He's in Eastern Australia, which is like north of Brisbane.
Oh, I mean, I'm looking at both these places right now. I'm not seeing a huge discrepancy, but you know, if you think there is, that's fine.
Do you know how many distances between
problem is
Australia and Norway, right?
For the last 12 hours, I've been asleep and the sun hasn't been able to be seen at all. Meanwhile, this guy in Scotland has noticed the sun up in the sky all day, and he says, like, he knows it's going to set at around 6:30, and yet I've just literally seen sunrise. So you have to explain, like, why the sun wasn't visible for the previous, like, 10 hours.
Maybe you can draw this out on a flat Earth map, and point out the discrepancy that you think's there, and then we'll look at it.
Great idea.
Do you have a flat Earth map though?
Any one of them you can pick.
Okay.
Use gatekeepers because it's got 2 poles.
So the angular size of the sun would change. So the fist in your hand that we're saying is the sun right above your desk. If you moved it around in a circle and you moved it toward the right hand side of your desk, on the left hand side of the desk, if the sun is, you know, that far away, then it would look smaller compared to the right. It would look bigger on the right hand side. If you're looking at the bottom, say we're on the desk.
Yeah, I just posted a photo of the sun, superposed 2 photos of the sun, one superposed on top of the other, and you
They're
can see
from
the difference in
different days.
change
It
of
doesn't
size.
matter. They're from
Hey,
different
Eden, have you
days.
seen
It
Angels
doesn't
Landing?
matter. If
Okay.
they're
Eden,
from
have you seen
different
Angels
days, it
Landing on
doesn't
TikTok?
matter.
I haven't yet.
Eden,
I'll take a look.
look at Angel's Landing on TikTok. He does measurements of the sun and has multiple of the sun changing size throughout the day.
Amazing. Thank you.
Again, he uses sun filters.
So that's interesting.
So,
Those size differences are pretty
He's the one that
small.
debated PhD Tony.
CGI. I'm just going to use your argument. I don't believe what he's putting on YouTube because it's CGI. How's that? I mean, we can do that too.
Okay, well, I don't believe Oblate can see his son. I mean,
So
come on, man.
every image that has been done during the day using solar filters, there's hundreds, not maybe thousands of them, showing that the angular size of the sun does not change during the day.
I just
And
posted
then,
where it does change.
and then, hang on, yeah, I haven't finished. And then you posted one single image by I don't know who, I don't know where, when, or if
Jesse Lightpath.
yeah, and it's during a day or is it different times of the year?
Same day.
How are they
Same
the
day,
same day and
I'll double
captured in
check.
the
One
same
moment.
spot?
Yep, same day.
You know what the real problem with that picture is? The side to side. It is not shrunk in side to side dimension.
Oh, well.
It has gone vertically because
Yeah, and you see, it's close. Yeah, it's also close to the horizon where we have the refraction and the squishing kind of thing that happens as it sets. You
No,
see it's low
actually,
because
he's
it's
turned it
very
both
close.
directions.
It just a tiny bit above the top of those trees, the branches of the trees you can see.
Yeah. Taylor, you were saying something?
I was saying, this guy Angel's Landing on TikTok, he debated PhD Tony and showed the sun shrinking, and he basically turned the sun sideways too to show both directions it was shrunk.
Beautiful.
And,
I mean,
and
it's
like,
Does he have
designed
TikTok users?
literally for the globe defenders as well. Like when you're rotating away from the sun, you're literally traversing 6,000 miles away from the sun. So you are going to find a change in size.
Not with the sun 93 million miles away.
Right.
and like you said, when you're looking above those, yeah, I've got train announcements to deal with, so sorry about that. So the problem with flipping the sun sideways is that Hendra Station.
I'm going to invite the guy who took the measurements here and to come and share his information.
But
I
the
don't know if he will
measurements
come or not,
are
but
not valid because he's twisting a sunset that's been distorted by the atmosphere, which is horizontal, and pretending that angular size and flipping something that's been twisted by the atmosphere is shrinking by angular size. It's the side-to-side motion, angular distance that is exactly the same. It's the atmosphere that changed the picture, not. It's just. The next.
he shows it got smaller before it hit the horizon or got near the horizon. I'm inviting him right now.
He doesn't
If he'll come
use a
talk with
solar
me.
filter. He uses pictures with glare. If you can't see the sunspots, you've used glare to analyze the sun.
No, he does use a solar filter.
Yeah, if he didn't use a solar filter, we're gonna mock him. So just so you know.
He is using a solar filter.
Oblate said there's glare.
You don't even know what I'm talking about. I haven't even posted his video yet.
Unreal.
It's CGI. What do you want me to do? I don't believe it. It's CGI. I can play that
Yeah.
game too. You see what I mean? You see what I mean, though? You see what I mean by the absurdity? Like, I
we
will
are close
argue
and
anything
focused.
you
He
show
says
me
he's
is
focused on it.
CGI, just like you guys argue any science that done is CGI. So we're never going to get anywhere. So you might as well get another hobby.
You might as well get another hobby.
Yeah, the evidence of it shrinking vertically is not evidence of shrinking it horizontally and vertically simultaneously, which is what angular size of the sun actually is.
He showed it each direction, vertically and
It's-
horizontally. He literally
That
flipped the
is
picture.
rotating the image. That is not what angular size is. That is not the sun shrinking into a small star as it floats away.
Well, he does have videos of that.
He absolutely does not.
Yeah, he does.
No, he
Yet
does not.
the
And I saw
sun,
that guy.
Yeah, he does.
I saw his stupid fucking debate, and he's a fucking moron.
Yeah.
I hate when people who don't know shit about any of the science think
Why
they
are
do,
Globers so
and then they
angry?
read shit. Globers?
Yeah. Is there a
What is
reason
your
you're so
me right
angry?
now? I'm
So-
angry because I get pissed off when women are stupid. Okay? You make us look fucking bad.
You're doing that right now for women, actually.
White knighting. Eden loves to white knife the Taylor.
I heard
all the
somebody
Oh,
time.
yeah,
You
no,
do it
I-
all the time.
And you're
You
white
do it all the
knighting
time.
for
And then you
Gia Cat
ask
right
your
now.
stupid question from your Jehovah's Witness
That's not how you
chat.
say my name.
Why are you white
First of
knighting
all,
for Gia? Or whatever
So
her
many
name is.
Globers, so triggered
Why?
here.
don't even try to say my name.
Why are you
Go
white
on.
knighting for her, Bizorn?
Hey, Flatty, just call people Flatty, Glober, Flatty,
Well, we're
Flatty, you
all
disingenuous
white
person.
knighting for everybody else then. Okay? Can we not get that point?
How about you just call me
You
by
guys all white
name?
knight
What is
together.
happening here? What is this? What is this shit flinging?
Yeah,
Okay.
it just started swearing, so we're just trying to calm the situation down. Hopefully, maybe less swearing. Curse words.
Well, then I'm here to offer you my help, Eden, as a moderator. Please, enough with the ad hominems, enough with the insults. Please get on with the conversation in a civil manner. Please.
Thank you.
You'll be doing me a personal favor, every which one of you. Thank you.
So how do you say your name, GM?
Not sure
So
if you
what
want
in
to
the
do
science?
Eden not using people's names and calling us Glober or Flatty. That is just disingenuous. Call us by name. Be respectful.
Apparently I can't pronounce her name, so I'm not sure what to do from there.
You can just say Jay.
Say, my name's Eden. I'd like to be called Eden, and that's fine with me. You can call me Oblate or Anvil. That's fine. We know who you're talking about. Calling us Globies or Flatties is not helpful.
Jay, what in the
Which is-
science do you think the flat earthers are getting wrong?
Yeah. This should be
Is there
interesting.
something particular?
This should be good.
I'm
All of
sorry.
it. You're getting
Guys,
Oh, you're white knighting
guys,
for her.
please.
Put the white
Stop,
knighting.
Hold on, guys.
stop. Like, this is devolving in front of my eyes into, like, this childish bullshit. So, Jay was asked a question. Jay gets to speak. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, I do have. Hold on. I do have to warn you. I have multiple children, so if they come up and talk to me, I'm gonna have to just mute like out of nowhere. Okay.
That's
Anyway,
fine.
one of my kids is 9, almost 10. When I ask him, and just name anything, just name literally anything, just one thing, and I will go ask him, and I bet he will say that your assertion is wrong. Even my 10-year-old, or almost 10-year-old, knows more about physics. And of course, he has a little bit of an advantage because I'm in astrophysics.
May I request less posture, rhetoric, and posturing? Sorry, less posturing and rhetoric and more substance, please. Be concise
Yes.
also.
I
Multiple
need an
people want to
example
speak.
first. Well, I mean, we can
Okay.
talk about the sun. I mean, that was already what was being talked about, so let's do that. I guess.
Sure, then ask Taylor a question, and Taylor will give you an example, and then you
No,
can go on
I
from
don't.
there.
I'll just answer her question using the sun as the example. Okay. Well, I don't know how far most of you have moved away from the original argument, which was that the sun moves away from you on a specific path, and the size will shrink until it's nothing. On the globe model, there is a certain amount of angular size, which is very minute, just like the photo that I think it was Eden shared. That's normal. That's very reasonable. The issue would be is if you took the size of the sun at noon-ish, whatever solar noon is, and then throughout the day, not only did it not arc above you, but it also went away from you and got so small compared to itself that it was gone.
Okay, well, there's actually evidence that shows contrary to what you were trying to articulate. I'll present it in the text chat. You guys can take a look. Feel free.
Hey, can you tell me how I can measure the angular size of the sun that hasn't come above the horizon yet? Literally here in Brisbane, Queensland, dude. I can't measure it, and yet it's shining light. Where is it? Also, vertical distortions of the horizon doesn't change the side-to-side absence of angular change. Perspective requires everything to shrink simultaneously.
Sorry, I was just talking to someone else. Did somebody ask me something?
Have you guys noticed that every time flat earthers post the sunset pictures, it's always the most shit quality pictures you could ever find, where you can't even distinguish the silhouette of the sun?
I'm just waiting for the sun to completely come up because you know, the angular size in the evidence Eden provided shows that the width of the sun is the same, but not the height. What perspective must do must shrink everything equally. When the car goes in the distance, it's not shrinking by height and not width. It's shrinking by both. That's what perspective does.
Would it shrink with atmosphere though?
Yeah, perhaps you're an
A little bit.
expert.
That seems to be what the photograph is showing.
Oh, so yeah, it could affect the actual angular size. Maybe do you have a collection throughout the year that you could present?
The angular size is not happening side to side. That's a huge problem for the evidence that you think works for you. Perspective works simultaneously, side to side and top to bottom. That's not happening in your evidence. Rotating the evidence doesn't fix the problem.
So what if I give you a video of the whole sun smaller throughout the day?
We would require all sourcing.
No solar filter?
No, with a solar
If you can
filter.
account.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Okay, let me see.
Looking to make some more videos. Thank you, Taylor.
Copy link.
Mic
This
check.
guy's got a bunch of them. What do you think about? Hold on.
Were you saying something?
Yeah, I'm just trying to post this right now. Y'all can go ahead. Text chat.
Mic check.
Okay, here you go. Do y'all have TikTok? Here's a TikTok link.
Yeah, I'll take a
Hello,
look.
can anyone hear me? Hello? Oh, mic check.
Welcome.
Yeah, but the real problem is, like, that sun, if it were to shrink in the distance, is not shrinking in the distance. I'm literally here in Australia, about to start work at 6:30. It's
So
It's
I posted
below
a
ground.
sorry.
The sun is below ground. That's not possible on flat Earth.
So I posted a link to Red's Rhetoric. He does a solar filter video where he takes pictures of the sun throughout the day, and it shows that it doesn't change size throughout the day. I'll post it again in chat.
Yeah, and the top to bottom shrinking and someone manipulating the video and pretending angular size works both ways isn't in the evidence in the video. For angular size to work via perspective, it must do it simultaneously, horizontally and vertically
Yeah, that's
at
what
the
he
same
said.
time. Also, that's a big problem when the angular size isn't shrinking and shrinking and curving away to the left or the right of me, because the sun should still be slightly above the dirt.
Also, if the sun was close and local, it would have to go from sunrise being one size to noon. It would have to be about
I guess
3
it's a
times
new
the
thing.
size.
Sunsets are exclusive
And
to the
hello?
globe
Can
2025,
can anybody hear me?
right? Or no?
Can
It's
anybody
definitely
hear
not.
me? Can anybody?
They
There
just
you go.
keep talking. They just they're interrupting. Go ahead.
Oh, so you can hear me?
Yeah, some people just like to interrupt.
Okay, thanks. So from sunrise, it goes from one size to when it's overhead at noon, it's got to be 3 times that size, back down to 3 times smaller for sunset. And any kind of change in size that you can show throughout the day from the sun is nowhere near that much. So it's ridiculous.
Yeah, this one does show it. That's another link.
Three times the size. It changes 3 times the size.
Why does it have to be 3 times the
What is
size? Where are
half?
you getting that from?
If you calculate it from the distance that is most often cited, about 3,000 miles away or in that range.
Oh,
to be in that range,
Now
it
I
has
got
to be. It has to change 3 times the size, which it does not change that whatsoever.
Yeah, I was wondering where you get that like 3 times. Because like I was just like, well, that depends on how far away it is to start. Okay.
So just a little bit of size change doesn't cover the amount that it would need to change
Did
for
you
it
look
to
at the
be
video I just posted?
close. I was talking. Is that the amount? Any of the amounts that you can show that it changes in size during the day is not nearly enough for it to be close and local sun that's going away and fading off into nothing.
If you look at the video, I just posted.
But we're
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
In reality, right now, you have someone near Scotland who's watching their sun set, and literally someone in reality
Oh, let me repost this
watching
last
their
one.
sun go up away from the dirt. That's not shrinking in size.
And the amount of size change in that video you posted, Taylor, isn't 3 times the size that it needs to change.
Look, I just posted the last one again because I wasn't seeing it pop up. Maybe somebody deleted it.
Yeah, I just looked at that video, and it doesn't change nearly enough that it needs to change for it to be going away from you and disappearing into the distance.
I'm grateful that we got Tony to agree that we should have a flat Earth model in every single school in the world. Maybe.
Yeah, that picture's got glare.
I don't think that's what PhD Tony said. I think he said it would be all right to discuss it in schools, but not teach it and have like a model there. I never heard him say that. When did he say that?
I think we should be fair. Let's look at Taylor's video and see how much size the sun changed, and let's see how far away it must be, and the change in distance.
It looked like to me all it did.
It doesn't matter. Her video doesn't show it. Her video doesn't show it shrinking off into the distance into nothing. That's the claim, is that it's shrinking off in the distance into nothing, not just changing a little tiny slight bit. That doesn't do what they're claiming it's supposed to do.
So I was just talking about that. It looks like to me it was bright, and as it got dimmer, The little bit of glare that the solar filter's not cutting out is making it appear to be slightly larger, but it's not shrinking. If it was going off into the distance, it should shrink down to a point and disappear, not go behind the horizon.
I discussed the same
I don't
video
think
of the
that's
guy
how it
who
works. Go ahead.
I discussed the same video with the guy who took it, Angels of Light, and he indeed took it with an ND filter, so a proper equipment. The problem is that even with a solar filter, you still can overexpose the image with settings in the camera if the exposure time is too low, too high, and he actually did that. And then when the sun got lower below the horizon, it got dimmed because it got attenuated in the atmosphere more, and that glare from overexposure became less apparent, and that caused that apparent change in the angular size, because firstly it was overexposed and then it became less overexposed.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Same thing.
So you're saying he had
perfect. So
his
it's
exposure all
inconclusive.
the way up? You want me to ask him about that?
Yeah, we should.
Okay.
So Cole, what about this? You mentioned the sun, let's say, shrinking to the size of the dot. Do you really think that's how it works on a flat Earth?
I think that's how it works in reality, bud. When something goes off into the distance, if it's supposed to be flat, it should shrink down to you can't see it anymore, pinpoint and disappear. It shouldn't ever stay the same size and go behind the horizon if the ground is flat. There's no reason for that to happen.
Well, how about this? Rather than shrinking down to a small dot, let's say it remains relatively larger than a dot, but it just goes off into the distance, the vanishing point where the clouds in the sky converge. Have you ever considered that?
Yeah, but you should never see half the sun behind the horizon and the other half above. It'll shrink
I'll
to a
take you
point.
with it.
Even your model says that's refraction.
Yeah,
Even
I'm
your
gonna
model
take
says
you.
the sun's being refracted up, and that's an optical effect.
But my model also says it's going behind the horizon and it's being
Yes,
physically blocked.
Yeah, but as an investigator, you have to look at maybe all lines, right, all avenues. I'm gonna tag you with a video of the
I do,
sunset.
but I've been in this for 10 years, dude. It ain't like it's my first day.
That's true. Thank you. Do you think you've seen all sunset videos?
I've seen a whole bunch.
Okay.
You can tell that there's a lot of optical compression happening, a lot of optical phenomena happening in the sunset. It even looks like if you get really good filters and look at the sunset happening, it'll appear to be setting above the horizon. Like it's crazy. Like all the optical phenomena effects happening there.
Now it's gonna
And
be
you should know
difficult
that
to.
because even in their model, they say that.
Yeah. It'll be difficult to actually catch it with the human eye. That's why most people are using technology to share what they're finding.
Anybody that gets out and makes a video, you know, they're doing stuff. I'm not dogging the video. Every single thing that we see every single day in our lives, the sunset does not act like it's just a round hidden behind physical.
Is he cutting out for y'all?
Yeah. Sorry, Cole. That was
Did I cut out? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you want to try again?
Yeah, I was
Okay,
just saying that it matches everything that I've ever seen in my life. Every single thing that I've ever seen in my life that goes off into the distance, the sun matches that as though it's going round a curve, because things go off until you can't see them anymore, always just get smaller and smaller and smaller until they go at a distance. Things that are too long always end up going behind the horizon. The sun does not act like anything that I've seen that goes off into the distance to disappears, but yet appears to be half hidden behind the horizon. That does not match anything else in reality.
Okay, Cole. I tagged you in the OmniTalk Omnipresence text chat. There's 2 videos you can take a look at. No pressure. You've probably seen them.
Yeah, I'm on the text chat here. Let me see what you're talking about.
Did I hear that correctly? Did you say that doesn't happen anywhere else in reality?
I said the way that Flat Earth tries to say that it happens does not match anything that I see in my reality.
Oh, really?
Yes.
And this is in reference to what the sun is doing?
Yes.
Well, there's only one sun in reality, so.
Yeah, I know.
There
And
you go,
it's
that's easy.
and everything that moves off into the distance should shrink down to a point and disappear if it's on a flat plane. The only way that you would see half of a sun and the other half blocked, if it's going around a curve, being physically blocked by something.
No offense, Cole, but that could be a straw man because there seems to be observations where it doesn't appear to shrink to the size of a dot. What happens is it looks like, yeah, you see half of the sun, but then people will zoom in on it, and then it shows that the sun is actually still above the horizon potentially.
No, that's wrong.
Or it's mirrored.
Show me
Okay.
that.
Yeah, I did.
If I get this guy to come on here, then y'all better be extremely respectful. Because I would feel like a total a-hole if I tell him to come on this Discord and he gets bombarded by a bunch of people.
I'm going to be an asshole. I'm going to be an asshole because here's why. Let me explain it, right? Let me explain it. Hold on, let me explain it. I'm going to be an asshole and I'll explain it why.
But yeah,
and
great point,
here it
Taylor.
is. Okay?
I'm not inviting
Here's the
him.
deal. No, let me explain it. So you
Please
want
don't do
me
this.
to not believe anything scientists or NASA do
Seriously,
because
bro.
they're Satan. But I should believe the random flat Earth guy and his experiments from TikTok because Jesus.
Okay, well then I'm just don't worry
No,
about it.
explain it to me. Explain
Oh,
why I
don't
shouldn't
worry. If he
understand.
comes on, I'm gonna mute this guy. Don't worry about it. Invite him. He's gonna get muted right away as soon as that guy comes on. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
I don't think y'all
Jordan,
trying
why
to
can't you just
Satan,
stop your
Satanist.
meltdown for the sake of us having some interesting conversation instead of talking with the same people about the same stuff all over again? Can you just do that
Yeah,
for a
I'd
moment?
second that.
All right, I
I
won't be
don't
an
think no
asshole for you
scientists are
guys.
Satan. If you didn't know, I practice science, and I don't think I'm a Satanist. So don't straw man me.
Yeah, I'm not I'll be an asshole either. I mean, I probably won't even join the conversation. I'll probably just listen. But I won't be an asshole to them. Or try not to.
Thank you, Cole. You're awesome.
Well, you guys, I was a little bit of a prick last night because I think I get a little too excited sometimes. So I've been trying to stay a little bit calmer.
Awesome. Me too. I can totally empathize with you. I've been there.
Also, I just wanted to say that this guy is from Nathan Oakley's server, so we may expect to use Nathan Oakley tactic in debate.
Nah, he's more respectful than Nathan Oakley. From what I've seen.
No, I don't mean that he's like insulting people, but that he's the same tactics in debate, like the same arguments. This is
He
what I
doesn't
meant.
even get on. He doesn't even get on Discord. He said he's on TikTok. He has like 50,000 followers.
Are we talking about the angular size of the sun as it sets?
We kind of were just now, like a minute ago.
Because the video that you posted, Taylor, seemed to suggest it changed angular size top to bottom. Did they compare it left to right?
Yes, you should check out that guy's TikTok. He does many solar filter videos of the sun. He has dozens of them, and he'll even turn the picture. Some of them do, like I'll admit, some of them do. The top to bottom look compressed, but then he turns them sideways. Some of them do look like they're at a constant rate, getting smaller all around. So it just depends on which video you watch, because he has a bunch of them.
Have you ever spent
45 minutes just asking him questions about every detail and every variable that he accounted for? Or you just do that to gloaters?
Hopefully, when he gets here, if we can ever get to maybe ask him questions. That's why it's important to repeat your observation, right? You don't want to just have one picture, one video.
I'm here. I'm here. Hello?
Yeah, welcome, Eggs.
G'day, mate.
Okay, can I place an order for delivery, please?
Are you hot micing?
One order of flat Earth. It's free.
That is
on the
funny.
house. Flat Earth on the house.
You mean a bit of wiener crust?
Just remember, the guy in Australia and the guy in Scotland are about 11 hours apart.
About.
Yeah.
out. But the guy in Australia, is he? Whereabouts is he in Australia? Is he west, east? What day is it?
Currently Thursday morning, 6:38 a.m.
Like me, oh, okay. So 6:38, yeah. Plus 2, plus 3. That's 9:38. No, 9 hours. But you're a bit often, yeah. Is that the bit where you go like proper 11 hours? And
Yeah, I'm not sure at the moment because my focus is on work, not the globe Earth debate or whatever.
okay.
I just thought, like, if I'm going Greenwich Mean Time, I'm +10. Scotland is either way. I can't remember. And it was either like -2 or +2. So I just did some bad head math. So if it happens to be 7 or 9 hours difference, that's fine by me. I made a mistake. That's on me.
No. You didn't make a mistake. It's just one of those things. It's somewhere between 9 and 11. It depends on what day of the year it is, you know.
Yeah. So we had a guy, like you and I both know as Australians, like in Brisbane, I'm south of the tropics, and the sun hypothetically could be orbiting near Cancer, and yet at the same time, like I've been up since 3 in the morning. There's been no sun to detect angular size, and it's risen up from the dirt at a certain size. It hasn't like increased size since then. And for the guy over in Scotland, 9 hours difference, like he's going to experience his sunset. So time zones are problems for any non-global Earth, and the time zones are a huge problem to begin with. Also, the reciprocal zenith angles via surveys across 15-mile distances over water that show that there's at least sometimes like, 5 arc-minute difference between plumb lines. Now,
we lost you.
Yeah, I'm going to have to hang up and focus on work because like sunsets and time zones are a big problem, and the reciprocal zenith angles are a problem. The entire measurements that have been happening in the southern hemisphere to show us what latitude and longitude are indicate that the sizes of both Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer are roughly the same size. The equator is the biggest of them all.
But what about magic?
Pretty strong.
Bro, don't lose your job over this. Seriously, it ain't worth it. If you're at work, just work. But I do hear what you're saying.
If you need any references, you know, for a job and stuff, come and see us. We'll give you the flying references.
I think the fundamental misunderstanding in those arguments is like about geometry, because if you tell flat earthers something like Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn were measured to be the same distance, they will say it's begging the question, because in the globe it would be true, but in some of other flat model it could be also hypothetically true. But Gauss, that mathematician, he actually proved that if you show something in is a sphere, then you cannot geometrically equivalently project it into a plane. So you have to actually understand some complicated geometry in order to understand that sufficiently to just prove one model, and that automatically disproves all other ones.
I was just gonna say, like, in terms of letter recommendations, I've got some of the better letter recommendations from the professors that I debated with, like, because, like, you know, I was like the only ones asking questions, and I was like keeping it engaging, especially in like courses where we're supposed to all engage and stuff. Like I would always be like, challenging. Like my philosophy teacher, who was like a really strong liberal, and I'd be kind of questioning him with some of his points. And he wrote me a letter recommendation that was amazing, because he's like, Taylor's so engaging. She's always asking questions. Like she kept the whole class alive. It was cool. So don't be afraid to ask questions.
See, this angular diameter
I think about it sometimes, and if you're looking through a lens that is a certain diameter, and you're looking at something else, you're looking, let's just say, with a 1 mil diameter to something. So you already, unless it's zero, which is never going to be zero, but it's not pretty. Are you getting what I'm saying? It's kind of like the focal point is not the lens. The focal point is behind the lens.
Where are you?
Anyway.
Did you learn about Socrates, Taylor, in philosophy?
Yeah, but
Not much, not much. We're talking about world events and stuff, like current events.
Interesting. From my understanding, Plato coined the term philosopher with potentially Socrates in mind.
So what was the claim being made about the diameter of the sun when it's setting? That it always goes down to a pinprick, it just sometimes appears to be staying the same size?
I think Philadelphia just says say it's decreasing in angular size, but like not completely, because it still have those optical limits that they can't define what they even mean. So you will have it shrinking to some certain point, but then it will just disappear without shrinking to a like complete infinitely small point.
Yeah, let me show you the streetlights whenever it shows them setting and like merging with the horizon. I'll post a picture of what they look like. They don't seem to like go down to an infinitesimally small point. It seems like they just kind of merge with the horizon at a certain point. Here with those pictures.
It might be that the road is curved, just a little.
What's the toleration? What's the toleration when we're looking at angular diameter? Because, well, what's the tolerance? There needs to be something, because what you're looking through is not zero. So you have to account for a tolerance, no? Like, it's not going to be exactly what you're seeing, but there needs to be a tolerance, right?
Well, there's going to be a tiny bit of refraction. There's going to be
No. You're looking at an object that's a diameter of 10 through an object that's a diameter of 1. What's the tolerance going to be? What's the error going to be?
due to refraction. Your lens, if you've got a sufficiently powerful lens,
The size of the optical system determines the angular resolution available. It doesn't determine anything about sizes.
Yeah, but if I'm looking at a 5p, if I'm looking at a dime at arm's length, and I said the dime is a diameter of something, and I'm looking through my lens on my eye, which is a mil, or up to 5 mil, 6 mil, depending, you're going to go all over the place. And if you're using a camera, what's your mil on that? It's kind of like, unless you see something from the pinpoint of zero, then you're going to have errors, are you not? So if I have a 1 diameter and I'm looking at something that's a 10 diameter a certain distance away, there's going to be an error, because I'm looking through a lens. I'm looking through the first part at a diameter at a 1. So so when you're looking at it from the 0 part, then that changes everything, does it not?
no, I'm not following.
Doesn't seem to make any sense. No, it does not. If you have a properly focused optical system, then the size of the lens only determines the angular resolution available. That's the only thing it tells you.
Yeah, but if you're looking from the inside a rabbit hole and you're looking at something, you're going to get a lot of sort of.
No, you can have, for
Reflector
example, if you have a
rabbit hole?
pinhole camera, and in 2 meters distance of that pinhole camera, for example, you have a huge screen, you can see everything that is outside of this pinhole camera in the same size. So that there is only as Doofus said, the resolution is limited, but there is no kind of change in size.
Okay.
And if it's a pinhole, like without lenses, if you have
Right.
lenses, the aperture will have an influence, like the size of the lens will have an influence of the resolution that you can achieve. But the resolution has nothing to do with the size of the object. It's just how fine single pixels will be or can be. So a big telescope has a
better resolution than a small telescope, but the size of the objects are the same.
I just want to point out real quick, the example that you're using of a rabbit hole isn't helping because that's not an optical system that is properly focused. And what I'm saying is, if you have a properly focused optical system, that's when you know the size of the lens determines the angular resolution. It has to be something that can focus the lens.
I would
but
give
if the viewer stands back a pace from the pinhole, are you still going to have the same ratios?
It sounds like you're just saying if I use things that aren't cameras or use things that are cameras poorly, can I get bad results? Which isn't a good test, right? Something has an angular size and you can detect that fairly precisely with a good lens. If you use a pinhole camera as a lens, but then don't put your eye against it, it's like saying, what happens if I get a car, but instead of filling it with petrol, I fill it with ice cream? Is it still going to work?
Really? Is that the really? Okay, mate. I mean, the ice cream and the petrol thing is like, yes.
But it is. Why would you use a rabbit hole to test how lenses work? Like, what is it? What's the relevance of a rabbit hole?
Well, the relevance is that if you're a meter deep and you're looking through a hole at the top of the hole, then that hole is tiny.
No. The question is, why use a rabbit hole? Why use something that isn't a camera to test what cameras do?
If you look out of a rabbit hole, it only changes the field of view. It has nothing to do with what you see through the rabbit hole.
Cool.
Magnify anything, doesn't focus anything.
So now, if you put a lens to cover the rabbit hole, is that going to change anything?
Of course, because the
it's gonna
lens
get
is not
weirder,
consistent, while the rabbit hole isn't.
There you go.
I would like to give two comments to Taylor. Taylor, did you even realize that the picture of the street light that you posted specifically prove that the sun is staying the same distance and it's arcing around us optically, because per time you have the same angular movement, while if it would go away, it wouldn't proceed the same angles over time. It would get closer and closer together over the same time. So the position change on the street lights is very much when it's over you per time, if you move with the same speed, you yourself below the street lights. And as further away the street lights get, as smaller the angular movement is. So you literally prove with this thing that the sun is not on a linear path. The other thing is the TikTok video that you posted 15 minutes or so ago or so. He said, or the person claimed to have a solar filter, but still the sun, while it's not at the horizon, was not properly exposed. It was overexposed. So it was totally bright. There were no like surface attributes of the sun visible, like solar spots. And if you don't see sunspots, you have not properly exposed the sun. You still have glare and you cannot account for the correct size.
Additionally, the third comment I would give is that in the streetlights, they don't go below the horizon, but rather visibly and above the horizon, which would be the street. You can actually see the gap between the streetlights at the end and the road at the end. So that would be the third problem.
Yep. And John posted another picture that shows that pretty well.
And the rest of what you said, it's also what I wanted to say, so I don't repeat it anymore.
Again, the last bit was kind of broken. What? Can you repeat it again? Your last sentence was cut off.
Mine?
Yes.
I just said that the rest of the points you mentioned is also what I wanted to mention. So because you already said it, I'm not going to repeat it again.
Okay.
Also getting close to these proofs that I think end up sounding like if the Earth is flat, then the Creator laid a very compelling breadcrumb trail to lead us to the conclusion that it is a sphere. Right? So he's got a sun
Yeah.
going
It's
over
flat,
a
but he makes
flat plane.
everything look like a sphere.
Exactly. Right? It's plane, the sun's going over a flat plane, but he's got the atmosphere or something just right to lens it so it appears to be doing a perfect circle around us and not changing distance.
I mean, the people who fall into flat Earth, most of them creationism, so it isn't that big of a change in mindset in that case, because creationism already makes you believe that God is basically trolling you into thinking the Earth is old while it's in reality young.
True. Yeah. Yeah. So he's already burying fossils of animals that never existed, doing various other deceptive things.
If it was only
This
fossils.
would have to lead me to the conclusion that if the Bible is like that, the Bible is actually laying the breadcrumbs to make me think that God is the devil, God is the deceiver, the Creator is the deceiver.
That kind of fits the concept of demiurge, right? You're familiar with Gnosticism.
I'm familiar with Narcissus or the demiurge. I know Narcissus. I don't know what the demiurge is.
The demiurge was a god in Gnosticism. So if you're familiar with what Gnostic religion was, then you're familiar with who demiurge was.
No, I'm not. Could you give me a quick explanation?
Yeah. So they believed in like two gods. The first one, Sophia, was like the main supreme god. Basically the same thing as Christians would call God, the ultimate being who knows everything. And there was also the lesser god, Demiurge, who was actually evil. He didn't know everything. He was basically like God, like human with superpowers. And he created humans in a fallible world in order to basically punish them in this existence because he was evil and he wanted to torture people doing that, keeping them away from the knowledge about the true nature of this world being a prison, basically. And this demiurge was basically Yahweh. He was the god of the Old Testament, and they believed that because he committed like many atrocities. He was fooling people there. He was lying to people. Like he hardened the heart of the pharaoh of Egypt and stuff like that. And they believed that Jesus was actually like sent by this better god, by Sophia, in order to give people knowledge. Knowledge in Greek is called gnosis. That's why it's called Gnosticism. And basically you achieve salvation by reaching this knowledge about what's the true nature of this prison world.
Interesting. So Jesus was meant to rescue us from Yahweh, not
Yes, basically.
turn up as his son and uphold his laws. Interesting.
Yeah. For me, it's very interesting when you learn about how many different interpretations of the Bible were in those first centuries in Christianity, like the second century, the third century, before they were basically declared heresies by the Catholic Church and eliminated.
What do you mean by that?
That's cool. That's another one for me to read up on. I've heard people say demiurge before, but I've just never bothered to read up on it.
Yeah, it also has to do with the myth of creation, like the one with the serpent, because when you think about it, the tree of knowledge and of good and evil was the thing that was supposed to curse humanity. So that also reinforces that belief that God wanted people to not know the true nature of this world. And the serpent, actually, he didn't lie because he said that if Eve and Adam ate from this tree, they are going to become like God, and they indeed became like God because they started knowing what good and evil actually is, and it was actually God who lied to them instead of serpent, because God told them that if they will eat from this tree, they are going to die the same day, and they didn't die the same day. They were continuing living for like hundreds of years.
What an interesting theory.
For me, it was always weird, like even before I found out about Gnosticism, that knowing about good and evil was actually a bad thing according to this myth, and additionally that they were supposed to do to commit a sin by eating from this fruit of knowing good and evil before they knew what was good and evil, so they committed a sin even before they even had intellectual capabilities of comprehending what a sin is. And that
Yes,
is,
yeah, I've heard that one before.
yeah,
Yeah, they
and
couldn't
that
have
is
known
even,
it was wrong to disobey God.
yeah, and that rhetoric is even crazier in the book of Enoch, which isn't technically canon in the Bible, but in that book, I already explained it once, that the fallen angels, the Nephilim, no, it wasn't the Nephilim, it was the Watchers. They interbreed with human females, with human women, and they created the giants from this offspring. Those were the Nephilim. And those Watchers, those fallen angels, they actually gave people heavenly technology, like, for example, agriculture, like building advanced buildings and stuff like that, and even like making tattoos. So, and when I was reading this, right, it was actually insane to me that things that we consider now the basics of civilization were supposed to be like hidden divine knowledge, and that they were actually communicated to people by fallen angels, and then those angels and humans were punished for that. So God actually didn't even want humans to progress, like to even basic Bronze Age civilization, according to the Book of Enoch, because he didn't give them knowledge about agriculture and stuff, unless like fallen angels gave them this knowledge. And that's actually pretty insane. It kind of connects with like the myth in Greek mythology about Prometheus, who stole divine fire from Zeus's palace to give it to humans. And that triggered Zeus because he didn't want humans to harness fire because they would develop too much. And then he punished Prometheus by like putting him in a rock, like trapping him chained to a rock, and there was an eagle that flied to this Prometheus every single day and ate his liver. And then it was regrowing, and that was happening for eternity. So this motif is actually repeating in many mythologies.
Yeah, okay, that is quite a parallel, because I heard that one on Prometheus. I was thinking his eyes got plucked out, but you're right, it was his liver. It's interesting because it ties, and it sort of also makes sense why there are a lot of flat earthers who believe in the Book of Enoch and these sort of apocrypha, because then maybe it would make more sense if there being this God that doesn't necessarily want you to know the truth, wants it to be hard to find.
For me, if you take those texts literally, then you basically paint a picture of a very evil. That's at least my conclusion from reading them. Even the Bible alone.
Hey, mate, you cut out after him.
I was just saying that when I read those texts, if you want to believe they are true literally, that paints, for me at least, a picture of a very evil God. And I can't comprehend how people can believe in that God and think it's good.
Yeah.
Well, do we have some questions here to answer for that? That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would God put a tree of knowledge of good and evil in garden, knowing that humans are going to eat from it? And why would knowing good and evil be something that was like wrong and was supposed to be punished?
You just don't know,
And
bro. You just don't understand it, bro.
And additionally, how would that act of eating that evil if they didn't know about good and evil yet?
That was the issue I always had with that story about Adam and Eve in the garden. I looked at it. Adam and Eve was supposed to be innocent. They was absolutely supposed to know nothing about sin. They was before they eat from the tree. They were supposed to know nothing, anything evil. They were the epitome of innocence, like a newborn baby. The devil or the snake, you want to say that was supposed to come in there. He is supposed to be the best liar that has ever existed. He is the greatest deceiver. He is, and then God allows the devil to come and use supposedly use his forked tongue to persuade two of the most innocent people that's supposed to ever have existed. And because they're persuaded by the best liar that's ever existed, they get punished and all of their descendants get punished for all eternity. That makes no sense to me. That seems like a childish God.
Yeah, you missed a bunch of it. There's plenty of blessings for generations upon generations, and plenty of that stuff that you missed. Might want to go back.
Well, there's also like a generation that isn't really only a positive thing. There's a verse where Yahweh says that he's a jealous God who punishes the sin to some generation. I don't remember the exact number, but he literally gave an exact number to what generation he's going to punish those people because he gets so triggered.
Yeah, what blessings? Somebody said he gave lots of blessings. What were the blessings?
Let's see. I was born in America. Some pretty blessed generations there. It's like nice bridges and roads
What?
and stuff like that. Seems like a good blessing.
But why does that have to do with God?
The people are blessed. It's pretty self-evident, isn't it?
One of the things the Bible says is like women have to go through childbirth and stuff now and deal with the pain of childbirth because of the sin from Adam and Eve and stuff. Why didn't God just say, well, we'll give you the women the blessing of not maybe dying during childbirth? There's all these blessings that he could have given. Instead of it, everybody seems to be just got punished for all eternity.
Well, I know all of the women in my family. None of them died, And then all my friends knew all the women in their family, so I guess they were fine.
It's probably due to modern medicine. The hit rate before modern medicine was pretty high, that either the wife or the child would die during childbirth. But what do you think about this idea that to believe in a flat Earth, one has to believe in a God that is deceiving people, that is trying to make the sun look like it stays the same angular size, make things look like they dip down below a horizon, give us all of these indications like the southern celestial pole that would lead one to conclude, lead a well-intentioned rational person to conclude that we're on a ball when we're not. Why would God do that?
There's a really big story, and it spans for these guys have made it up at this point, 14 billion light years or something like that. So, there's a lot of puzzle pieces in the story, and that's just, I didn't come up with it.
Yeah, you're talking about the
in my opinion,
observable,
Satan
the
did.
observable universe.
No,
I don't
that's just
understand
what
why
that's like what they
do you
tell
think
you it is. I don't think the universe is a real thing.
Okay, so I'm not talking about the universe. I don't know why you brought that up. I'm saying if we accept that the Earth is flat, what it seems we must necessarily also accept is that God gave us clues to suggest that we are in a universe, that the sun does set, that there is a south celestial pole, that boats go over the horizon. This God gave us the impression that we were in a massive universe when we're on a flat plane. Why would a God do that? Why would a God deceive people into making the wrong choice that would cause them to turn away from it?
That's not what has happened. What has happened is there's been a story put out and taught, and people believe that story.
But so let's put the story aside. Does the sun stay the same angular size throughout the day? Yes.
I don't think
Do boats
always, but
disappear?
maybe.
You can say
Well,
we have
show
a
me
big story. Do you agree with the part of the story that says objects appear bigger as they get closer to you? Do you agree with that part of the story?
You said objects appear bigger as they get closer?
To you, yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so you
The sun.
accept that part of the story.
And yet the sun doesn't do that as it gets closer to us
Well, yeah,
at midday.
you're assuming you know what the sun is. Obviously, come on, that's the easy one.
No,
Is
this is the point.
Yeah,
I'm
so
making.
you're
We have to know we
assuming.
don't know
Wait,
what the sun is.
he's assuming the sun's not an object.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, no, the
Which is
sun is a part of. It's a part of and is in heaven.
Is it
So,
an
like, what
object?
can you
Is
know,
the moon an object?
the moon an object? I don't know. Maybe.
You don't. I mean, that's what your religion does to you. It leads you to not knowing if the moon is an object.
Does it look like an object? Because otherwise, my point still stands. God's created a thing that looks to every rational observer like an object, but it might not be an object. Like that is a deceiver God. That is
No, you don't understand.
God.
It's irrational people that
fine.
think the moon is an object. It's the rational Christians that think the moon isn't an object. You got it
Oh, I
backwards,
see.
buddy.
Sorry, I do. I've got it backwards.
Yeah.
Looks can be deceiving, is
says-
what we're learning.
It says it's a lesser light to rule the night. I mean, that's
Show me a light that's
mystery to me.
non-physical. Show me a light that's non-physical. But just because it's a light doesn't mean it's not physical. Every other light is physical. Why would that's like saying, oh, because it's an orange, it's not an object, because oranges aren't objects. It's like they are. Yeah, objects can be orange in color. Objects
many
can
options.
emit light. Well, tell me a non-object that emits light.
No, I just mean like for categories of lights, there's not many options.
But are all of them that fit into categories, all of them physical? So if something is described as a light to rule the night, it is a physical object that is a light. So being a light doesn't exclude it from being an object, does it?
Do you
In fact,
think
every
non?
ob- every
Do you
light
think?
is always an object?
Do you think non-objects cast shadows?
What's a non-object?
Whatever you think the sun and the moon is. You don't think they're objects, so so you think that something like a non-object exists because you don't think those things are objects. So
It's a great demonstration, I think, of what
I can't help
mean
you.
by it.
I can't help you with
This
the
would
with the things in heaven. You know, if I had to
Okay.
guess, mostly it's for times, it's for seasons. It's telling us something.
let me rephrase my question.
It's telling you. Well,
Is
let's
there-
look at
is
what it
there-
does tell us.
Hang on, I just want to. Is there anything non-physical that can cast a shadow?
Nothing that's coming to mind.
Right. So
Only
we see
my
shadows. We see shadows on the moon. You know that, right?
I don't think I've
Okay,
seen any
so
shadows. What kind of shadows have you seen on the moon?
Shadows. I don't. What do you? What are the different kinds of shadows? Tell me about the different kinds of shadows.
I mean, you
I
see
mean,
craters, shadows in craters on the moon.
Well, I just want to know, like, what's a different kind of shadow? Stormfire seems to think there's different kinds of shadows, and I want to know what he means by that.
Nope. I only know of either like lighter or darker shades of shadow. I don't know why you're saying that.
Because you inferred that there were different kinds of shadows. You said, what kinds of shadows are these? So I was confused by your question. Your question assumes that there's different kinds of shadows, and I didn't understand what you meant by that. Words have meanings, and I don't understand your words when they are connected to form a sentence that are
Well, you may have not understood like
sometimes.
a couple of them, but you're understanding a lot of them. That's good enough.
Yeah, yeah. I
What-
don't
what-
understand when you say kinds of shadows. I don't. So the thing that I didn't understand was kinds of shadows. Kinds of shadows.
Well, Stormfire, he probably doesn't understand because he's satanic.
Yeah, if you're referring to the moon, I don't have any answers for you. But shadows like over here,
No,
sure.
no, no. I'm not referring to a moon now. I'm referring to the words that you said. You said kinds of shadows, and I want to know what you mean by that.
Yeah. Okay. It doesn't mean much, but it doesn't matter much. But sure, I can tell you. Some things are obscured
Well,
by.
it does. It
Okay.
matters to me. It matters to me. The words you use matter to me. The words you use matter to me. When I'm having a discussion with someone, the words they use matter to me. And you said kinds of shadows. You can take it back. You can take it back right now. You can be like, listen, I was just saying something silly. I'm sorry I said a silly thing.
Let's just pause
There's
there.
only one kind of shadow.
Let's get it back to where it was. It appears that the moon is a physical object that is a sphere that has shadows cast across its surface, giving it the impression of being a dusty ball.
Eggs. Don't take this away from me, Eggs.
Okay, sorry, go on.
Eggs, don't take this away from him. I need them to acknowledge when they say something silly. I need them to acknowledge it.
I mean, as a Christian, I'm going to say a lot of silly things to a lot of
Like,
people.
what are we doing, people?
So it's I'll get used to it.
Can you just like I admit when I make a mistake? It's not a big deal to me. It doesn't make me a lesser person. I say silly things. Okay, there you go. Thank you. You said something. Okay. So we got past it. The moon casts shadows. So it must be an.
You're cutting out, man. So,
No one's
are.
cutting out. We're just hearing. We're just missing Planet Peterson's cricket soundboard.
No, your mic is cutting out, at least for me.
Yeah, Duncan Darth, you're cutting out, man.
So, Stormfire, the original point.
The moon.
Oh, you're cutting out, dude. Stormfire, the original point that I was making was if we're to accept that the Earth is flat, then we must accept a creator that is intentionally tricking us.
So it must be a.
I don't think I'd be necessarily opposed to that. I just don't know really what you mean. Creation's made in a certain way. Like, for example, some clouds go by and the wind is blowing on the lake. God loves that. He wants us to see that. That's the way I kind of see the world. And
Right,
so I
but
don't
what
know
I mean
exactly what
is,
you mean by like being, I go out to the world. I don't think I'm being
you've
lied
seen
to. I think it's beautiful. I don't really know what you mean.
you've seen an,
Physical
you've seen an
object, yes?
optical illusion before, right? Like one where it's a concave ball, but it's painted to make it look like it's convex,
Sure.
or
Yeah. Illusions are fun. Yeah, I've
right.
seen
So
some stuff.
sure. And when I see those things, I go, this is something that was designed intentionally to trick me, to lead me to a false conclusion. Right. The creator of that worked quite hard to figure out how to make me come to a poor conclusion. So if the moon isn't physical, but it appears to people, particularly if you zoom in on it with a telescope, like it is a dusty ball floating in space, why would a creator do that if that's not what it's doing? Like, it seems like a creator is then trying to tempt his followers into coming to the wrong conclusion.
Does it say it's physical in the Bible? Because if you're obviously just going from this one paradigm, then clearly it tells you what it is, doesn't it? As far as I know, it just says it's a light, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if it's a light, all other lights are physical. So there's nothing about describing as a light that should lead us to the conclusion that it's non-physical, right? It's like saying it's a blue to rule the night. It's like, doesn't mean because it's blue it's a non-physical thing with color.
I'm pretty sure also, like, and please someone correct me if I'm wrong, but like, isn't like so they see this world as fallen anyway, and so it would make sense, again, from that paradigm, that there's a lot of deceptions going on, right?
Yeah, but that's why I'm focusing on ones that are like made by the creator, where I get like NASA deceives and photos from space are fake. That's fine. But the idea that the actual created world we live in, unless we're saying the moon took this form because the Earth is fallen.
Yeah, and if the verses say, "Let the heavens declare the glory of His name," and there's now not a heaven declaring the glories of His name anymore. Like, we went to the moon and landed there. It affects our tides. Like, what do we do with that information?
Allegedly, right?
No, we weren't there.
Yeah,
Well,
like
no,
if,
you believe it, yeah, but I'm saying from their paradigm, they don't believe it whatsoever, right?
I
Lion
mean,
and
it's just
people
a
like that.
crazy coincidence that a high tide occurs during the, with the cycles of the moon for the new moon, like when the sun is aligned with the moon, that there's an extreme higher tide and an extreme lower tide. It's so weird how that happens.
it seems reasonable that the things in heaven would affect the things down here, especially since it's a whole system that kind of supernaturally has endless resources.
Particularly if they're physical, right? It would be much easier for the things up there to affect things down here if they were physical in nature.
He's really trying to get that physical thing in, aren't you?
Well,
Definitely physical.
Not to say that
Sure,
it is
I mean, if you
physical,
want me
but
to
to say that
agree to physical, I could agree if you want me to. Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess we could see where it heads.
Well, it's not about agreeing that it's not about agreeing that it's physical. It's about agreeing that it appears to be. And so if it's not physical, then we are dealing with a deceptive creator.
Yeah, it looks like a ball as well. I would grant you that.
Exactly.
It certainly looks like a ball, like a globe, like a spherical object.
Yeah. And then I would just be left, if I were a theist, going, well, which side seems to be trying to push me away from the truth? Is it the ones who look up and go, that looks like a ball? Or is it the people who go, well, actually, it could be a light that's sort of non-physical in nature. It might not even be spherical. It might not even be anything. It's like one of those two seems like they are hiding themselves from the truth.
Well, I mean, I can tell you, and this is quite meaningless, but I'll tell you anyway. I remember, I suppose it was a few months ago, I was just staring at it, and I'd got the sense that humans couldn't go there. And I realized that's not an argument, and I'm not trying to make it one. I'm just saying that's the sense that I got. So do with what you will.
And
Sure.
I'll say
Yeah,
it
like I
sits
said,
it.
I think many people were doubtful.
I'll even
Um,
agree that it looks like a
all-
material. You know, it looks like a some kind of material, but what material? I don't know.
So it looks like a material. Are you saying you think it is a material?
I mean, it's a material that's putting off light, in my opinion, and is also potentially swirling up the sea to a degree. I mean, it's probably some gnarly material. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think it's putting off light or reflecting light or emitting light?
Yeah, I wish I could give a good answer, but I don't know. The coolest thing I would say is that it kind of absorbs light, and then it just absorbs to the point where it's full, and then no longer. Some kind of cycle. I don't know. But that
Wait,
just
like
sounds cool.
you think like the moon is like building up like power or something, and then it gets full and then it's expending its power, and that's the cycles of the moon?
Exactly. Yeah, and
Wow.
in some way, while all this is happening, it's it's what's making the seasons happen, and
Is
the
there
tropical
any
areas and all that.
particular reason why it does it in a way where it's not like a constant like straight line across the moon, where like instead of being a crescent?
Yeah, whatever way it's charging up, it's giving the impression of light falling on half of a ball.
Yeah,
It would have
you
been better if it just gave you a number between 0 and 100 as a percentage. That would have been a bit like easier to work out.
whatever you want to do.
Maybe it's just light interacting with a sphere at distance. Who knows? Certainly looks like it, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, you know, there's not many strange things like it. It's the only thing like it.
Well, I think there are. I think you
Pretty
can hold up
strange.
a ball in your hand. I think you can hold up a tennis ball in your hand and get the same shadow cast across it. You can zoom in with a telescope and see other celestial bodies with the same phases and moons of their own that have their own phases.
Can't you hold up a ball at night and get the same illumination as the moon?
True, you got to do it during the day, but
The moon has a supernatural light, and it lights up an extremely large area.
Yeah,
And
well,
you could say it's like reflecting or something, but
what's
not good enough for me.
supernatural about the light from the moon, rather than natural?
Well, it's completely different than it's unique. Basically, it has its own light.
What do you mean? Wait,
what
it
way
has
is it
its
unique?
own light?
Yeah, why not? Moonlight, right? That's what we call it.
What? How is it different than like any other object you see, where it's light bouncing off of it and reaching your retina?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an electromagnetic signal with a certain range of frequencies, isn't it? Which is an invisible spectrum we can see. So what's different to any other electromagnetic signal in the visible spectrum we can see? What makes it supernatural?
Well, I don't know.
I
Is there a a graph like matching up moonlight and sunlight and starlight and all these kinds of lights, like with some kind of frequency?
Yeah,
you can push moonlight through a prism and get a spectrum, can't you?
In
Yeah, and the
fact, one of the
spectroscopy of the moonlight is exactly showing that it is sunlight, except of the few things that are absorbed by moonstone. And we can distinguish the difference between the sunlight and, for example, the light that is coming from different stars that are differently far away, because there are shifts in that. So we know that they are flying away from us.
Relation between the phase of the moon and how long you can see it during the day.
If you can see it during the day, of course.
And
For
the
how long you
small
can.
subtle amount of light from the moon, Earth bouncing back up to the moon.
Didn't make out that first part. What was that first part?
There's an ever so subtle amount of light bouncing off Earth to the moon.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and we can see that. For example, you can make pictures in the night of the moon, and you can see even the dark area of the moon.
Yeah, Seafoam was doing telescope just the other day, and you could clearly see the dark side of the moon still visible.
And even if, like, during a full moon, if you take a landscape photo with a proper 1 or 2 second, 3 second shutter exposure, you'll see the full spectrum of color. The grass is green, cars are red and blue, and so this full color spectrum is available by moonlight.
Yep. You can put it through a prism.
So I think we're guessing here, Stormfire. What makes you say it's special? What about moonlight makes you say it is supernatural?
I would say God makes it supernatural.
But
I'm
not saying what makes it. I'm not saying. Sorry, I asked the question poorly. I don't mean what process produces supernatural light. I mean, what about your observation of moonlight makes you call it supernatural?
Oh, wow. I don't know. Moonlight is intense, man. It's like it's it's a strange feeling when you're walking around in moonlight.
It is very
Everything's-
evocative. It is very evocative. I'll give you that much.
Sometimes I actually don't feel cold or something. I feel like I never feel cold in the full moon. I don't know.
So could it be that what you're describing is just an emotional feeling rather than actually anything to do with the light? That you feel different in moonlight, and that's what you're saying is special about it?
Do you have
Oh, sure.
winters? Where do you have like winters, cold winters where you live?
Not really. No, I'm on the coast in Cali. Not bad winters at all.
Like I said, I think it's moonlight is very evocative of things. It you can see at night. It has a almost ethereal sense to it because it defies the night, doesn't it? It's also, we've got tons of folklore and mythology and fears and anxieties about darkness, and the light from the moon is almost like a brief respite, the emotional respite from that. So it's bound to invoke notions of it being special.
And I'll admit,
this is all very primordial and it's, rooted in emotions, but any evaluation of it quantitatively demonstrates it just to be light.
well, that's no fun. But
I know.
I'll admit.
That's what I was.
Go ahead.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, Stormfire. Is some of the draw for these beliefs that it's in essence more fun?
No one's ever sung "Dancing in the Sunlight," have they? Tried to invoke anything.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, the Bible is a wild story with the devil being a red dragon that sweeps up stars with his tail. So I'm inclined for all types of fun. Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know the devil was that big.
Yeah.
Devil's huge.
That's
crazy. The devil's as big as your pastor tells you he is.
I mean, his tail alone is sweeping up stars. That's crazy big.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, dragons are no joke.
Like, I mean, how could something even like that exist? Wouldn't the mass alone crush himself into a black hole? Like, unless he's just not that, I don't know, well, he's supernatural. So I guess he can just make himself that less dense. I don't know, that's
Well,
crazy.
you could compare it to like solar system sizes or whatever. You know, that size is pretty big, and it's not big enough to do whatever the gravity stuff is.
Weird, crazy
What's the
hypothesis.
key
Satan
word?
is
What's the
dark
key
matter.
word about a solar system? It's that's one star. I mean, maybe every once in a while you get two stars, I guess, or whatever that can revolve around each other also. But I mean, the tail is sweeping up multiple stars. That's not a solar system. It's a lot
Right.
bigger.
Stars for me are a little different. There's
What's a star to you?
an angel.
An angel.
Yeah.
So the devil's sweeping up angels in his tail?
That's correct.
And does that mean there's no more angels have died? Or been is it dead angels or living angels? None have been born or none have died.
Man, I don't know
During
if
human history.
I don't know
I
if
guess as it gets
angels can
swept up,
die.
it turns into a supernova.
Go ahead, Stormfire.
That's a good point. Yeah, actually, those stories are somewhat strangely corroborative. In the universe system, the stars can die and explode and all this kind of stuff. I don't know if an angel can die, but certainly they were born. So I guess, yeah.
I would say it's metaphorical because when we think of stars, we think of guidance. So if you thought of a dark star like a deception or temptation, that's a different kind of guidance towards malevolence or destruction. So maybe it's more of a metaphor of where you're being guided.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, people for a long time have looked at the stars and allegedly have gathered that somehow there's information there for your life. What kind of sense can you make of that? So in a way, there being a Cancer and a Scorpio, it's on purpose to me. It's that way because it's supposed to be.
They become tiny boy. He's a good boy.
Say again, Ned.
Hot mic. Is it talking to a dog?
Yes.
God damn, was
For
I? Sorry.
example, if
Sorry.
you've got a really nice grandma in your life and you say she's my guiding light, it doesn't mean she's a star per se. It's just like you value her guidance in your life, that it doesn't lead you astray. So like it's a metaphorical guidance rather than a physical guidance. And that's why I think if you think you can go top down to reality, the only being that could do that would be a god. But if you're like just a worm in the dirt, there's no infinite staircase that you could possibly climb. So I think the metaphor is that if we go through materialism alone, you won't find theology. But if you go from theology alone, you're pretending to be God.
Well, I don't want to do that. And I am putting my trust in what the Bible tells me. And I think God has the power to deliver what those words should be. So that's kind of where I'm at.
I think you're hot, Mark, you know.
The burden of proof typically lies with the person making the claim.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Good night. Good, thanks. How are you?
Howdy, hot mic, dude.
I was going to say, going back to guidance, I'm not even sure there should be a scientific device to measure the good guidance of my grandmother or something that's measured another way, just like the temptations of various figures in history. They've tempted people to behave in other ways, and we all know the terrible history of that some people have suffered. So yet again, I don't think that kind of guidance is physical, like a real light or a real black hole. It's more of a description of like where you're heading as it being not the shape of reality.
So did everybody stop talking or did my computer stop working?
No, we stopped talking.
Working.
Okay.
Being able to have globe evidence that you can prove in a lab tangibly. They stopped
Oh
going
no.
they stopped going to a lab for anything.
Hey, Demi. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good. This lab I'm in looks pretty cool. It's called Outside My Front Yard, Outside My Backyard, and In My Front Room. These are all
Nice.
labs. Yeah.
Very nice. What have you done lately in one of your labs?
Oh, I had this big ball and showed how the sun doesn't drop below it, but if you put it far away, you might imagine a lot of weird stuff and have a crazy religion. But then when you look at the side view, you know for a fact with the horizontal line that rides across the top of that bad boy, and you know the sun's not dropping down. Because you film it not dropping down below that horizontal, not in front or in back of any kind of round object ever. And then observation-wise, if the other gentleman said can't prove observation wrong, take a peek at your horizontal horizon forever. That's more than 93 million miles from the left to the right. Let's take a peek at that beautiful 93 million mile long horizon. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's flat. A 93 million mile horizontal line? How could that be on a globe? Impossible.
I don't know, man. Let me ask, do you have a tripod? Like, do you ever film any of these experiments you do in the lab?
I just know your horizon's 93 million miles left to right. Take it how you want it, take it or leave it. That's the observation. I mean,
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. It's just in my mind, it would be pretty cool if you had a tripod and you could film some of the experiments you do in the lab.
no, the lab's outside. You didn't hear me right.
No,
Outside in
I
the front
did.
yard, outside in the backyard. That's the lab. So go
I did.
outside, film whatever you want. Welcome to Flat Earth. There is no globe physics that you can demonstrate up close and personal. You can only imagine or write down some kind of science Bible or show us cartoons or just hope for fucking whatever that means as a globe. No globe map, but all globe stuff. All flat maps, but yet you guys keep asking for flat maps. You can't get a globe map to traverse the Vendée globe. This gentleman's got a cartoon screen that's flat, and he says, this flat cartoon definitely proves a ball. I don't know how much that fucking sense that makes. So the
Funny
accurate
reason.
ball,
Funny
the
thing.
accurate ball to scale would be nice. The one that you guys printed and got the schematics for somehow with a 3D reading of what? What's your 3D reading printout of the globe with all your satellites and shit? Give me the data of the printing, the 3D ball printing. The only thing you could possibly have. Possible. How else would you record a ball with 3D imaging of all your satellites and stuff when they shoot their magic lasers down at a ball? How else would you see it? Not how it is. Give me the 100% rendering of the 3D attributes of this motherfucking thing you guys say you live on. Down, around, below, above, on top, aside, mountains and everything. And as for the gentleman saying 360 all day long, what the fuck does that mean when you got a mountain over here and you got a canyon over here, a drop off over here, quicksand over here, Grand Canyon over here, and a mud puddle in my backyard? Not any of which makes any fucking sense for any kind of 360 idea of any kind of ball. And my horizon, my horizontal
Your
93 million
your
horizontal line.
backyard isn't as large as Earth. It's not
What
a
does a
really big
360
experiment.
mean with a mountain? Yeah, you keep saying weird dumb shit that makes no sense you can't prove. Welcome to your religion. Thanks
No,
for
it's
more
not
of your religious
religion. It's
garbage.
measurement via reciprocal zenith angles. It's measurement by lines of latitude. The equator
Show
is
me
the
where a
largest
mountain is
latitude.
360.
The circle of Capricorn and the circle of Cancer are smaller circles. This has been measured since
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That
17.
shows you a mountain and a canyon is 360. Show me a
Incorrect.
circle in reality in your backyard. Show me how the mud and water in your backyard make a circle. Show me your horizon start circling out below itself, not left and right, weirdo. You know what
Your
you'll need, won't you?
backyard
Since you can't
is
get there, since you're only looking from one position, you're like, hey, man, Democ, believe me, because I looked this way and I wrote a Bible on all my beliefs about what's going on where we're not. We're not there. We're not physically there. It's not local at all to anybody in the world. Nothing I'm talking about as a glober. But then when Democ says, let's get the side view and the horizontal line from the person to the object,
Yeah,
globers
and
don't want another
nobody
view.
buys a
They don't want
Matchbox
to
car
reprove their
to tell
ball
them how to
wrong.
change the
They'll never
carburetor
prove
on
their
their
ball
real car.
by just putting a horizontal line, will they?
Change the carburetor on your Matchbox car like you would on your real car. That's the kind of thing you're doing with your backyard science.
How did you make a little car? Must not be possible because you can only make a big car because a big car, right? Don't think so. If you can physically make it big, you can make it little, stupid. You're the one with the fucking mental problem and construct with physics, saying you got a big dirt ball, but you can't make a little one. You're the weirdo with all that shit. You got the crazy explanation. I got Occam's razor and real physics every day. You can knock on a fucking tree and not put water on a spinning ball. That's reality. We got to believe what the fuck you're saying, which doesn't make any sense anywhere. Where can you prove your point in my lab outside in our front yard? Any of your globe shit, your globe physics, your globe spins, your globe orbits with actual 3D balls doing something. Here goes the excuses like fucking fireworks. Why you can't do what you know. You know what the moon is, but what's the moon? You don't have one in a lab. You don't have a little one doing shit that you guys claim at all. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't even know where the moon's at. You don't even know distances, you guys. I still have yet for fucking, I don't know how, 15 years,
You're
been able to
measurably
get the
incorrect.
93
You're
million mile
measurably
ruler.
incorrect.
What's
Measurably
the 93
incorrect.
million mile ruler look like left to right? Give it to me right now. Nothing burger. It's what I thought. No distance, void of nothing. Made no sense. So now what's 238,000 look like left to right along my horizon? Do you have the meter stick of distances? Anybody? Any glober that knows all this stuff?
You can talk to yourself. Goodbye.
Yeah, you can sit there and imagine your globe Bible with your globe Bible science and
You
all your
can sit
globe
there and imagine your flat model in your flat backyard, but the misunderstanding and
Jesus
the powerful
Tosthenes
things
had a
are.
Jesus Tosthenes had a stick. He wrote a Bible and said on his Bible the world is round because Jesus Tosthenes had a stick. And then Jesus Newton came along. You guys read a Bible of Jesus
So
Newton.
I've lowered the volume of Gmod, so I'm not really concerned about what he's saying, but he just keeps on vomiting garbage.
How do you debunk the observation of my horizontal horizon?
Because what you guys do,
I still
what the other black people are doing are not lowering Gmod's volume because he's just yelling over the answers. So if you want to listen to the answers to Gmod's questions without him yelling over the
Questions
answer,
are not
please
anything.
mute
You
him
act like
and
the other
record.
flat earthers are much better than him. What are the other flat earthers going to do? They have no map, they have no model. What are they going to engage you with?
I have the
They
map.
at least
93 million miles
communicate.
left to right.
He's just
About what?
monologuing
They have no map, they have no model.
93 million miles left to right is your math. Your horizontal horizon.
Yeah, but that's I mean
Put a stick
that's
out
what this is
that
all about
measures
here.
it all the way left to
Communicating,
right. Put your little
independent
meters
of the
on there.
model
Put
or
your
not
dots on
model
there.
or
You've
whatever.
not done that for flat earth. You're asking them to do something you haven't done yet.
I know what you
miles
mean.
is my
I just
horizon.
say like from the kind of talking, Demog is just not talking. He's just monologuing stupid stuff
Yeah,
that
we're
makes
looking.
no
Yeah,
sense,
we
and he
know globe
cannot
distances are
interact
stupid.
with people at
You know
all.
everything about globe
Better for
distances
DMOC
make no
to
sense.
talk than the other version is just to throw out questions and sit there and make the Globers talk
You guys
90%
been
of the
talking
time.
about nothing all
With,
day.
meanwhile,
Let's get
having
that
no map
93
and no
million
model.
miles. We're looking for 93 million miles, hot air blowers. You guys can blow up balloons in a balloon factory, hot air
I actually
boys.
just came from a flat earth server.
Did you bring 93 million
They
miles?
kind
stick
of
with you?
muted me and
Demok, have you
stuff
already
like
found
that.
your
Did you
round
bring a
flat
93
horizon
million
yet?
mile stick? How
Have you
about the
already found your round flat
238,000 miles?
horizon yet? Your
But these
circle
Did you
round
bring the
ball
stick
flat
that represents
horizon?
238,000 miles? We
but
need to
these
know
are
where
actually
you
Mother moron.
got your claims from. Where the
Mustard. These
fuck
are
did you
the
get your
two
distance and how do we
possibilities.
prove
Your
it?
Either they
3959
prove
ball flat
93 million
horizon
miles
is
and what it looks
absolutely not
like left to
provable. It's
right?
not demonstrable.
Stop talking to yourself about nothing.
Show me
Nothing
a
burger.
horizon in a bucket. Show me a horizon in a
My
bucket.
horizon is a
Your
horizontal line
3959
forever.
round ball flat
It's the only
pancake horizon.
observation you have is a perfect horizontal level line, and it's
Hey,
93
Embo, you
million
have
miles
to
left to
turn
right.
down Demog, otherwise there's no normal
It's a
conversation
proven.
possible.
We know for a fact
Democ's
the
a perfect
horizon is
example
93
of
million miles
one-dimensional
left to
thinking.
right. We know
And
for a
like
fact.
he asks a genuine question about like, look at me doing my stuff in my backyard and the quicksand isn't going anywhere. The thing is, like, DMOC's backyard is part of that big earth.
No curve, no globe, no 2 inches per mile squared in my backyard, dummy.
Yep, there's curve, whether you like it or not.
Go in your backyard and prove it with the fucking material. Get the printout at all those machines and fucking gadgets and guru fucking toys you guys
Prove
say.
it's
Prove the
flat.
globe. You said you got the globe recorded, don't you?
Yeah, and you
GPS
said
record
you
it?
said the globe is flat,
you
so prove
don't
it's flat.
record the globe now.
Well, come on, you
Satellites
too.
don't
Let's go.
work,
Let's show me it's
guys.
flat. You show me it's flat, and I'll show you
Satellites
it's
do
curved.
not record the ball. They
Come on,
record a
since your
flat
backyard's
surface.
so flat, go
Show
prove
me
it.
the surface
Prove it.
that the satellites record. We're gonna
Well, you
prove
show
it
me.
together.
You show me the Earth is
So you
flat and that
don't
the
have any
sun
printouts.
is just a light
So
in
no
the sky.
360 satellites anymore. No globe
Come on,
satellites
I'll wait.
anymore.
I'll wait.
You just conceded globe satellites don't exist. That's what I thought. So now we've got flat maps, and your horizon is 93 million miles left to right. Do you have a globe model that's accurate 100% with the miles, with the countries, with the shit? I don't give a fuck what changes tomorrow, you weird bastards. I need the fucking exact one right now. The one you measured with your satellite toy.
Get
your
to work,
airplane.
Globers. Get to work.
So you don't have a 3D printout of your ball. The only thing that's possible with the fucking 3D reading. So if you record a 3D ball underneath your plane, what are you going to print out? You should be
They don't
printing
got
out a 3D
shit.
ball.
They got an elementary conception of their fucking solar system. The sun and little balls going around it with
They
elliptical
don't
orbits.
have a lab.
That's
They don't
their
have a solar
universe they
system
think
in a
they're
lab.
living in.
They don't have a ball spinning in a fucking lab. They don't even know if their sun's moving or not. Is your sun stationary or moving in space? And then when you get your water ball up there, you guys say it's a water ball. It's not
Yeah.
solid like mine. Your
At
gravity's
least-
supposed to be solid. Hold on, brother. Stop talking over me. You're messing up my point.
All
Your
right.
gravity is supposed to hold the water ball solid and smooth like my ice ball, motherfucker. 360, that is a circle, weird fuck. Now, smooth as you want to make it, you weird motherfuckers. Now, your oblate bobble fucking ball that moves and goes wobble, 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 wiggle, wiggle, wobble, wobble, and can't even fucking sit still and don't even know what it's doing, and it ain't doing shit. You think that's what you're on? Get the dirt, get the air, and stick it to it, and let's see your model.
They don't
Why do
have
you keep
one.
showing exactly.
I want you to show me flat.
Hey, ask the
That's all we have.
Globers.
Stop saying
Show
I
us
mean, if
the.
all you're going to do is
Get your flat
come
map
on here and
out.
say I demand
You're
this and I
welcome to
demand
ignore
that,
your
so
flat
what,
map with
Lunger?
the
I don't
flat
care what
miles.
you demand,
You're
Lunger.
welcome to
You
not
show me
ignore your
something one
flat
time in your
map.
life, Lunger,
Don't
and we
ignore
might show
your
you
flat
something,
map.
Lunger.
You're welcome to not ignore your flat map in reality. Go to grandma's house. Did the distances match? Where's the curve map? We'll need the curve one to compare, weirdo. You're fucking magic nothingville. Stop asking for something that's all you got. You don't have a ball. What's that mean you have now? Flat Earth maps? You keep calling a ball projection only because you fucking weirdos can't go figure out what your map's like on your own? Make shit up and take somebody's word for it? Oh, Mercator, you got the map? Oh, Gleason,
Hey,
you got...
they
Which
got-
one of these retards got the fucking map? The one.
Denmark, dude, I think you should maybe take up a different hobby like
Which
bonsai
one
or
of you
something.
retards got the
Because your
globe map?
arguments
Which
are
one of your globe
incomprehensible
retards
and
have the
nobody
globe
can
map?
understand them. And we
Which
obviously are
retard has
not going to
made the
get to
globe ball
science
in
before you and I
2025?
leave this planet where we can make a mini Earth in a
Yeah,
bucket.
right, retard.
So
Shut
you
the
should
fuck up.
take
You
up
don't have a mini
bonsai
Earth.
or maybe
You
needlepoint
can't make
or
a ball
knitting.
because
I
it
don't know.
don't exist.
I'm just saying, man.
Bad
I'm
for
just saying.
you. I'm confused. You don't understand balls that don't exist. Go get a ball, weirdo. I'm fucking confused.
I
You
have
dumb
two.
fuck. Yeah, do you got any ball
D-Mock, I
physics?
posted it.
No, you
And
posted
also
a
for
religion,
you.
bitch.
No.
Send me the ball
It's
that matches Earth, the
the-
3D ball. I want
Yeah,
the
I
3D
did.
ball that matches Earth with the legend fucking distances on it that are curved in art. I don't
Well,
want any
as you zoom
horizontal
on,
distances on my sphere.
as you zoom in on it, the legend
Nah,
changes.
we ain't doing none of that. You're gonna
That's
send
how
me a 3D
perspective
ball.
works.
Are you sending me a 3D ball that matches Earth 100%? Where'd you get it and who made it? You should talk to NASA, right?
It can
You
be
should ask
represented
NASA for
as a
their
3D
ball.
ball, but since
Ask
it's going to
Elon
be
Musk if he's got a printout
since you're asking for a printout, that's
of a
kind of a
3D
silly
ball. That's all
thing.
you got, right?
That's
all you
kind
could
of a
possibly
silly thing
have.
to ask for if you're
If
asking
I
for a
recorded a ball, what
3D
would I print
printout.
out? If I
So,
record a ball with my 3D printer, what's it going to print out?
oh, you have a 3D printer. Yeah, you could.
Listen clearly, you fucking retard.
You
If I
could.
print
You
out a
could
3D
print.
ball, it's
Yes.
not going to be a 3D ball.
You could print the globe
I'm
if you
going to
wanted.
record a ball with bumps on it and holes and divots and
Yep.
little stuff and buildings.
Yep.
Then I'm going to print it out with a 3D printer. Why
If
are
you
you
want to,
guys
you
not
could.
able to do the same? You weird fucks.
I don't have a 3D printer.
So NASA doesn't have a 3D printer?
I'm
NASA
not
doesn't
NASA.
have the fucking
I'm
ball?
not NASA. I'm sorry
So
if
your
you thought that
military
I
doesn't have
was
it,
the
so they lie to
entire
you. Why would
body
they
of
lie to you?
NASA.
Why
I'm
would they
not
keep it a
NASA.
secret? Why would they keep your globe a secret?
They're
Why are they
not.
doing that?
They're not keeping it a secret. They
Where the
share
fuck is it at?
They share lots
Where
of
the fuck is it
information with
at?
us.
Where the fuck is it
Yeah,
at?
share enough info to just go dog another day at work, like
Where
a
in the
primitive
fuck
fucking
is the
man.
globe at? 100% to scale down. Weirdos. All that's possible in physical reality
All
that I
right, so
know
I
of.
posted
If
what
you
you
post
asked
the
for.
globe
Your
that I
turn.
can go by, that
Gatebreaker, same
exactly
thing with
matches
you.
everything with the key legend
Post your
distances on it.
model. Post your model. Gatebreaker.
All
And
their
post your
their-
model, D.
Post your
Listen,
no.
stop
Deal with
asking
DMOC
for
first.
other
I'll deal with you
religions
later.
to be fucking set before you, dumb bitch. Quit buying religions. Go the fuck out. Make your own model. You bring me your model back, bitch, and I bet you don't bring a globe. Just like now, you can't produce a globe, you fucking weirdo. We're asking for a globe. Now, you concede you don't have a ball. NASA doesn't have a ball info. There's nothing scanning a fucking ball and bringing you back a scan of a ball. Not possible. What are you left with without a ball, guys? What is Earth? Look at your maps. What is
What
that?
I love about it is all these players like DMOC has to go to bed on a globe every night, no matter how bad they hate it. They
Yeah,
still
globe you
have to
don't
go to
have
bed
that
every
don't
night
exist.
on
No
a
matter how
globe.
bad you hate it, it don't
Poor
exist nowhere.
DMOC.
Your
Poor
flat
Lunger.
blanket. Yeah, your flat map. Yeah, your flat map. What? Where's the rest of that? That's not 360.
Flat map, what?
Poor Lunger.
That's not a fucking thick ball with a radius of 360, is it? Show me the radius on your flat map, you weird fuck. Your globe projection. Show me the depth. You fucking weird motherfucker. You don't have none. Fucking dreaming retards. You have a fucking religious belief. Just like Bible thumping fucking retards. Yeah, retard bitch. You don't have a ball. A physical ball in reality for us to
Yeah.
fucking see what that is. You don't have it. You don't have a side view to see anything dropping below. Fuck all you weird fucking dumb fucks. So unless you fucking retards snap into reality and start getting every fucking view you can from every point of view you can forever, like go that height, stay there for 10 fucking years, record it every single second, and get the proof of the sun in the shot, the earth in the shot, the fucking moon, you weird cocksuckers, not a fucking cartoon. Are you fucking stupid? Your government can only give you a cartoon, bitch, for $80 billion a day. Are you serious? Can't afford one fucking video? Are you fucking kidding me? Why are they hiding a ball from you? Why
I
do
don't
they
think
keep
these
giving you
guys
a
can give
flat
us what we
map?
need, man.
Why is the government giving you flat maps? That's what you need to ask your government, Globers. Globe fucking retard Bible
These
thumpers.
Glovers feel it. Something within them is drawing them to FE. They feel it. They don't know what it is. That's why they spend a lot of hours in these communities and not in like CERN channels and shit.
All those guys
Something,
keep talking.
all of us here feel something. Something's not just equaling out. And we'll find out. We'll find out.
A globe, the most accurate map ever created. Google Maps. And what is it? A globe. It's not flat. When you go to it, it's not flat. You zoom in on it, you zoom out. Oh no, it's a globe, Lunger.
Demok, so yesterday I wanted to see my flat map. I went to the flat pancake map shop and I saw a map made by Samuel Robotham in his Flat Earth Bible, and it had a circle, and a circle is round. How do you make a flat round pancake? You put it in a pan. So what are you
Nobody
going to
lives
do?
on a pancake, you weirdo. Stop talking about
Bro,
religious shit. Go outside.
this is what you
Show
believe
me where
in.
you live on a pancake.
Show me your flat projection
You
round
fucking
ball map.
weirdo. Go outside. That's my flat Earth.
I
Look
want
at
it
everything,
flat.
the
I
hills,
don't
the
want
mountains,
it
the
to have
valleys.
any curves. I want it
Flat Earth
flat and
has an
smooth, just
up
like your
and a
mother.
down. Curves aren't equidistant to anything. They go at diagonal. Water pours out the cup, you fucking retard. Now show me something different than flat Earth curves. Show me your globe one where the water doesn't pour out the cup, you stupid lying loser. Then you'll prove gravity, you dumb bitch.
Show me your flat ball
So in your
projection in a
backyard,
flat
you've got
pancake
curves,
pan.
right? So none of the curves in your backyard match Earth. Are you fucking retarded? Are you guys not on Earth anymore? So now you're saying a mountain
Demok,
matches
where's
Earth
your flat
curve.
model?
You're
I
saying a
want to
mountain
see your
matches
flat
Earth
model.
curve and a wave in a fucking canyon in a Niagara Falls, you dumb cunt. But you can't find a smooth curve in your backyard that matches it. Are you fucking retarded? Are you utterly fucking retarded, motherfucker? Which part of this motherfucking piece of shit dirt matches
You-
Earth curve, you fucking
That's what you
weirdo?
need for your flat model. You need a round,
Yeah, we need
pretty
a
round
curve.
ball ice
We need
wall.
a curve for my
And that
flat
ice wall
model
is
to
going
be
to make a
debunked.
pretty round
We'll
circle.
need a curve.
And that's a
We'll need
ball.
curved dirt
Because it's
to
round.
match your fucking
And if you
claim, and
remove
we'll
the
need
ice wall,
stuff to put
if you
along
melt it by putting it in a pan
No,
and
we're
frying
not
it,
gonna. We're gonna
the
look
ice wall
at
is
the
going to
side
melt
view of
and
the
it's going
curved
to fall
dirt.
down like Niagara Falls.
You're gonna
Right?
make a curve.
So we have a
Get back
problem.
from
Show
Niagara.
me your
Back
flat
up a mile
model.
from Niagara. Where's your
Show me
Earth
your
curve?
flat model without any curves.
Yeah, it's not
Because curves
Niagara
are a ball.
Falls.
We don't want to see any balls.
Wait.
So in
Can
your
someone
backyard,
explain
somebody's
how
gotta
the
have Earth
amount
curve.
of the
What's
swearing
the Earth
that
curve
he
look
does
like? Who knows
is
what it
allowed
looks
by
like?
TOS?
How do we know what it
Demok is
looks like?
talking.
Let's
Please
stop
don't interrupt
straw
him.
man in the curve, Globers. Let's steel man it in material steel. Make the Earth curve in steel, you fucking weirdos.
Are you shitting me right now? You
No,
want to
you
listen
weird
to?
fucking nothing burger.
Yes,
No,
I'm
it's
not
actually
talking
Earth
to
nothing.
you.
What
Yes, that
does
was
an
a
Earth
talking
joke.
curve
to
look
Richard.
like?
I
How
was
are
in
we
fact
gonna
shitting
not
you.
imagine it? How do we not imagine Earth curves?
I actually have a
How do we
theory
not
about
imagine?
what happened to Demok's mouth. I'm not sure if you guys know he has no teeth. Here's what happened. He was cursing so
How do we
fucking
not
much
imagine an Earth
that
curve,
all of the
Globers? How do
curse
we
words
print that out?
not the teeth.
NASA
Right the
not
fuck
smart
out.
enough.
No.
NASA's not smart enough to print out an Earth curve of dirt or water or wood or plastic or Play-Doh.
I'm
These
just saying
fucking
you
weird ass
care
Earth
so much
surveyors
about
can't even make an
TOS,
Earth
and
curve.
then you let this guy
They
talk
can't
for
even
half an
make an
hour.
Earth curve and then put some plums on her.
There's no time limit on dumb in the TOS.
Yeah, there's no time limit on making
Your
that
flat
dirt
priest
curve
Samuel
either.
Robotham
There's
didn't
no
even
time limit on
wasn't
printing
even
out a ball
able to
either.
make a flat map
Go print
without
out
a
a ball,
curved
you
ball.
retarded bitch. Don't you got the elevations?
Without
Don't
the
you got
curved
the
flat
ball
ball ice
angles?
wall.
There
Don't
is
you
a
got the
limit
reciprocal
about how
zenith
much you
angles on
can
a
say
ball?
retard on YouTube.
Don't you have only thing possible on a
And
ball?
fuck per
But you
minute.
don't have the ball. Too
But
bad.
okay, you want to listen
No
to it,
ball.
enjoy it.
I'm looking for your little
Posted
globe
what
with
you were-
reciprocal zeniths on it, you fucking liars.
I posted what you requested.
I'm looking for the star demonstration with stars in a room with a spinning ball that shows what you cunts believe
No,
you
that's
see.
not what you
With the
asked
little
for.
cameras on it.
No,
Let's
that's
not
not what
get
you
carried
asked
away
for.
with reality, huh?
That's
Let's not
that's not
demonstrate
what you
nothing,
asked for.
Demok. Let's keep imagining our military.
It's
Let's
just
keep
that's not what you
imagining
asked for. So
Eratosthenes Jesus. Eratosthenes
if you want to
Jesus.
say you're just like shifting the goalposts and asking for something
What
completely
goalpost?
different now,
Proving
that's fine.
something? Proving the
Yeah,
Earth curve, you
keep
fucking weirdo.
shifting the glober.
Occam's razor. I'm not shifting Occam's razor at all, bitch.
No, you're just
Provable,
shifting the
tangible,
goalposts.
Keep
repeatable
shifting
versus
the
your fucking
glober.
story.
You asked for a 3D
Reality versus
object
your
that
story. Let's go.
represents the globe.
Water
I
not sticking
posted
on a
it,
ball versus your
and
religion.
now you're saying now you're saying
No,
you
I'm
want
saying
like more
nothing you
things. You
got
want the
is in
reciprocal zenith
reality.
angles
Not
on
a
a globe,
fucking iota.
which is a kind of silly thing
There's
to
not
ask
one
for.
iota of globe physics that we can demonstrate with a ball. You loser fuck. Until you get a ball and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I sent you two
You
links.
don't know what a
One, the
ball is.
first
You got a
one
ball with a
is
Foucault
for
on
your
it.
educational level,
You
and
got
then
a
once you
full
understand
cult
that
pendulum on
one,
that
you can
ball.
graduate to the
Do
next
you
one, which
have
is like
anything on the ball so we
like
can
more
do the math?
geography things.
We want to do
Yes,
the math of your
yes, you can do
longitude
the
and
math.
latitude
Yes,
globe.
yes, you can do the
Where
math
is the
with the
accurate
globe that I
globe? We're going to
posted.
put a little pendulum on it. We're going to tilt it and spin it, you dumb loser bitch. We're going to make sure, you fucking weird cunts. Are you ready to prove your ball with the ball?
Yeah,
Or are
I
you going to
did.
keep
I posted
reifying
it.
flat
Posted it in the
horizons or
chat.
curved?
Posted it in the chat.
Are you going to keep reifying the air stuck to the ground?
It's not like
Post what in the
stuck to the
chat?
ground. That's a
No
weird thing
globe
to
with
say.
water. No ball holding
Air's not
water.
stuck
I'll
to the
post that
ground.
all day. Pouring water off a spinning ball. We'll post that all day till we die. What do you got? Fucking loser.
But the
Imagination.
water shouldn't go
Somewhere
down off
over
the
the
earth.
space bow.
Demok.
Somewhere up high.
Okay, that's definitely a point where we just nip that in the bud. Oh yeah, everyone just take a minute. The silence is nice. So everyone's just taking a deep breath.
guys want to make a bet? We got a lot of Globers in the room right now. If I were to ask the Globers to close your eyes and imagine your universe from a macroscopic scale, I could bet money that not a single one of you would have this would be thinking the same thing.
Okay.
That's pretty true. Yeah. Let's just ignore that one. Move forward.
Perceptive.
I would
of you
see
there,
my
bud.
girlfriend.
Globers have no clue about their own fucking model from a macroscopic point of view. Not a clue. You can't even imagine it. You can't even describe it. You can't even
Okay.
put a dot that would represent the pixel of our miserable solar
Oh,
system
God.
anywhere in that
something
black
different.
screen of unknowing.
You would imagine
Welcome to the globe, ladies and
Okay,
gentlemen.
now you both go at the same
Welcome to
time.
the
Let's get
globe.
two democs. Two democs.
Deep
Go.
breath, Gate. Deep breath, man.
Yeah, we got two.
Welcome to the globe.
So
two
he said.
fuckers.
He said.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I want to see concave versus
Oh
demo
crap! We
debate.
would all imagine something. If you talk to imagine
Matter of fact, I know you guys' model better than you do. The Cosmic V Web. Please show me a greater representation of it all, bigger than the Cosmic V Web, since not a single one of you knew about that. Please go ahead.
How big do you make your microscopic, your little ball?
They don't know their
you
model.
guys imagine?
Crickets. Stick to
No,
flat Earth, Globers.
hold on. Hold on, brother. Let's hold them to an answer for this one. How big would you make your little ball to scale? Do you guys imagine in your lab or outside lab? You get how much ever space left to right you guys need to demonstrate your globe idea. Now, how big do you make your globe? Can any glober even use math?
We can't. You're too stupid.
So I'm too stupid for you to demonstrate your globe. Cool. Good deal. Globe math debunked.
That was a good run, Dem. Good run.
You see, that was simple. Demok, do you have your flat map describing how you can have a flat map without a curving horizon or a curving ice wall, which is a ball because it's curving?
Well, we understand the biblical flat Earth model ultimately to be level with some kind of dome somewhere over where. Tell us about your model that I haven't already told you yet. Describe your cosmology from a macro fucking scopic point of view, as big as possible. Anyone here? No one. You know why? You know why? Hold on. Hold on. Here's why.
I look out at the macroscopic scale, trying to see as much as I can, and your mom is still in the way.
The Milky Way, huh? What do you see? Tell us about it.
They don't see anything orbiting.
You don't have. I'm telling you, you don't have a fucking clue about the largest macroscopic worldview. You don't have a fucking clue. We're still in primitive times. You guys were born in this timeline. They programmed you like we figured everything out. Yet when I ask you a question in 2025, describe your model from a macroscopic point of view, there's fucking crickets. That's what I thought.
I can do it, but it's you want to rant, so I give you the room to rant. You want to be angry at someone, you want to shout, so I give you the room.
You never filmed
I'm not gonna waste my time with
going
someone.
around the sun in an orbit.
I can describe it.
No one has. No one's ever.
But if you want to be angry, maybe I just give you the
took you
room
10
to be
minutes to
angry.
Google it, Mustard. Go ahead. Stage is yours since no one else knows. Go ahead.
I tried to
I
answer
don't need to Google. I don't need to Google anything. I know about
10
it
minutes
already.
later. Go ahead.
I said
10
I
minutes later.
step back and I look at the universe at the most macroscopic scale, and your mother is still in the way.
Yeah, great one.
Okay,
Go ahead,
just
Mustard.
chime in real quick for reality's sake. Let me
Yes, hi,
just do
Dan.
this. What we can share sometimes, like, well, okay, what's real? Can we define that at all? And of course, physics helps. We'll go, okay, if it hurts you, if I can hit you with it, if it's solid, it's real. And therefore, my question is, there's a bunch of, my supposition is there's a bunch of shit we can agree on that is real, inertia and a bunch of stuff. Is there anything outside of that? Because that's where the flat earthers are living. That's where concave is living. So what do we have that we could stand on that's solidly outside of physics beyond understanding? And so, is it still gravity? Is it magic? Is it witchcraft? Is it UFOs? In other words, can we agree on there's anything outside of physics that we could discuss without arguing yet? Because we haven't really looked at it in terms of what's real. Because that's what this is all about. What's real, right? And we understand the physics shit is going to be hard to shit on, but the magic stuff and the miracle stuff, some of it seems to have some value, maybe not. I think that's where we should go. Find out what non-physical, paranormal, and supernatural exists.
I want to say that should make an argument.
Your mic's fucked, Cole.
His fucking head's fucked, so who cares?
No, I just think some of these other flat earthers need to make better arguments.
No.
Yeah, I know. What a surprise, right?
Really? It seemed watertight to me.
But people like Dan usually has pretty decent arguments. Other flat earthers ought to follow his lead.
They ought to get some firsthand anything instead of just repeating other people's stuff.
No, bro, the flat earthers are stuck. It's pretty sad to see.
They're aimless.
The ones,
Like,
the
they
ones
don't
that
have
are
a
not
head.
stuck.
They don't have anyone to guide
No,
them
no,
any
no.
longer.
The ones that are
Ever
not
since
stuck.
Lucifer went down to the Antarctica, it's been the end for the flat Earth.
The ones that are not stuck, that are looking for solutions, like Geo and a few others, are looking for solutions. The rest, they don't believe their own capability, and they don't have the confidence within themselves to think that they could have any discernment in figuring out the shape of the world. It's like they don't even, it scares, I could feel it. It scares not just flat earth, there's a lot of people. It seems like it's like a daunting task. Like, oh, where would I begin?
Oh yeah, it is quite daunting.
And I keep saying, you begin by having a fucking map. You begin by figuring out as best as you can, even approximately, what you're sitting on is laid out. How is it laid out? What's the order? How big are the continents? What's actually happening? But this is a conversation too far for this community. It's over. This is it.
No, we can actually make new instruments. We can make a reality instrument that goes left to right that's clear, and you level it, just a clear sheet, and on it, it has all the numbers, all the distances from left to right for imaginary space distances and all that. And you line it up with your beautiful horizontal horizon, and you see left to right, 24,000 miles. Yep, horizon's bigger than that. 238,000. Yep, bigger than that. Moon right there, sun right there. Yep, bigger than 93 million. So when we can like put how big our horizon is compared to the sun and moon being left and right in our view, the farthest away from each other, which would be 93 million miles. That's our fucking scale, left to right. I want to know why the fuck Globers aren't using their reality scale of sun farthest to the left, moon farthest to the right, and that's your fucking 93 million miles. Aren't they 93 million miles apart, or am I like
we
fucking
can see
missing
because
something
we
here?
can see farther than that. We can see light years away.
Who can? What's that got to do with your horizon?
What are you talking about?
Fucking
You're saying-
measurement. Listen,
you're
I'm not
talking about
asking
our
for what you
horizon
think
is
you're
how
looking
far we
at.
can see.
You can't
right?
see the fucking. You
How
can't see
far
the
we
fucking
can
thing
see?
on the wall, guy with glasses.
We can fucking see.
You
on the
probably got
fucking
glasses
wall.
on.
Oh.
Colorblind, fucking nearsighted motherfucker. Shut up, liar.
I'm saying we can see farther than 93 million miles away. So expand the horizon.
Prove it, you fucking lying bitch. Prove it, motherfucker. Fucking weirdo.
Demok, I just want you to demonstrate your flat map with your round moon and round sun and round Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune and Uranus and Pluto and Makemake and Ceres, all rotating in a round ball orbit with a flat ball half ball firmament dome.
How come all you can see in
You
Katy
can't,
Perry's footage is a
Demok, you can't even make your own model without
V all
balls.
the way across flat Earth?
Every single
Why you
thing
ignoring what I'm
except the
saying,
Earth,
live
which
footage?
still is circular,
You guys don't
which
like
still is
live
round,
footage?
is a
Live
ball.
footage. Katy Perry looked and saw only the moon.
Well,
No
Ken,
stars, no stars. What star? Where the stars at, bitch? How
No,
far can
I
you
want
see
you to
again?
demonstrate
Katy
that all
Perry
of that in a
was the
bucket.
star
What
up there
are
at the
you
time.
judging your
Show me,
motherfucking
show me a
distance
moon
with?
and the sun, which are balls rotating
Give me a
above a
high
flat
altitude
pancake
footage
Earth in a
balloon.
bucket.
I want a high altitude footage balloon, and you keep watch on it. Zoom in on the ISS, you 93 million mile seeing lion, bitch. You can't even see 250 miles, you lying fuck. Proof 250.
You
Prove you can
talking
zoom
about?
in
You
on the
can't even
ISS
see
and see
250
somebody's
miles.
spacewalk. So now we can't see a guy's
Why are you saying
spacewalk on
silly
the
things?
ISS. Oh, your eyes are broke. Fucking weirdo.
Why are you being so
Record a guy
silly,
doing a
Emma?
moonwalk. Why are you not proving your fucking lie, million miles here? You can't see 250 miles now, all of a sudden. Now, when you go up in altitude, high altitude, you lying losers, you don't see no stars. All you see is the sun.
We don't see
Domok,
stars.
And
why
Come
is
the
the
on.
moon.
radius of your
And the
round
moon is
flat
little
pancake
bitty. It's a little bitty
3959? You even
dot.
had to get the
Why
Yeah, how
is
far?
radius
the
from
moon a
NASA.
little
D-Mark,
bitty dot?
D-Mark, I
You
have a
even
Why
had to
is
question
the
get the
moon a
radius
little
from
bitty
NASA. You
dot,
can't even
Katy
figure out
Perry?
the radius of a
Oh, look, a
pancake.
bunch of people are talking at the same time. Let me try to talk at the same time too.
I got a question for you, D-Mark. Have you ever made an omelet?
Have you ever watched live footage of Katy Perry looking at the fucking only the moon with no stars and all black? Now,
I'm just
what's your
asking.
reference when all the
What
stars
the
don't
fuck is that
exist?
got to do with shit, Damok? You
What
don't
are
know
you
what the
getting
fuck
the
you're talking about.
longitude and latitude to with no stars?
Damok,
D-Mark,
stop
Latitude
it.
and
Wait,
longitude,
wait. Hold on,
if you've ever made an
NASA Shill
omelet.
here.
Fuck are the
NASA
stars
Shill's
at?
here. Hold on. NASA Shill here. The Glober Big Mouth. Hey, NASA Shill, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Here's your question. Describe the heliocentric cosmology from the largest macroscopic point of view you can.
Right, in
Now.
25 words or less over Discord. Right, go to hell.
Now, do you have any clue? Can you describe it in any way at all?
Yes, but not to you because you have your head up.
You've got no fucking clue. Thank you very much.
No, there's a clue, but that's not going to be
resume.
described.
Let's resume.
We're not going to describe that in 20.
Let's resume. You have no clue. Let's resume.
We're not going to
Hey, don't
describe
feel
that.
bad.
We're
No
not
one in
gonna-
here does
we're
either.
not-
But I
we're
just
not-
posted some
We
images.
are.
do that.
Excuse me, I was talking, but we're not going to describe that.
NASA
to you.
Shill's muted. Let me know when you have an
Conte.
idea.
Oh, then
Carry
I'll fucking
forward.
talk over you then until you unmute me because you asked me a question, then you muted me. You coward. You fucking
Yeah.
coward.
How are you gonna ask a question and then mute someone? Tell me the logic
Because he's
behind
a
it.
coward.
He had three chance. No, hey,
he's a coward.
Here's your
Fuck,
logic.
fuck.
You don't know the answer. I asked the whole room. No one knew.
Moron.
NASA
moron.
Shill
You
doesn't
want
know
a
either. That's
25
too
words or
bad.
less. You want a 25 words?
Disingenuous
God
prick.
damn it!
Fuck outta
Look
here.
at this
You're
piece
muted
of
on
shit.
my end.
Look at this fucking piece of shit.
You're
Of course
muted
I'm
on
muted
my
on your
end.
end.
Fuck
So every
outta
time you
here.
talk,
Let's
I'll
see
talk
how
over
long
you
it
until you
takes for this
unmute me.
low IQ
You ask me a
fucking room
question
to
and then you mute me.
catch
You
up and move
coward.
on from this
So every time you
retard.
talk, I'm going to talk over you.
Who, by the way,
I'm going to
failed
talk
to
over you until
answer
I
the
get nodded
question.
or I can't talk anymore.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
You
I
gotta stop
think
imagining.
mute people and then
stop
talk. You
imagining
need to just
fucking balls,
leave
dude.
because all you're doing is interrupting the room.
All right, Glober, we got it. Globers, we know what you
We get it, Glober.
Shut up,
Cry
coward.
about it while
I'm
NASA
going to
Shill
talk
holds
over
the
you,
room
coward.
hostage, Glober.
I'm over talking you, coward.
So you
I have
want
no
Every
fucking
time
idea.
you light up, I'm
loser.
going to talk over you, coward.
Point of moderation.
time-
You shouldn't have anyone muted because if then we're just gonna get people talking over each other, right? So
I'm gonna
Jay
mute-
Frick,
I'm gonna
can
mute
You
you,
gotta know who you're
Every
talking
time
to. You gotta
Glory
know
Hole
who you're
lights up,
talking to,
I'm
bud. It's
talking. Every
NASA
time Glory
Shill.
Hole lights up,
wait? So let me just make sure I have your question straight. You want on the largest macroscopic
I already
level,
posted it in the
I'm
chat.
over talking
I
him
already
until every
posted
time
the
he lights
answer
up,
in the
I'm over
chat.
talking you.
You guys were all too late. Go
You fucking
scroll
coward.
the chat.
And nobody's going
I
to
posted
understand
8
what you say
images.
because I'm going to overtalk.
So you want on the largest
I already
I'm
posted
over
it,
talking
bud.
you
The room's
because until every
utterly
time you light up, I'm going to
dominated.
talk to you. Nobody's going
Go
to.
listen to the recordings.
Nobody's going to
No
hear
one
what you
had
have
a
to say
fucking clue.
because you're a fucking coward.
Surely not.
You're a fucking
not
coward.
NASA Shill.
And every time you
Chill.
talk,
Radio
why are you
insanity.
shouting over people, you
It-
utter retard?
You're talking about like the microwave background radiation, which is basically a sphere as well.
That's how
on
you
the
would
wall.
describe
I'm
your
over
universe
talking
from a large
Glory Hole
scale. The
because he's a
microwave
fucking
background
coward,
radiation.
and nobody should be that
Well, you
foolish.
said the heliocentric
Concave,
model. You didn't
Buddy,
say
you have
anything
no clue. You guys
about the
had your
universe.
chance. You guys had your chance.
Concave, I already told you I have the answer. So I was just
I
waiting.
already posted the answer before you. It's already in
I
chat.
don't care. I don't care. I already had the answer before you. So
You
now I'm
don't
just
got the
gonna check
answer,
if your
you
answer is
ass
correct.
little bitch.
Now my
There you go.
answer, because
Shut
I
up.
haven't actually looked at your answer.
You-
My answer is
Yeah,
You don't have
must
an
want to
answer.
shut the
You're a
fuck up.
goofy
You
clover.
posted. You said superclusters, Mustard. That's not the largest
my answer
scale.
is superclusters.
Ask me a question.
It gets
Ask
bigger
me
than
a
that.
question, then he mutes me.
Yeah.
So nobody
It gets
can
bigger than that. Look at the images that I posted, moron.
Hey,
NASA Shill, stop speaking over your glober. Can we get some moderation on NASA Shill?
I'm not interested in your answer, Gatebreaker.
I'm over talking
Well,
you.
you
Every
should
time
be,
you
because
get
I know
up,
your model better
every
than
time
you.
light
NASA
up.
Shill,
No, you
shut
don't.
up.
You don't know
You
shit.
had
You
your
fucking
chance.
coward.
You didn't know anything.
You fucking
Shut up.
coward. Do you have me unmuted?
Yeah, the microwave background radiation is larger than energy provided.
Here's the thing. Gloria wants an answer in 25 words or less. Then he won't even listen to you.
You guys don't even
25
think
words
for
or less.
yourselves.
Describe the universe. Give 3 examples. That's the fucking is what she's asking you.
Good thing I just wanted to claim my dominance here in this chat. Been here
Oh
for
my
20
God.
days, seeing a bunch of moron
I don't even need
globers
to have
you
an
don't
answer
flat
have to
earthers
yell.
debate each other over the same shit, getting nowhere, bickering like little children.
I'm just
Meanwhile,
happy to study translation. I don't need
I
to
have to
have
mute
any
you,
answer to
Gatebreaker. Oh, sorry, Mustard.
these
I just,
stupid
really quick,
questions.
really quickly, Gatebreaker. I had to mute you because you don't need to scream into the mic. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you, but please do not scream into the mic. Thank you.
you don't get to control the tone that I speak, bud.
Well, I mean, I can stop you from speaking, so I
yeah,
pretty well
that's
can,
mod
can't
abuse.
I?
You're reported
No,
already.
it's not.
That's
I told
mod
you
abuse.
stop screaming into the microphone.
Anyways,
the more you
Dan,
yell,
I
the
know
more
we don't
you
see you much
yell.
around here, bud. You're not missing anything. These clown globers, they don't know anything, and you already know what's up with the flat Earth side, bud.
The firmament.
Yeah,
But
unfortunately,
don't worry,
I'm an octave
don't
above
worry, Dan. I've been
Gatebreaker
here
because
for 20
what we know
days
is that the
listening to these
microwave background
morons
radiation
bicker.
is larger than the puny little tiny pictures he's provided. He hasn't gone macro enough. He has fallen short. He's an octave below me.
Yeah, stay silent. I just confirmed none of you guys know even how to describe your model from a macroscopic point of view.
Does it matter? I don't think we need to describe it.
It's not.
I don't think we need to
It
describe
really
it in a
matters.
way that
It really
I
matters.
don't
That's
think it
why.
matters. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I had a little bit of think about it. Because I
Okay,
don't have an
convo's
answer
over with the
prepared
mod
out
abuse,
of my
by the way.
monologue because someone yells over the mic and interrupts me. So what I did is had a little think before I speak, and then I thought maybe I won't interrupt Gatebreaker's monologue because I'm thinking, what is the most macro level I can possibly go without knowing like what's beyond that horizon? And I would say it's the microwave background radiation, which is larger than the great attractor. Larger.
Yep.
That's how macro.
Yeah, definitely.
A cool imaginary story.
Hey, Arabic guy, you just joined. Did you just join, or did you hear the onslaught annihilation these guys just received? Should I fill you in?
You didn't.
So
do
Dan,
that.
Listen to them,
on
listen
another
to them
channel or
spiral.
something or what?
Listen to them spiral. 5 of them.
You didn't.
Can we get some
annihilate
moderation, Rich Evans? Can you do your job and moderate?
Try to talk at the same time.
Yeah. You think
Every
you've gone
time I
left,
go to
you
talk.
think you've gone further back. All you've shown is some weird model of the great attractor. The funny thing is the microwave background radiation is larger than that. You thought small. If you can't handle that, too bad for you.
Yeah, we all know
but
you
not-
imagine.
All right, one at a time.
No one gives a
Go
fuck.
ahead, Arabic letters.
Yo,
Yeah, this guy who played Anvil is just imagining things all day. Like you don't experience what you're talking about.
Yo, Arabic letters. Listen, there was like 40 Globers in the room. Hold on. Here's my time to speak. There were 40 Globers in the room. Very carefully, very slowly, I asked the Globers, can any of you describe your model?
That's already a lie.
Hold on,
Check it
dude.
out.
Shut the
Hold
fuck up. He was
I asked them, including NASA
Shut
Show.
the
He
fuck up.
couldn't do it either. I asked
Sorry?
them, can any of you Globers describe your model from a macroscopic point of view, as big as possible? I said a few more things than that, by the way, and
Yeah,
there were
you
fucking
yelled and you
crickets
shouted.
because these guys don't know. None of them know.
There's no shape. to
None
the
of them
globe-
outside of the little
globe
solar
universe
system,
model.
little Milky Way. These guys don't know a fucking thing about their model.
That's by
And
the way a
I
lie because
confirmed it
I
today.
said that
3D or
superclusters and the superclusters
Laurel,
are
you
kind of bigger than
glober
just our
bitch.
galaxy.
You don't even know if
So
space
that's a
is
lie.
2D or 3D or 4D. You don't know what space is.
All right, go ahead, Mustard.
Yeah, I was just pointing out that the superclusters are kind of bigger.
Hey, Mustard, you ever heard of the Cosmic V Web?
So, Mr. Concave, when you claim that we don't know anything about anything else but just our local system, that's a complete lie.
Thank you. All right, I can unmute them now so they can respond. Sorry, it's their turn to respond.
There is no responding to something.
Hey, don't respond to these fucking morons. You guys speak over us, and there is no. Don't respond to them. Yo, Arabic, let's have our.
All right, if you're not going to respond, then it's M Agent's turn.
No, go ahead, Arabic.
M Agent, all you.
Yeah,
so this was Jesse. Wait, this was the biggest goalpost move I ever saw. Describe to us all the knowledge in the universe in one sentence.
No,
from the concave guy. Yes, that's what he said. By
hey,
give
listen.
me the whole
You're being gate kept. If I wasn't muted by the shit mod Rich,
I don't think it's
explain
okay
to you.
to just rudely interrupt
if my
people like
speech
that,
wasn't
Mr. Concave.
silenced, I would
think you
explain
should
to you.
sit the fuck down.
Hold on. Let me speak without being interrupted.
I think you were
Let me speak without being interrupted. Rich Evans, where's your moderation?
He won't let anyone else.
Where is your moderation, Rich?
To come in edgewise.
Where is your moderation, Rich?
You can't control yourself.
Fuck Rich's moderation. He shouldn't be doing anything anyway. The point is, you guys don't have a shape. Shut up. You don't have a shape to your universe. You question the flat earth.
Spiraling, keep on spiraling.
The shape of a frying pan? Is it a Christmas
from
tree?
Inside the
Are you
cosmic
inside of something? Are you outside of something? Who's this a play guy? This guy's Are you talking over me?
No. Keep on interrupting, and I'll just keep on talking over you.
Guys, cut it. Are we honestly trying to have a conversation here, or are we all here to just get out our aggression? Right? No, I know he's the one interrupting. Okay, now we have Oblate muted. I don't know what's going on. That's not me. Yeah, no worries.
Me. Sorry, guys. I don't really hear. There's so much. Everyone tried to talk on top of each other. Have I got one by one, not just all of you speak at once? It's impossible to listen. Okay, I'm muting you guys now. There you go.
Can you please let me say what I've been trying to say for 5 minutes without Oblate being a fucking idiot for a second?
Hammerize. They're not letting us speak. They're muting us. They're strategically over speaking us, and the mod Rich Evans is muting us. We can't have a conversation when it's like this. This topic,
we can't have a conversation when someone is
by the way, I brought up. This is my topic. I brought this up.
You didn't come here to have a conversation. You came here to yell at people.
All right, so you guys are going to stop interrupting. So you don't have a shape to your cosmological model. You say your spheres are in space. What is space? Is it 2D, 3D, 4D? You have no idea because your model is a piece of shit. All right, you got enough.
Okay, so do you think?
Respond to that.
Hey, Hammer, no, it's my turn to speak. This is my topic.
What? No, he just made a point. He just made a point. We're gonna have someone respond to that point.
You're a shitty mod, dude.
Okay, yeah. So you're asking about
Imagine one second.
You don't have a shape to your cosmological model, Hammer.
Jesse, wait. Okay.
Dude, you sound like you got people sleeping in your house. Why are you having a conversation?
I am trying to have a conversation. Jason,
thank you.
Sound like people was trying to respond.
Yes. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm
posting my. Imagine, you can go next. Imagine.
Listen, all these conversations we're having are besides the point.
That was not me.
Dude, the mods aren't even able to have the conversation. They're like
muting Gatekeeper.
Dude, can you set this one
Bro,
out?
this is fucking bullshit. No, that mod will be reprimanded before we continue. This is fucking bullshit.
Oh my god.
This is bullshit. No, we can't have this.
Bro,
I'm being ninja muted in the middle of me talking. I was given the go by a mod and I get muted.
Okay, Gatekeeper, go ahead, please.
I made the claim that not a single glober in here knows their model from the largest macroscopic point of view. I was proven correct. A single glober 10 minutes later spoke up. It was Mustard who made the mention of superclusters. Listen, we are on this topic. Superclusters is not at the top of the scale when it comes to this model. There's walls and filaments. There's the Cosmic V Web. That is and I posted these images many minutes ago.
Yeah.
My representation of the global model at the largest scale is more correct than M agent. M agent is just slipping this under there, and this conversation has been shifted to bullshit. You Globers are ruining this fucking conversation.
Okay,
Stick to the, no, I'm not done. I'm almost
no,
done.
but when you get
I'm
to the meta
almost
of
done.
ruining the
No,
conversation,
it's not meta.
it's
I
kind
am
of
the.
pointless.
This is okay. I'm done.
Thank you.
This is bullshit.
Okay.
Hey,
M
Rich
agent,
Evans,
if you want to
this
respond,
server
you
is
were
gonna
named
die if we
directly.
continue this way, but you will be reprimanded. Take care.
And see, what's
Oh God, they're
ridiculous,
coming for me.
you put this unrealistic expectation of supply your model within a certain time limit and allow other people to think about it before you think, oh, you haven't demanded an answer within this particular time frame, therefore you don't know anything. It's utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, you don't know anything, obviously. You don't know the shape of your cosmological model. I'm in the middle of talking, M agent. What the fuck is wrong with you? You don't know the shape of your cosmological model.
Aren't you? Wait, you both said the same point, and M agent was next in line to respond. So let him
Yeah,
respond.
but nobody cares about your moderation. Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing?
I'm just trying to have a fucking actual conversation instead of Demok yelling.
All right. Go ahead, M agent. Do your thing, brother.
It is kind of disappointing to talk like that. But you already know that, Jesse, you are setting an unrealistic goal. You want to you want to ask something, be specific.
You invoke a model, okay? You're making expectations.
I invoke a model? When did I invoke a model?
Your model invokes 3D space containing all these superclusters.
What
You have
field
no
what
space.
field of science you want to talk about that
You have an
covers this
intangible
3D space? What is your question?
I'm not asking you. I already know what your stupid model says. You have no shape to your universe. That's why I'm telling you, because you don't realize.
I have no shape to the universe?
Yeah, exactly.
Do I have a shape to the Earth?
No, not really.
Okay. Does your house have a shape?
See, are you not able to focus on the question I'm asking you?
No, I'm trying to focus you on something that you will be able to concede and receive with your ability to process information.
This is why it's really disappointing talking to Globers, because you guys are so persistent in debunking flat Earth. You don't even realize.
I'm not even debunking. I'm trying to keep you on point.
Right, you're gonna divert into flat Earth bullshit. Nobody wants to talk about flat Earth right now.
Do you want me to
you're
answer
talking
the
to a
question
guy
for you?
that don't even know what a shape is. You're not going to get very far.
Yeah, I know,
I'll
right?
answer the question.
No, not you.
Okay.
The other guy. You're the guy that don't know what a shape is.
I thought we were cool now. All right, now you're a dick. Fuck you.
Hey, you was talking to me a while ago. We would be if you went talking shit.
No, you talk a lot of
shit. On the macro scale, so let's just say, like, you imagine that 1 inch is 1 to the base of 10 to the million to the base to the 10 to the million base to the 10 to the million. It looks like a dot.
That's not
there
a
you
measurement. Yeah, you're just.
That's a cube.
Well, I'm just meeting you on your. I'm just meeting you on your level. You ask for something ridiculous, I give you something ridiculous back. Just meeting you on your level.
Yeah, your cosmological model is ridiculous. All I'm doing is telling you your model.
It's a dot. There you go.
Yeah, you agree.
He is answering your question.
Model is a ridiculous postulation. I agree.
It's a dot. I said, like, you want it on the largest scale possible. I just gave you a scale, and I said what it looks like. It looks like a dot.
Cool. So the universe is a dot, a singular point. Yep. Not 2D, not 3D, not 4D. 1D, a 1D dot.
It's not a singular point. No, it's not a singular point. It's just a
What is
very
a dot?
large scale. So it's a very large scale, so it looks like a dot.
Yeah, you asked for the biggest scale possible.
Wow, you guys don't understand why people ask questions.
That's actually like a really good answer to that question.
It is.
I'm sorry, but like
it's
you
the most
asked for the
formless shape you
largest
could come up with.
scale
It's
possible.
just a point. It's not a shape.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's like one of those like paradoxes of like, a hotel
Not
with
an
infinite rooms, how many people before it's occupied? The largest scale possible, what does an object look like? It looks like a dot.
Yep.
Yeah, when you go
Got you
outside
there.
and look at the Earth, it doesn't look like a globe.
It's a dot. On the largest scale possible, it's a dot.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
everybody
everything
knows
is a
that
dot.
it's not a dot. So you trying to describe
No,
it as a
on
dot is weird.
the largest scale possible, it is a dot.
Wait, do you know someone that would disagree with that? That someone would say at the largest scale possible, it's not a dot?
Hey, you got one
What?
resolvable pixel left. Anything
What's a
becomes
dot?
a dot. Well, at that microscopic.
The universe.
So you agree then?
So it's completely. It's
So-
like, what are you even talking about? You're not even making a point.
I think it's a very good point.
Everything
What's a
becomes
dot?
a dot. So you're not actually describing the shape of your cosmological model. You're doing some
They have no
scapegoating.
fucking clue. Their shit's too big.
Of course we
And
have.
pointing
to-
this out,
No,
will
you
have
have
them
to
mute
know
you.
universe is a dot.
They
Another
have
way
no
to answer
clue.
this.
The dot universe.
We do have a clue.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and save that fucking
Face the
recording. By the
argument.
way, I'm gonna post it online of none of you having a fucking clue, so you can't lie about it.
That,
Oh, it's
that's
already
hilarious.
streamed.
You post it as if
Post
any
it. I
any
don't
of that
care.
matters.
It's already
I'm
been
just
posted.
curious. Are the Globers really thinking that it's sufficient to say that the shape of the cosmological model is a dot, as if
Hey,
that's the description?
And then,
It,
and then
it might
after,
be sufficient enough for this conversation. Yes.
after
Sorry, all these retards, retarded.
Hey, hold on. After I started a topic, introduced a new idea, and brought up that topic, they all, 5 of them, berated me, overspoke me. I got muted 5-6 times. I even got deafened and silenced. Listen, I got server deafened because I chose to no longer engage with the bullying. That's what these guys are doing.
I'll tell you what.
If you throw a temper tantrum like a child, then get
Yeah,
ready
we'll
to
see.
be
We'll see what
treated
Omni
like a
does
child.
about it. Oh, look, here he is. Here he is.
Does any Glober disagree with me?
Yes. Yes, Globers, physicists, everybody.
Oh, I think he was asking for a Glober to disagree with him.
Yeah, I'm a Glober. I disagree with you 100%.
So what does it look like
at the largest scale?
Scale, Mr. Arabic letters. What does it look
The
like?
model is inconceivable. You say, what does it look like? The whole point of the question is that you can't know what it looks like. You propose a model that has no shape.
That's incorrect. The model has a shape. We don't know it currently at the
You
largest
don't know
scale,
it,
but
therefore
of
no
course
shape. Why are you invoking a shape when you don't have the shape?
Yeah. I was talking, so I'm not sure if you heard that I was
Answer my
talking.
question.
I'm not going to
Come on,
answer your
slow guy.
question if you overtalk. I will first educate you on how to have a decent conversation, and then you can ask your question again. And then
you
maybe
don't
we'll
Educate him.
hear
You don't know the answer to his question. You're not educating anyone.
I'm educating him on how to have a conversation.
Dude, you don't educate anything.
See, this is my role in this conversation right now. You guys
I'm
want to
educating
spiral?
You're realizing
So
that
I'm
you're
helping you
allowed to-
spiral.
So he's forced to listen to the arrogance coming out of this mouth who doesn't even know his own model.
I know my model. You just want to say that I don't.
You don't know your own model because superclusters are not the largest view, are not the end all be all. It gets much bigger.
I know my
much
model.
grander. You don't know your model. Your
Of course
arrogance.
I know my model.
Your arrogance is gatekeeping this room. Your arrogance is preventing.
I don't care. Let the room be gate captain.
So if you're saying that there is a shape to your cosmological model, what's on the other side of 3D space?
Jesse.
Hold on, dude. I just asked him a question. God, tone deaf Globers. Damn it.
Sorry.
You know what? Fuck this Buster guy. What's up, agent?
Thank you. I can actually answer your question. It's irrelevant as to.
Again.
Yeah, it's completely irrelevant. Of course, everything in the universe, everything in existence has a definite shape. What's outside of that is completely devoid of meaning, or it has a meaning, but it has no relevance as to what the shape is.
It's very
so
relevant.
you're trying to change the topic into something.
Yo, Arabic guy. And one more thing, before I brought that up and confirmed not a single one of them know, I made the claim. I specifically, this is a ballsy move. I made the claim that upon asking this question, I said it in voice. There was like 30, 40 people here. I said, I guarantee not a single one of you will have the same idea in your mind of even what the answer is.
I actually have a question.
Yeah, I
to you,
heard that
Mr.
part, dude. Definitely.
I have a question to you,
Is
Mr.
that a claim?
Gatebreaker. Why does it matter? Because you made
Why does it matter?
Point, you made a ruckus. Why does it matter?
Oh, don't
Okay,
worry.
So you're conceding that you have no shape to your universe. Okay, you have a
Wait.
I didn't concede that, so you are conceding
You're
that
asking
you
why
are a
it
liar,
matters because
mister.
you don't want it to matter
You just
because it
conceded that you are a liar.
Once you update your knowledge on your own model and learn that superclusters are not the end all be all, and actually there's a lot more to the tree, then I'll answer your question. Go ahead, next person.
Where is
I asked
the
you a
actual
question,
Shut up.
Gatebreaker. As
Go
soon
ahead,
as you
M
answer the
Agent.
question, then I can
Go ahead,
do
M
what you
Agent.
told me to do.
You said that the universe was a dot when it's clearly not, so you need to shut up.
Where is the actual scientific claim about the shape of the universe? You said you know more than us.
You ever heard of the cosmic V web?
I'm sorry. I did not say the universe was a dot. I said it would look like a dot on that scale.
Yep.
Yeah, bro,
So
we
you're not willing
understand
to
you.
describe
It's
the
all
shape of the
good.
universe either.
Hey,
More
hey,
deflection.
Put into Google cosmic V web. This is a global concept.
Gatekeeper, I answered your question. I wasn't here in the voice channel when you asked it before. I couldn't hear you. Now tell me what the shape of your
It's not about me. It's about you and your model.
Okay.
It's about you and your model.
Well, then let me answer something
Listen
real
to
quick.
these morons. Listen to these morons.
Apparently, you seem to think that none of us has ever heard of the cosmic web. Dude, I was learning about the cosmic web 30 years ago on Discovery Channel when I was a kid on documentaries. You're really late
All right,
to the
you should have
party
said
if you've
something.
just heard about
Hey,
this stuff.
actually,
Don't come in here like you know
let me
something
respond
when
to
you're
him.
talking stuff that is ages and ages old.
All right, let me respond to
Gee.
you. I don't know about when you were a kid, but for sure in Demox and Demon Stride server a couple of years ago, I posted about this. So you should have fucking said something then. When there were crickets and chirping in the room, you should have said something then.
I actually knew.
Hey, it is what it is.
but you was
I'm tired
I'm
tired of
It is what
exchanging
it is.
energy with a bunch of fucking
Yeah,
grunts.
go.
Get
Run
to
away,
know
run
something.
away.
Hey, I'm gonna go sit down. May the grunts stand up and talk to each other. Go on.
I actually knew.
So wait a second. Concave has no claims of its own. He has no information to give to the room. He only wants to attack us and that we will do the job and to explain stuff.
Yes, indeed true.
By
I
the way,
posted images, I
actually-
posted diagrams. You are a liar, and you know what? You just said a bunch of lies, but
you wanted
the
to spiral
cult,
and
but
you
the
spiraled.
cult members on your side don't care that you said a bunch of lies. You know why? That's why I'm not engaging with you guys. Carry on.
I want to try to correct him, agent. It's not that he doesn't have any claims. What he said was that what he thinks doesn't matter. So we can sort of just ignore him from now on.
Can I find out what's going on? What the discussion is?
Yeah. In short, no, let me say it, since it was my topic, my conversation, my idea that sparked the room. Being aware of large-scale structures in the global model on the most extreme end, I asked a room full of 30 Globers at that time, in a somewhat playful, challenging way. Before I asked the question, I made a challenge and preface. I'm like, I bet you what I'm about to say that not a single one of you are gonna have the same idea in your minds of what that is. And then I basically made the claim because I made the claim and I said, I want you Globers to describe your model from the largest macroscopic point of view.
So like superclusters.
However way, right?
Oh my God, that just proved you wrong. That was the second person to say
that mod is the
supercluster.
one. That mod is the one that abused the fuck out of me, muted me 3-4 times, was engaging his own conversations, was selectively moderating.
No, I was trying to continue this topic.
Okay, so omnivore. So I posed that question to the room, and not a fucking Glober had a clue. Apparently Cole did, but he didn't say anything. Not a fucking Glober had a clue, so I used that opportunity to glow and you know. And then Mustard 10 minutes later. So no one challenged me. So this is pure annihilation. Mustard 10 minutes later comes out the woodworks and mentions the word supercluster.
Yeah, I let you spiral. I let you spiral for 10
no,
minutes because
you
I
didn't let
decided
me.
that that's what
You
you want
didn't
to
let
do.
me spiral. That was my voice trying to get to you in between 5 globers, trying to dogpile me. That's what it was, moron.
Yeah, I let the dog
Yeah,
pile
yeah,
happen
that's what
because
it
why
was
wouldn't
then,
I?
moron.
Mustard,
Okay.
Mustard, hold on. I don't understand what the problem is. So you brought this up. You were talking about these large, structures, the galactic.
Oh no, the problem has already been described. The globers don't know their model from a very macroscopic large scale. That is the problem. I identified it. I rubbed it in the globers' faces. The noise and commotion was the reaction from these guys.
You are making all
that's
of the noise
truth.
and commotion.
Okay, so wait,
when you
Mustard,
entered.
Mustard, hang on.
My
I want to get this straight. I want to get this straight. You
Yes.
rubbed something in somebody's faces, and they had a bad reaction to it. Am I hearing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did
But
you
that's not
expect them to have? Wait.
That's not the point of all that, though. The point of all that was to share information, share new ideas. Because before I did that, I posted diagrams. No one wanted. Anyway, hey, look. Hey, this isn't about. I don't care what you guys think. This is about science. This is about what is. And the finale. The one glober that decides to speak up mentioned the word supercluster. Supercluster. It goes beyond supercluster. Supercluster is a hair compared to the walls and filaments shown in the diagrams that I posted before you said anything.
Yeah.
So
by the way,
get
I
to
knew
know
all
your
of that.
model.
So
I
if
know
you're
your
talking
model
about
better
me.
than you, and I expect, preferably, a large-scale structure of your model greater and better than the representation that I showed you, which is the cosmic view web. That's all. I don't care about your opinions. I don't care how you feel. I'm going to go on mute. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You could have just made that point. You wanted to spiral.
Sounds to me like
no, I couldn't.
It sounds to me like you rubbed people's faces in it. You had they had a bad reaction to that, and maybe you were expecting a good reaction to that. I'm not sure, but
I was expecting a reaction of individuals that are seeking the truth, that are not acting Inquisition cultist style, where they just flat Earth style. To be honest with you, it's a us and a them that are interested in new ideas and new concepts. That's what I expected, but I got none of that, and it's okay. I'm not complaining. It is what it is.
Okay, I'm just saying that when I gave Alex AI a heck of a lot of good, benefit of the doubt, just earlier today, and he, then explained that he was that everybody was misunderstanding things. And I said, well, do you realize that that's insulting? And he said, yeah, you should be insulting. And I was like, well, okay, then you're just being an asshole.
Omnivore, can I say something real quick? I'll make it fast. And the guy that came, whatever his name is, don't interrupt me. Let me say this real quick. He came in here. He asked that question. He said he asked because no Globers answered. Everybody just stayed silent because nobody really wanted to answer. He led into a screaming fit. And that's what happened. And then everybody got excited.
It turned into one. Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
None of you knew your model. Stick to flat Earth. That's why I don't talk to you guys about concave Earth. You don't even know
when he
your own
said
model.
that. When he said that there was a screaming fit.
Who cares? You don't know your own model.
You know who he was referring to, right, Gatebreaker?
This is besides the point. You don't know your own model. That's the thing.
So
you're a flat earther in this case. You'd rather talk about my tone or how you feel than the science.
May I for a little while?
Yeah, there's nothing scientific.
There's nothing to say. There's nothing to say.
There's someone's literally trying to address you, Gatebreaker.
There's nothing.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Flat Earthers are silly.
Yeah. So I answered your question.
No, not right now.
It was. So I did answer your question. You can call it a silly answer if you want. When I gave you like the largest scale possible, and I said our universe would look like a dot. Now, that may not be an answer you're happy with.
Look like a dot. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's an answer that'll scoff at.
So
Everything looks like a dot. Everything looks like a dot when you zoom out.
Hey! I'm not interested in.
Can we not interrupt? Flat
no more energy. No more energy trading.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you again for screaming over him. All right, go ahead.
He needs to hear what's being said to him. Everything looks like a dot at a certain scale, so it's an insuffice.
So you agree with his answer?
Yeah, you agree with him.
Yes, he got an answer, but also
no one agrees with the stupid answer that he gave.
But you just said that it's
I just
correct
said I
because
agree.
everything would look like a dot.
Therefore,
But now you're saying that the universe wouldn't look like a dot, even though everything would look like a dot.
Oh my God, we already know what you think.
in general, you agreed
Hold on,
with
dude.
him.
Why are you talking now? See, Glovers are
So-
retarded.
Okay,
Yes,
so
you are retarded. I do agree.
You are prescribing.
So he's back. I
what's
want
wrong with
to.
you?
I want to.
You are prescribing a dot shape, something that is
Okay, Flat Earther Star Silly is going to finish his statement.
Why won't you let me speak, you fucking Glovers?
You can go right after Flat Earthers are silly, okay?
He was done.
No, he's not.
No,
he just said he's going
I
to finish his
actually
statement.
wasn't done.
So go ahead. Go ahead.
But being that Gatebreaker's okay, now he took him off step. So I gave you an answer. It was unsatisfying. Oh, he's deafening him again. I don't know. But basically,
you got to give it your best try.
I wanted to say was I gave him an answer might have been unsatisfactory, and then I asked him, "What's the shape of his? Like, what does he think the shape of it is?" And he said, "It doesn't matter what I think." So I don't understand what he's doing here.
Yes.
Yeah,
So I want to quickly.
Sorry, I did say that Arabic
No,
could go
now
next.
Now we're doing Jesse. Hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Go ahead,
First off, Rich Evans. When I start talking to someone, it's because they should listen. Doesn't mean you should mute me.
I muted you.
I'm always going to contribute something.
I
necessary.
muted you, Jesse.
All right. Well,
go
that was
ahead.
a big move. All right. Yeah, but you're prescribing your dot shape to the entire cosmological model. Everything takes on the dot shape.
So you agree with
do something so it's only resolvable in 1 pixel. You're not
Okay, so-
prescribing a shape. Everything takes that shape.
Yeah, so you
So
agree
you're not
with
really
me.
describing anything, but you don't know the
I
difference. You're a
agree.
dishonest globe tart.
I agree. It's an unsatisfactory answer.
It's a dishonest answer.
No, it's a very
How can you
absolutely-
say that everything would look like that and then it's a dishonest answer?
Because you're not prescribing a shape to the cosmological
based on
model.
what
You
evidence?
stick to that.
All right, it's not just. I don't see how it's dishonest. That doesn't seem.
I just said
helpful.
why.
Okay, so Gatebreaker.
So that doesn't to me. That doesn't sound like dishonesty. It just sounds like, everything would look like that. So what?
So
No, that's not even what he's calling dishonest. He's saying that his response is saying that it would look like a dot is dishonest.
I'm answering Omnivore's question.
Hey, flat
Hold on,
earthers are
Globe
silly. I literally see myself above you in this position. Don't engage me, please.
No,
Can we get some
Hold on,
moderators?
guys. I was trying to
Hey,
answer.
moderator, can I say something?
Why am I not able to
Gateburger
answer
got
these Globe
seriously,
Tarts
we're good, we're
questions
good.
that are addressed to me?
But I was
Why
just
not?
hearing the same thing was happening. So can I say something real quick? I'm at Gem
Yes,
server
please.
where I'm being contacted. I'm not saying Omni server isn't the shit. We rocking an Omni server, but there's something with McToon and other things going on Gem server. Would anybody like to help? Because I'm the only motherfucking flat earther there. And he's like, where's the flat earthers? The only person is Stacey. Out of all the people, it's only Stacey. And I'm actually really busy in my life. I just came back from Canada with 13 fucking hours. And I'm like,
Oh,
why
what
isn't
the fuck,
anybody over
man?
there defending
Does
the
anybody know
get
how
their
much
team
I'm
anyway? Anyway.
Yeah, you all heard it here,
We're all over
folks.
here being mod
They
abused.
need help over at Gemsy's server. So if you are a flat
Anyone,
earther,
y'all.
okay, even if you're a glober, just go over there and act like a flat earther, okay?
Yeah, go pretend for Toon's show so we can make some money.
Like I was trying to say,
Okay, I'm done now. You can go ahead, bro. I just want to say my piece. Thank you for that. Thank you, Omni and new server. Done.
I literally wait. I am waiting
Thank you
to
for
be able to
thanking us.
respond to Omnivore's question.
I haven't
Thank you for letting me.
Yeah,
I
so you
haven't
don't
done
have
any
you don't have a shape to the parameters of 3D space. When you call the
And I'll be
parameters
over there
of
in
3D
10 minutes.
space
Hope
a
you guys
dot,
come. See you soon.
Stace, why are you doing that? I
No,
don't know
go
what's
ahead,
wrong
go
with
ahead.
Okay,
have yet
so
I want
Hey,
to.
Arabic guy, I heard you loud and clear,
Oh
but
my
these
God.
globers keep trying to drown out your fucking message. They don't have a shape
It was
to it.
Stacy who was
Someone-
in the right.
Wait,
Listen.
concave.
Listen how they react.
I know
You
they're so
what?
dumb.
I'm
dude.
so
want to
sick
talk
of you
about
guys
your
We are done
overspeaking me.
retards, agree.
I'm so
I want
sick
to
of
talk about your
I'm
message.
really frustrated by M Agent and Mustard just overspeaking me every time I say anything today. All
Because they know
day
they're
today.
wrong. Yeah.
It's really
Because you're a
fucking
pussy,
frustrating.
yes.
We are wrong.
It's
because
hard
we
for me
are
to
actually
communicate. I can't focus on my words when you guys do this.
Gatekeeper, I have tried to engage
Flat
with you
earthers are
multiple
silly. I don't
times.
want to talk to you. Stop trying to engage
Wait,
me.
let-
I
let-
don't
let-
want to talk
May
to
I-
you.
Okay,
I
when
do not.
okay,
I
this
do not
time-
welcome
this.
a stream of communication between you. Don't
Okay.
message
Globers
me.
aren't going to
Don't
address
talk
the
to me.
issue
May I have the room
when they
if you
presented
don't?
the shape
Hey,
of the
back to the
cosmological
Arabic
model
guy,
you guys
letter
got.
guy.
They're going to pretend like that's not an issue, and that's a
Fine.
suffice
May-
answer. But just
I'll
pathetic.
ask
You guys
someone
don't even
else then.
understand how stupid your answers are.
May I
I'll
may
ask
I
someone
address
else.
the topic?
No, you don't know how to address the topic.
No, you don't get to dictate that, so I will address the topic.
No, the topic dictates
I
that. You don't know
actually,
what to tell us.
All right,
I'm
look.
addressing the topic, so you
Look.
might want to shut the fuck up.
Guys, this is embarrassing. Okay?
We
Yeah, why
can't
do you
have a
let these
convo with
globers
these
say so much
globers.
dumb shit?
Wait.
I was trying to
Nobody is
speak.
covering themselves in glory here, and that, so come on. So
I
what
was trying
exactly?
to speak to you.
just
You
a
know
minute.
what? You know what? The
Mustard,
nature
chill.
the nature of this
Mustard has a
community.
brain
Oh, game breaker. Hang on. Hold on.
All right.
What remains to be said? Let's move forward. I don't care. So we know that these megastructures exist. Gatebreaker posted some, I guess, cool pictures. I haven't really looked at them. And you know the entire we know that the large scale is like veins of stars and stuff with huge voids between them. Okay, whatever.
What are you
You're
talking about?
welcome.
This
You're
this
welcome.
wasn't the point.
May
No,
I
no,
actually
no,
say
no,
something,
I
by the
should
way?
Omni,
say-
if I
You're
can cut in, I'm
May I
gonna cut
actually
in
have the
here.
room, by the way.
Mustard, I've spoken less than you have in the last little bit. Let me just say this, okay?
Yes,
the main
but I was
point
asking
that
politely, and I
You
got
see,
over.
I know,
Omni,
and
you
I'm
see,
giving you an
Omni?
answer, right? So take it politely as well. You can speak after I speak. The entire point that Gatebreaker was trying to make out of the gate was that the globe doesn't know X about their model. And
Correct.
if
Exactly.
anything can
correct.
be pointed
I
back
rubbed it in.
into the flat earther's face, it is that they know fuck all about their entire model. So this has been an entirely
I didn't rub it in the flat earthers. I
wasteful
rubbed it
amount
in
of
the
time
Glover's
because
face.
the critique that they are leveling that we don't know something
Listen,
about our own model
This is
that
really feminine.
is actually tenfold back at them.
This
Can
is
I
a
say
this is
something?
really,
Can you
this
mute them
this,
for a
this, this
second?
back and forth is really fucking
Come on.
pathetic, you guys.
Let-
Omnivore posed that question. That wasn't to you guys.
I
You
want
got to
say
respond.
something. Can you be quiet for 1 second? 1 second.
Yo, Arabic dude, you want to go to Gems?
Go
Fuck
ahead.
these guys. Let's go to Gems.
I got
We
banned.
don't
Yeah, fuck
care.
off
You
then.
can leave. You can stop threatening.
You're banned from
this
there. I'll get you
server
on
all
ban
the
right now.
time.
Hold on.
I'll go there if you
Let-
get
let-
banned.
I'll get you on
I'll
ban
get you
right
a
now.
band.
And
damn it,
Asian,
can you
hey,
let-
I
hey,
wonder
May I have the room,
why.
by the way, at some point?
every
Yeah, go
person
ahead,
that has
Mustard.
overspoken me while I was here is gonna get
Okay,
muted on my
so I
end.
was given the
The
room.
flat earthers are gonna go somewhere else, and you guys can suck
Okay.
each other off in here. A bunch of weird.
Okay,
We
well, I'm
don't
sorry you've been
care.
muted. We can't hear your leaving song. So
I-
go
I-
ahead.
We'll see
Mustard.
you guys when y'all come
Please.
back.
Please,
It's
let me.
Mustard's turn. It's Mustard's
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah. I actually, by the way, I actually knew about the cosmic web. It's kind of a stupid point at this point, but my answer was the superclusters. But I was actually picturing in my mind the cosmic web because I even happen to know that it kind of makes a double cone kind of shape that are facing each other. That's just because like our view to the larger universe is blocked by the Milky Way.
Okay.
So I had that
Interesting.
image in mind, and I was actually I just
I
used
Wait,
the
I
wrong
hadn't,
word.
now,
I hadn't
can I-
thought about the Milky Way blocking anything.
Okay. All right. I got it. Yeah. So we have. Okay. So now we are all up to speed on the mega structures of the cosmos.
No, we are not up
Thanks
to
to
speed.
me. It has dawned on most of you except for
God
Cole.
damn
Thanks to
it.
me.
You're still here?
I am.
It wasn't
God
thanks to me,
damn
thanks
it.
to you because I
let-
knew the answer.
Hey, Omnivore, listen, we can't have a con.
He's funding muting me. Okay, let me already say it because it's sitting
quick.
on my.
Jake, wait, come on. I want to. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. 1 hour ago, this whole thing started from Concaver making a claim that if you don't know X inside your globe model, you don't know anything about the model. It wasn't even about the cluster that now he is brought the information. This is like saying, if you don't know how I do my job, then you don't know the globe model. This is what he is claiming.
I got it. I got it. Yeah,
Which is idiotic.
Omni,
So-
if I can say one more thing to add
Okay.
to that, it was very interesting that Gatebreaker's initial point was that no two Globers would have the same response to the question. So I had to chime in earlier when you came in and said like, oh, like what, like a supercluster? Because that was one of the answers provided. So it was kind of ironic that we actually got two Globers that agreed on what this kind of grander scheme or grand concept was. But
I also
Yeah,
don't
I
think
mean,
anyone disagreed with me.
Yo, I'm speaking to Omnivore. Omnivore, every time I speak, 3 of them react. I can't engage in thought streams with anybody when there's 3 people reacting. And then
May I
I
have the
react,
after?
like you see, I react from their reaction, but the moderators react my reaction. This is unfair.
Well, Mustard just got muted. I don't know what he was thinking trying to jump in there.
Rich Omnivore, Rich Evans is doing it right before you.
Yes,
I was the one who just muted Mustard. You are correct, Gatebreaker.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yo, Arabic, check. Gem should have unbanned you right now.
Oh shit! Let's go.
Omnivore, why can't these guys be controlled and we have a civil conversation?
Why can't you stop threatening the server
So I was
each time?
answering. Hold
and-
on, Image.
No,
Hold on.
Omni.
So
No, you were literally asking.
You see, they won't let you talk. Hey, when you solve this problem right here with these guys, I'll be
Yeah,
back.
he
I have
had his
better servers to
bodyguard,
go
me,
to.
mute him.
When you
Right
solve
there,
these problems
Omnivore.
with these guys, I'll be back. How's that?
Right there,
Right.
Omnivore. That's what happened when he first
Oh.
came in here. I'm going to say it again. When he first came in here and he asked that question, nobody bothered to answer, and he led into an absolute screaming fit. And every time anybody tried to answer, he did nothing but scream, and it went on for like 15 minutes. And now he's crying, acting like everybody's being mean to him. No, that's not at all how it went.
Yeah. I was just about to point the same thing. And by the way, when I interrupted, I was just asking, may I speak after him?
Yeah,
I was
that's
not
a
trying to
question
be-
for text chat.
Yeah.
No, it's
okay,
because
fair
the
enough.
ratio between flat
in either
earthers and
case,
Globers
in
is
either
all
case, I was
wrong.
trying to
And
make
you
the
got
same
5
point.
Globers getting
I
triggered
was
while
still
one
speaking,
guy's
so I'm
trying to
just
make
gonna
an
Okay, well
talk
now
over
we
you,
got
if you
Arabic
don't
over
mind.
speaking you.
So I was just trying to make the same point. He is just lying if and incorrect if he says that he was interrupted rudely every time when he spoke. He's even contradicting himself because he said that when I spoke about this, it was silent for 10 minutes.
No,
so
but the
he
problem here,
literally
Mustard, the
admitted
problem
himself.
Mustard, the problem that just occurred was he was going, this is crazy. All these Globers have spoken over me, and I can never get a moment to speak. And then you chimed in. So it was like he was baiting someone to jump in and try and talk over him so he could prove his own point, right? So at that point, we all, okay, whoa,
Yo,
look who comes
Arabic dude,
crawling
leave.
back.
They got you muted,
No,
bro.
hey.
No, this place is gonna fucking die. You guys are gonna learn how to fucking mod, okay? You guys are gonna learn how to mod. I'm gonna make sure this place fucking dies. Omni, you had your chance. You let these little cowards abuse me in front of you. I ought to.
I was
rub their
only
faces.
acting in good faith
Here he goes
moderation.
again.
If
Wait,
you don't believe me,
Rich is muted on my end.
Everybody be quiet. I
I'm
want to make
speaking
sure.
to Omni.
I
I'm
want to make
speaking
sure
to
I heard
Omni.
something. Gatebreaker, did you just say you're going to make sure this place dies? Did I hear that?
Yes, by inviting members to a room where they don't have a platform to be abused, overspoken in real time.
Okay.
Yes.
If
A room where conversations don't happen unless guys like me and them join. The moment we join and open our mouths, it gives you guys free reign to abuse us.
Okay,
And
when Matthias said
how many times was I here in front of you, Omni, and I told flat earthers are silly, I don't want to engage them. And I told M Agent, I don't want to engage him. And I told Mustard, I don't want to engage him. How many times?
So I want to let you know.
At that point, what the moderators will do is tell that person who it has been told not to engage to no longer engage. They are holding up conversation to run their mouths to annoy.
You no.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Hey! And by the way, the rubbing the Glober's faces in, that equals bringing up a point in science, a very important point, the large scale structure of our universe, and asking the room of honestly low rung Globers in here if any of them knew it. Nobody in here knew it.
Okay,
I then laughed.
Omnivore, get ready.
I then laughed.
Omni, can I ask you a question?
I then laughed.
No, hang on. Hold on.
I then laughed. I want to hear
Gatebreaker. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So here's the thing. The last person who told me he was going to make sure the server died, he's banned. All right. Now, I don't want to ban you, but if you're threatening the server, that's kind of a red line, my guy. I wouldn't do that. Wait, hold on. Hang on. I realize that you're mad and you're making a point. That's not the way to make a point. That's not a way to make a point here.
Well, so, I exhausted my opportunity to explain myself via voice. I got muted 7 times by Rich. I got overspoken ad nauseum by Mustard and M Agent. And then you joined and witnessed some more of it. So, yes.
I didn't witness wonderful behavior on your part, Gatebreaker, either. So, however, as far as I know,
the wonderful part was my reaction to being mod abused, to being dogpiled by disingenuous non-truth seekers in this room. My reaction is warranted. What was my reaction? What was my reaction?
Can I ask you a question, Omni?
What was my reaction? Passionately trying to get my voice out over 5 scoffers and a mod abuser?
Once you threaten the server, none of that makes a difference to me.
I don't mod. Hey, I don't need to threaten the server. The server will die in rapid fashion on its own.
Well, you just said you were going to make sure it would die. So I'm telling you that, there's not a lot of goodwill after that.
He left.
Yeah, well.
All right, cool. So if all the Glovers stop doing meta reviews, Jesus Christ, why do you want to do another meta review? Address my argument. There is no parameter to 3D space in your model. You have no shape to your universe. Okay, 3D space.
Okay, what's the issue with that?
3D space is infinite or finite. Well, what do you think is going on?
Omni, I just want to apologize. I'm sorry. When someone says, "Can anyone answer this question?" I thought that means they do want anyone in the room to engage with them. I'm sorry. I was
socially inept, talking past people, interruptive, globetard.
Okay. Let's leave it there, silly. Let's leave it there. Arabic letters. I want to ask you directly again. What's the issue with not having a complete understanding of the exact shape of our entire universe?
Then all your skepticism towards flat Earth goes out the window because you don't have an explanation for the shape of your universe yourself.
So because I don't have an explanation for the shape of the entire universe, I can't have an explanation for the shape of the Earth.
Ground, and your argument is as insufficient as you think the flat Earth is.
No, because they're related. They're positioned on 2 different things.
Right,
one is the shape of all of the universe, and one is the shape of the Earth, right?
What's the shape of space?
The shape of space is everything except there's an Earth hole.
Incoherent model.
They can't even
do you understand?
I didn't even finish answering. How did you already know it was incoherent?
I know, because globetard's like the
Space-time is flat.
There's no edge to your globe. How do you leave it?
Oh God, really just
not God.
Out of the frying pan.
You definitely need help, Rick, because your model.
I'm monologuing. I am probably one of the most concise people in here.
Let's find the end and beginning of the globe.
See, the Glovers got so used to just engaging with meta and like not actually responding to stuff, they don't even hear how dumb they sound when they don't address the question.
Well, I think the main difference here is that when we as Glovers say, here is the shape of our Earth, and we can orient and put different things on the Earth in these different spots and relate those to the celestial objects. We do that within our own solar system, and we do that quite well. And then when you push it to the extent of our knowledge and we say, yes, I guess I'm not sure what that entire shape would be, you say that that's the same thing as someone claiming that they don't know it's a globe. And on its face, that's ridiculous because we can give evidence for the fact that
How
it is
far is
curved.
the North Pole from the South Pole? And
When
how do
you
prove it?
presume a 3D sphere in a vacuum of space, your
No,
model
a
starts
computer's
to
got a
lack
flat-
explanatory
a
power
computer-
and cohesion
I
because you
wouldn't
don't
say I
have a shape
presume.
of 3D space.
I wouldn't presume
computer
it.
has a flat
I would
screen.
say that I
Rich, we already
conclude
know
that we live on a
that you
globe.
don't have an answer. I know you wanted to go with the whole dot thing, so we already know where you stand.
Well, I mean,
computer
it
rendering
sucks
is
that when
not
you
a
get your
sphere.
answer, when you get your question answered, and it's an answer that you didn't think of, I can understand how
You
frustrating.
know why I didn't think to call the universe a dot? Because that's
Oh,
dumb.
you mean like the wind moving the water?
Right, but wouldn't anything from the maximum amount of from the
That's exactly
maximum
why I
scale
wouldn't
be
describe it as
only
a
a
dot.
dot? So that I mean, it kind of falls on you for asking a
That's
question
exactly
that
why
wasn't
I
really
wouldn't
well
describe
defined.
it as a dot. It's not a dot because everything appears to be a dot when you back up enough. So
Yeah,
you know
so
it's
like
not
it's
a
like
dot.
Even the
what
car with
does
two
what
headlights
does
looks like one
So you're going to
headlight.
go ahead and you're going to say
One
that the shape of the universe
what
is
does
not,
my
even though it's
phone look
not,
like?
because you're
What does if you were to say
yeah.
what does my phone look like
One is
from the
by
top of the
land, two is
Empire
by
State
sea.
Building?
Is your
I'd
phone a
say a
dot?
dot.
Oh, wait, no.
Your
And
phone is
then
not a
One
dot,
light,
right?
it'll
Even
be.
though it
oh,
appears as
I'm
a
trying
dot
to
from far
respond, man.
away.
And I got
Just
you
say
and your
your
little
phone
brother
appears
chiming
as a
in.
dot from far away, but it's not a dot, right? So do
But
you
my
think the
point
universe
is,
is a
if
dot?
I have my
Because yours
phone on
is
the
one?
ground from the top of a building, it may look like a dot, and you say, "Well,
Even though
my
it's not one.
tablet also looks like a dot." That
But
doesn't
it's not
really
one.
change the fact
Does
that
it
from
become a
that
planet?
perspective, it would
Does
appear
it
to be a
become a
dot.
planet?
And when
So
you're
you're saying
does it
dealing
that the
become a
universe
planet?
when
is
you're
not, even though
dealing
it's
with
not one.
hypotheticals of things that are like at the maximum scale, then it has to be a
So
dot.
it's a dot
How
that
could you know?
becomes a
How could it
planet.
be any different?
But in
So
physical
it's a
reality,
dot
it's
that
not
becomes
a
a
dot.
planet.
Well, when have
So
you
it's a dot
been?
that
When have
becomes
you
a
been to
planet.
the maximum scale in reality?
No, we don't know what
Let
you're
me
talking
explain
about.
very
Guy with
clearly. In
no dot
physical
that becomes a
reality,
planet.
I
you know
mean,
for a fact that it's not a dot. Stop describing it as one
so
when you know it's not one.
so
Just
A
on its
dot
form.
never becomes a planet. Prove that.
so I don't want to mute you. You could just simply say, "Let me rephrase the question. What does what's the shape of your universe on?" And then give me the scale that you want to go by, and then it would have to be a more detailed answer.
You have to
You can just
describe the
rephrase your
parameters in 3D
question.
space.
You can just rephrase your question if you wanted to.
I just did
What's the
describe the
shape of
parameters of
space?
3D space. See, I've been saying this stuff the whole time. To globetrot, just skate right past things you can't answer.
Okay, I
But I
don't
don't
know.
expect you to
Is
be
the
able to
answer
answer.
then.
You
And
know,
then the answer to
kind of
that is
rhetorical.
I don't know. Then the
Yeah,
answer
but
to
the
that is
honest
I
answer
don't
is
know.
to concede. Yes, you don't know. So
No,
dot
no, no. The
and
honest
infinite space.
answer when you
Your
ask
Big Bang
me what does
cosmological model
no,
invokes that you have
no,
infinite
I'm
3D
sorry.
space. There is no parameter to it.
The most honest answer I can give you is when you ask me what does it look like on the largest scale possible is a dot. That's the most honest answer I can give you.
See, I'll give you a more honest answer than that. Is that it's definitely not any things you're trying to describe, like with the Big Bang model. You try to conceive a shape to a Big Bang where space is no longer finite; it's infinite. And then at the same time, you say that it all started at singularity. You just have a whole
I'm
bunch of
just saying
incoherent ideas. You just fucking throw it in a bowl and see if people believe it.
just like rephrase your question. Just say no. A light year instead of being to the base to the 10 of a million, base to the 10 of a million. Just say no. What does your universe look like if a light year is 1 inch? Then we'd
You
be
can't know
forced
what
to
the
answer.
Clover model looks like.
Then why ask the question?
Because you guys don't realize that you lack a model.
No, but you realize how much of a conversation killer saying, "Well, what's the sun on a flat Earth?" Well, you can't know. It's like, why'd you ask? Like, what the fuck's going on? It's just a giant. It's a giant exercise in posturing at that point.
Does it make you mad that you can't demonstrate or make a sun, so you don't
It
have a
definitely
fucking
makes
clue of what it is?
Yeah, he
you
thinks
can't
he needs a
control one. You
container
can't
to.
even make a moon. Make a moon. I dare
When
you.
you say make a sun, do you mean do something that
moon.
creates? When
Make
you say
a moon.
like
make a dirt ball moon. Don't
when you
talk
say
about the sun. We know you can't make a sun. We already know you have no clue what the fuck that is. Make a moon in a lab. Don't matter.
want you to
However you say it, what it exists. Don't ask me questions on all your God moon information. Moon Jesus.
I want to clarify
So
what
you
you
don't know
mean
what
by
a moon
make
is.
sun. Like, do you mean make
what is a
nuclear
moon?
make nuclear fusion happen? Like, do you mean that?
I mean a sun. What is a fucking sun, weirdo? Not dumb words.
A sun is an object that does nuclear fusion that creates electromagnetic radiation. Dude,
man. So you don't have a little sun working.
We have created nuclear fusion, and I think what did we sustain it for? Like about 3 minutes? What is that the current record, France?
So you need a container for your star.
So not a sun. No sun? How about a moon? Let's make this easy on you. You supposedly think the moon came from Earth. Definitely you can go get some Earth dirt and mimic a moon, right? Have it orbit something, a light ball, a ball gas light, sun. That's why you need the sun, so you can make your little moon orbit it in a lab. So we know what the fuck you guys are making up. So your religion becomes physical.
Are you asking for if we've ever been able to like make a dirt particle orbit the Earth before? Because that would technically be a moon. It'd be a very short temporary moon, but that would technically be a moon.
I think you're smoking crack. I asked you for the lab that we can go to and make a moon, an Earth, and a sun. 3 objects you claim to know every fucking thing about, weirdo. So if you know how to make a sun, definitely there should be one in the lab, and you should get the fucking prize for making it, liar. And then a little moon, which is Earth stuff. Earth dirt came from Earth, right? Something hit Earth and made moon. That's the fucking story, right? So go make a dirt moon, however big you want it to be, because you have the math. That's your fucking scale down model problem, not mine. If you can't scale down your own shit, where did you scale it up from, and how did you get the math, little guy?
I guarantee you, we have probably dragged a single particle from Earth into space.
That mean? We're looking for a moon.
When we've launched instruments.
Repeat
Actually,
this
technically,
word.
every satellite is made. Every satellite that
what
we've
about
created
the moon do you
is
not
made
comprehend?
out of. I'm
What
trying
about
to
a
answer
word
your
moon
question.
do you not understand?
I'm trying
Let's get
to
the
answer your
dictionary out.
question. I'm
Let's
trying
get the
to answer
dictionary
your
out. We
question.
didn't say anything. Why are you asking about not moon, not Earth, not sun? We need 3 things. Are you asking about moon, Earth, sun, or no? We want to find out how a moon and an Earth and a sun do what they do. As a physical ball, a ball of gas.
Do you find it annoying when someone doesn't act the way you act when you act in a conversation? Like, you ask for Earth stuff being brought into space like the moon. Satellites are made up of Earth space. They orbit the Earth. There's our moons. We created moons. There you go. According to your definition of what a moon is, Earth stuff that goes into space and orbits the Earth, we have done that.
I'll take a side view, you lying fuck, with a horizontal line as your reference. Prove that the fucking thing goes down below dirt and water. From a side view, loser fuck. And if you can't prove it's going down below your feet and then back up from nowhere, from below zero, then you have no fucking claim, loser. Then just keep talking about birds flying up over your head and call that bird orbit too. Yeah, that bird's a satellite too.
Okay.
Fucking weirdo.
So what you want then is you can do the ISS
proof of your lying
tracking.
ass claim ever.
You can do the
Proof of a
ISS
liar's
tracking
claim.
website.
Can a liar
and you
back
can
their
track
claim?
The ISS doing exactly what you said.
Demox obviously had a long day. I think we should just let him rest. But Jesse, you said a sun would require a container? That's an interesting thing to say. I'd love to get into a bit more information on that.
It's not what I said. But of course, you know.
I accept that's not what you said. I accept that I misheard you.
Demonstration of helium hydrogen fusion in a lab requires a container.
Okay. Now, is that relating in any way to, having atmospheric pressure require a container? In any way?
Yeah, like when you say that, do you mean like because there's a room that is doing the nuclear fusion, that's the container, or like because I've heard that before.
When you wanna claim that you have nuclear, whatever, you got your hydrogen fusion going on, and you're demonstrating what you think is happening with stars and suns or whatever. Yeah, that experiment where you're creating your hydrogen helium fusion, that requires a container.
Sorry, I did miss what you said last there, Jesse.
You know, at some point you got to think that, like, you know, we're getting tired of educating you guys. Like, you guys act like you're so oblivious to what's wrong with your shit. I'm tired of telling you what you should know already.
But I mean, I should have heard what you said. You're correct. I just happened not to hear it.
Yeah, but it's these concepts about, like, you know, you got your star in a jar demonstration of your sun. Okay, that requires a container. You say that the shape of the universe is a dot. You know, my cell phone is a dot. My keyboard is a dot. Okay, I'm a dot. Okay, everything is
From
a
the
dot.
maximum scale.
Well, that's not a description of the shape of the universe. Another
then why ask for it from the maximum
and then I
scale?
ask you about, you know, if you did have a shape to your Big Bang, what are the parameters of 3D space? Are we in infinite space or finite space? No one can answer that question. So you think you got
these are not easy
you think
questions.
you got your flat Earth on lockdown? I'm telling you right now, dude, your globe just sounds like dumb as fuck. You guys don't even realize. So much
I can
education.
understand that certain claims of the globe seem far fetched or can seem hard
They're
to
inconceivable.
wrap your mind around.
They're unfalsifiable pseudoscience, inconceivable.
You can't tell me the meaning of life. You don't know how anything works.
I
You don't realize
wouldn't
the
say
stupidity of that
inconceivable.
It's always like there's always got to be like a 4 verse 1. I can never have a normal conversation.
I'm trying to level with you, Jesse.
All right,
in terms of like, is your position that in order to have any kind of gas pressure, it requires a container?
I don't say stuff like that. You will never hear me say that.
Okay, that's why I'm asking.
What I said specifically, because I feel like now you're not getting the point. Your only demonstration of your hydrogen helium fusion requires a container. You want to contest that and pull out a study that shows they don't need containment to demonstrate their hydrogen helium fusion, then I'll entertain you. And I'll stay correct.
But what's the issue with hydrogen helium fusion requiring a container?
I'm just pointing it out. The only way you've ever demonstrated a star forming, quote unquote, your demonstration requires a container. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah, for us on Earth,
your model doesn't have a physical barrier containing things repelling.
Just to clarify, I wasn't saying that's how stars form. I was just saying that's what stars do, and we've replicated that one thing that stars do. And I just wasn't sure what DMOC meant. I wasn't sure what DMOC meant by replicate a star in a laboratory. Like I didn't understand what he meant by that.
Maybe you didn't say it like right out the fucking face, but you know, that's everything that's implied when you start defending your model.
But sorry, what is the issue with us being able to replicate the mechanism that is happening within a star in a lab in a container on Earth? I don't see any issue with that whatsoever.
Because the container is vital in your
for us to be able to do it on Earth. Sure.
Right on.
Jesse,
Thank you.
can I ask you one question, Jesse?
No. Go ahead.
No. Okay. Is flat a description to one side of a 3D object?
I'm not a flat earther. I don't defend flat Earth. I scrutinize globe.
But he wasn't asking you if you were or that you do. He's asking it like you just said that I was really good faith in answering your question. I was honest. Just be honest with him.
If you're trying to get me to defend the flat Earth, I won't.
No, that's not what he's doing.
No, I'm not. Nope. Just pure geometry, basically. Is flat a description to one side of a 3D object?
Is flat a description of one side of it? You know, that's people. You can say yes or no. Honestly, I would say yes.
And it can't be.
Flat means no change.
Wait. Can you explain to me how it's not a description to the side of a 3D object?
Because the word flat has many contexts. I don't know exactly what you mean by flat all the time.
You don't know what flat means anymore.
Yeah, people use the word flat to describe colors. You got a flat color for your car or your wall.
I said that a while ago that he didn't know what shapes were. He didn't know the difference in flat and globe.
Oh, why are you being a dick?
Did you honestly think I was talking about colors?
No,
you talk about good faith. You talk about good faith. Do you honestly think I was talking about colors when I used the word flat?
No, I didn't. But I wanted to make it,
can you answer my question in good faith then?
All right, re-ask your question.
Is flat a description to one side of a 3D object?
The same thing comes to mind. Yes and no. Like, it depends on what the fuck you think flat means.
Tell me how it's not a description to one side of a 3D object.
Because, dude, you could have a square, a two-dimensional square with four sides, right? One of the sides.
I'm not talking about.
I'm going to explain. Listen, and you'll understand. If you listen, you'll understand.
No, but
this is why you don't understand.
But because that's not relevant to my question.
I'm tired of educating voters.
I very specifically said a 3D object.
Yes, and I'm describing to you what flat would be on a 2D object, and then I was going to describe a 3D object for you and show you the discrepancy and where the context can become convoluted. Because a two-dimensional object with you have a regular line segment side, you can call them flat. I can call a spherical surface flat because it's two-dimensional technically. Both of those things can be considered flat.
I don't understand how a sphere can be 2D.
Yeah,
a sphere is a 3D object. A sphere is a 3D object. That's how it's defined.
They actually, the way they define it in reality is that the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional plane in 3D space.
I don't know. You talk about good faith. You still haven't explained to me how on a 3D object, flat is not a description to one side of the shape.
Why are we talking about flat? Why are you trying to get me to why are you strawmanning me with flat earth arguments? Why do you want to do that?
Abandon the line of questioning, Billy. Just abandon it. Like, he's not going to.
It's not my argument. I don't defend the stuff that you're saying.
No problem. No problem.
You got me defending strawmans for you. Like, you want me to?
No, you're trying to look 15 steps ahead of him, and he's just trying to have a conversation. It's a common problem in these circles.
You can't even steel man what I was trying to get at. You just completely
because you're not trying. What I heard you say in the majority was, I'm not a flat earther. Don't make me argue for flat Earth. Stop straw manning me. And so
yeah, exactly.
When he's talking about 3D space and that there's a property of a side of a shape and it can either be flat or not, and you can't even just concede to that. It's telling.
Yeah, but according to an ant walking on a basketball, the surface of the basketball appears flat.
Okay, what's a non-flat 2D thing?
Why are you asking me these kind of questions? I don't know where you're getting at.
Well, he's obviously trying to get you to concede that anything 2D is flat.
Oh. Well, technically, the word flat has a bunch of different, contexts. Like a three-dimensional object of a sphere.
Here we go back to not being the good.
The surface of a sphere is considered. Yeah, because this is you keep asking me the question and you don't like the answer that you're getting.
I actually asked you a different question, so no, I don't keep asking you the question.
Did you misunderstand what my answer was and why I said it?
I don't understand why you would bring in anything like. I don't understand how you were talking about 2D objects being flat when I don't see how they can be anything but flat. and then I don't see the correlation to the 3D object.
All right. Well, good luck. Good luck understanding how geometry works. I don't know.
Do you think, Jesse? Do you think that if a flat earther comes in here and says, "How is it a globe?" and we go, "We shouldn't have to teach you anything," do you think that's a sufficient response in order to have a good faith conversation?
I don't know what you Globers expect when you are just like, hot and ready to just be horrible to people, and you think everybody else.
I'm trying to be as nice as possible. What are you talking about? How have I been mean to anyone?
Presence on Discord is not to be whatever you just described.
Besides calling flat earthers silly, what's the most horrible thing I've ever done in this server?
Your name used to be Flat Earthers Are Dumb.
Honestly, your name doesn't bother me.
Actually, I don't think it was ever dumb.
Oh, was it retarded? What was it?
I never did that. The only thing I did was, like in other server rooms, they begged me to change it. So I once changed it to amazing, like to sensitive.
Oh, right. Yeah. It's 24/7. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they banned me for that. So then I just did amazingly asterisk, 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 asterisk. So you can just fill in the blank.
But you didn't really answer my question, Jesse. Jesse, do you think that
an ant standing on a basketball is going to perceive the 3D surface as a two-dimensional surface? It doesn't experience.
You just said the same thing again. I disagree.
You're about to ask again.
No, the question I actually just asked you was, do you think that someone coming into the room and asking a question and the response being, "I don't want to teach you," is that sufficient for a good faith conversation?
No, I'm not.
Yes
you
or no?
Pay me to do that professorship, man. You want me to teach you, then you give me some money.
Well, just word to the wise. If you're not willing to explain an answer to someone, you're best not responding at all.
Yeah, I've responded to everything you said. You guys.
No, but I'm saying.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. I'm in the middle of a sentence. If you're a mod, you need to learn how to fucking behave. So I'm in the middle of a sentence. So let me finish. So you guys didn't answer the question I asked about your finite 3D space. Okay, you have a Big Bang cosmological model. You proclaim finiteness to your universe. That your Big Bang
question was obviously answered
at a point. Okay, you say that all material things were once at a point, and 3D space surrounds that point. And then I ask you, what is the shape of 3D space? And then you want to ask me what flat means.
I shouldn't have to explain things to you.
And then you want to ask me stupid garbage shit like what flat means. Makes me question, like, what the fuck? How are we in such a different place? Why are we on such
No. When you get to the point that you ask me what the shape of this 3D space is, and I say, I shouldn't have to teach you, is that a sufficient response to have a good faith conversation?
I should not have to teach you all this shit, man. You guys should be able to conceive the errors in your model yourself. But you're so blinded. You need me to tell you what's wrong with your model.
Why are you so scared to admit that you're running a bad faith tactic when you say that you're not willing to actually explain the answer? Why will you not?
There's nothing I didn't explain.
Do you have any semblance of honor?
Maybe you weren't listening because you're a dishonest globetrotter. You just want to reaffirm all your already delusional biases. I already told you.
If someone could demonstrate to me that the Earth is flat, I would hear them out. I got to hear what they have to say.
Goddamn idiot! Nobody was talking about the Earth being flat. So everything that you were asking,
you're talking about
had nothing to do with the shape.
Including the word glober is.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of a sentence. I answered all your stupid questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, you interrupted me in the middle of my sentence, and you're a mod.
Yeah,
so you're dumb.
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm allowed to.
So yes, you're dumb. You shouldn't do that. And I'll take it back if you stop doing it.
I honestly couldn't care. You could call me dumb all day. I do not give a fuck. I think it's more telling that I'm willing to admit a concession of I interrupted you when I shouldn't, but you don't have a semblance of respect for yourself, and that you could honestly say that saying that I'm not going to teach you is a fucking bullshit bad faith response to a question.
Yeah, there's certain things I don't appreciate that I have to, let you guys in on stuff that I feel like you should have came to these conclusions on your own without me.
Yeah, well, I don't
great.
feel that I don't want to teach you about what actual good faith is. So.
Well, you don't have to.
So.
No, I don't have to. Yeah, you should have learned that on your own, right? You should have learned how to have good faith conversations on your own. Yet you have not. Ergo, you are here today.
Let me, because I'm
sorry. Good faith for you
to
just reaffirm the globe every single day, the same way you do to the same people. Is that good faith?
So it was wrong for me to.
When have you ever heard me present the globe in the same way twice? You haven't even heard me present the globe in one way once.
How ironic. So you don't have a globe to present. Yeah.
Okay, great. Admit your last statement was a fucking lie, you coward.
So you try to present globe evidence, but you
admit what you just said was a lie. You haven't heard me go on and present the globe and reaffirm the globe in the same way every time because you haven't heard me do it once. Admit it.
All right, Rich, you're triggered, man. I mean, admit it. Bro. Get your bars off, man.
Admit it.
Jesse, your name's Jesse or whatever. So I apologize. I assumed you're a flat earther. My mistake. When you imagine the Earth, what shape do you see?
Oh, who cares, dude? I'm a little guy on a big thing. I don't see the entirety of the Earth.
No, I know. When you imagine it in your head, when you just picture it, I
don't value the imaginary things that I imagine about the globe. I don't care.
You have no idea. You have no idea.
If you would have asked me before he responded, is there any more bad faith response? It would be, I don't care. Who the fuck cares? Who knows?
Yeah, you're getting triggered in the middle of my sentence.
No, I'm not triggered. I'm emphatic.
I find it funny that he's gonna ask us, oh, what's the ultimate biggest scale shape of the universe? If you don't know, then I fucking win you. But then he doesn't even want to answer a simple question about what the shape of the Earth might be.
Of course.
Yeah, I got a question.
This is all he has. It's like hyper skepticism, and he's too chicken shit to even say he's a flat earther. Take that in.
Dude, why would I say I'm a flat earther when I'm not one?
So who knows what the fuck you are?
I know what the fuck.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares what you are, buddy. Nobody cares.
Stop asking questions about what I think flat means.
Jesse, are you like a bever or something? Does elevation follow a horizontal plane?
I don't know if you're misconstruing something Bev said right now.
Oh, how dare you misconstrue the deity of our religion.
Yeah, you guys are so prone to straw manning and just like, you guys just fucking get everything wrong.
What's a straw man?
It's when you're trying to explain someone else's argument, you don't understand it well enough.
That a straw man is when you don't understand someone's argument and you explain it. How could you explain it if you don't understand it? That doesn't make sense.
How fucking you want me to apologize, dude? I apologize. Maybe you got really gaslighted because now you're just asking useless questions.
Well, no, a straw man is where you misrepresent someone's argument in a parody sense in order to make it seem ridiculous. That's what a straw man is, right?
Yeah, typical Glober MO right there. Yeah.
I would disagree because when someone who affirms the globe presents an argument with a particular flat Earth model, that's not necessarily strawmanning the flat Earth model that they're arguing against. It could be a misrepresentation of what the actual person on the other side of the aisle is arguing for, but bereft of that person on the other side of the aisle giving something that can be differentiated, there is no straw man provided.
Also, Rich, all I did was ask a question. Does elevation follow a horizontal plane? It can't possibly be a straw man if it's only a question.
Of course.
You said you were quoting Bev.
Again, he's trying to do 15 steps ahead.
Dude, I'm not quoting Bev. I am not quoting Bev. I'm not quoting Bev. I asked you a question.
You said that's something
Does
Bev
elevation because I've interacted with him. Does elevation follow a horizontal plane, Jesse?
I'm not even sure what he might have meant by that. I don't know what he means. You want me to be dishonest? And
No,
act like I
no,
know
that's
what he's
great.
talking
That's
about?
great. No, that was an honest answer. You're all good saying I don't know what exactly that means. That's perfectly fine, obviously.
What I would if I'm in
what
the
part of
same
my
vein,
question,
all right.
Jesse? What part of my question did you not understand?
No, I understand the question. I just don't know if that's something that I could be misconstruing. Maybe Bev meant something by that, and I don't know what he meant.
I'm not asking what Bev thinks. I'm asking what you think.
Yeah.
I think that I'm not sure what he means by that. Okay,
But no, sorry. When you said I don't know what he means by that, I thought you were talking about silly. When you say I don't know what Bev means by that, that's a completely irrelevant to this conversation. You should ask silly.
Most of the things you guys like to talk about right now are
what
irrelevant.
he thinks it means. When you say silly,
why are we talking
that
about irrelevant
elevation, is based off of a horizontal or whatever. What do you mean?
What part of my question did you not understand?
That statement in particular is obviously what he didn't understand.
All right, so you guys are doing this like tag team WrestleMania, ask the same question over and over again incessantly.
No.
And I already told you, like, I'm not willing to strawman what Bev's position
Jesse,
might be. If I answer that question and I think I know what you mean by that, I
what
could be wrong.
you
Why'd
personally
you just
think.
Dude, you just spoke through.
If a plane stays at the same elevation during its flight, is it following a horizontal plane or a spherical plane? A sphere. Is it following a sphere or is it following a horizontal plane when a plane stays at the same elevation?
Yeah, planes treat the ground as flat and stationary. The entire flight.
Understand that. When a plane stays at the same elevation, is it following a horizontal plane?
Dude, I don't know. I feel like your question is malformed. I do.
What part of it do you think is malformed?
You want me to say that a plane is referencing a level, like at the point of takeoff, for the entire flight, it's referencing one horizontal.
I did not mention level once. I did not mention level once.
You mentioned horizontal plane. How do you make a horizontal plane?
I didn't mention level once. All I said is if a plane stays at the same elevation, is it flying on a horizontal plane or is it following a sphere?
You just invoked a horizontal plane.
Are you scared to answer the question? Like, yes, if you say at the same elevation, if you say at the same elevation, you're following a horizontal plane, because that would definitely mean that you believe in a flat Earth. Because that's what it seems like to me.
All right, I'm gonna say what I said again. I don't know if you're thinking that Bev says that when a plane takes off, that at the point of takeoff, that there is a horizontal plane being referenced to know your elevation the whole flight. I don't know if that's what you're trying to say, but that's what Bev says.
I'm not talking about knowing your elevation. The plane says it's.
You're not talking about knowing your elevation?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when a plane stays at the same elevation as it's traveling, is it following a horizontal plane or is it following a radius from the center of Earth?
You keep saying following a horizontal plane. It just sounds like a malformed question. Sorry.
Do you want me to illustrate? Do you want me to make a diagram?
You can do whatever you like, bro.
Would a diagram help you understand the question?
Dude, I understand what you think you're talking about. Your question is malformed, but the topic that you're alluding to, I understand just fine.
I'll tell you what. If you're on here tomorrow, I'll make 2 sketches of a diagram of what I mean, and you tell me what you think is actually happening. Okay?
Hey man, if you're gonna put the time towards something like that, I'll make sure I check it out. Okay.
Oh,
I'll send
guys,
it to you directly. I will send it to you directly.
That's awesome.
No, it's not,
You
dude.
get- It's go. We've gotten such a good little.
Anyway, the NBA playoffs finals are about to start. Have a good night, everybody.
You got the Pacers winning. Who you got winning?
Unfortunately, I do think the Pacers are going to win, but I'm a Knicks fan, so fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them. Dude, I thought the Knicks had it this time. Pretty sad.
Yeah. Anyway, have a good night.
All right. Yo, Rich Evans. I am not your Yo.
Ally.
Have you seen that video of all the people lined up like, I am not your enemy. I am not your enemy.
Did you say I'm not your enemy or I'm not your ally?
I said, I am not your enemy. It's a meme, dude. It's a video that came out some years ago. Yeah. It was about some like black on white violence or something. White on black violence. I don't remember. So Omnivore. So
I think he might be. Oh
my bad. I just wanted to.
No, go for it.
To poke a little fun at Omnivore.
No, please do.
Sure.
So I just got re-invited to Gem Pandas, and I'm looking in there, man. Why is everybody in there? It's lit over here. That server is fucking. Ugh.
I think they said MC Toon was doing an event there. That's what I thought I heard.
Oh, that's why everybody's in there? Because MC Toon's in there?
Maybe. I mean that's what I thought Stace said. And they were looking for flat earthers to
for reinforcement.
I get I think because without flat earthers there is not an event.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I'm thinking that's what's going on, but honestly, I don't have a better handle on it than you guys.
Nothing against the guy. I hope you don't mind if I step in here and just say nothing against MC Toon. Very happy with all the work he's done for the Globe community and whatnot. I tried to watch one of his live streams. God damn, is that shit boring. Like I just could not unless he's actually just doing like a one-on-one and discussing the topic. It's not my jam, but he's a good guy.
I thought today was Thursday this whole time. That's crazy. Finals.
Did you guys end up seeing Jesse Gordon talk to Alan?
I did.
What'd you think, Omnivore? How do you think Dr. Mike did during the debate?
So, I think he's an idiot for going up against Jesse. I mean, I just, if it were me and Path of Light was coming for me, I think I would, be seriously reconsidering my my positions. Because, as far as I'm concerned, Jesse had the receipts.
No one can outrun the Path of Light.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily that he could never, fuck up or anything like that. I'm not. That's not quite what I'm saying. But my God, so Jesse built a simulator that shows that the celestial theodolite. You can in some situations it'll prove the globe. In some situations it'll show globe. In other situations it will show flat. And what Mike Heffron was saying was, if we show flat, you have to disprove the null hypothesis. Meaning showing that the Earth is flat isn't showing that the Earth is a globe isn't useful. You have to be able to show that it's not flat, and that's because of the way he set up his hypothesis. And it was like, well, wait a minute. If my simulator can show it either way. I can just tell you which mountains to go to, and you can, it can give you whichever result you'd like. Doesn't that mean that your technique is flawed? And he really didn't want to answer that. And I mean, I don't blame him.
Omni, do you think that with our current understanding of how light works, it would actually, like the theodolite would actually indicate flat?
So the celestial theodolite's not a theodolite.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, that's my misunderstanding.
It's a technique that he came up with that they're calling the celestial theodolite for reasons. But
is Jesse calling it the celestial theodolite?
That's what Alan and Heffron call it. So that's the name they've given it, where they claim that because you're using a mountain and the time of a star being occluded, you therefore have because it's now some kind of it's now a theodolite. Now the mountain occludes a star, so it's like the crosshairs on the theodolite, and you have figured out the true height of the mountain, or the true
was that Jesse's most recent video about like the obstruction of a star? I didn't end up watching that one.
Yeah. So Jesse, like
too many Jessies.
Most of us consider that their methodology is probably bullshit, and went and looked into it, and what he did was he created a simulator that would either give that you could pick targets that would give you whichever result you are looking for, which is definitely not how Heffron thinks it should work. Like Heffron believes that some choices of mountaintops to use would give one result, and some would give other results, but that if you had enough of them, you get the correct results, which he claims would be he claims that he did this to prove the globe, and that, lo and behold, it turned out in his attempt to prove the globe that, surprise he kept it kept proving flat. Needless to say, nobody freaking believes that.
No.
So,
when it's the case that it's just like you get one or the other, then it's not going to say either way, right?
Yeah, well, they say we need more data, but Jesse's like, why do we need more data if I can show that the technique can just give you either one?
Right.
It means your technique has a flaw, and he really didn't like that. Alan got really triggered. Heffron was a bit more polite, but was saying, some fairly bogus bullshit about, you don't disprove the, you don't disprove the hypothesis. You prove the null hypothesis, I think is what he was trying to say.
Can't you either prove or disprove a hypothesis?
Well, the null. So the idea of the null hypothesis is that I say, what would my results be if my hypothesis was false? So.
Oh, yeah, but that would be I guess it's not necessarily proving like the antithesis of your.
I mean, kind of. The idea is that
it's not like
prove the hypothesis. You show it against the null hypothesis, and that's supposed to give you like a more valid reading. But the problem with that is that if you set up the hypothesis that the Earth is a globe, and then I should see these angles, I don't see these angles, therefore I'm showing the null hypothesis is true. You can also do it the other way. You can say, well, I have this hypothesis that the Earth is flat, and therefore when I show this hypothesis, when I attempt to prove this hypothesis, if I say that the issue is the Earth is flat, or I'm trying to prove the Earth is flat, then when I get all these globe measurements, then I'm proving the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
And that's clearly not
a way that I kind of am relating to it is density causes things to fall, but then when we have a density tower in free fall, it goes all wonky, it mixes all together, so there's no downward vector of more dense objects being invoked when it's in free fall. So I would think that that's going for the null hypothesis of density.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's different ways you could do it, but the point is, it's not the clever trick he thinks it is. He thinks that by claiming the null hypothesis, he doesn't need to prove the Earth is flat. He just shows it's not a globe. And
that's their whole stick, basically.
Yeah, right. That is the entire. That's pretty much the entire methodology there. So it doesn't necessarily it doesn't really help them that much.
It sucks that there are certain I'm gonna say it in the most charitable way possible. There are interlocutors on the other side that are just so dishonest that if they were saying, I'm not proving flat, I'm proving not globe, and then you would ask them so under your view it could be concave or whatever other thing other than globe. And they just don't answer it, right? Like they're not willing to engage at that level of conversation. They're just trying to. They know that everyone believes the globe, and they're just going against that. That's their entire shtick.
Yeah, well, for sure, right? Nobody believes Heffron's claims that he was, just out there, doing these measurements, trying to prove a globe, and then lo and behold, he came up with this flat Earth methodology. Who saw that coming? That's just it's not credible, and nobody is crediting it. So, I mean, it just at the end of the day, what I think Jesse has conclusively shown, although they certainly didn't admit to it, was that the methodology, the celestial theodolite methodology, is flawed, and I'm not. It's hard to be certain about this, but I suspect that a big part of their planning, was that the celestial theodolite methodology was so complicated that they didn't expect anybody to be able to figure it out. I don't think that they, I don't think they they were like, nobody's actually gonna understand this. So
yeah, we can say whatever we want. We could say dynamic equivalent, and no one's gonna bat an eye.
Yeah, exactly. It's like who is to say that this is bullshit? Because it's so complicated that nobody will stand up and question this. Or if they do, we'll just say you don't understand it, and they won't. But Jesse did I mean, it was not incomprehensible. It was overly complicated, and but it's hard to look at what they're doing is complicated. They're I don't want to go into the whole thing, but basically they have a theodolite pointed at a mountain. They test in stellarium what time of night that mountain should occlude that star. Then they have a camera pointed at the mountain, and they test to see what time it occludes it, and they have a stellarium on top of the mountain with refraction turned off, and they they asked Stellarium to say what the angle to the star would be if refraction was turned off. At that moment. So therefore, they conclude, not necessarily correctly, that the angle from the ground where the camera is must be the same angle as reaching the top of the mountain.
Ah, I see.
Which is not not necessarily true.
Yeah,
turns out.
I totally get it now. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
And they calculate that angle. And
you know what, Omni? Do you know something that I like? This is before I ever spoke to any of them, but a long time back, I would hear some of these flat Earth things like on the internet and whatnot, and I would go, "Hey, at least these are people that are going. Let's go and figure this stuff out. Let's go out and do our own experiments. Let's like empirically try and do this." Like I commend them in that regard, but in the discussions I've had with them, maybe it's mostly 24/7, and it's can't be levied towards Jaren. But no one is going out and actually doing this for themselves. And when they are, they're doing things that they already know the answer to, and then concluding wrong things off of it. Like I cite Radwin from 24/7, who says that gravity cannot hold water to the Earth, because when he puts a glass of water in his vacuum chamber and turns it on, the water goes upwards as it turns into water vapor. It's like, sure, you did that. You actually did that thing, but it doesn't prove what you're claiming it proves.
Yeah, well, right. I mean that, and I don't think much of Radwin.
No, really? That's surprising.
Shocking, right? No, but I mean, of all the people I've dealt with there, he was not. It's a low bar, but he was one of the lower ones.
Yeah, so, I don't know if anyone interested who's listening, I have a tier chart for all of the flat earthers from 24/7 I made a while back, and it's kind of funny. So if you want to see it,
definitely post that. Yeah. I mean, in terms of just being funny, yes. Yeah, I'm curious about that. So, anyway, so Alan is legitimately not dumb, like he's, but he's not credentialed, right? He has no I don't think he has a degree. I mean, maybe he does, but he definitely is not formally credentialed. And what I suspect is going on with that is, because he's not credentialed, obviously for some things that makes him extremely self-conscious. So
I'm self-conscious that I don't have a degree.
Sure. I mean,
I'm not going out and trying to debate scientific concepts.
Well, but you're also not convinced that you really are the smartest guy ever to live, and
True.
People should recognize.
Well, I mean, I'm joking.
Yeah, well, I mean, so say we all, but
yeah,
but I mean, I think that his plan is to be contrarian about everything. And in being contrarian about everything, he can, when it turns out that he can be right about something that other people are wrong about, like the shape of the Earth or ether or whatever, there's a space there for him to be right about something that nobody else understands. So, just by being, if you're contrarian enough, then when people disagree with you, you can be like, you just don't understand ether.
Yeah.
And I understand ether, and it's a super complicated thing that nobody can really get. So
I understand this thing that nobody can understand.
Right. Exactly. So it's like, well, obviously I've got a grip on this thing.
Right.
That,
what do you say ether is?
Ether is an explanation that was provided, I want to say in the 19th century, for what would be the medium outside of our atmosphere.
Yeah. Well,
take that with a grain of salt, but
and inside the atmosphere too. It was the medium that light
okay.
propagated through.
Gotcha.
So, and it was a very reasonable thing to think. I mean, all the smart guys at the time sure as hell thought it. They thought there was ether. You know, and there was no, there was like no reason they shouldn't have thought that. But later on in the light of day, it doesn't appear that there is ether. Nicholas and Morley went and looked for it, where they were trying to detect it and analyze it, and their conclusion was, we can't detect any. We're finding no ether. We have this great, super, this new awesome device, an interferometer that we've constructed, and it certainly should tell us stuff about the ether, and it's not. So
I did post the tier chart there, and I would like to know what you think.
I'm looking.
It's in general.
Oh, Jedi. Ooh, I agree with that. Okay. Yeah.
He's alone.
Indio. I thought Indio would be very upset that he didn't make the A list.
Yeah.
Oh.
In all, DJ should probably be lower. After my most recent, this was probably just around the new year of this year, so.
Creation Beer, Radwand, and I don't know.
Radwin, Jenna, and Creation Bear.
Yeah, I don't know Jenna, but it's funny.
It is a bit bottom heavy, isn't it? Sorry, go ahead.
When did the ether claims entered the flat Earth realm? Like, did Whitsett started the whole thing?
What was that?
I'm saying, when did the whole Michelson-Morley started to be a part of the flat Earth discussion?
Yeah, it was Whitsett.
Yeah, probably.
Right? Before that, it wasn't relevant.
No, but commend Whitsett, man. Whitsett deserves a pat on the back for the manipulation and just like when it's like when people go, that evil mustache guy, he was really good at public speaking. It's like throw him that bone. Like Whitsett was able to word salad a lot of good stuff to like give the flat earth a backbone. Of course, anyone who knew what they were talking about is able to dismantle it, but he at least was trying, for fuck's sakes. Like, as compared to the current flat earthers that we deal with, that, oh, I don't need a model, I don't have a model, like nonsense.
Right, but the thing is, if you look at scams in general, you don't have to be smart to be a grifter.
You have to be smarter than at least one other person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need...
But I mean, it's so, I'm not, my dealings with Whitsett have never been, great. Like, I haven't really, I haven't really had a good interaction with him that I thought was, was really worthwhile. But he definitely did his homework.
Mm-hmm.
He'd done a lot of the reading.
Well, I mean, at bare minimum, he was willing to stand up, get in a debate with a moderator, and present an opening statement and actually follow through with what he was like at least trying to talk about. Like, whatever he says during those things being a lie, like whatever, he's at least willing to stand up and preach a case. Well, preach is probably a bad word to use. Provide a case for his position. And like that is something that is obviously lacking from the flat earth since he made his or since he had his come to reasoning and not to, perpetuate the flat earth nonsense.
This is why right now I make the separation between real flat earthers that had a story, had a claim, had something to talk about, into just reality deniers or evidence deniers that we have right
just
now.
call them deniers, right? Because that's all they do. They just deny what the other person's position is without justification or grounding for their own position. They just want to deny that the moon landings ever occurred because, oh, look at this interview with Buzz. Oh, look at like how sad they were when they landed. They just want to deny that. They're not trying to affirm anything.
Yeah. I mean, there is truth to that. You know,
Yeah,
there-
like
or what
if
they
you-
do affirm is absolutely trivial.
Yeah, that.
Not even that. I encounter cases that I don't know, pull out a ruler and say the ruler can measure up to 30 centimeters. Can you agree with that? And I will not get agreement.
No, of course not. Of course they won't agree with you on that. What are you, crazy?
Yeah.
And then they're the ones that call or say that we are guilty of anti-flat eartherisms of, oh, you can never agree with a flat earther on what they say. And it's just, this is something that's kind of been grinding my gears since my beginning of like the foray into this whole debate sphere, is that they use like probably like 70% of the critiques that they levy against us as Globers are things that have obviously already been like they've been critiqued about, you know, especially like the reification model. Like when they say you reify the globe, you reify the globe, you reify the globe. Like back when the AE model was popular, no doubt there were flat earthers that were just reifying it, saying that this is like the actual one, and the one that you guys have is obviously false. So I mean,
so we tend to disrespect flat earthers, but even if they
speak
don't,
for yourself. No, I'm joking.
okay,
Sorry,
I speak for
I was just
myself.
joking. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to explain a point. Like you could have the topic of the shape of the earth without fallacies in the past. Then someone has brought the idea of fallacies. Even when they don't understand fallacies, they know they can use them. So flat earthers are able to learn some concepts to try and confuse.
No, absolutely. It's the age-old debate bro tactic of like someone says, "Wow, you are such a fucking idiot," and then you get to look at them and say, "Wow, this guy is just ad homing me," when all they've done is insult you. But when you cry that someone's insulting you, it doesn't sound very good. He's mean. He made fun of me. That doesn't hit the same way saying, this guy ad hommed me. As soon as you bring in Latin, you've stepped yourself up a couple levels. But they don't understand that an ad hom only really applies when you're referring to their argument. If you're saying you're a flat earther, therefore you are wrong about, I don't know, vaccines. Sorry to pick the one really bad example, but
no, but like not every discussion is a debate. Like you don't
I'd like to debate that. No, I'm joking. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, but like when I speak to people and I don't know, I don't agree with their opinion and or I cannot explain it, I don't straight out call out fallacies and like it is all like emotional about this topic and like nobody is even listening.
Oh my god, dude! The worst one is just saying that some hypothesis that you've come together with is affirming the consequent. That shit is it's like the biggest cancer on like thinking about things critically. Because if you say, if I do this thing, then this thing will occur, and your idea is to limit variables and control variables in order to understand this more, then it's not affirming the consequent. Because you're not making a logical argument. You're trying to control and manipulate reality. But they think that any experiment made, as a very brief example, I'll stop here. But when you ask a flat earther for a science experiment, they say, oh, like an egg will sink in water, and then I add salt to the water, and the egg will rise. So it's like, if salt, then egg rise. That's just affirming the consequent. Like, you can put anything that anyone says into a fallacy like that, but it's not always what the point that they're trying to bring across.
Well, what McToon said last night, that was interesting. I thought it was a good point. He said, when people peer review a paper, when a scientist has a paper that's peer reviewed, the people who are peer reviewing it aren't like, oh, and he made a appealing to possibility fallacy. Like the other scientists that are reviewing it aren't calling out fallacies that have been made. They're talking about whether or not the science, the methodology,
right?
Whether or not,
right.
Yeah.
So I would call it, when you do science, you don't use fallacies to.
No, but the idea here being
it is irrelevant in a scientific discussion.
Right, but what the flat earthers are trying to do is to say, if 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then globe, right?
Yeah,
but what we're saying is, if we have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica and we have a 24-hour sun in the North Pole on the spectrum of I don't know the correct way to say this. We have those at different times of the year. This is explained by Earth being a globe. Like, that's not affirming the consequent. It's just a valid explanation that makes sense. But they want to shoehorn us into this place where we're making some philosophical argument, which is obviously not the case.
Right. I must say something a bit irrelevant, but you posted a pic with pictures of fluffers. Do you understand that you did more research than a fluffer did in his whole life?
But you know how long it took me to go through and screenshot all of those profile pictures?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I do thumbnails. I can value your time.
Oh, man. And I cropped them semi-decently as well. I mean, credit where credit is due, right?
Exactly. I would even ask you to send me a zip of those.
Dude, honestly, out of all, I didn't really have anything against Earth Awakenings. When I got kicked out of 24/7 and I found Earth Awakenings, it was a kind of a nice reprieve where you get these different kinds of people having very interesting conversations. But then you hear stuff that's like just so whack that you go like, these people are honestly coming on here to say this kind of stuff.
I'm not sure what does the scale mean, because they all suck. Like,
no, yeah, definitely not a scale of who's correct. It was definitely a scale of who is able to coherently express the flat Earth or the anti-globe position. And Jedi definitely has the most candor, seemingly. Jedi is one of the first people to come out and say like, hey, you're like, don't interrupt the Glober. Like, let him say his piece when people are trying to dogpile. So it's like, this is kind of, but like, then everyone below B tier is all the people that are just piling on, like Just yeah.
So I would say DGI is the most interesting one because he once blocked Nathan Oakley from talking, and then I thought for a second he is flipping, but no.
Who? Sorry.
What's his name?
DGI.
The DJ.
DJ. Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
are you-
No, DJ's an interesting case, but he's become so dishonest in terms of like at least the conversations I had with him.
He
Like
has a walk on site or a kick on site.
of course he does, because you understand the arguments that they make. But like, just take that in, Omnivore. If our goal as moderation was to stop people from making good arguments about the flat Earth, we would have a list of flat earthers that, oh, these guys make good arguments, let's not let them talk. If that was our goal, we would have that list. We don't have that list because we don't really have that problem, but I digress.
Yeah.
The like DJ as a interlocutor became just so stale because he would post things about, for instance, the Blue Origin with Katy Perry thing. He posted like an image of Katy Perry that like had like AI artifacts in the background. So he said, "Oh, these kind of look like AI artifacts," and I went through the entire video, could not find where it came from, and I was like, I would point out to him like, hey, like this isn't from the video, like what are you doing posting this? And yeah, immediate ban. But what he is epitomizing, just to sum this up, what he is epitomizing is jacking off, JAQING, just asking questions, ING, where he just goes, this kind of looks weird, doesn't it? And then he doesn't actually affirm that it's the entire thing's faked. He doesn't affirm that it's all a grand conspiracy. He just goes, doesn't really make sense to me.
So yeah, I was hopeful for like half a year ago when I spoke to him, but in later stages they closed the server so much that they sit for hours and they support each other, and like
that's all the channels become, really. Like I have no shame. I'm willing to say that I listen to their YouTube stream, right? I want to see what's going on with my favorite flat earthers. I want to see what they're talking about. And a lot of the time, 95% of the time, they are just sitting in there circle jerking, talking about nothing. And it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that a room on politics, right, that has so many people muted for basically the entire time. There are people that are just there to like show, like hold up a flag and go, I'm with the flat earthers, but never actually address any of the actual conversations that come. And when someone comes with a good point that like requires addressing, it goes unaddressed because they have no answer for it.
And then they tell each other that they own the other person, like all the time.
Yeah, Bjorn, you fucking killed it there, man. Dude, you totally flat smacked that guy. Oh my god, dude, you did so well.
Yeah, like I'm not as smart as some of you folks. Like, you know, like some of the science, like I don't know. I don't know whether I'm just crazy, but you know, when Mama raised me, she said, you know, these people that are really smart, they're going to teach you things, and the knowledge is available for you to read and educate yourself. And the fact that they don't fucking kills me.
Yo, you fucking you trust other people's knowledge, bro? Cue canned laughter. It's exactly right. When people teach, like you grow up your entire life learning from other humans, and then when you learn something you don't like, and you take the path that says, well, they must have been wrong about everything, then you're a flat earther.
It's insane, man. Like, I've only been here like barely a week, and like, holy hell, I don't know how you guys have done it for years. Like, patience of a saint to deal with it, but
No. The only one of us with patience of a saint is Omnivore. And I'm going to be putting my vote in to get him as the next Catholic saint.
I don't think they're going to do it.
Hey, man, who knows? Pope Leo, man.
If we're complaining about flurfs, you want to see new flurfs?
Baby flurfs? You can't tell me there's baby flurfs. You can't tell me they're reproducing.
Of course they are, man. Jesus told them to. Like, you know.
No baby
as many
flurfs.
babies as possible.
Yeah, but none of them have ever touched a woman. So
Flurfs with community.
All you have to do is listen to Creation Bear, and you know that for a fact. Sorry, go ahead, Imagine.
How do I do it? Wait, I'll share my screen.
Omnivore, is it okay if I share my gameplay for a little while?
Okay.
No.
I mean, if there's a lot of people comes in, I'll cut it off. It ain't no big deal.
Yeah.
Dude, the fact that you that interaction
we are actually doing
sorry, very quickly, Agent. I just want to say that interaction perfectly embodies when someone walks up to you and sees you smoking a cigarette, and they go, "Hey, I'll give you $1 for a cigarette," and then you go, "Here, just have one." But if someone had walked up to you and been like, "Hey, can I bum a cigarette?" No, fuck you. If you're not even willing to pitch $1, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're willing to at least be like, "Hey, am I able to do this?" Yeah, sorry, I digress.
Dude, that's my thing too. If someone comes up to me and says, "I'll give you $1 for a cigarette," they can have a cigarette. If they come up to me and say, "Just give me a cigarette," nope. No,
Absolutely not. Fuck you, man. And you don't take the $1, obviously, just to be clear. You don't take the $1. You refuse the $1 and give them the $1. Yeah.
So quickly, I'm asking the professors here about flat Earth. You see my screen?
Yep, flat Atlanta.
Yes.
Wait. Give me a sec. Give me 1 second. Yep.
So apparently, there is still events of flat Earth.
$120.
$120. Yes.
That's more than a Switch 2 game. That's ridiculous.
That's like a EDM show. No?
It's EDM?
No, because I go to EDM shows.
Oh, sorry, you do. Okay, gotcha.
Like I mean like a concert.
No, I know.
It costs like a concert. It seems so.
$120? I mean, I tend not to go to artists that big. I support local artists, so I'm better than you. But regardless, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying it costs more than me going to 2 days of music.
Oh yeah, like dude, that's a weekend pass at a really good EDM show.
But anyway, the point is the lineup.
Oh, dude!
Oh, wow!
They got the shill himself. Oh, dude!
Which
all
one?
these guys. Oh, well, I mean, Mark Sargent to top it off. Dude, David Weiss. Well, oh my God.
So here where I come to the baby flirts. This Iron War guy never talks about flat Earth actually. Only complains. Only hosts. You ever saw him?
Never seen him. But he might be going under a different name here.
I've seen him. Yeah.
He doesn't talk on servers. He's afraid to talk about flat Earth. Like something very weird.
Wouldn't you be? Honestly, wouldn't you be if you were a flat earther?
Well,
wouldn't you be scared to actually engage about it?
Well, he runs a flat Earth channel without doing on YouTube.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Discord channel. Gotcha.
Yeah, no Discord. Also, this Lowry guy is a small guy, but who is Chief Crown and the Flat Earth Worms?
Dude, the Flat Earth Worms is actually a sick band name. I gotta give them credit.
It is a great band name.
A band.
I don't know who this guy.
Wait, it's fucking wait. It's holy shit. Is Quantum Eraser gonna be there? The Globebusters?
No, the Globebusters isn't the Quantum Eraser. Globebusters.
Oh, sorry, I got mixed up.
Globebusters is Kyle Adams or what?
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, I got mixed up. Yeah.
And the Chemi guy. But what's weird here is that Mr. Cram already been an ex-flat earther for a few weeks. Then he got back to being a flat earther.
Oh,
somehow.
yeah. Wait, he was like, "Wait, I can't perform at the show if I'm a flat earther." Never mind. We should get
Also,
Jaronism. We should get Witsit busking outside the venue.
Oh, that would be good.
About that, there is another event. Okay.
They're splitting it.
They're splitting it at the end of the month. There is Witset with I don't know who because he didn't post it yet, but Jaren is going to debate him.
Oh, dude, that's something I would watch. I would watch that.
But you need to pay.
You know what? How much?
Yeah, man.
I don't know because Jaren and Witset has been saying it for 4 months already.
I paid $2 in order to hear Nathan Oakley repeatedly say the N-word. So I mean, I'm willing to pay slightly more than $2 to hear.
So it will be a summit like they do every year. So it will be like $100 or $200.
Yeah, it'd be like G20.
Yeah, the top summit of flat earthers.
But I hate to go back to what I said before, but like, I really did respect back in the day the people that were willing to go out and do all this stuff on their own, their own individual, empirical tests to look at this stuff. But when you do that and you get to a conclusion, and then someone goes, I understand what you're saying, but here's an alternative explanation that encompasses what you've witnessed, but also explains more, and then you go, well, you're just, paid by the Illuminati to tell me that. Like, you've lost all validity. Like, it's so.
You have to be brave to be retarded. Like when I look at Sov.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
When I look at Sov, whatever his name is, Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, he's a moron. But he shows his face and people debunk him every week and trash him every week. Why would you do that to yourself? This
because
is
he
fucking
actually
amazing.
believes it. Because he actually whether or not someone like I don't know, Heretic, for lack of a better example, he just chimes in to say troll comments once in a while and to infuriate people. But someone like David Weiss goes out, shows his face, makes an application, right, that he's like trying to make money off of. I feel that David Weiss is one of those people that just doesn't know better. I don't think he's actually trying to like scam people. Whereas someone like Heretic, who doesn't show his face, who just makes troll comments, could be trolling people just to get laughs from the room. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, but none of them make money, so they just enjoy being evil.
Right, but like the fact that someone would get some kind of enjoyment from making people upset online is nothing new, right? Like people have always gotten
Yeah.
a little bit of a drive from doing that. So like that's all he would be going into it trying to get. Doesn't matter whether he actually affirms it or denies it. But when someone like David Weiss, goes onto a podcast and wholeheartedly debates this topic with his face against Dave Farina, it's like it doesn't make sense. Like there's no way I could see a person going into that being like, oh dude, it's going to be so funny when I bring up that spectroscopy requires a container, because it obviously doesn't. Like there's no underlying like meme troll thing that kind of cuts across there. It's just someone who doesn't honestly know better, or that's misled.
Right, but
or
even,
that's misled, yeah.
But what I'm saying is that flat earthers are amazing because of that. Because if you think about it, like they go on debates, or not even debates, their own streams, and people provide them the information, and they don't do anything with it. Like if I would do something in my job and someone would laugh at me, I would double check myself the next time regarding this topic, and I will, I don't know, learn from it. But you don't see Dave learning from it.
Yeah.
You don't see Witset learning from it. You see them only doubling down on the stupid.
For sure. But like in all, like in the vein of complete utter fairness, we've all witnessed globers do the same. Like the flat earthers will lead them down this line of questioning to get them to say something slightly stupid that contradicts whatever like actual science says. And then because they've gone down this road, they feel compelled to disagree with the flat earther.
Right, but
like we've all witnessed that. Like it's not something that is isolated to the flat earth community, but it's more just a debate tactic, right? Like
wait, so you witnessed that on servers, on a private, like...
No, I witnessed that on a community server, not necessarily a private server.
No, I mean like you didn't see it in an actual debate with a moderator and showing their face, right?
Well, face aside, someone who's gotten themselves into a structured debate with a moderator that's being recorded and broadcast. No, I've never seen that. But at the same, like we can't really avoid the fact of saying there are people that are willing to go debate these guys that don't know what they're talking about but act like they do. And
right, but
I'm literally trying to just give them the utmost charitability towards like the other side, and I'm just saying that occurs. I'm not saying that that's like always happens and like that's like the majority of global, and not at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that is
you can get caught up in anybody can get caught up in the moment.
For sure. And like because of the fact that you've disagreed with them on this entire line of questioning up to that point, you can slip up and say, wait, no, I don't think I affirm that. And then they all say, ooh, like if someone says, oh, like gravity is mass attracting mass. Well, that was actually superseded by Einstein and you're actually wrong. And then they say like, wait, no, it wasn't. Then it's like they are technically wrong. And then all the flat earthers laugh, but at the same time, it's obviously not an actual critique on that individual's position. It's more so you got them to misspeak. But sorry, yeah, go on with the flat lanta.
Yes. So the question is, why would anyone go to it after everything they know about Dave, about like,
because they don't believe what they've heard about Dave, of course.
Yeah, it's coming from Satanists, man. Like that's pretty much what it is. It's real easy to have an argument when you can dismiss anything by just saying "fucking Satanist." Like that's
Well,
what they
yeah.
do. That's all I see.
When you have the emotional kind of capability to hand wave any critique for the sake of it being a critique, what else can you do? Like, other than accept.
Okay, do
Watch
you
your
see
hot
my
micing.
screen?
Oh shit! Sorry.
You're welcome. You
This
gonna mute
thing
yourself,
is
or am I gonna mute you?
I'm gonna.
this thing is 3 days. 3 days. Do you imagine flat earthers have something to talk about for 3 days?
Dude, it's gonna be 20 minutes over and over and over and over for 3 days.
Yeah, but then they go to the other crazy shit like colloidal silver and sovereign citizen stuff because somehow I see a bunch of these guys are sovereign citizens, which is
Dude, you're still right. You're absolutely, dude. It's gonna be like where they can sell their organic home-raised honey. It's gonna be good for them. They're all gonna have a good time, and they're all gonna make money off of each other. Like they only want to support the businesses within their own sphere.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like the sovereign citizen thing, I can't understand. Like, if you just search it on YouTube, you're gonna see that it doesn't work. It's not real, but yet half of these people believe that. I don't understand. It doesn't compute.
Dude.
All right, Omni, go ahead and unban Mateus so he can side the other side of this debate. No, I'm joking.
Mateus will tell you nonstop he is not a sovereign citizen.
He is sovereign.
He's a living man. He's a living man, and we're under maritime law.
But not the entity or person.
Yes.
Dude,
exactly.
I got a lot of stories about sovereign citizen, but let's make it short so you will know. There is still Telegram groups that sell you course guide, legal advice, but not just legal advice. They are still waiting for the RV. Have you
Holy
heard of
shit!
this
I'm
one?
sorry. I'm so sorry, M Agent. The $120 is the early bird discount. I didn't notice that. If you look above.
Yeah.
Oh man. Won't you join us?
What do we think? 200 for the regular price if you can't get it early. 200 about. You think that's what they're charging?
I
think it was $120 for the early flurfer discount. If you're a Glober, it's $200 automatically.
Do they let Globers in?
They let them in so that they can kick them out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would make sense.
I would offer to go undercover, but I would lose it after about 4 minutes. I think
that's because you're a sane person and you don't want to go around lying to everybody. Don't worry, buddy.
Oh God, I think we missed the most stupid thing here. Okay, all this time we were thinking this is a physical event, right?
This is not online. You cannot tell me this is a digital event.
What is this?
Oh no! No! Oh my God! Maybe they're just being inclusive to people that can't leave prison.
Maybe.
You know how fucking cheap skate they are?
I have an idea.
Oh, I bet you they're pretty cheap.
We are on a small forum, so I can tell you a secret. Wait, this is recorded?
It is recorded. You don't dox yourself.
Don't be telling secrets now. DM it to Omni and me because we're the only ones talking to you.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody would find it anyway. It will get lost inside the YouTube.
I don't know
It's
about
not
that.
like
Yeah, neither do I.
I don't know, 100 people will hear it, and he hates me anyway. So I will tell you a secret. I was doing research, so I asked Jaren about what do they do on those online summits. So he told me pay $20, I will give you the download link. And it was for a summit from 5 years ago, right?
Okay.
So he has groups for each summit on Telegram, and if you didn't go and you didn't pay for a ticket, you cannot access the group and download the videos.
Man, it's like a time-sensitive Patreon.
And it is now, not when he was a fluffer that he didn't know me or anything. I asked him, dude, I just want to see it. Like that. Like from recent time, 2 months ago. And he still asked me for money. Or he told me, I can show you one, but you never tell to my subscribers that I showed you without paying.
And will include presentations on cutting-edge topics, including cosmology, old world, alternate history, and more, as well as music performed from cutting-edge artists that have dipped their toes into the fascinating world of quote-unquote conspiracy? The fuck?
I think you missed the great secret that I gave you, which means Jaren is still a grifter. They all are still a grifter. But okay.
No, of course. No, okay. As much as any YouTuber is a grifter, he is obviously. But like when you're getting people to pay to hear you talk, there's a level of grift to that at the base level. So I would even say universities have a level of grift, but
right,
but like to paywall like specific videos behind
paywall your lies that you are debunking right now.
True. 20
right?
bucks.
Instead of saying, you know, I did a bad shit, it is all a bad shit, I should go get rid of it. No. You know what he does? All the video that he hided, he shows it on the private streams, and of course he charges more. He makes actually more in some cases that he used to do in the past.
Well, he blew up when he got back from Antarctica. I think his streams were doing better than they ever had when he had the flat earthers that had listened to him and the Globers coming in to hear his live stream. I think that first live stream that he did when he got back did really well, but I don't know where he's at now. Anywho, I'm going to be right back. Give me a couple minutes.
Yeah. So this is amazing to see, and this is not the only event. Mark Sargent posts all the time events like this, and they don't even like actually meet. It's like on Zoom summit. It's like I would understand they would want to pay for the community or something for their idols.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't agree that it's necessarily a bad thing. I mean, first off, you want to find a way to, people monetize their streams all the time. Everyone wants to try to find a way to monetize their engagement. So, I mean, $120 might be a bit excessive. Sure, I mean that could be, but I don't think that just charging people for for an event that you're putting together is necessarily a con game.
Yeah, I also don't call it a con. I call it a funny event, and I call it funny because they think they will have like clients.
Well, they probably get some. I mean, I would imagine, and I would imagine that if that's your community, it would probably be
But like, you have here what, 12 speakers.
I don't know.
12 speakers. And this guy, Delph and Mark Sargent, I bet they don't move their ass without getting paid.
Dearth is a bit of a problem because he's leaking all that information, right? I mean, that's not good. The data leak is something he probably shouldn't have. He probably shouldn't have done. It's like that. That's bad mojo.
Right, but like, you don't even see him apologizing for doxing his own community.
Well, right. I mean, so that's just really bad. That's really bad form, right? I mean, that if you screw up and you get all your people doxed, you really should be issuing a big ass apology. I mean, unless I guess you don't care, in which case, why are you, it's like, yeah,
by the way,
that's not good.
wasn't this THC guy on a Jaren's show with the roulette?
He might have been. I'm not sure. I don't.
Because I don't think I
watched a whole heck of a lot of Jaren's material. I mean, I've seen some of it. I've seen his interviews with ex-flat earthers because that was something that was of interest to me.
Like, who is this guy even? How is he flat earther?
Well, I know what he's doing at 4:20 in the afternoon.
Yeah. This is why I think, because he smoked with Sov and him. Tinfoil sombrero guy. Do you know this one? Also, a mini scammer that organizes a lot of events.
I am?
No, my God. Oh. No, he's a small YouTuber. I think you've seen him. There is a clip where Sov yells at Witchy Poo, at Karen B.
Oh, yeah?
So it was on his stream.
Huh.
But also, you see 700 subscribers. It's like nobody.
Well, I mean, maybe he knows somebody, I guess, or maybe they have he might have like a Discord, not Discord, Clubhouse thing. I mean, he might be big in some other venue.
No, no. You see him. For example, you see this video, one of his biggest videos, 1.6 K, because David Weiss is now going to super mini channels to protect his grift.
Okay.
And so this is the tinfoil guy, and this is Lowry also. I see him in this flatland. Yeah. This is so fucking weird.
Who is
I
Globebusters now? I thought Globebusters was over.
Kyle Adams.
Okay.
Kemi. What's his name? I think you have it on their show.
Okay. I mean, I haven't looked. I remember them as, they are like some of the originals, and I didn't know who was still up to date with that.
What the fuck is that? Wait. Globebusters on.
I thought I was sorry, just from before, I thought Globebusters was Ghostbusters, and I know that Quantum Eraser is a member of the actual Ghostbusters, so I got confused.
What is Ghostbusters?
No, there is no Ghostbusters.
What? Who you gonna call?
Those are the Globebusters. You're talking about another group.
Yeah, the Ghostbusters, where they get their logo and name.
Yes, but like I'm trying to remember because QE belongs to a group.
Well, it's not.
calls
If you can call QE and Nathan Oakley a group, I mean, sure. They seem like a dynamic duo.
I think they call themselves. Fucking shit. What his
I
name
can't remember
is.
either.
Wanna see a crazy documentation? Fucking shit.
2 hours and 39 minutes. Are you actually expecting us to watch this right now? Can you send this to me in DMs? That would be amazing.
No, dude.
Please send me this in DMs.
No, you misunderstood. You misunderstood. I'm not talking about this shit. We only opened this shit so we could see who is the current Globebusters. Then I wanted to show my.
Everybody. That's the whole
everyone.
Group. That's the entire group.
Yeah.
Because Ironworks, Kyle Adams, Foil Sombrero.
Ironworks is now a Globebuster? Interesting.
After that latest album, I mean.
Dude, you know they do like 7-hour streams.
That's Fox, man.
Who watches this shit?
Gotta pay the bills.
It's like Quantum Eraser, 700 views, 1K, and they all peak in 1K views. 1K views.
Ballbusters, that was it. Globebuster, Ballbusters, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that flat earthers are just so one note. They all bleed together, but
yeah. So I don't need to show you my secret list.
But you could though.
I could. I don't know if you see it. See it, or you see my window.
I see your window.
I see Earth in the vestibular system, the ear vestibular.
Oh God! It's
you see the Earth.
This shit.
Uh, it should be a quick one then.
Where are you from, Agent? I'm just
From
curious.
beyond the universe. Do you see the list?
Wait. When you got there and you turned around, what did we look like? Was it just a dot?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So can you see the list now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's a list and a half.
That's a very complicated connection between people with a highly description.
Where's Omni?
No.
Oh shit! Where am I?
Scroll down. Where am I?
No, I don't put here.
Okay.
Like.
He's
what,
like, that's
you
another
know.
tab I'm not showing.
You don't. What,
No,
what
I
don't
have,
you put on here? What don't you put on here, Agent? Answer the question.
I have here Dave McKeegan, for
And
example.
I see Simon Dan down there.
Okay,
too.
these are all people who speak on the globe and on YouTube. Omnivore, remind me, are we people who speak about the globe on YouTube?
Yes.
Interesting.
But you don't count. You know why you? You see, for example.
I don't know how to tell you this, but you guys suck. This is only for the
You
people.
can't even make the list, man.
It's only for the cool people.
No, because you need to have the subs.
Oh yeah, we have no subs. That's true.
To be a topic.
It's true.
And even if OmniTalk has subs, those don't count as yours, Omnivore. You gotta get your own.
I know.
Also, you must show your face.
Okay.
Well, what do you call this thing going around when I speak? Do you call that? You call that a face? Because then I technically have a face. I mean, that's not the skin where my mouth, nose, and eyebrows are, but.
So you have to be a content creator or a nutcase. So I will be convinced I need to follow you to do a video about you.
Can you zoom in a little bit, please? Yeah.
I'll find out in that case.
Now you understand the categories.
Wait, yeah, you just made a claim, Agent, that Omnivore is not a nutcase. Can you please defend that claim? Where's your experiment to show Omnivore is not a nutcase?
Ah, wait, I think I do have Omni.
That's even worse.
No, I don't. Okay, let's do it like that. Omni.
And this is the server as an entity?
Sure.
Yes. We
need our own column that says.
So wait.
Yes.
Wait. So what do we have here on the main? We have sovereign citizen. We have satire like Q and C.
Okay.
Random debunk, which like
Gutsick given.
Oh, Gutsick?
Yeah.
On there? Dude, I can't. My monitor is far from me. I can't read this shit.
We have Flat Earth wannabe, which isn't big enough to be a guru, like CC. If you accept it.
This is anti-flat eartherism, is what it is. No, I'm joking.
Panel slut?
Do you like the different panel slut? Yes.
Street
It means
There's so many people on this list.
yes, street activism. It's for a video about all the people that do street activism. I especially like the long cry streams, but the panel slut is better.
Shows face. Huh. Is Heretic on there?
Yeah, you see her.
No, it will be in the servers. Okay.
Okay.
Where's the politics 24/7?
So wait, we have all the wannabes. Then we have a pro/guru. We have a lot of gurus.
Dude. You got a lot cataloged.
It's Python. It's automatic.
Realize, sir, I am a drummer. Okay, that's the level. I hit things and they sound good. So I mean, you gotta saying it's Python. I understand what you mean, but it's still fascinating to me that the amount of effort went even into that.
Because I want to do a good content. I want to research what I'm doing. I'm not a flat earther, so I come prepared.
Well, I mean, if you want to work together, my friend, we could work together in making content for TikTok, YouTube, what have you. And I can do the English speaking face of it, and you can do not from this universe. Right? Because I'm from here. You're from not from this universe.
English.
And so,
did you saw a video that I did and you're saying that you cannot understand me while I talk?
Not once.
So
I just feel that I have the fluency, you know, like I have the, if I have a script in front of me and you want me to say it a certain way, I can say it for you quite well. And it's not that I hate your English. I've always been one person in here who's advocated that you're allowed to speak and like people fuck with you, and like I'm not a fan of that. So I'm trying to level with you. I'm saying I'd work with you and I'd do English VO because I think it would be helpful. Not that I've seen any of your content, nor say it's bad. I'm just saying I'd work with you, and here is a part of it that I can work with that unfortunately others seem to be opposed with. But nonetheless.
Yeah, you can help me with
and Omnivore can do the intro music.
I'll do the intro music.
Yeah. Acapella. It's gonna be great.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't do music. I do. Well, you need to see how I edit.
Yeah, but I didn't know you had a channel, so I'm gonna have a look and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so let me finish the categories so I can go to bed.
How many more categories are there?
So there is Flat Earth Debunker.
That's not a number.
I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we could be here all night, man. If you got to go to sleep, then you got to go to sleep.
X-Florf still gripped her. Oh, Jaren. Okay.
Wait. Yes.
How are these the groups assigned if it's through Python?
I can do ifs, but I can also edit the Excel. And
right, but what are the metrics that would get someone into Flat Earther or ex Flat Earther but shill or grifter but not like. Is there a complete X flat earther category?
X flat earther grifter is a complicated issue. It's in beta testing. It's not.
Okay, I got you.
But you have some fun categories like Fear Guru, which isn't what you think.
Oh, I think I know it. If it's NY Prepper, I think I do know what that is.
It's a guy that tells you there is going to be emergency state.
Yes, yeah,
like
of course.
every day.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Omni, what do you know the name of that? He was a Christian guy who was like totally on. It was like camping.
I don't know the specific. But...
Okay, well, he was a guy who was basically like the end of the world is going to happen on this date, and then it didn't come, and then he was like, apologies, it's going to come on this date, and then that came and went. Obviously, for some reason I want to say Alan Camping. Let me Google it.
I'm very familiar with the type. I don't know if I remember the
Harold Camping. It's something that's. I'm going to send you a link of a really, really good YouTube video if you don't mind.
Yeah. Okay.
So, X flat earthers is obvious. Above gurus, when you reach a certain point in life, you become a disinformation network.
Yeah.
It's like Alex Jones.
Yeah. Yep. I agree.
What else we have here? Debate platform. Concavers.
Oh. Do you have geocentrist?
No.
Okay.
Well, I think I'm done. But it is not all. There's like
Wait, sorry. I
What?
saw PhD Tony.
PhD Tony?
I saw it. I saw it. It was kind of near it was on the lower portion.
I see him. Yeah.
To be fair, I would probably be labeled irrelevant as well.
No, you don't understand what irrelevant means.
I gotcha. Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, that category is irrelevant. I got you.
It's Papa Flair style.
Okay.
Or the crew. Okay? Like you have DP debunks and unfornicated and drunk debunk. They all sell merch under Zuku.
Ah. Who is Eric Dubay the only one under Zetetic cosmology?
Fucking. You have also Z Warrior.
Uses other people sometimes for Simon Dan. Nice. Well,
it's like convoluted.
Omnivore, I have an idea to make some kind of poll somehow that would rank particular like globe people, like people who argue for the globe, like Fight the Flat Earth, MC Toon, Dan Saigai, all these guys, and figure out like we could have OmniTalk tier lists.
Yeah. Okay. People like that shit. I mean, I'm
Okay. So
I got to
which
talk
brings
to
me.
Earth is Life about.
No. What you're going to do?
What? Okay. What am I gonna do?
Since you work for me now, right?
Uh-oh.
I signed no contract, sir. I may be a drummer, but I'm not that dumb.
Okay, we go to another page. I don't know. Can you see that?
Yep.
So here I have shit like where it is. We will do like that. We will do top list of funny debaters.
Well, if we're doing on it, who's the funniest? That's a whole nother. That's a different tier chart. You know, there's so many tier charts we can make.
Is this funny Glober or funny flat earther?
It would be Glober's. Like the first one I have in mind is Glober.
Funny debater.
Yeah.
The debater must be funny.
I don't know. I don't think that should be the first one we should do. We should just do best overall. You know, wait, who is the globe's strongest soldier? And have Professor Dave, MC Toon, FTFE, like all, and just who is the strongest?
The Omni Awards.
The Omni Awards. Oh,
there we go.
man.
There we go. That could work.
But I think that if we were able to work out a system that was as like if we could do it tiered, like based on the number of votes you get a particular tier.
Okay. I got one. Top strong science communicator. And you can.
No, then we have to include Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, no, that's a good one too.
Top list science communicator destroying flat Earth. Okay,
yeah,
then you don't
but
think.
But if we just incorporate that into flat Earth, or what is the globe's strongest soldier, then it's just like who is actually combating it. So it would include, you know, Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson, et cetera, but people like Dave might get higher.
Well, to be fair, if we told Neil deGrasse Tyson, you won the prestigious Omni Award.
That would be Could you imagine if one of us wrote an impassioned email to Neil deGrasse Tyson and got him to come into the server just to like field questions? How amazing that would be!
It would be good.
Dude, it would. I don't care if literally no one who's willing to contradict him comes in the room. It would still just obviously be amazing because it sounds like a fun guy to talk to. And even if what he's saying is complete nonsense, like it's not actually the case, he's still great to have a conversation with. So I mean,
yeah, there would be a line of people at the door looking to insult him.
Yeah. Oh, dude. But that's where like the stage works really well.
Yeah.
You have someone submit something like VC verify and then go on to the actual stage and talk with them, which is pretty easy.
Yeah. So.
Sorry, I dream big.
Yeah, I dream big too. I wrote an email to Professor Dave and I told him I want to do an interview with you, how you destroy flat Earth.
I gotta step away for a bit. I'll be around, but I gotta step away.
And of course, I didn't get any answer. But
Yeah.
I do have emails from Mark Sargent and Dave Weiss telling me I'm a demon.
Yeah, of course, man. Like, well, what else are they gonna say? What are they gonna give you? Flat Earth proof?
I don't know. With Mark Sargent, I was trying to pose as a flat Earth channel, but it still didn't work. It's like, and Dave Weiss wants to control everything in the interview, like everything.
Like what can be shown at the end of it, basically.
Yeah, he just want to read his script, basically. Like you can't ask him shit. Then he will maybe come to your channel. But he eventually
But
called
that's
me
how
a demon.
that's it goes back to what I was saying before, right? Like props up to Witsit for being able to go onto these different platforms and argue for his side. Like he was willing at least to go out there, and for David Weiss, slightly, he was willing to go out there too. But I mean,
Only one time.
after that cope session with Lord Jamar, it's obviously just pretty sad.
Dave Weiss did only one honest interview in his whole lifetime, debate with Professor Dave, and that's it. There is no
Right, but that's literally the only debate I've seen him in. So I mean, you can't really fault me.
right, but I'm saying it like Dave Weiss have a lot of content, like endless content, hours upon hours of same script. He literally finds someone to talk with. He doesn't care how much this guy has views and so on, as long as he says that he doesn't know the shape of the earth, he will go and he will do an interview with him, and he will basically use same lies, same pretty much script, and you never actually hear someone asking something smart in those videos because he controls them. Like he asks for permission to go over it or something, and it is almost never live. If you think about it. Right? Dave Weiss only been doing lives with small channels and only after TFE. Before that, it was all scripted.
Interesting.
Do y'all think Witsit really thought the sun was going to set in Antarctica? Like, did he really?
It was a good question.
Like, did he really think? Like, was he like going down there like, yeah, this guy's spending 40 grand to take me to Antarctica and I'm going to see the sunset? Like, it's
he definitely could have been, but
I mean, I think
I think he more likely he just used it as a way to kind of distance himself from that.
MC Toon said that when they got down there right before they took the plane and flew on across to Antarctica, said he was like being a smart aleck to the guides and the people telling them what they're going to see and what to be prepared for. Said he was saying like flat Earth things to these guides who were trying to explain to him what they were about to see and things like that.
That's all he can do, I guess.
Yeah, like he really believed that they were lying to him. His way Toon acted like he acted.
I could see. Wait, very quickly. I could definitely see how he would do something like that. It's like, oh, come and enjoy the 24-hour sun, and he's like, well, we'll see about that. That's harmless. Like that's small and that's quippy, right? Like I could see him doing that 100 times over.
No, the funny thing with Witset that he was actually fighting with the tour guide and the ELE, and he was trying to convince her about flat Earth. There was some story like that. Like he's
crazy.
totally convinced in his own BS, but after the TSC, I think he knows. And
Or he thinks that he's able to be fooled beyond all that he thought he could be fooled by before. Like he thought before that they couldn't fool him by bringing him that far and doing all these things. But then once he's done it, he's like, wow, that was obviously fake, and they faked that whole thing. So they're capable of things that I can't even fathom. You know what I'm saying?
So,
like that doesn't seem like a far leap for them.
So there is a new thing that David Weiss says about the fake sun, and the whistleblower from Microsoft that I cannot find the hell what he's talking about. But when Dave Weiss will actually show us something about that, I think it will be like the biggest cope ever.
Yeah, I haven't even heard of that.
Because it's fucking new. He goes like on mini streams now, and he says that he has some friend in Microsoft that he told him a secret how to make
for fuck's sake.
the sun, okay? And besides that, he has another theory, and the Iron War guy, and Vika Darziv, if you know.
Not familiar, but
so they flew somewhere where they actually saw a 24-hour sun, but the whole room was fake, and they didn't know about that, and the room was moving around them in 360 degree.
That's batshit crazy. So like
Yes,
what? Like this theory is that they went down and built like the sphere from Vegas in Antarctica, and took 5 years and $2.3 billion. But like,
the idea was created to still protect Jaren and Witset, and saying that they're honest and they actually saw the sun, but they were still tricked.
Yeah.
This is what they've now.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to, right? Like, what a nightmare. I mean, it has to be fucking Will Duffy to do it. Like, why it gotta be him?
What do you mean?
He's a young Earth creationist.
He
So
also
when the person to bring out like some of the biggest science denial people, and then still be a pretty significant science denier themselves, is just like it's not. It doesn't hit as hard as it should. You know, if it was Christopher Hitchens that came out and brought all of these flat earthers to Antarctica and was showing them this shit, it would be like, oh fuck yeah. But like the fact that it's Will Duffy is like
stuff that you need to understand about Duffy. Okay, I don't even care about what you said. The guy has been running an foundation.
Yeah, you don't care. He's a young Earth creationist. I get it. I care about the fact that he's a young Earth creationist.
Wait. He's been in charge of anti-abortion foundation for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And his mentor, Bob Yenart, or whatever his name, is a major anti-vaxxer and anti-science.
No medical talk, M, but yeah, I got you.
And when I interviewed Duffy, he told me he doesn't use sunscreen because it's chemicals.
Yeah.
Okay, so besides flat Earth, he's a full-blown science denier. Like,
No, I understand.
I don't know if
my problem with him.
yeah.
All I'm saying is that the fact is that it had to be him. You know, he was the one willing to cough up that much amount of money to be like, you fucking idiots. It's not flat, obviously. It's 6,000 years old and round. Sorry, 10,000 years old and round.
Because again,
agent, did you take the jab?
No.
No medical talk. No medical talk.
I said jab.
He just said the jab, and there's nothing wrong about that.
He was talking about the fight that we,
but did you
and
take-
I got
did
in.
you-
He took a
Hold
couple
on,
left
hold on.
jabs, right jabs from me.
Hold on, agent, did you take the jab or not?
He said no.
Would you?
I already asked him.
Right. So why didn't you take the jab?
Okay, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me, because I'm on the evil side that debunks flat Earth. Yeah.
I'm just trying to make a point that people have different beliefs, right? In this case, you don't align with the consensus, the scientific consensus regarding the jab, right? So don't
If
be a
you want
hypocrite.
to know,
Well, if he guessed one of the two reasons, agent, you have to say that he guessed one of the two reasons.
if you want to know, you can look up his interview with me. You can look up my channel and learn stuff, but I don't want to say those things on this server because I respect.
appreciate that.
I'm saying you're talking about sunscreen.
No, we
like
understand.
You're critiquing the guy about sunscreen. Sunscreen is toxic, bro. It penetrates the skin, dude.
Sure. True.
Wait, does toxic means penetrates skin?
Does
Yeah,
picking my
there's
nose
constants that can
penetrate
get
my
absorbed.
skin?
When I scratch my leg and dead skin falls off, does that count as penetrating? Is my hand of toxin?
Anyway, the whole point was that I think that Duffy was brainwashed by his pastor to think certain things, and therefore we get what we get. Again, you can Google. You can Google that.
I mean, as much as lead paint was to do with the amount of serial murders there were in the 80s, sure.
No, but like I think that his personal fight with Flat Earth came out of saving the religion and his personal issue with Flat Earthers using religion.
Yeah, I think I can respect that because I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm Christian, but I believe science. So like, it hurts me when I see people using my religion to falsify science and things like, I don't know, we didn't go to the moon. Okay, yeah, let's spit in the face of the brave guys who were willing to burn to death to go up there for us and move humanity forward. But you know, that's why it bothers me when you use religion for this.
100%. Yeah, and I like we're homies, Bjorn. You know, I come from the atheist side, slightly the anti-theist side. But anytime you would hear me make an argument in regards to why people shouldn't believe in Christianity, it is in regards to those people kind of understanding that there's a lot of critiques on one's position, and they're just not willing to hear any of them. Your position on Christianity, however, is not impactful in a way that I see as negative in any way, right? Because you're willing to accept science as science is, and then you have your faith. And in no way is that faith what I'm trying to strip away from people. It's the faith that they then put in and replace science with that I have a problem with.
I am 100% with you there. That's where I am too. It's like, you know, I've always said, I can't prove God. It's impossible. I can't. There is no proof. But that's what faith is supposed to be. And a religion isn't a religion without faith. So you just have to accept that there are things you can't prove. And it doesn't bother me. And that's the thing that I find funny about flat Earth. We're globers or whatever they want to call us. There's probably every spectrum of religion, belief, everything. You don't have to turn to a certain religion to believe science, but to believe in flat Earth, you have to join the religious cult that goes with it.
Yeah, and you cannot. There's no like a look at a very good example would be, Western identity as a Christian, because people who identify as a Christian within the Western sphere have very different beliefs that are mutually exclusive with other beliefs that other Christians have, and it just points out the individuality and the subjectivity of their own faith, and that is that to them, and I respect it as such. But it's like for these people then to come out and be like, no, this is the absolute undying truth, and saying that there isn't firmament is saying that you shouldn't be able to breathe right now. It can't go without some kind of rebuke.
I quickly want to ask something, Lion, about that. Lion, you here?
Lion left, and he came back.
He changed his picture, but he is here.
I mean, it's still the same janky letters. Is that still Lion?
What you gonna ask me? Cool, though, man. Yeah, just change. It's an old picture. What's up?
Yeah, I want to ask something. We had today or yesterday some guy that claiming he can accept gravity on flat Earth. What do you think? Like flat earthers accept gravity?
I do. Flat earthers accept gravity.
And he doesn't debunk the concept of flat Earth if you accept gravity?
Well, we don't deny the phenomena of things falling to the ground. But we're not floating right now, right? You're not floating.
But that same thing that causes things to fall down happens to be the same thing that causes things to form spheres, right?
That's all hypothetical, dude. That's just a fish story.
No,
it's
in. All the same. It's entirely consistent and within the same framework.
So, for example, why would you accept the rules of thermodynamics while the third rule, for example, debunks flat Earth?
The thing is, you can have gravity on a planar surface, right? Things falling to the ground.
Not our current understanding of it. We couldn't.
Mass attracting mass. That's not a problem. Now,
so that was Newton's understanding, right?
I understand. Yes, Newton, classical mechanics. But what I'm trying to tell you is that we can deny the framework, right? Relativity. We can deny.
Right, but you can't say that relativity.
Hold on, dude.
But you can't say relativity works with flat Earth and then say we reject it.
I didn't say I'm denying relativity. I'm not denying the phenomena of things falling to the ground.
Current model,
bro. You got to chill out, dude. I'm just gonna.
That's the current model, though. But if you're not talking about the current model, then stay muted, right? Because if you're gonna go back and just argue against Newton's position, it does nothing for us. Apologies for overspeaking you. I'll mute up if you would like to respond, and I hope you do.
It's fine. I'm in public. I can't be raising my voice right now, dude. I'm at a restaurant.
But another time.
What I'm trying to say. Hold on. I'm about to leave here soon, anyways. What I'm trying to say, I could deny the framework of relativity, right? The bending and warping of space-time. I can deny the idea that mass causes, what do they call it? Gravity wells, right? And the curvature of space-time is what when we see things falling, that's due to the curvature of space-time. I don't have to believe in the curvature of space-time to believe things fall to the ground. That's all. Go ahead.
Like mass attracting mass at its base level explains why a cloud of gas in space would conglomerate into an individual mass, right? At which point the density and temperature could arise that it becomes a planet. Like mass attracting mass like relativity aside, explains that. So I don't understand why you wouldn't accept that gravity causes spheres.
I would rather appeal to classical mechanics with mass attracting mass and gravity being an actual force than what's been replaced by. And I understand that you guys always say, well, you know, you can still use Newtonian gravity. It works on a local level. It makes sense. It's pragmatic. It has utility, right? You don't have to resort to relativity. Relativity is only relevant for complex things like setting satellites in orbit, GPS, you know, things beyond the solar system. But the point is, Einstein replaced Newtonian mechanics, objectively replaced it. So even though Newtonian mechanics is useful, has utility, is pragmatic, it's completely replaced by the bending and warping of space-time.
It supersedes it, right? So on the grand scheme of things, where relativity becomes necessary, that is where it is applicable. On the local scale, Newtonian is still perfect. Like, it works, but the underlying explanation of it has to include relativity for this. If we're getting to the scale of our solar system, at least.
Also,
but I don't understand why. What really quickly, the idea that mass attracts mass without relativity, right? We're just talking about the weight of one object attracts the weight of any other object. And then you have a cloud of particles, right? They're going to hit each other and conglomerate. And the ones that happen to be larger are going to pull the ones that happen to be smaller, and it's going to amass into a clump. And why that would not overall end up with a sphere doesn't, like, sorry, to say that it doesn't make sense that it would end up in a sphere is crazy, right? Like it totally makes sense for us to think of a snowball, like amassing stuff into a ball. Like it makes sense that it would come to do that. And when it's in a sphere, you have the same amount of gravity acting on any individual or any particular part at an equal amount. It's all going downward towards the center of mass. So I mean, it's definitely the most logical thing that gravity and mass attracting mass would lead to. So I don't understand why you say that it would be, or why it seems you would say that gravity doesn't indicate things forming into spheres in space. Sorry, that was a bit long-winded.
I don't. Okay, so it is a possibility. I'm not discounting that things coalesce into spheres. It's in the realm of possibility, right? But it's hypothetical, right? I don't know for a fact that matter in 0Gs creates spheres. I don't know that for a fact. I've seen the water. I've seen the vomit comet. I know that you have some type of proof of concept. But does that mean that the Earth itself is a sphere? Right? Not necessarily. There are plenty of things even in your model. There are plenty of things that aren't necessarily spherical that are in space.
Oh yeah, by no means am I saying that anything in space necessarily becomes a sphere, but it's the fact that things becoming spheres within these conditions that get large enough, like the fact that it would form a sphere makes complete sense with our current understanding of gravity. So I mean, it is hard on our side for a flat earther to accept gravity, but not all of gravity, right? Like if you're saying we accept gravity at the level of we understand things fall down, that's perfectly fine. But when you start getting into the implications of mass attracting mass or relativity, it becomes completely incompatible. But I do have to head as well. It's getting pretty late here, but it's been fun chatting.
Gravity's a real force too. You know, I know Einstein tried to say that it was a pseudo force. I don't think it's a pseudo force, even though it can't be measured with accelerometers on a vertical axis.
That's going over my head even. So I'll do some
It's-
research and we'll come back and we'll chat again. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, bro. Thank you.
Hey, Lion, enjoy your meal, brother.
I appreciate you. Thank you. It's been kind of quiet in here. I mean, I joined a little bit ago, and I don't know where all the flat earthers are at. They're hiding.
Yeah, it's quiet today. Very quiet. Maybe, I don't know, maybe people watching TV or something.
I mean, I could talk about something. Let's see. Looking through some of my notes. I don't know what to bring up. You guys know about Mach's principle? Actually, yesterday, Steve A, you still in here? Yeah, he is. Steve A was talking about everything has a charge. He was talking about smoke having a charge, and people were critiquing him for that regarding smoke detectors, how they're triggered. Steve A, you still there?
Yeah, I'm kind of laid back though.
Oh, it's all good, bro. I mean, if I don't want to bother you for laying down.
That's okay. It's cool. I just don't. I was kind of having fun in here yesterday too, so whatever. I don't really want to start yakking.
No, but you were
too much.
right, dude. You were what you were saying was correct, and you were being ridiculed for it.
Yeah, I'm quite used to it. Yeah. Well, I mean, they got me a little bit on the three circles, right? The neutron, proton, electron, but that was all right. That's
No,
not really my gig.
No, listen. Okay, so they always like to bring up the neutron because the neutron, according to atomism, doesn't have a charge. Technically doesn't have a charge. But in the latest development of quantum mechanics or even particle physics, you know, you got quarks, you got gluons, you got the Higgs boson, you got there's a couple I don't remember right now. But the neutron, even though it allegedly has no charge, it technically does have a charge. It's just that the charges cancel each other out. Right? So there's negative and positive charges within the neutron itself that cause it to cancel each other out. But if you look into what the neutron is allegedly made out of, not that I believe this stuff, but in their framework, the neutron can be broken down further. It can be divided even more. Once you find out what the neutron is made out of, you're going to find out it's made out of quarks. And quarks have a charge. It's a fraction of an electron. And it has both positive and negative charges within the neutron, dude. Mind-boggling, right? I'm not saying I'm an expert, but basically, and I've heard Witcher talk about this. I've heard others talk about this. This isn't brand new. I'm not bringing anything new to the table here. But even right now, within quantum field theory or string theory, the most fundamental substance is actually an elementary charge. Everything has a charge, everything. So what you were saying was correct. And I know at first people were like, what are you talking about? Smoke doesn't have a charge. Smoke does have a charge. Everything has a charge. At the most fundamental level, there's a charge there. In string theory, not that I believe in string theory, but in quantum mechanics, in string theory, in quantum field dynamics, or electrodynamics, everything has a charge, bro. And I think eventually what you end up with at the most fundamental level is an elementary charge. I don't think you can break it down further than that.
No, you can't. Well, I mean, they do, but I mean, that's what I say. That's basically like myself. All the further I have to go, because now you're getting into what you just said there and described. And they do that, but they do that with electron microscope. So that's what it kind of switches in the science. It's no big deal, but I don't ever go past what we're just talking about, right? You can. That's excellent what you just said. And yeah, it's like like a smoke detector. You just have to, how these things work, and they're working. Most of the stuff works off some type of electrical charge.
Well,
what you think happen about it?
I'm not sure. The newest smoke detectors. I looked it up yesterday after you were talking about it, and they use some type of radioactive element. That
yeah, sure. Radioactive. That'd be conductor.
That somehow the smoke I think it blocks it somehow blocks it enough that there's not, how radioactive elements can release some type of light or radiation.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's why they're doing that. Yeah, exactly. It's a term,
releases radiation,
right?
And when the smoke triggers the smoke detector by blocking some of the radiation very minutely. Hold on. It says here, photoelectric smoke detectors trigger mechanisms detect larger smoke particles from smoldering fires like upholstery or wiring. How it works: has a light beam angled away from a light sensor. When smoke enters the chamber, particles scatter the light, redirecting it towards the sensor. The sensor detects the light and activates the alarm. But then you have heat detectors that's triggered by temperature. Then you have there's a few different type of smoke detectors. Ionization smoke detectors. I think this is the one that you were talking about. It says trigger mechanisms detect small particles from fast-burning fires like paper or grease. How it works: contains a small amount of radioactive material, usually americium-241, between two electrically charged plates. These ionize the air, creating a small, steady electric current. When smoke enters the chamber, it disrupts the ion flow, reducing the current. The detector senses this drop and triggers the alarm. So even though what you said yesterday doesn't necessarily match up, like the smoke having a charge doesn't affect the smoke detector in that way. But
well, you gotta be careful. You're using their language, so you gotta be careful, right? Because even when you invoke radiation, right, it's kind of a tricky little term, right? And then when you get into what you're just talking about, you're talking about electricity is what you're talking about. It depends on how they don't like the word electricity, okay, in quantum mechanics. They don't like it. So you can't invoke electricity. Just like right now, you invoked radiation. Now, are you familiar with radiation and how you detect it? Like a Geiger counter, right? And detecting radiation. See, like radiation is putting out electric field, and you bring an electric tool to detect the radiation.
Everything's. I mean, radiation is light, dude. In general, like it doesn't have to be a.
Yeah, it's kind of pretty exactly. It's a real broad term, but it has definitions on every aspect when they use it, right? I mean, because that's what we do out here, right? Like, am I out of my element? Yeah, I'm having the most fun of my life. I don't really care, right? So I got to look it up and start reading all this stuff. And then plus I worked with electricity my whole life, so I'm not ignorant about electricity. But when you start getting into technicals, that's what we're doing when we're doing smoke detectors and Geiger counters and cell phones, radiation. But it's no big deal. But they do use them. They want to confuse you with radiation. You know, that's part of the scare, right? Like nuclear radiation. Radiation is a part of the hoax as far as tricking you.
False information.
Well, you know, I don't want to get in an argument or nothing, but you could say that actually, but quantum mechanics is real finite defining things. And so you got to understand the language that they're using to boot, right? And so they have terms, it's like magnetism or any of them, right? But so you're on your own when you go to do that research.
So here's the thing about electromagnetic radiation. Some of it is the visual spectrum. So you can tell me how harmful actually seeing every day looks.
I'm sorry, you have to repeat that.
The thing about electromagnetic radiation is that some of that is visible light. Please tell me how harmful actually seeing every day is to you.
I didn't really understand the question.
One part of the electromagnetic spectrum is visible light. That is electromagnetic radiation going into your eyes every time you see something. Please tell me how harmful the ability to see every day harms you.
No, we already made that. We already made that though. We made that clear that light in general is radiation. We have the electromagnetic spectrum, right? It's all radiation.
He just said it. He's asking me kind of a ridiculous question.
Well, he's thinking that you think that all radiation is bad or something.
Well, no, radiation, just definition. He invoked the electromagnetic radiation and then visible light, which light, what we call light frequency. Because if you invoke light in science, you invoke visible on a scientific term. And if you're going to invoke radios, you invoke the frequency. So you got to be careful. When
it's the wavelength and the frequency.
Well, visibility. Yeah, yeah, exactly right. But it's also light. Visible light is a scientific term. Not like when me and you get to go light or whatever, right? When we invoke light out here, the scientists are going. That's visible light frequency, and then the invisible light frequency is the radar and the type of thing there.
The fantastic thing about the globe is that, like, inside Earth is a huge electromagnetic reactor. So as it's churning inside our planet, it's creating basically a force field that protects humanity from so much shit that's flying at us. It's not funny. Like, it's not a lot, but if we didn't have it, like, humanity would be stuffed. Like, it's not.
You don't know that.
That's what they do. Well, that's what they tell us exactly. Yeah, they start right there with the.
Yeah. There's a liquid metal core, and it's because of the rotation. It's creating an electromagnetic field. That's all hypothetical, dude.
Yeah, electromagnetic. Yeah, they tell you that as soon as you go ahead.
Your doubt in the field, you can actually do it yourself and go and talk to these people. It's the same with the Foucault pendulum. These are in places all over the world. They confirm that the world's rotating. There's one probably within 100 miles of you, and you can go.
You're so funny, dude.
Yeah,
you're funny,
the
dude.
thing is, rotation is measurable.
The he's getting to the center, starting right at the center of the earth. That's cool. Any proof of that to begin with?
The thing is, it's measurably rotating, and we've figured out how to do it.
Measurably rotating. Isn't it kind of weird that if that's the case, I wouldn't be sitting here.
What is the case? If you'd like to doubt that, go to your closest museum. I could probably find one within 100 miles of you right now. I know there's 10 in Australia. I know there's at least 15 in Spain. Like, we can find this out. If you doubt it, we can show you how it's measured.
What?
Yeah, I'm not denying that you have a framework that you think explains the Earth in motion.
It's not a framework.
I'm not denying the Coriolis effect, right? I'm not denying Foucault's pendulum. I know it precesses. Your interpretation of that precession doesn't mean the Earth is in motion. It's not exclusive to the
only difference.
It's not exclusive to the heliocentric model. Sorry.
How is something still making the precession happen?
Yeah, that's the problem. You haven't isolated the independent variable that's causing the precession. You're simply assuming. You're simply no, you don't. You're simply assuming it's the Earth in motion. There's various other factors that could be causing the precession of the pendulum. You don't know.
Yes, we actually do. And I'll tell you how we know. Because we've tried using different materials. They're not magnetic materials. And so, like, when we swing them, they act the same as everything else. Except for one thing, that one independent variable, latitude. It goes clockwise.
It's not exclusive.
In the north. It goes clockwise in the north, and it goes counterclockwise in the south. And
I have no problem with that.
The precession is getting less and less until you get to the equator.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah,
that's not a problem in my worldview at all. It's not exclusive to the globe, dude. I'm trying to explain this to you. You just think it is. You think this is exclusive evidence that the Earth is in motion. Let's wrap it up. Everybody, all the flat earthers are gonna instantly be converted. That's not how it works, dude. It's not exclusive. As in, it could happen on a flat Earth, contrary to popular belief. There's other mechanisms at play. You could have two counter rotations, and one in the south and one in the north.
What's causing that?
Toroidal physics.
There's no evidence of toroidal physics.
There's plenty of evidence, bro. It's a different framework. You would have to detach yourself completely from the heliocentric model to make it
what devices, which scientists are detecting this toroidal force?
So believe it or not, right? You have Dayton Miller. You have many other physicists that have done interferometry in the south and in the north. And there's two experiments that were done in the south that show that light has a preferred direction opposite than that of the north. In your model, if the Earth is moving in the same direction, there shouldn't be a preferred direction in the north and the south, contrary to each other. But you do. You have contrary preferred directions of light. In the north, it's from east to west. In the south, it's from west to east.
All right. If you could link that source, I'd love to read it, please.
And not only that, you also have a preferred direction downwards towards the Earth versus away from the Earth. Now, in relativity, there shouldn't be such a thing. Light should be constant regardless of orientation because of the equivalence principle.
The downward stuff, we have explanatory power. I'm interested in the lateral one that was east to west. If you could cite that source, like that may or may not be problematic or misunderstood. So let's look into that. As
But
far as I know,
basically,
there's no, I haven't learned of that hypothetical toroidal force and how it's been verified measurably so. Okay, so please like send me a DM and
yeah, sure.
and
You know,
about
do you follow the Ether boys?
not at all.
Like, do you know who Shane St. Pierre is, or Alan, or Toby, or Witsit? Do you know any of them guys?
Yeah, ether is neither confirmed or denied. The experiment showed a null result. It's not confirmed yet.
No, that's not true at all. It's just depending on your paradigm. What they debunked, right, through with interferometry was a static ether. Static ether. Their assumption was that the Earth was in motion. That was their base premise, that the Earth was in motion through a static ether. So they debunked the static ether. They didn't debunk a dynamic ether, which is what I believe. I don't believe the Earth is in motion. I believe that the ether is in motion, that there's a dynamic ether around us.
So the ether is causing mechanical gyroscope to move. The ether is causing laser gyroscope to move. Please show the evidence of the ether moving a laser gyroscope, please. Please show the evidence that the ether is moving a mechanical gyroscope.
Well, this is the problem I'm trying to explain to you. Any evidence that shows ether in motion, you guys use to show the Earth is in motion. So whether it's the laser gyroscope, whether it's the Foucault's pendulum, whether it's interferometry, everything you guys interpret through your paradigm. All those experiments could be equally used to show that the ether, there's a dynamic ether.
If there's evidence of that, I'm happy to look at it. But at the moment, I'm doubtful of your sources. So I'd like to see your sources, and that would be good to have a look at to see if you misread them or if they're true.
Listen,
okay?
Every experiment that you guys have, right, that you think it's evidence for the Earth is in motion can be used. The same exact experiments can be used to show that there's a dynamic ether with a geostationary Earth.
And how about reciprocal?
That's the problem. That's what I explained to you. The problem with your experiments is that they're not exclusive. They can also be used to show dynamic ether.
So how is dynamic ether affecting reciprocal zenith angles over 27 miles?
No, that's a whole nother topic. We can get into that if you want.
Yeah, it's fine, because like that definitely measures curvature over there.
Yeah, so reciprocal zenith angles, when you have more than 180 degrees, right? When you have divergent plumb lines, you guys think that's evidence of curvature, right? But if you were intellectually honest and you looked at perspective and optics, you'll find out that there's all types of errors that can manifest with optics, including what appears to be diverging plumb lines, just from your angle, especially if you have your stations set up where they're not leveled, right? Where you have a higher plateau, you have one station on the bottom and another station on 1,000 feet up, 500 feet up.
Yeah, plumb lines are 90 degrees to that local plumb lines are 90 degrees to the local horizontal. That's the same on the globe. The problem is this angular separation of each plumb line as we measure them 27 miles apart or more show that like there's curvature. The main reason why we can only photograph like 400 miles, maybe 500 on a good day, is because like it's just not physically possible. And there's no moving ether that's affecting surveying.
You don't know what you're talking about, dude. So between station 1 and station 2, or station A and station B? How far in between? What distances are we talking about here?
So I have a question about the shape of the Earth that I've been wondering for some time.
Hold on, I'm asking a question real quick.
Oh, my bad.
Between station A and station B, how far distance are we measuring reciprocal zenith angles? And are they at the same elevation?
They don't need to
or be. I know they don't need to be, but I'm asking you, are they at the same elevation or not?
Some of the people who've done measurements have done the best they can to be at the same elevation, including a guy known as Jesse Kowalski or something. His surveys are on the internet, and he's done many of them over lakes, maybe only about 6 foot high. He made sure both stations were level on each side, made sure that like there's at least 15 miles between them, and like checked twice, checked double again, went to the other side of the lake, did his measurements again, and he found that the reciprocal angles don't match a flat Earth.
Yeah, ideally you would want them at the same elevation. The problem is when you're measuring elevation from sea level, in your model, you're already presupposing something that's called equal potential leveling, right? So you're already presupposing the curvature drop when you do the measurements, right? So instead of actually having something that's actually at the same elevation, right, parallel to the surface of the Earth, in your model, it won't be parallel because it's following a curve, right? So when you actually measure elevation, even if it is, let's say, both stations are 2,000 feet above sea level, the fact that you're following an equal potential level, it won't actually be 2,000 feet above sea level. It will, because you're following the curvature, right? So even though on paper it's 2,000 feet above sea level, the fact that you've included equal potential level, the second station is already going to be below the first station. So you're already starting off with spherical excess.
We don't know that. I don't know if that's being taken into account in surveying. What they do is go from one side of the road to another and notice that, that other one far away is not where it should be if things were straight. We're not assuming equal potential. We measure from one place to the other.
No, dude.
Very high quality. Actually, we do.
Wrong. No measurements today they're using GPS coordinates, right? They're using GPS to determine their elevation from sea level. GPS uses an equal potential level, right? So right there, you're doing measurements that are 12 miles. Hold on, dude. I'm still talking, dude. I'm still talking, bro. You got to relax. All right. So you got station A and station B, 12 miles across, right? We're talking about 12 miles across. You're going to use GPS to determine your elevation. Right? If you're 12 miles across, that's 8 inches per mile squared. Your elevation is going to determine, right? It's going to be determined based off of sea level using the globe radius. So right there, you're already messing up, dude. You're messing up hard.
You're thinking about modern surveying. What I'm talking about here is the surveying they were doing in my own country, defining state borders in 1888. This is way before GPS, buddy. So no, I don't have the presupposed geoid. I don't have the presupposed curvature. What I have is reasonably high quality instruments of that time era that is like, there's one that was made in 1930, 45 or something. Like this is during like World War II. And like before that shit hit the fan, some of us were still measuring parts of Australia. Like the corner of the state that I live in, like is at negative 29 degrees south, 141 degrees east. Oh, yeah. And so you can have a look on the map right now and you will know exactly whereabouts I live in the world. Because these are kinds of things that we're doing in the 1800s, 1880 to 1888. My country was being measured without satellite. So no, you don't get to say I presuppose anything.
Okay, even if you use differential leveling to determine your elevation, you have to understand when you're doing measurements at an angle, right there, and especially if the stations aren't at the same elevation, right? You get there's geometric distortions that can be introduced purely because of perspective. You understand when you look at an object, right? Especially if the object is tilted up or not tilted up, but if it's at a higher elevation and you're looking up at it, because of geometric distortions, it can make the I forget the technical name.
Right, you've done a lot of reading. Actually, talk to Shubil, who's actually done a
I know.
survey.
I've talked to Shubil. I've talked to Shubil. I've talked to Jesse, bro. I understand. I know both of them. I'm acquainted with both of them. What I'm trying to explain to you is that things can look tilted away from you, even if something is actually perpendicular to the surface of the earth, perfectly straight, because of your orientation to that object. There's illusions, right? Geometric distortions that make the object appear like it's tilting away from you, and that's gonna affect your measurement with a theodolite. These things are, you have to consider all of this.
What's causing the geometry to bend?
Your orientation to the object. It's all, it has to do with perspective. You know how for example, this is just a quick example of so that you can relate. When you look at train tracks into the distance, sometimes the train tracks look like they're converging, but they're not actually converging. We all know train tracks are straight, but because of geometric distortions due to perspective, things can appear to be converging or diverging. And these things can manifest when you're doing measurements, especially extended distances through optics, and especially if they change elevation. So if the thing's not even at the same elevation, you're measuring something on a mountaintop or on a plateau, and you're on the bottom, and you're looking through a lens, through some optic. There's all types of geometric distortions that you have to account for and correct for. What confidence do you have that these things, when you measure spherical axis, it's not due to geometric distortions?
Oh, I think there's a geometric distortion because, like, the world is a globe. Like, that's the geometry that we're talking about. Like, the optics aren't doing it, the physical land is doing it. And say when you say geometric distortions, yeah, you're welcome to globe Earth.
At the end of the day, these measurements are all second order measurements. They're not reliable like first order measurements. You presuppose a bunch of shit, equal potential leveling. When you do correct for refraction, when you do correct, hold on, dude, I'm still talking, bro. Why do you do this, bro? Bro, you gotta chill out, bro. I don't care. You can wait till
Can you stop interrupting? What's wrong with you, bro?
So you have equal potential leveling. That's already a big ass problem when you're measuring reciprocal zenith angles, because you're already presupposing the elevation based off of the radius of the Earth. That's first thing, right? Second thing, when you account for refraction, standard refraction due to the humidity, the temperature, all of that, you're gonna correct according to your paradigm, your predicted radius. So anything that you correct for is going to be according to your predicted radius. 3, when geometric distortions manifest because of your perspective, again, you're going to correct for that according to the predicted radius of the Earth. This is just affirming the consequent fallacy.
No.
Go ahead.
No, the real Earth happened first. Then the measurements happened second, and then the model happened after that. The model did not come first. And to spread that information is on you. I live in a country that was surveyed in 1888. From 1880 to 1888, my state boundary, where I live, was defined using the technology that you're lying about. There's no presupposed like geodesy or any of this modern bullshit. That wasn't around back then. So no, you're not going to get away with it. And you do because no fucking qualified survey is here to correct your bullshit. So you talk like a professional, even though you've never done a fucking thing like it in your life.
I have, dude. I've worked. I haven't done long distance surveying, but I have experience with geostations. I have experience with zip levels and total stations. Not like I said, the biggest that I've worked, the biggest that I've worked at is Amazon warehouses in Boston, where they're 1 million square feet. But 1 million square feet sounds like a lot. But when it comes to long distance surveying, that's nothing. That's nothing. Because I was a concrete worker. We had to build foundations for Amazon.
It's like saying I use Google Earth to search stuff, but I doubt the globe. And it's just like a level of like, I'm going to use globe evidence, but I'm not going to believe the globe is true. It's like these systems on that GNSS satellite and those services on GPS are using the WGS84 elliptical oblate spheroid. So we know that because they did surveying, like in my own country. We know this because sailors were measuring parts of the equator. We know this because they were measuring parts of the Tropic of Capricorn. And we find that 10 degrees is smaller near me, Tropic of Capricorn. It's larger, 10 degrees near the equator, and it's smaller again at the Tropic of Cancer. So do a little bit of thinking and realize that those measurements were both done over land and over sea. And it's very valid for those very surveying things that you used are using the oblate spheroid that other professionals measured way before the technology was invented to do GPS. 1880 through to 1888, measurably so.
You do believe what you want, man. I'm not here to convince you. I'm only here to defend my faith. But I have used grading tools, the grading rod, there's the spinning laser, the stabilis, total stations, all that stuff. I have experience with zip levels and stuff like that, dude. And plumb bobs, actually. I've used plumb bobs. Real plumb bobs, bro. Like, actually, for foundations, we had to use them on each corner. And that's the show's already asking me how large was the foundation. I understand, bro. I know you're gonna go with this. That's why I already made the disclaimer. Even though the Amazon warehouse in Boston was 1 million square feet, that's peanuts, right? To you guys, it's peanuts. I'll give you that.
Somebody was saying before that they shoot 27-mile reciprocal angles and they can tell that they're not parallel. I was wondering how they do that exactly.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you, SC. They're talking about measuring plumb lines diverging from 12 miles plus. 12 miles plus.
I know.
And when you ask them the methodology to acquire that, right? Most of the time they're dependent on GPS coordinates, right? and sea level. And you know what equipotential level is, right?
Yeah.
You know how in their model level curves?
Yeah, of course.
So you could have 2,000 foot elevation from sea level from point A to point B, both be 2,000 feet, but it's from sea level, and their sea level is curving. So it's not actually at the same elevation necessarily. It's curving away.
Well, it is and it isn't. Yeah.
Well, if it's like you described, it is. 2,000 feet is 2,000 feet. That would be measured vertically locally.
You see, they can establish a datum, right? A point, and miraculously make a straight line, but that curves as well. So, you know how it is, Lion? They can have it both ways.
No, it curves or it's straight. It's not a straight line that curves.
Yeah, but level curves in your model, dude.
Yeah, level curve, but it's not straight.
Right, in our model, level does not curve.
Yeah, but when you say 2 points at 2,000 feet, they're both 2,000 feet. There wouldn't be a different elevation. They're both 2,000 feet, so they're both the same elevation.
You have to imagine you're on a sphere and everything works. That's job one, on sphere. And then all their stuff works.
Well, no, you don't have to imagine either one. You just imagine that you're 2,000 feet at each location, and you can ask the data whether you're on a sphere or a plane. You don't have to assume it a priori. But I'm curious, Lion, you mentioned geometric distortions due to perspective or something? Don't remember exactly how you put it. Like, what is getting distorted?
Things can appear, because due to your orientation, things can appear to be tilting away from you. Not that they're actually tilting away from you. So if you're measuring reciprocal zenith angles and you have two stations that aren't at the same elevation, you're going to have, because of the differences in altitude or elevation, you can introduce errors into the observation, just purely because of perspective. Nothing to do with atmospheric conditions, nothing to do with humidity or anything like that. Simply due to your angle to the second station when you're looking at it through the optic, it can appear to be tilting away from you when it's actually perfectly vertical.
Just due to perspective.
Just due to perspective alone.
Okay. How does that work?
It has to do with vision and how we perceive the world. I tried using the example of railroad tracks converging. That's something that we can all understand. Things can seem to converge, but aren't actually converging at all. And even if you look through an optic over distance, they can still appear to converge.
Right. So what perspective shows is parallel lines meeting at some sort of vanishing point, depending on how you're orientated to them. We can measure the distance between those tracks, and if we know the distance that we're looking to, right, we can measure the length, the lateral distance between the tracks at any given distance, and we can calculate exactly what that geometry is, and we'll still resolve those things to be parallel lines. Right, we can actually resolve our own height to them Like we can map out the entire geometry of that situation. Visually, sure, they look like they're converging, but it's not going to mess with our data.
Why wouldn't it mess with your data? If you're looking through an optic, you're looking at another station 12 miles away, 26 miles away, you're determining that there's spherical excess simply due to your observation through that optic. And when you do correct for any type of refraction, right, geometric distortions due to elevation changes or anything like that, when you do correct for that, you're going to correct it according to your predicted radius. So when you do include standard refraction, whatever else, error correction you're going to do, you're going to end up with spherical excess. You have to. So any corrections that you do are going to count, right, for that, but then it's going to match up to your predicted radius. So that's not real science.
Well, that's beside the point of perspective, though. I mean, whatever those corrections are, they're not correcting for perspective. Like nothing you mentioned is any distortion to do with perspective.
No, the geometric distortions that can manifest due to your orientation to the object.
There might be some visual, you call them distortions. I wouldn't even call them that. There's a visual interpretation of how we see the world around us. I don't think that's a distortion exactly, but you can measure that, not just say, oh, the train tracks look like they're a triangle, right? We know they're not a triangle, but we can map out their geometry through distance, right? That's a three-dimensional situation we're looking at. And we can map that out, and the situation will be perfectly reflected in our measurements. There's not going to be any...
No, that's not the case. I wish it was that easy. It's not the case because we're dealing with negligible amounts of spherical excess here. Like if you look at the geodesic manual, arc of the parallel, dude, there's examples in there where they've done measurements. Some it was 178 degrees, below 180 degrees, and some were 182 degrees. That's it. So when you have spherical excess, we're talking about a degree or two here, guy.
Sure, that's fine.
It. Just a degree or two here, and you think because of that you therefore globe, and you completely disregard any type of geometric distortions due to altitude induced, or refraction or anything like that. And when you do correct for altitude induced geometric distortions or refraction, you're always going to correct for it to account for the globe radius.
With refraction, perhaps.
This is a fact.
But we're not talking about refraction, we're talking about perspective.
Right. Perspective is one factor of many factors you have to contend with when you end up with spherical excess.
That could be, but you specifically say that their distortions due only to perspective, not to do with refraction or any of that stuff. Those degrees that you were saying are sometimes above, sometimes below 180. You could write that off as being refraction because refraction could be different one situation to another, but any sort of perspective distortion should be the same depending on the situation, right? You would see either always above or always below 180 depending on where you're looking and how you're measuring to it. But if you're saying that it's different, we can say that's refraction. If you're saying that there's something due to perspective, I'm still not sure what to look for there, because as far as I know, perspective doesn't do any of that.
So I can post sources regarding altitude-induced geometric distortion. This is something that is well known, has nothing to do. It's not exclusive to reciprocal zenith angle measurements or anything like that. This is just the nature of sight, right? When things are angled or at different elevations in the way that you look at them, especially if you bow down close to the ground and you put your head close to the ground, you're looking at something that's tall, right? There's all types of distortions, like you're in some type of what are those things at the carnival, the circus, like a house of smoke and mirrors? Yes, there's all types of illusions that can happen due to just our vision, the nature of vision. Now you cannot disregard this and hand wave dismiss it when you do your reciprocal zenith angles, bro. And I don't know why you guys do this. You act like this isn't a thing at all. Like I'm making this up. No, I'm not making this up, dude. This has been known for hundreds of years, dude.
It is not. I mean, I'm happy to entertain the notion, but knowing a fair amount about perspective, just what you're saying isn't due to perspective. You could say it's due to refraction, or I don't know what you're talking about with the in the elevation difference induced whatever it was, but that would also not be perspective, whatever that is.
So if you're looking for any vertical or horizontal dip through the sextant, or no, not through the sextant, through the theodolite, right? And you got station A, right? And then you got station B. If station B is 1,000 feet up, right, and you're trying to make a measurement from station A to station B, and you're looking through a little lens, and you're looking, and you see some vertical dip, right, or a horizontal dip, and then you plot that out, and you write it down. Oh, there's this much dip. How confident are you that the vertical dip or the horizontal dip through the theodolite on the axis of the theodolite isn't due to your orientation from station A to station B?
When you say isn't due to the orientation, like I think the globe argument would be that it is your orientation and that you're orientated differently across the globe, right? One person's vertical is not another person's vertical. If what you're asking is if I'm confident it's not a distortion due to the perspective of the two different positions, I would say extraordinarily confident.
Yeah, because reasonably, I would expect, right, that nothing to do with refraction, right? Refraction is also going to, it's going to, what's it called, dude?
Have an effect?
Straight right now. Yeah, but it's not, yeah, it's going to have an effect. But that's not the word I'm looking for. Anyways.
Distort?
It's going to complicate things, basically, but.
Sure. Exacerbate.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me, I'm trying to find something. Give me a second. I'm trying to find you some sources.
Sure.
Anybody else want to pitch in? Please go ahead. All right, so here we go. I just asked ChatGPT this. It says, what is altitude induced geometric distortion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Altitude induced geometric distortion refers to the errors or changes in angular or linear measurements. Angular or linear measurements caused by differences in elevation, altitude, in brackets, between two observation points, especially important high precision surveying, such as when using zenith angles to calculate distances or height differences. Now, it has sources on here I can post for you, but it says here, on a curved Earth, when two stations A and B are at different altitudes, the line of sight between them is not level. Their plumb lines or verticals point to the center of the Earth, but since A and B are at different radii, altitudes, the geometry shifts. The difference in radius alters how the zenith angle is interpreted geometrically. But that's not even what I'm talking about. That's they're trying to rationalize it a different way, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It says here, so if you ignore,
just read out.
Yeah, that's a different way to look at geometric distortion. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, let me see if it says it. Right here, effects of altitude-induced distortion. Zenith angle error. The measurement zenith angle will be slightly steeper or shallower depending on whether you're looking uphill or downhill. That's what I was trying to say. Mm-hmm. The measured zenith angle will be slightly steeper or shallower depending on whether you're looking uphill or downhill. So it's going to affect the horizontal or vertical dip of the theodolite. You're just purely to your orientation.
I mean, I guess it depends on what the zenith angle is to, but I think I agree with that too. I mean, it doesn't sound like they're talking about any sort of perspective distortion. It's just a difference in measurement of, again, like how you're orientated around the globe.
Regardless if you're on a globe or not, right? Even in short distances where curvature is not a factor, it's not something that, you know, it'll be very negligible. There's gonna be distortions simply because of your orientation to the station, whether you're looking uphill, you're looking downhill. You have to correct for that, because you're gonna end up with spherical excess simply due to your orientation. That's gonna be more than what the predicted of the what the predicted radius of the Earth would allow for.
I wholly disagree. I think if we're at distances where the curvature is negligible, then trigonometric relationships will prevail, and you can basically treat it like it's flat and get meaningful results. Like, this is how we measure the heights of buildings, right? We don't drop a tape measure down the side of it. We do a bit of trigonometry, right? We do distances and angles to the top and bottom of the thing. We can, if we know our height to it, right, that's all part of this three-dimensional scene that we're putting together. Like, all of this data is important, but none of it is going to throw our measurements off because of perspective. Like,
Okay, it says, I prompted it like this: can you get geometric distortions due to perspective alone? It says yes, you can get geometric distortions due to perspective alone, but they are fundamentally different from those caused by Earth's curvature or altitude differences. I know that.
Okay, what kind of distortions are they talking about?
The same. You're gonna get different readings.
I don't think you are. I think this goes back to, like, the train tracks look like a triangle, right? We're projecting them onto like a sort of perspective plane. It could be the retina, it could be sort of a photograph, but what that translates to in 3D is not a distortion of the world, right? It's just, we have to know what we're looking at.
Yeah, so it says here, perspective distortion happens when objects appear to change shape, size, or relative position depending on the observer's viewing angle and distance. That's what I'm talking about, right? It can so when you're making theodolite measurements from station A to station B, and you're looking at it, you're looking uphill at station B, you have to consider perspective distortion. It's going to cause the measurements to be steeper or shallower depending on your orientation. This is a fact. You keep saying no. This is a fact.
I'm happy to explain. So I just posted something, right? It's a very rudimentary example of, you see this sometimes with lampposts, right? So we can measure the angular size of some object and the same object at a different distance, or two objects that are the same at different distances. Basically, what's represented in this picture. Perspective is going to relate the angular size of this thing in our field of vision to its actual size in the world, but that relationship is going to be pretty easy to measure, right? That's a measurable thing. We're not going to get a distortion in our measurements that's going to make us calculate one of these things as bigger than the other, right? The distortion is just a visual thing that one of these objects looks smaller, but that's, I wouldn't even call that a distortion. That's just its angular size in our field of vision due to perspective. But when we calculate, or when we measure top to bottom of this thing as an angular size, we can calculate, if we know the distance, we can calculate exactly its size. or if we know the size, we can calculate exactly its distance. That relationship is going to be pretty secure, pretty standard. Like that's what we're measuring, and that's not going to be distorted.
Okay, I agree to disagree, but when you're dealing with only a degree or two of spherical excess, and you're hand wave dismissing what I'm trying to tell you regarding perspective, there's nowhere else for me to go with this.
Well, the problem is this: that perspective has very set rules, and we can use those rules to make very accurate measurements. Curvature is going to distort things in a specific way, and if we conflate the two, then sure, we can say that what we're looking at isn't the distortion of curvatures, it's the distortion of perspective, but we know that it's not. And that's where the disagreement is you're trying to attribute to perspective what isn't due to perspective. There's no mechanism that allows for perspective to distort things in the way you're suggesting it does, which is how we know that those distortions aren't perspective, but it's something else. You could say it's refraction, perhaps. There are distortions of refraction that can look like curvature, perhaps, or exaggerate curvature or mitigate it, but there's also curvature, which we can peel off from even refraction. So whatever distortions we're looking at, whatever phenomenon visually we encounter, we need to understand which specific aspects of that thing we're looking at are due to which specific phenomenon. And you're attributing to perspective things that aren't attributable to it.
Right. So just for the audience, right, what we're dealing with here, right, is a very negligible amount of spherical excess, right? We're talking about 1 or 2 degrees beyond 180 degrees. On a flat Earth, right, if the Earth was planar, you would expect reciprocal zenith angles to be completely 90 degrees from the ground, 90 plus 90. And that's not what we get with observations. And I wouldn't expect to get 180 degrees, even if the Earth were actually planar, right? Which I believe it is. I wouldn't expect to get 180 degrees for the same reason that I'm bringing forth right now that we have to contend with. 1 is refraction. 2 is geometric distortions, right, due to perspective. That's why I wouldn't expect to get 180 degrees. I don't know why you expect to get 180 degrees on a flat Earth. It's not reasonable to say that, especially when you're dealing with atmospheric conditions and all this other shit.
I'm happy to give you atmospheric conditions, and I accept that many times we're doing these reciprocal zenith angles or azimuthal angles, we're dealing with a couple degrees or even fractions of degrees, depending on the distances. All I'm saying, because this is specifically my wheelhouse, is that the distortions you're talking about are not due to perspective. You can say the refraction or atmospheric conditions. I'll let someone else pick up that mantle and defend that if they want. But specifically for perspective, that's not how perspective works. None of these things are due to perspective. Perspective is the one you can rely on to be consistent and not distort things in the way you're saying, which is how we can separate perspective from those other aspects.
So refraction is going to exacerbate things even worse, right? So I don't even want to bring up refraction at this point. I just want to talk about perspective alone. But how you interpret the data when you're looking through optics at things 12 miles away, 26 miles away, you're looking from station A to station B, something 26 miles away, and you expect, even on a flat Earth, when you're measuring zenith angles 26 miles away, you don't expect there to be some type of errors manifesting. Why would you expect 180 degrees, dude? Can you at least say, can you explain to me that?
I would not expect that due to perspective, no, at all. Whether I would expect it to be 180 degrees, if it's not 180 degrees, it's due to something else, either refraction or Earth curve, or a combination of both, but not perspective. That's the one thing I would confidently confident in excluding as a cause.
So how you interpret the data, how you interpret the scene is all based off of your paradigm, your fundamental premises. And if you expect there to be a curvature, rate, a radius, there's going to be interpretive errors. That's just the way it goes. That's why I don't trust optical measurements. I consider it second order measurements. They're not as reliable as first order measurements. I don't care what you guys say. That's why I'm still a flat earther.
So if we got the optical measurements and they kind of look like the Earth is curved, and we'll just say that's an error from your perspective, then we have additional ways of measuring that curvature as well, which involve a linear relationship between zenith angle and surface distance traveled. Then we also have, there's these many different ways to measure the radius of the Earth, and you're picking the one and just saying, well, it's an error. They all have to be errors at this point, which means everything is wrong, or you are wrong.
So ChatGPT says, yes, there are established methods and references for correcting altitude-induced geometric distortion in surveying, particularly when using zenith angle measurements to determine elevation differences. But it says here that, where is it? I just read it. So I'll post the link, but it said that there are inferences being made based off of the radius. Somebody else can talk, man. I'm pretty tired, anyways. But it's good talking to you, man. I think we've exhausted this, though. Unless you guys got more. I have nothing else to say.
Yeah, I think I would just be repeating myself.
I was just going to mention, can you guys hear me or am I breaking up?
Hear pretty well.
Okay.
Actually, really good.
I was just going to mention to see if you guys had ever heard of, I don't know what it's called, but lumberjack use them to get an idea.
That didn't last.
And then it went to shit. And then it went bad.
Did it go bad?
For a minute.
Did it go? Is it still breaking up?
It's good now.
A little better.
Okay. I'll try to stay still.
It's only good when you're asking.
They, I don't know if the guy that was talking there a while ago, if he'd ever seen one or heard about one, but I don't know the name of it. But
it's like magic. It's magic.
Every time you go to ask or mention it,
what about now?
It cuts out.
What about now? I got closer.
A little better.
Now it's working because you're asking.
Okay. Anyway, they make a device that lumberjacks use to determine board feet in trees, and it's, when you look at it, it's the markings on it are set up due to perspective, and you stand a certain distance away from a tall tree, and you hold it at arm's length out in front of you up to that tree, and as you look at the marking that you're holding, that device that you got, they get closer together the further toward the top you go, because perspective as you're looking up. But they use that to determine board feet in trees, and it gives them a real easy way to do it as a lumberjack. From just standing on the ground looking at a tall tree, you can determine, okay, this tree maybe has this many board feet, but it's scaled to perspective. And even that works, and it's on a stick, and it works pretty damn accurate.
Yeah, no doubt. And I don't disagree with that, but that's not equivalent to what I'm saying, because when you're dealing with a tree that's 80 feet up or whatever.
I'm not trying to argue against it. I was just mentioning the device, man. I'm not trying to argue against what you were saying at all, brother.
But you're right. Like when you do trigonometry and short distances, measuring when you're measuring elevation angles, like if you're standing away from a building, right, and you use the Pythagorean theorem, or you got an 80-foot tree or whatever, the amount of distortion, dude, that we're talking about, dude, is irrelevant, right? It's so small, dude. It's not even a factor that you have to even consider when you're doing trigonometry from things that close up. Yeah, but when you're dealing with something that's 12 miles away, dog, or 26 miles away, the Pythagorean theorem isn't going to work, dude. It's just not.
Well, no, because
Well,
the ground is curved.
That's interesting because the distortion, as you called it, is only biased in a single direction, downward, which is weird because that kind of indicates that there's some consistent effect that compounds with distance. That's only in a single direction. It's not an error. It's not a distortion. It's a consistent effect.
No. I said both uphill and downhill.
No, the deviation of objects from horizontal at the same altitude is always downward.
There's distortions both uphill and downhill due to perspective.
It's like you can't hear me or you don't want to hear me.
No, you said only downhill. I never said only downhill. I said both uphill and downhill.
No, listen to what I actually said. Anything that is at the same altitude in the distance, the distortion, as you call it, the bias is always downward. The effect that you're seeing has a single given direction. It's not error. Error is randomly distributed. It's something else.
Okay, but how have you determined the elevation of total station A to total station B? To actually know if what you're seeing is true deviation from horizontal.
You can do differential leveling, and we've explained that before. That's fine. Everybody agrees on how that works. When you go to a longer range measurement of the same things that you just did differential leveling on, you increase your distance. The effect is downward more and more as the distance goes up.
Yeah, but when we're doing experiments, right? You guys don't do differential leveling. When from total station A to total station B, you got 26 miles across, 12 miles across. You're not using differential leveling, dude.
The benchmarks that are relevant to each place, those are all set ahead of time. Okay, and you can use those benchmarks to figure out what the elevations are. All I'm saying is, if the short range measurements all say one thing, and the long range measurements have a consistent effect downward from those short range measurements, that must mean that there is an effect that increases with distance that causes things to appear lower.
Yeah, because you're using an equal potential level, dude. Right. So when you're measuring elevation, it's based off of your curved level, dude. Right. You're already presupposing a radius. You're already presupposing the curve of the Earth. Of course, you're gonna get a bias downward because what you think is 2,000 feet above sea level isn't actually level to total station A. It's gonna already be. You're already starting off with some type of deviation from horizontal.
Angle measurements do not assume the radius of the Earth. They are only angle measurements. So when you say,
the level,
oh,
it's
because it's because you're assuming the Earth is curved, that's not going to address what I'm saying, because I'm talking about the angle measurement.
You need the elevation variable to determine your angles. You're not actually doing, like, when you're talking about 26 miles across, you're not actually doing any physical measurements of, like, first order measurements of the zenith angles. You're doing calculations, bro. And with those calculations, you need the elevation.
No, a zenith angle is not a calculation. It's a direct measurement. There is no calculation.
It can be. It can be, but when you're doing 26 miles across, you're not actually seeing plumb lines diverging. Like, you don't have an actual plumb line pointing at the sky, like hanging from the sky You don't have a laser shooting up vertically into the sky and you're measuring like with a protractor deviation from vertical. You're not doing that. You're doing calculations, bro. Why are you being dishonest?
Okay, there is no calculation. The instrument you set up has its own internal reference to plumb. That instrument, then you look through it at something else. It measures the angle between its internal reference and what you're looking at. There is no calculation. There isn't one being done. It's not done.
I mean, there's addition, but that's barely a calculation, I would say.
All right, I'm mentioning like a specific, just one zenith angle measurement. If you have a zenith angle measurement, you don't calculate it. There is no calculation. There is no inserting the radius of the Earth into it. It's just an angle. You measure an angle. There's no calculation.
I get what you're saying. Normally, yeah, you like in close distances, you would do that, right? You would measure the vertical drop of vertical dip, horizontal dip.
How many inches are you off?
But when you're talking about 26 miles across, dude, they depend on GPS coordinates for their elevation.
Well, how many inches is he off?
I don't know why you guys are acting up right now. Like I'm not making shit up.
Dude, the reason that there's a problem is because you keep inserting shit that we're not doing. That's where the problem is.
You're not close by an inch.
There's an angle measurement from the instrument. It's relative to its internal reference to plumb and where you're looking through the instrument. You don't use GPS to measure a zenith angle measurement. Zenith angle measurements have nothing to do with GPS. Zenith angle measurements have nothing to do with presupposing a radius. Zenith angle measurements do not involve calculating something before measuring them. All of that is bullshit, Lion. Every last bit of that is bullshit.
Horizontal and diagonal lines are nothing to do with the curve. How many inches are you off?
Angles are not measured in inches.
I'm still a little confused about
what are your angles? Draw your angle out and make it a material for us.
Not being level.
Put a flag where that angle goes.
Yeah, make a material out of an angle. Can we have a serious conversation?
There, stupid. And let's take a horizontal peak from a side view and make a horizontal line from you to that imaginary
in a bucket
curve line. And
in a lab, in a vacuum, in 4K.
Dropping below anything. Oh, what? Your instrument's broke all of a sudden?
Is it a chocolate lab or
reference?
We got some other kind of lab?
Horizontal line break your instruments? Oh, that's so sad.
Lion, why do you keep mentioning things that is not being done?
That's what you're doing, like a side view. Never heard of a side view to make sure liars don't lie and make sure they're on by every inch, especially when they see 26 miles from them to something that's supposed to be hidden by a curve. That doesn't make any sense. So where you're getting your angle to, the refracted light or the mountain that ain't there or the boat or the stuff that's not where the stuff's supposed to be? You got refracted angles?
Are you telling me that you're actually watching, right, through an optic and you're looking 26 miles away at a reflector or a ribbon, right? Is that what you're telling me, dude?
You're looking through the optical device itself and pointing at a thing that you can see. Yes, whatever that device or whatever you're pointing at, if you can see it, that's what you're pointing at. Yeah.
And you're not taking into account the elevations at all?
When you have the two, no, you don't need to. When you have the two zenith angle measurements and you sum them up, the elevations are irrelevant.
I don't know, dude. I'm lost. Now I'm lost, dude. I don't even know how that any of that would be relevant.
Would you like
don't
a
have
picture?
An elevation.
He doesn't have, no, I'd like a 3D globe.
Yeah,
a ball in a lab with you doing that same very thing of what the fuck you're claiming with angles and reciprocals on a real 3D sphere, please. If not, shut up, doofus. You ain't got a sphere handy to show what the fuck you're talking about for your pendulums or your angles or your references, then that's going to hurt you. If you don't have a side view, then nobody can believe what the fuck you're talking about. You'll need another reference point. not just
All right,
you
Lion.
hoping.
This is a
You
diagram
hoping
for
ain't
you, right?
fucking paying nobody's bills. Hey, Doofus believes it. Doofus thinks that in his heart of hearts. He feels like this.
Who thought it was a good idea to let that guy back in here?
Who thought it was a good idea to not have a side view with a horizontal line that breaks your imaginary claims of a sun dropping, a boat dropping, or any object ever dropping? A horizontal
that,
line
Lion?
from you to the
Yeah,
object.
yeah,
you
I
get a
see that.
side view. Lion, have you ever seen a side view by Doofus?
No.
That's the
All right,
one
so
thing
the
you'll need so we
the
can prove
diagram
these
there,
losers
what you're
have an
seeing,
actuality.
the elevations don't matter. You can have
So
either
what?
of those things
Elevations
higher
are
or
what? Your
lower than each
horizontal
other.
reference?
If
Your
those two
side view
vertical lines are not
horizontal?
parallel, the sum will not be 180
We'll
degrees
get a
anymore. The
horizontal
elevations
and we'll be
themselves
the
are
judge of that. We'll be the judge of that from a side view. You got one? We'll be the judge of what we fucking understand or see or comprehend. Not you, stupid. So go look through your toilet
Did you
paper
catch any
rolls
of that,
and say
Lion?
you're on something else. Toilet
No,
paper
yeah,
roll boy.
yeah, I see it. But I
Yeah,
just,
looking
to
through
me,
toilet paper
I
rolls,
can't see
Lion
how that
knows.
would make sense over 26 miles.
Yeah, he's looking through toilet paper
Okay,
rolls
the
and saying, look, we're
distances
on a
between
globe.
them don't matter in this case.
What
If you
distance
have
between
verticals
what?
that are both parallel with each other, the distances between them don't matter. The
Says
angles
who?
that you're observing through the instrument,
Says
if
who?
those two lines are parallel with each other, those angles would have to sum up to 180 degrees
Says
exactly.
who? Says who? You're a
Says
fucking
them.
weirdo. Do you have a flat Earth model in a lab and a globe and then some stars, and we'll see what the fuck you're
Did you
lying
catch what I
about?
said, or is Demok still?
No, yeah, I know.
Have
I
you no model?
understand the concept. I understand where you're coming from. I just don't think even on a flat Earth that you would get 180 degrees, bro. I don't know why you guys think we should be getting 180 degrees on a flat Earth. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Makes perfect sense.
Well,
It's not
ideally on a
reasonable.
flat Earth, well, see, ideally on a flat Earth, vertical at every location on a flat Earth is parallel with any other location. So vertical everywhere should be parallel, right?
Right. Yeah, I get the postulate, right? I get the parallel postulate principle. That's not a problem. I understand geometry. I just don't know why you guys think that the parallel postulate would still be consistent on a flat Earth, especially when you have to contend with refraction and geometric distortions.
Geometric distortions. I mean, are you saying that space time is curved?
No, not at all. You don't have to. I don't have to.
So that doesn't really help
space-time,
your
dude,
case, does it?
to ad hoc. It's in save my worldview. I don't have to do what you guys do.
Okay, well then geometric distortions is already off the table because that doesn't
Can
make
we
any
draw
sense.
a horizontal line from you to point B?
So what? The other thing you were contending with is refraction. That, I mean, if you
No,
measure
that doesn't exist.
the air that you live in and breathe, the more
That
dense air
doesn't
is
exist.
below the less
Water
dense
refractor.
air
You're talking
under
about
typical
water
conditions.
refraction.
Under
Try
typical
again.
observations, we see this divergence of
No, you don't.
verticals.
No, you don't. Fish
So
lights. You're not looking at
there's
fish
an
in
issue
water.
there that contradicts what a flat Earth would expect.
It's just it's so negligible, bro, that I can't use that as evidence, dude. We're talking about 2%, what 2%, 1% spherical excess, dude.
We're not talking about spherical excess. We're not talking about negligible. It's measurable.
And you can
But
put
go
them on
ahead and tell
water,
me
dude.
why you can't.
We can put 1 million of them on water. That's what you don't want to do. Then we'll get a front and a side view. 1 million